Rebirth? Check. Cultivation system? Double check. But, math homework? Meet Lin Mo, your average high schooler, who just happens to have a system telling him to become an immortal cultivator. The problem? He's got a calculus exam on Monday. System, host. The world of cultivation is full of dangers. Please form your pill immediately. Lin Mo, yeah, right after I finish this trigonometry proof. While other chosen ones are slaying demons and refining pills, Lin Mo is refining formulas. He's literally flying swords under the desk and channeling spiritual energy during chemistry lab. One day, a dump truck barrels down the road. Lin Mo stops it with one hand. System, host. Incredible power. Let's go challenge the demon lord. Lin Mo, challenge the demon lord? I still have 2 big math problems left, brother. The system, host. The tonic has gone bad. Lin Mo ignores everything and keeps solving equations. While everyone else is chasing immortality and glory, Lin Mo just wants a peaceful school life, good grades, good friends, and maybe a quiet evening of spiritual algebra. Yet somehow, his relaxing routine keeps turning the entire cultivation world upside down. He's not your typical hero. He doesn't fight for fame or fortune. He just doesn't want to fail his finals. The ultimate slice of life cultivator is here. The system told me to cultivate immortality, but I have math homework. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where even immortals can't escape homework. On the bus from Hesheng to Yangcheng, Lin Mo sat up with a start. I'm reborn. On the interprovincial bus, most people were drowsy. Looking at the setting sun outside the window, Lin Mo's slightly frightened heart slowly calmed down. Taking out 2 mobile phones from his pocket, Lin Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath. One is a Xiaolingtong phone, and the other is a Nokia N95 phone without a SIM card. Both are old guys. However, Lin Mo still rubbed it carefully for a while. When I turned on my Xiaolingtong, the orange screen really made me feel a little depressed. On August 25, 2012, during the summer vacation after the high school entrance exam, this car was used to return to Guangzhou. Lin Mo gradually remembered the time period he was in. It's good to be reborn. My previous life was so fucked up anyway. He has never had a smooth life. When he was in junior high school, his parents died and left him a house in Guangzhou and some compensation. I could have used this compensation to complete my college education safely. The result was that Lin Mo let himself go, became unlearned and unskillful in high school, and acted recklessly because he had no parental supervision. In just a few years, he spent all the compensation money and failed to get into university. My life is basically a muddle. In summary, it's garbage. Later on, every time I woke up in the middle of the night, I would regret why I didn't study hard and why I did so many useless things. I always ask myself when I am drunk whether I would make a different choice if I had the chance to do it again. Now the opportunity has really come. Then study hard. Even if you can't become a superior person, you can't be a useless person again. Ding! Invincible Immortal Cultivation System has been activated. The world of immortal cultivation respects strength. Since ancient times, there have been cultivators who have comprehended the heaven and earth, tempered themselves with spiritual energy, and pursued the path to immortality. This system will help the host reach the pinnacle of the immortal path, etc. Am I not reborn? Could it be that he traveled through time? Lin Mo looked out the window again. There are no flying swords, and the highway is full of 4-wheeled cars. What's going on? Has the world of immortal cultivation also developed technology? System, where are we now? This is the immortal world called Juxiaaja. Here, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, and all things have spirits. My goodness, Lin Mo clearly saw a sign passing by that clearly stated that it was 10 kilometers to Yangcheng. Is this really a world of cultivating immortals? Is it just that the technology is equally advanced? Lin Mo did not let down his guard. Now he had no way of determining what kind of world this was, so he had no choice but to continue asking about the immortal cultivation system. Immortal cultivation system, so how do I cultivate immortality? It is an invincible cultivation system. Wow, this system is pretty stubborn. Excuse me, how do I cultivate immortality with the invincible immortal cultivation system? Now issuing a task, complete 100 push UPS within today, 0/100. Lin Mo, okay, so this is how you cultivate immortality. The host's physique is too poor to reach the chi refining standard and requires more training. The person was reborn and the system was also available, but Lin Mo always felt that something was wrong. Yeah, he hasn't gotten off the car yet. The car is still moving forward. Lin Mo took the phone and looked through the messages inside. The contents of the text messages here gradually overlapped with those of his past life. So did I travel through time or was I reborn? With this question, Lin Mo was thinking. Lin Mo was born in Hesheng. When he was 4 years old, he was taken to Guangzhou by his parents. After that, I continued to study in Guangzhou. 2 years ago, my parents died in a car accident and I received a considerable amount of compensation. My grandparents passed away a long time ago, and my father's relationship with his uncles was not very harmonious. On the contrary, their family gets along better with grandma. But my uncle is still in prison, and it's already very troublesome for my grandmother to take care of my cousin alone. So Lin Mo did not choose to go back to Hesheng to study, but stayed in Yangcheng alone. In the end, I had no choice but to ask my third uncle, who was also in Guangzhou, to be the guardian. As for Uncle San, he also has his own family, and Lin Mo never disturbed him afterwards. In other words, his third uncle didn't pay much attention to him, and would only invite him to his house for dinner during the Chinese New Year and other holidays. This is actually very good for Lin Mo. Moreover, Lin Mo didn't want to live under someone else's roof at that time, so he simply lived and studied on his own, since he still had the money anyway. Looking at the message on the pager, tears filled Lin Mo's eyes. Because this pager contains text messages from his parents. But one day in his previous life, he accidentally dropped his cell phone into the pool, which resulted in the phone being unable to be repaired and he lost those last text messages. It would have been great if it could have happened 2 years earlier. Lin Mo sighed. The interprovincial bus slowly drove into the provincial bus station. During the summer vacation, Lin Mo naturally returned to his grandmother's house. With his grandmother and cousin around, life was not so depressing. But the summer vacation is over and he has to go to the first year of high school. So in the end, I had no choice but to take the bus back to Guangzhou with my grandma and cousin seeing me off. After getting off the car, Lin Mo took his big backpack from the luggage rack above. Then I followed the crowd towards the exit. In late August, the weather is extremely hot and interprovincial buses are still the travel choice for most people within the province. Walking out of the provincial bus station, I saw that there were also many people at the train station next to it. But I didn't see any world of cultivating immortals, and there were no flying swords in the sky. System, are you kidding me? Host, please do not doubt this system. This place is definitely a world of immortal cultivation. Okay, if you say yes, then it is. Carrying a backpack, Lin Mo walked to Metro Line 5. If you take the bus, it will take an hour, but if you take the subway, you can shorten the journey by half an hour. It costs $5 to get home from the train station, but only $2 by bus. Lin Mo remembered that in his previous life he took the bus just to save $3. As for today, he was in a hurry to get home. Probably because it was a weekday afternoon, there weren't many people on the subway. After leaving the subway station, Lin Mo still has to walk for 10 minutes to get home, but it is much faster than the bus. Pushing the door open and dropping his backpack, Lin Mo sank into the sofa. Rebirth? Lin Mo murmured, sinking deep into the soft sofa. Just when Lin Mo wanted to lie down for a while, the pager in his pocket rang. Lin Mo was so scared that he jumped up. Seeing that the caller ID showed it was my grandmother, I quickly answered the call. Hello, Grandma. Hey, baby, are you here yet? Grandma, your predictions are so accurate. You called me right after I got home. Hearing the long-lost voice, Lin Mo's eyes became red again. After talking to his grandmother for a long time, Lin Mo hung up the phone. He sank into the sofa again and couldn't help but yell. This rebirth is amazing. Host, this world is very dangerous. Cultivation is urgent. Please do not slack off. Lying on the sofa, Lin Mo's sense of alienation from time gradually dissipated. The house gradually returned to its pre-collapse state. There is still time for all changes. Lin Mo got up from the sofa and didn't do anything. Instead, he took out a broom from the small balcony and started cleaning. Host, cultivation is the goal of our generation, and the path to immortality is the right path. Lin Mo turned a deaf ear and cleaned the living room and the room. I haven't been back for more than a month. Although the dust situation is not serious, it is still better to clean it thoroughly. After cleaning everything, Lin Mo remembered that he forgot to turn on the power. With a click, the power was turned on. Turn on the light again. The whole room became much brighter. Lin Mo walked to the shrine and lit a stick of incense for his parents. Mom and Dad, I am an unfilial son. I did so many stupid things in my previous life. In this life, I will definitely study hard and become a useful person. Host, you can still cultivate immortality, cultivate immortality. If I cultivate immortality, can I find my parents? Lin Mo looked at the black and white photo above. The host's parents may have entered the cycle of reincarnation. If the host practices hard, he may be able to find their reincarnations. Hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Real. Host, please do not underestimate this system. I am the invincible immortal cultivation system in the world. Very good, I added another title to myself. However, a glimmer of hope still arose in Lin Mo's heart. I thought there was nothing to do. He started doing push-ups on the clean floor. 1, 2, 3, 10. 20, 30. No, I'm tired. Lin Mo fell to the floor, gasping for breath. No, system, I can't do it anymore. The host's physical fitness is a little weak, but please persevere. Complete 100 push UPS today, 30/100. Lin Mo took a break and found that the push-up count had not returned to 0. Wait, system, these push UPS aren't supposed to be done in one go, right? Host, don't you have any idea of your physical fitness? This system will never issue an impossible task. Okay, I was even mocked by the system. Lin Mo simply did 10 and then took a break. I finished 100 push UPS in just over an hour. Complete 100 push UPS today, 100/100. Mission completed. Reward, strengthening pill X1. Lin Mo suddenly sat up from the ground, and as his mind moved, a marshmallow appeared in his hand. Eat it straight away. Yes, host, the body strengthening pill can improve physical fitness, detoxify and beautify the skin, strengthen the body, and nourish yin and kidneys. Tisk, I'm 18 years old now, and I'm in great shape. Why would I need to nourish my yin and kidneys? After saying that, Lin Mo swallowed the strengthening pill in one gulp. When he was about to get up to pour some water, he felt that the strengthening pill in his mouth had melted and went straight down his throat. A warm current flows through the body. Then a foul smell emanated from the body surface, and the strong smell made Lin Mo almost nauseous. He immediately ran to take a shower. The shower head sprayed water, and the black mud that came out of the pores flowed into the sewer along with the hot water. Lin Mo clenched his fists, and his originally slender muscles appeared much more three-dimensional, and the abdominal muscles that were originally fused into one piece were divided into 6 pieces. Just one strengthening pill is equivalent to the results of several months of exercise for a fitness enthusiast. Lin Mo looked in the mirror and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that his hair had not become pointy. So this is cultivation? Host, please don't misunderstand. With your current physical condition, you are not yet able to practice chi refining. Please complete your daily tasks well. After taking a shower, Lin Mo tried to move the refrigerator. A refrigerator weighs at least 50 kilograms. In the past, Lin Mo couldn't move it even if he tried his best, but today he lifted it up with his arms around it. But I couldn't hold on for long and gave up. Is this what is called throwing tiles? Lin Mo began to look forward to the future life. After taking a shower, Lin Mo's stomach rumbled. I looked up at the time and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Oh, I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Just as Lin Mo was about to go out, his pager rang. It says, landlady. Seeing this, Lin Mo suddenly remembered what was going on. The place where he lives now is a bit far from Guangba Middle School where he will attend. It takes an hour to go to school every day. That's 2 hours round trip. So before he went to his grandmother's house, he found a one-bedroom house near the school. Lin Mo remembered that the landlady was quite nice to him at first, especially after she knew his background. During the holidays, she would either invite him to her house for dinner or send him some fruits and snacks. It's just that because I became uneducated later, the landlady stopped caring about me after her persuasion failed. Maybe he felt that he was beyond help. After I graduated and moved away, we lost contact. Now that I think about it, I really didn't know what was good for me at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Mo also answered the phone. Hello, landlady, what can I do for you? Oh, classmate Lin Mo, the room has been cleaned up and you can move in a few days. I just told you that I didn't disturb your rest. Before the disappointment, the landlady was indeed very nice to Lin Mo. She was the kind of landlord who was very considerate of others. Lin Mo immediately replied, No, how could that be? How about I come to get the key from you tomorrow? Tomorrow, no problem. I'll be home tomorrow. Just call me when you get here. After agreeing on a time for tomorrow morning, Lin Mo changed his clothes and went out. Having lived here for more than 10 years, I am quite familiar with what food is available downstairs. An inexplicable hunger gnawed at his body. No, I'm too hungry. System, is this a strengthening pill or a hunger pill? System, so, what is the price? As he spoke, Lin Mo had already arrived at the Renren snack shop downstairs. Although it is called a snack bar, it actually has a wide variety of dishes, including porridge, noodles, and rice. It's a pity that rice rolls are only served here in the morning. Lin Mo, who attends junior high school nearby, comes here every morning to eat a plate of lean pork sausage with vegetarian sauce. Generally, drawer-style rice noodle rolls come in 2 drawers. Adding a base means adding 1 more tray, for a total of 3 trays of rice rolls. With only $5, Lin Mo can eat a full meal. It's a pity that I may not be able to eat this rice noodle roll in the next few years. I want a large portion of beef brisket noodles and a large portion of wonton noodles. Hurry up. I'm starving. Sit down first, and wait for Zhen to send Li over. After a while, the wonton noodles were served first. The clear soup base is topped with yellow bamboo noodles and a little bit of leeks floating on top. As for the wontons, they are hidden under the noodles and supported by a spoon. The main purpose of doing this is to prevent the bamboo noodles from becoming soaked. This kind of noodles made with duck eggs and flour is mainly refreshing and chewy. If the noodles are soaked soft, they will be useless. So Lin Mo took the disposable chopsticks and started slurping the food without fear of the heat. You little brat, you're eating me out of house and home. After finishing 2 bowls of noodles, Lin Mo ordered another serving of pork ribs and cured meat rice. I ate 2 full bowls of rice under the watchful eye of the aunt in the store. Burp, a long and refreshing burp. Lin Mo patted his not-so-bulky belly. The feeling of being full was comfortable. The strengthening pill seems to still have some residual effect. Lin Mo felt warm all over. Although it was hot in the summer, he didn't sweat a drop. Check out. Leave. While walking on the road, he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, after returning home that day, he put down his things and went out to buy a lot of snacks. Then play computer games while eating snacks. Now that I think about it, it seems pretty good. So Lin Mo also went to buy some snacks, but not a lot, just to reminisce about the past. When I got home and turned on my computer, I was still using the Win 7 system. Lin Mo loved computers when he was a child, so he learned how to install the system and how to search for games online to download and play. It was also for this reason that his family opened an internet connection early on so that they could search for information online. Lin Mo, who was reborn, naturally didn't know how to play games. What he was looking for was information about cultivating immortals. As a result, I just started to cultivate immortality. A mortal's journey to immortality has not yet been completed. Xian Shun has ended. There are many novels about cultivating immortals, but there is no news about the cultivators. I say, system, have you come to the wrong place? Lin Mo couldn't help but complain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Furthermore, this system is bound to the host. If someone comes to the wrong place, it's the host who comes to the wrong place. I see. In that case, it's not wrong to come here. There is still no way to confirm whether there are immortal cultivators in this world, so Lin Mo plans to continue observing. The meaning is very simple, that is to hide. Anyone who has seen the 3-body problem knows how terrifying the dark forest law is. Early the next morning. Today's task, 10 kilometers long distance running. Tongzi, you've become aloof. Not bad, I hold the sun and moon in my hands and pick the stars. There is no one in the world as powerful as me. This Tongzi is not serious. Lin Mo stood up, looked at the route map, and finally decided to take a bus to the landlady's place and then run back. Then I went out and went to Renren Snacks downstairs to eat a lean sausage with a base. After eating, I walked to take the subway. The house to rent is on the outskirts of the urban village, and we found it before the summer vacation started. The house was previously shared by 2 young men who were working, but they seemed to be changing jobs and no longer living here, so they rented it out. The transportation and living facilities here are very complete. It's only about 10 minutes away from Guangba, where Lin Mo goes to school. It can be said that it is very close. Lin Mo walked downstairs with ease. After all, he had lived in this place for 3 years, and he had a strange sense of familiarity with everything here. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, Lin Mo called the landlady. Hello, landlady, I'm downstairs. Oh, you're here. I'll ask my daughter to come down and pick you up. Please wait. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, it was still the same as in his previous life. After a while, the sound of slippers tapping could be heard from the stairwell. A girl came down from upstairs and opened the iron door below. She was about 1.65 meters tall, which was considered tall among girls. She had a ponytail that swung back and forth, and she wore a black t-shirt with black trousers. It looks like he just got up. Her clothes were plain, but her face was very beautiful. If Lin Mo remembered correctly, she was the class beauty from the next class, Xia Yuling. When Lin Mo first saw her in his previous life, he felt that this was their destiny. As a result, no one paid any attention to him. Perhaps he saw his intention, so he took the initiative to distance himself. Later, I realized something and changed my target. Recalling that foolish time, Lin Mo smiled bitterly and shook his head. You're here to rent a house, right? The girl looked Lin Mo up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Yes, the landlady asked you to pick me up. I'll move in a few days. I'm here to get the key today. Lin Mo did not look at her the same way the girl looked at him. Instead, he pointed to the stairs and said, how about going up first? Lin Mo took the lead and walked up the stairs. The landlady and her family live on the 6th floor, which is also the top floor. After all, it's a walk-up building, and the top floor is the hardest to rent out, so I just lived there myself. When I reached the top floor, the door was already open. As soon as I entered the door, the landlady came to greet me. Hey, classmate Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to be here so early. I came back from Grandma's house yesterday, and I didn't have anything to do today, so I just came early to get the key. As she spoke, the landlady had already taken out the contract and keys. Guangzhou is the provincial capital with a large number of migrant population, and regulations on house rentals have been in place for a long time. Do you want to go down and take another look at the house? We're not in a hurry, the landlady said with a smile. Lin Mo smiled back, picked up the pen, and signed his name directly. I thought it was okay the last time I looked at it, so I just came to get the keys today. As he spoke, Lin Mo also took out a stack of money. It's all cash, electronic payments aren't popular yet. Stop cursing, stop cursing. I've added the missing words. Lin Mo paid 800 yuan as a deposit in one payment. 400 yuan in rent was not too expensive, and it came with appliances. Lin Mo hadn't bargained before, and there was no need to bargain now. Xia Yuling, who had originally opened the door for Lin Mo, went straight back to her room, obviously not intending to have much interaction with Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't care, because in his memory, this was Xia Yuling's attitude towards him on the first day. After taking the key and the door card for the first floor door, Lin Mo went to the house on the fourth floor by himself. There is a kitchen, a separate bathroom, one bedroom and one living room, and the lighting is pretty good. Air conditioners, washing machines, water heaters, we have all these things. This is indeed a good location, and there is not much time to find another house now. Lin Mo checked the house and found it was quite clean. The landlady was the original landlord. After the previous tenant moved out, she cleaned the house again. After checking it out, Lin Mo prepared to run home. As soon as I went down the stairs, I saw Xia Yuling, who had changed her clothes. Although she still had her hair tied in a ponytail, her clothes had changed from black to blue. It looks a little more youthful. However, Xia Yuling's expression was still that aloof and distant. She just glanced at Lin Mo, who was coming down from upstairs, and walked away on her own. Lin Mo didn't think much about it and walked downstairs. When I went downstairs, I couldn't see Xia Yuling anymore. Every time he saw Xia Yuling, Lin Mo remembered how silly he felt before. It's so embarrassing. Even though they met again in this life, Lin Mo still felt that it would be better for him not to actively pester the other person. Otherwise, it will become a laughingstock for others after many years. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at the road sign and started running. There was no way Lin Mo's phone didn't have the evil map at that time. The weather is hot, and even in the early morning, it is quite hot in the coastal areas in the south, especially since it's already August. The average temperature remains at almost 35 degrees. It can even reach 40 degrees Celsius at noon. Mom and Dad, I'm going to school. Lin Mo looked at the black and white photo on the table, said hello and went out. Basically all schools start on the 31st. Before this day, Lin Mo had already taken several body strengthening pills. His height did not change significantly, but his figure became much stronger. After going down the stairs, Lin Mo didn't rush to go to school. There is still some time before school starts. Lin Mo's appetite has increased a lot recently. He might feel uncomfortable if he goes to school without eating breakfast. The insurance money from my parents' death is over 800,000 yuan. In the short term, Lin Mo doesn't need to worry about money. Of course, the main reason is that the World Cup will not start for 2 years. As for getting rich from demolition, it is not so easy to buy a house that is about to be demolished in Guangzhou. As for the lottery, let alone, that's a free variable. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that there seemed to be not many ways to make a fortune. Are you going to make milk tea again? It's time for some tonic. Host, please do not worry. After achieving enlightenment, the wealth of ordinary people will be nothing more than what you can take at will. This seems to make sense. With this in mind, Lin Mo went to a famous thin-skin rice noodle roll restaurant in his previous life for breakfast. Lin Mo ate 2 plates of rice rolls in one breath and then walked towards the school leisurely. There is still some time before the bell rings. Because the school uniform had not been distributed yet, Lin Mo was just wearing casual clothes. After walking so long, Lin Mo didn't sweat at all. At this time, there were not many students entering the school. However, there are not many people who are as leisurely as Lin Mo. The security guard at the door saw that Lin Mo was alone and did not go forward to question him. After all, today is the first day of school, and those young-looking guys who are not wearing school uniforms are basically here to register. Lin Mo walked casually through the school gate. He knew where to go without having to explore the place. After all, he had spent 3 years here in his previous life, and he even knew where the delicious food and fun places were, as well as where the illegal internet cafes were, in the back street of the school. He even knew which class his son would go to. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from behind. Ah! Lin Mo turned his head and saw a man in black clothes and holding a machete rushing through the gate. The person who screamed was a female student. It seemed that she had just entered the door when she saw the man rushing in with a knife. The security guard seemed stunned, and it took them a while to react and look for the riot forks hanging on the wall. Looking at this scene, Lin Mo remembered that such an incident did happen on the first day of school. But it wasn't a violent incident, it was just a drill. So Lin Mo watched everyone's performance calmly. If he remembered correctly, this exercise didn't make much of a splash, except for a small mention in the news the next day. But it's different on campus. Because the criminal in front of him doesn't play by the rules. In order to strive for authenticity, it has a mad dog-like temperament. The criminal immediately saw the screaming female student, and his mouth behind her stockings couldn't help but grin. He rushed forward with a shiny machete in his hand. Zhang Yunlu got out of the car after saying goodbye to her father. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a knife-wielding gangster rushing into the school. Her first reaction was to scream. The scream attracted the attention of many people, including the criminals. As soon as Zhang Yunlu finished shouting, the gangster grinned and ran towards her. And the security guards also ran towards him. Zhang Yunlu was no fool, she turned around and ran away. Just as she turned around, she saw a boy standing there motionless, and quickly shouted at him, "Run! Run!" However, the boy still stood there with a half-smile on his face. Zhang Yunlu thought about it and rushed towards him, grabbed the boy's wrist and wanted to pull him to run together. But how could she pull Lin Mo? Instead, Lin Mo pulled her aside. "Hey, what are you doing? No need to run." The gangster rushed over, faster than those uncles who were about to reach retirement age. But Lin Mo had one hand in his pocket. "It's just an exercise, why are you so dedicated, uncle? I'm going to play your mother." The gangster took a machete and slashed at Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo realized that this was not an exercise at all. Is this actually true? However, in front of Lin Mo, who had taken a few body-strengthening pills, the gangster's movements were too slow. As soon as he raised the knife, Lin Mo kicked it out. Then a figure was seen flying backwards, rolling several times on the ground before falling to the ground. Looking at the gangster lying on the ground in front of him, Lin Mo probably guessed something. In his previous life, he arrived at school early and found his class, so he was not aware of the exercises at the door. In reality, this wasn't a drill. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Yunlu beside him. 18-year-old Zhang Yunlu is in the prime of his youth. He is tall, slightly taller than the average boy at this stage, like a willow tree that has just sprouted, with the youthfulness and agility unique to girls. Moreover, Zhang Yunlu's skin is so fair that it seems to be glowing. I guess she is a person who lives a life of luxury. Seeing Lin Mo looking over, Zhang Yunlu also looked over. She has big eyes, thick and long eyelashes, and bright and clear eyes. No wonder so many people in the class like her. As the two looked at each other, the girl suddenly blushed and said in a voice as small as a mosquito, "Can you let me go first?" Lin Mo looked down and realized that he was still holding Zhang Yunlu's wrist. He immediately let go and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry." "No, it's okay." Although her wrist was a little red from being tightened, Zhang Yunlu was not angry. Lin Mo's apology did not mean that he grabbed her wrist, but that he misunderstood the matter and almost got the girl in front of him hurt. If he hadn't taken the strengthening pill, he wouldn't have been able to kick the gangster away. What you hear may not be true. The story may not be as it is rumored. Those security guards who were a step or two slower also arrived late and pinned the man to the ground with the riot forks in their hands. Lin Mo looked at this man and felt that the matter should end here and return to the original track. So he sighed slowly, turned around and prepared to go to class. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Classmate, wait a minute." Turning around, I saw a middle-aged man with thick black hair, wearing a polo shirt, and the 7 wolves on his belt looked lifelike. Just by looking at the appearance, Lin Mo recognized who the other person was. "Director Huang, is there anything wrong?" Lin Mo looked at the middle-aged man in front of him calmly. "This is Director Huang from the General Affairs Office." He doesn't know his specific name, but this director has a lot of responsibilities, but he has little contact with students. However, he is basically responsible for handling security matters. This matter is obviously closely related to his future. Huang Xirong was stunned for a moment. This should be a freshman, how could he know his last name was Huang? However, following the boy's gaze, he saw his name on the faculty and staff introduction board nearby. This child has such good eyesight? He cleared his throat doubtfully. I don't know what to call this classmate. He should be the one starting school today. He glanced at Zhang Yunlu, but his eyes finally fell on Lin Mo. "Hello, Director Huang. My name is Lin Mo, and I'm a freshman." Lin Mo replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Zhang Yunlu behind him looked up at Lin Mo's back, but didn't say anything. "Student, this is what's going on. Actually, this was a drill. Our school won't pursue your arbitrary attack on the drill participants. However, if anyone asks." Lin Mo frowned. This director might be planning to let this guy go, but he didn't remember any injury incident happening afterwards. "Teacher, you'd better watch what the security guards are doing. If you don't make up your own story first, you'll go to jail for giving a false confession." Director Huang glanced back hurriedly. Sure enough, the group of security guards were punching and kicking the gangster, cursing at him. His face darkened and he was about to say something. Don't worry, Director Huang. I certainly won't say anything careless. After all, Guangba is the school I'll be attending soon. I hope Director Huang can take good care of me in the future. Huang Xirong didn't expect the little brat in front of him to speak like that. About to start school, that is, not yet started school. The implication behind the words is also clear. The students who can come to Guangba to study are definitely not weak. Thinking about the kick he just saw and seeing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, Huang Xirong felt that this kid was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Mo was not a complete threat and it was obvious that he did not want to make things difficult for him. In that case, Huang Xirong smiled and nodded. Great, great, great. Student Lin is so outstanding. He will definitely be a pillar of society in the future. Huang Xirong raised his hand to check his watch and said softly, It's almost time, both of you should hurry to class. I, the teacher, will take care of the rest. Lin Mo nodded seriously, then I'll trouble you, Director Huang. We'll be leaving first. Having said that, he turned and left, and before leaving, he glanced at Zhang Yunlu beside him. Let's go. Lin Mo said this and walked upstairs. There are no classrooms on the first floor of the teaching building, so the classrooms are all on the second floor. This is the Nine Heavens realm, so it's naturally different. G2 is on the third floor, G3 is on the fourth floor. Normally, there should be a class list for new students next to the gate of the teaching building. G1 has 20 classes, but only when G2 is divided again will top classes and experimental classes be created. The names of all the new students are written on the class list. But Lin Mo walked upstairs without even looking. I already remember which class I'm in, so I don't need to check. Zhang Yunlu, who was following behind, looked at Lin Mo's back and was about to call him to look at the class list, but just as she was about to open her mouth, Lin Mo had already disappeared into the corner of the stairs. Forget it if you don't want to see it, but I can help you take a look. As she spoke, Zhang Yunlu did not look for her own name first, but instead looked for Lin Mo's name. Without him, there is no me. There is no Class 2 either. Class 3, Class 4, Class 8. Hey, found it. The fourth one. You'll have to thank me later. Zhang Yunlu continued to read and saw her own name. I'm in the same class with him? Zhang Yunlu turned her gaze towards the stairs again. When Lin Mo walked in, most of the students in the class had already arrived. Some of the people here were unfamiliar and some were familiar. The reason why we are unfamiliar with each other is that many of us left the G2 class and we never had any contact again. I am familiar with the fact that many people continue to be in the same class with me after the subsequent class division. The appearance of these people gradually reunited with the memories in Lin Mo's mind. The class is quite lively, and some people who have known each other since junior high school sit together and chat. But most of them are strangers. Some were chatting with people around them, while others were doing their own things. But most of them were silent bobbies, none of them spoke. There aren't many spots left. The king's hometown and the king's throne are already full of people. Instead, only a few seats in the middle and back were empty. Because these positions are easiest for the teacher on the stage to see, many people will actively avoid these locations. As for the students who want to study, they have already taken the best seats in the front row, so the remaining positions are useless. Lin Mo found a seat and sat down. He hung his backpack aside and started playing with his cell phone. It was that Nokia. It had no card inserted before, and it had a lot of mobile games installed in it. These games could be made more powerful by recharging with text messages. But if you remove the card, you can't send text messages but you can still become stronger. This is how Lin Mo plays games most of the time. But now Lin Mo doesn't play these games anymore, so he just bought a card. According to the timeline, smartphones will only start to advance at a very fast pace a year later. Of course, during this period, Apple is the undisputed leader. However, the latest iPhone 5 has not yet been released. He also has to wait for a while. At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard, and then a figure approached. Didn't you look at the class list? How do you know which class you're in? Lin Mo raised his head. It was indeed Zhang Yunlu. This is a secret that cannot be told. Are you in this class too? Lin Mo looked up at the girl and pretended not to know Zhang Yunlu. There was still a hint of blush on the girl's face, and her breathing was a little unstable, not sure if it was because she was climbing the stairs or because she ran into the classroom. Zhang Yunlu nodded proudly, and then sat in the empty seat next to Lin Mo. I didn't expect you to be in the same class as me. I'll be happy to teach you from now on. My name is Zhang Yunlu. Lin Mo nodded. Lin Mo, please give me your guidance. In fact, Lin Mo once secretly liked Zhang Yunlu. It was nothing more than a youthful admiration for her. To put it simply, it means being greedy for pretty girls. It's just that there are so many people who like Zhang Yunlu, so someone of Lin Mo's level shouldn't even think about getting involved. And when G2 was divided into two classes, Zhang Yunlu went to another class. Until graduation, Lin Mo watched her take graduation photos in other classes. As for now, Lin Mo hopes to enjoy his study career. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't seem very interested in her, Zhang Yunlu became more interested in Lin Mo. In her experience, it seems that no boy is unwilling to pay attention to her. Those boys were swarming around him like flies. But a relationship like Lin Mo, who is indifferent to her, is exactly what Zhang Yunlu has always wanted. Human nature is actually to be mean. Zhang Yunlu's appearance attracted many people's attention. Both men and women think that Zhang Yunlu is a beautiful person with a graceful and elegant demeanor. The most important thing is that she has a temperament that is different from ordinary students. But as soon as Zhang Yunlu entered the door, she went straight to Lin Mo and sat at the same table with him. How many boys and girls envy this? Not only do boys want to sit with girls, girls also want to be close to other girls. Only Lin Mo was sitting on the chair, playing with his phone. Other ways to make money are fake. Buying virtual currency in 12 years is the most realistic. Don't look at anything else, just look at the bits. Lin Mo is trying to find a way to learn better network technology and then stock up on a batch. 12 years later, 1 Bitcoin will cost $100,000. Of course, Lin Mo himself also knew the fluctuations of Bitcoin, so he simply bought low and sold high, made a contract, and shorted it. Can earn more. So Lin Mo is not in a hurry to make money. He just recorded some ways to make money at home. There are also multi-stocks and various stocks that will increase several times in the future. The reason why he knew so many unconventional things was mainly because Lin Mo in his previous life was ignorant and unlearned, so he naturally learned about these things. If it weren't for the buff of rebirth, he would never touch these things again even if he was beaten to death. Just as Lin Mo was looking at his phone, a middle-aged woman walked onto the stage from the classroom door. She walked up to the podium with a stern face, and looking at the noisy people in the classroom, her expression became even more dissatisfied. She took the ruler and hit the table hard several times. Be quiet. It was just a light shout, but the whole classroom could hear it clearly. The whole class suddenly became quiet. Lin Mo listened to this familiar voice and felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. The score line for Guangba is 620, which is not the highest, but it is not a school that anyone can get into. People often say that the college entrance examination is a watershed, but the high school entrance examination is actually also a huge watershed. Of course, if you are willing to pay the school selection fee, the score line can be lowered a little. However, colleges and universities always attach the most importance to the undergraduate enrollment rate. Those with poor foundation will definitely not be accepted. Therefore, the scores of the entire class in the high school entrance examination will basically not be lower than 600 points. Just a cold shout from the head teacher was enough to frighten them. Seeing that the scene had quieted down, the head teacher nodded with satisfaction and then wrote his name on the blackboard. Chen Ziaoa. My name is Chen Ziaoa. I'm the homeroom teacher of class G18 and also your math teacher. You'll all be spending some time together, but I want to warn you, you don't have to study, but don't interfere with others' studies. If I see you doing that, I'll kick you out. What this stern-faced head teacher did and what he said were indeed consistent. Because Lin Mo later became uneducated and really stopped attending classes, Chen Ziaoa ignored it and gave up on Lin Mo. As Chen Ziaoa finished speaking, the class fell silent. Chen Ziaoa didn't care and just picked up a list. Now, call the roll. Those called, please stand up and introduce yourselves. Chen Ziaoa didn't prepare at all and just called out the name. Ma Xiang, Ma Ruxiang. A square-faced boy immediately stood up carefully. Here. He sat in the front row, looking very confident. He turned to look at his classmates and said confidently, "Hello everyone, I'm Ma Ruxiang. My hobbies are reading classics and playing basketball. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it must first make his mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, his body hungry and empty, and his actions frustrated. This is to stimulate his heart and harden his nature, and to enable him to do what he could not otherwise have done. I'm very happy to be your classmates. Let's work hard together in the coming period." This wave of pretentious writing made the other boys in the class frown. It's not like we haven't learned this lesson before, so is there any need for you to show off? Then someone asked a question. How happy? Ma Ruxiang was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to respond. There was a burst of laughter from everyone below. However, Chen Ziaoa was quite satisfied with this self-introduction. She nodded and waved to Ma Ruxiang, motioning him to sit down, then looked at the student who had just spoken with a stern face. What are you laughing at? Come on, introduce yourself. Lin Mo looked over and saw that it was one of the troublemakers in the class, Su Mingjiao. Of course, Lin Mo himself was once one of the troublemakers. However, he did not have much relationship with Su Mingjiao, and even had many conflicts with him. Strictly speaking, Lin Mo is a thorn in the side of the chaotic good faction. And this Su Mingjiao is a chaotic, evil thorn who only cares about making himself happy. What is happening now is exactly the same as in the previous life. Su Mingzhao chuckled, not embarrassed at all. After glancing around, his eyes fell on Zhang Yunlu. My last name is Su Mingzhao, the Zhao in Li Zhongzhao. I'm also pretty good at basketball. In my old junior high school, I was unbeatable. Ma Ruxiang, who had been rebuked before, also spoke at this moment. If Mr. Li Zhongzhao knew you introduced yourself by his name like this, he would be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin. Laughter broke out in the classroom again, but Su Mingzhao didn't laugh. He just looked at Ma Ruxiang and said, I remember you said you like playing basketball. Let's play a game when we have time. The loser will call me Dad. Ma Ruxiang tilted his head. What's your name? Call me Daddy. What? Dad? Hey, good son. Ma Ruxiang looked victorious and sat calmly in his seat. On the contrary, Su Mingzhao's face turned red all of a sudden, but before he could rush over from his seat, the head teacher standing on the podium hit the blackboard hard with a ruler. What are you doing? It's only the first day of school, and you're already making a scene like this? Are you going to fight? Should we call your parents over and see how the fight goes? As she spoke, she pointed at Su Mingzhao with a ruler and said, Sit down. The one who provokes first is the meanest. Chen Xiao will not be kind to the person who started this incident. Su Mingzhao looked at the ruler and could only sit down in disappointment. No one dared to challenge the head teacher on the first day. If so, then his life will definitely be very difficult in the future. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Chen Xiao said, Just a brief self-introduction is fine, just let everyone get to know you briefly. Next up, Xue Zigi, Zhang Kui, Zhang Yuxin, Lin Mo. Zhang Yunlu on the side immediately turned her head to look at Lin Mo, who was slowly standing up. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Mo. I don't have any special hobbies. If I have to say, I'm used to exercising. The strengthening pill gave him a physique beyond that of ordinary people, even far surpassing that of Olympic athletes. Here, Lin Mo chose to take precautions. However, he does not intend to follow the path of an athlete. Putting aside the issue of freedom, this does not fit his goals and path. Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu gathered her clothes, tucked the hair behind her ears, looked around, and then set her sights on Lin Mo. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yunlu. I like playing the piano and guitar. I'm very happy to be your classmate. Please give me your guidance in the future. While saying this, Zhang Yunlu kept glancing at Lin Mo out of the corner of her eye. But Lin Mo seemed to have no interest in anyone's self-introduction, as if no one could catch his attention. Pa pa pa. After he finished speaking, someone suddenly applauded. It's a boy. It was the applause that attracted Lin Mo's attention, and he turned his head to look. It turned out to be Huang Haoang. Later he was also called Fi Yanjiang. His famous saying is, I am just devoted to one person, what's wrong with me? There is nothing wrong with being devoted to one person. But almost all the girls in your class have been loyal to you, so that's your fault. However, as Huang Haoang started clapping, many classmates who didn't understand why also started clapping, and the class was suddenly filled with applause. This made Zhang Yunlu feel a little embarrassed. Before Chen Xiao could speak, she sat down cautiously. Several people introduced themselves one after another. At this time, Chen Xiao read out a name. Shu Miao Miao. A somewhat timid girl stood up slowly with her head lowered. However, Zhang Yunlu noticed that Lin Mo beside her suddenly turned around and looked at the girl. She also looked back immediately. The girl named Shu Miao Miao is very recognizable. She has an oval face, some baby fat on her cheeks, short hair that reaches her shoulders, and fluffy bangs. He was just wearing a pair of thick glasses, and if he lowered his head slightly, his eyes would be covered under the glasses. Of course, the reason why she is recognizable is because she has a figure that is not quite in line with her age. Although loose black clothes can cover some things visually, some things are as clear and outstanding as fireflies in the darkness. Many people even gasped. Lin Mo was also slightly stunned when he heard the name, and the next second he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the girl who flashed by in his life. The reason why it is said to be a flash is that 2 weeks later, the girl in front of you will commit suicide by falling from a building and die in her community. They didn't find out about this until several days after the girl's death. As for the reason, Lin Mo didn't know. Satyr. A voice suddenly came to my ear. Lin Mo frowned and turned his head to look. He found that Zhang Yunlu was biting her lower lip and looking at Lin Mo with hatred. Lin Mo fought for, he definitely did not provoke Zhang Yunlu, but he also guessed why Zhang Yunlu said that to him. After all, Shu Miao Miao is really amazing, whether it is her figure or appearance, she can be said to be the best. If not, she would have just stayed in the class for 2 weeks. I'm afraid she is the class beauty who can compete with Zhang Yunlu. My name is Shu Miao Miao. I like novels and painting. Thank you everyone. After saying that, Shu Miao Miao sat down immediately, almost burying her head under the table. Too shy, too introverted. After the whole class finished introducing themselves, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then Chen Xiao waved her hand and took Class 8 to the gymnasium to collect school uniforms and military training uniforms. The school uniform booths are divided into male and female ones. First tell us your size, and then you will be given a jacket of a different size to wear. If it fits, you can get the school uniform and military training uniform according to this size. If it doesn't fit, you can change it. Lin Mo's height is exactly 170 centimeters, which is actually above the standard according to the height of Southerners. After all, the average height of men in 2012 was only about 168 centimeters. Moreover, Lin Mo, who had taken the strengthening pill, was only 18 years old and still had a lot of growth to do. Lin Mo lined up at the back. By the time he got his military training uniform and returned to the classroom, most of the students in Class 8 had already left. The class teacher Chen Xiao has probably gone back as well. Lin Mo walked towards the classroom carrying his school uniform and military training uniform. As soon as I entered the classroom, I found that my seat was taken. At this time, Su Mingzhao was sitting lazily in Lin Mo's seat, facing Zhang Yunlu. Just add me on QQ. We're all classmates. I've created a group and I'm going to add everyone to it. Su Mingzhao shook the little Lei Jiao phone in his hand. Xiao La Jiao was a smartphone released after Xiaomi. Although it was not well known, it had all the necessary functions at that time. The mobile version of QQ above also looks quite three-dimensional. But Zhang Yunlu on the side shook her head and said, "Sorry, I don't have QQ. When I have it, I'll find someone to invite me to the group." Su Mingzhao couldn't hear the refusal in it. He sat up and said, "It's okay. I'll create one for you. I'll create it right now. It's very simple. For the 2012 QQ app, you can just apply for registration directly without binding anything. It focuses on simplicity and convenience. Unlike later generations, you must bind your mobile phone number." Zhang Yunlu didn't really want to give her QQ number to the boy with braces in front of her, and when he spoke, a strong smell came out of his mouth. This made her very uncomfortable. But people with bad breath didn't feel anything, and Su Mingzhao continued to talk. Before Zhang Yunlu could refuse, a shadow loomed over Su Mingzhao's head. "Excuse me, this is my place." Su Mingzhao raised his head carelessly and immediately saw Lin Mo's somewhat handsome appearance. He too tayed. "We're all classmates, it's just a seat, why are you so stingy?" He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "How about this, I'm sitting by the window, so I can see the scenery. Let's switch seats." Hearing this, Zhang Yunlu froze. She looked at Lin Mo with hope, shaking her head in her heart, hoping that Lin Mo would not agree to this request. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Zhang Yunlu, and also saw the pity and pleading in the little girl's eyes. "Such a good position, why do you want to trade with me?" Lin Mo asked calmly. Su Mingzhao was stunned for a moment, but his mind worked quickly and he immediately said, "Because I want to study hard, I decided to reluctantly give up that position to you." This reason was no longer far-fetched. Lin Mo smiled and turned to look at Zhang Yunlu. "Do you want to go to that position? Since classmate Su wants to study, but I also want to study, why not let classmate Su switch positions with you?" When Su Mingzhao heard this, he moved to Bengdu immediately. He originally came here for Zhang Yunlu, but now he has to switch places with Zhang Yunlu. Isn't this a waste of time? And this position is not what he wants. He stood up and pulled Lin Mo aside and said, "Brother, let's discuss it. Give me your seat and you can copy my homework from now on. Then I'll have to discuss this with my wife." Su Mingzhao was shocked. "You have a wife?" Even Zhang Yunlu, who was standing by, was shocked. Lin Mo shrugged. "No, so there's no room for negotiation." Su Mingzhao was stunned for a moment, but Zhang Yunlu next to him was the first to react and burst out laughing. I heard the laughter and looked at the half-smile on Lin Mo's face. No matter what, Su Mingzhao knew that he had been fooled, so he stood up without hesitation and reached out to grab Lin Mo's collar. "Boy, you're kidding me, aren't you?" But before he could fully reach out his hand, Lin Mo had already grabbed his collar and lifted him up high. So what? The originally noisy class suddenly became quiet. He grabbed Su Mingzhao's collar and threw it to the ground, knocking over some tables and chairs. Fortunately, there is nothing on these tables and chairs now, otherwise it would be quite troublesome to clean them up. Although Su Mingzhao was hurt from the fall, he still stood up in a flash. He stood up straight and stared at Lin Mo, his eyes slightly red, and even his face turned red. This is a symptom of increased adrenaline. Looking at this scene, a tall and thin boy spoke. "Okay, don't do it. Do you want to be punished?" But Su Mingzhao ignored him. He brushed the dust off his clothes and slowly walked towards Lin Mo. "No one has dared to fight me yet. Let me see how strong you are." He just thought that it was just a momentary mistake and didn't think Lin Mo was that powerful. Lin Mo stood there with a frown on his face. "Maybe I was too gentle just now?" Su Mingzhao walked towards Lin Mo and suddenly quickened his pace, hoping to launch a surprise attack. He threw a punch from bottom to top, trying to hit Lin Mo's chin. The chin is an area with dense nerves. If it is hit, it will definitely be very uncomfortable. Su Mingzhao has to make Lin Mo uncomfortable. Ma Ruxiang looked at Su Mingzhao, then at Lin Mo. He originally thought that he could help Lin Mo, but Su Mingzhao's eyes were red now, and he was probably a little dizzy, so it would be better to talk to the teacher. Thinking of this, he left the classroom and ran towards the office. A determined smile flashed across Su Mingzhao's face. With one punch, he could make this guy scream for his mother. But before his fist could reach him, a hand clamped his wrist. The force, like an iron clamp, slowly contracted, pressing his wrist painfully. Ah! 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 Su Mingzhao put on a mask of pain on his face, and hit Lin Mo with his other hand, trying to break free from the restraints, but it was caught by Lin Mo's other hand. Apply force with both hands simultaneously. Su Mingzhao could only scream in pain. The next second, Lin Mo raised his foot and kicked. Su Mingzhao lost his balance and fell to his knees. If Lin Mo hadn't grabbed his hands, this kick would have probably knocked Su Mingzhao to the ground. But it was also very painful when I landed on my knees. For a moment, Su Mingzhao didn't know whether his hands or feet hurt more, but they both hurt. However, Lin Mo let go of Su Mingzhao's hands, grabbed his collar with one hand again and lifted him up. He glanced at his classmates calmly, then looked at Su Mingzhao. Next time you want to do something, it's best to consider where to bury the dead with good feng shui. Su Mingzhao still had resentment and anger on his face, even though Lin Mo was holding his collar. He still clenched his fists and swung them towards Lin Mo, but Lin Mo threw Su Mingzhao directly to the back of the classroom. Bang! Su Mingzhao hit the wall and slid to the ground. I felt dizzy and my back was burning with pain. Before he could fully wake up, Lin Mo walked over and grabbed his collar. As soon as he raised his hand, Su Mingzhao immediately raised his hand to block him, but he no longer had the slightest desire to attack. Don't hit me. Don't mess with me in the future. I won't do anything to you in school, but if you leave school, I will break your legs. After saying that, Lin Mo left Su Mingzhao and returned to his seat. He tidied the table a little before slowly sitting down. Zhang Yunle stood aside, looking at Lin Mo cautiously. Are you okay? Lin Mo didn't show much expression. What's the matter? Many people felt a little more awe towards Lin Mo. After all, he could knock someone down so easily and even lift him up with his bare hands. This alone makes many people feel powerful. Even the boys were talking about the technical skills of Lin Mo's move. The final analysis shows that none of them can do it. The boys also felt that Lin Mo was even more amazing. On the other side, Su Mingzhao was filled with hatred, and the classmates around him looked at him with a hint of contempt and pity. When had Su Mingzhao ever endured such a gaze? But he couldn't attack again because he knew he couldn't beat Lin Mo. But he snorted in his heart. So what if I'm good at fighting? In school, grades are everything. As long as my future grades are overshadowed by Lin Mo's, it won't matter how good Lin Mo is at fighting. He stood up, dusted himself off, and returned to his seat in dejection. After a while, Ma Ruxiang brought Chen Ziaowa to the classroom. Chen Ziaowa walked into the classroom and took a quick look. The first person she saw was Su Mingzhao. There were no scars on his face, but he looked dusty and dirty, probably because he hadn't gotten into trouble. Looking at Lin Mo again, he was calm and his clothes were neatly dressed. Completely different from that troublemaker Su Mingzhao. But since she has come to the office, she will naturally not give up. Su Mingzhao, Lin Mo, you two come out. As soon as Su Mingzhao saw Chen Ziaowa coming, he knew that someone had gone to the office to tell tales. Then he looked at Ma Ruxiang who was following behind Chen Ziaowa, and he glared at Ma Ruxiang fiercely. But Ma Ruxiang didn't look at him. Ma Ruxiang walked over to Lin Mo and patted his arm. It's okay. The teacher will help you. Lin Mo looked at Ma Ruxiang. Ma Ruxiang may be the future class monitor, but in their eyes, he is more of a lackey of the teacher. Lin Mo just nodded and followed Chen Ziaowa out. Chen Ziaowa glanced at Lin Mo and Su Mingzhao with a stern face. It's the first day of school and you two are already fighting, right? Who started it? Lin Mo raised his hand first. Teacher, we didn't fight. Su Mingzhao wanted my seat, and after I persuaded him with both reason and emotion, he decided to stay in his original seat. Su Mingzhao opened his mouth and finally said, yes, we just had a little argument, and in the end I realized my mistake, so we each returned to our respective positions. Seeing that both of them said so, Chen Ziaowa did not ask any further questions. As long as it is not too extreme, they actually don't care about students' affairs. In the end, she could only say, in that case, then let's stop here. If this happens again next time, I will call your parents. Calling parents has always been one of teachers' most powerful weapons. However, this trick had no effect on Lin Mo. After giving the warning, Chen Ziaowa turned around and went back to the office. As for the students in the class, they have to wait until the opening ceremony is over before they can end today's itinerary. Su Mingzhao just looked at Lin Mo deeply, then returned to his seat without saying a word. Only after Lin Mo returned to his seat safely did Zhang Yunle breathe a sigh of relief. After school, Lin Mo placed all the books he had been given on the table and in the desk hole. He himself took his military training uniform and school uniform home. When he got near the rented house, Lin Mo directly packed a roast pork rice from a nearby fast food restaurant. As soon as I came out with the food, I saw Xia Yuling walking home with a bag of vegetables. Xia Yuling didn't expect to see Lin Mo, but she just nodded and walked past Lin Mo with the vegetables. Lin Mo didn't care. He also bought a hand-pulled pancake on the roadside, which was topped with chicken fillets, meat floss and cheese, and was considered a high-end hand-pulled pancake. Now that his appetite has increased a lot, he naturally has to eat more. Today's mission reached the highest point of the sect and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. It's the same mission as always. However, when he took the strengthening pill yesterday, Lin Mo could feel that the effect had reached its limit. So we are going to start cultivating immortality now? After putting on his military training uniform, Lin Mo went downstairs to have breakfast. When I finished breakfast and went to class, most of the students were already there. Everyone changed into military training uniforms, and some people went to the bathroom to change clothes. Many people were quite interested in the upcoming military training, and they talked about shooting and military boxing. Lin Mo, sitting aside, actually wanted to say that military boxing was impossible, and shooting was even more impossible. They were just undergoing military training at school, just standing at attention, marching in step, and singing military songs. That's all. Seeing Lin Mo's casual look, Zhang Yunle took the initiative to move over. Military training, aren't you nervous? Lin Mo blinked. It's just military training. What's there to be nervous about? Seeing Lin Mo like this, Zhang Yunle didn't seem so nervous anymore. A boy sitting on Lin Mo's left suddenly handed Lin Mo a newspaper. Hey, Lin Mo, look, it turns out that some criminals invaded our school yesterday, but they were subdued in no time. Lin Mo took the newspaper and started reading. The content is completely different from the previous life. In the previous life, it was called a safety drill, but in this life, they were directly called criminals. Is it because he intervened in this matter? Lin Mo thought about it carefully. No one was injured in the safety drill in his previous life. The security guards were all alive and well, and Zhang Yunle was also safe and sound. So the variable in the middle is still Lin Mo. But Lin Mo didn't understand. The newspaper mentioned that a student, in order to protect a female classmate, took action and subdued the gangster. The names of Lin Mo and Zhang Yunle were not revealed, probably because they were suppressed. Then I suggested that everyone should not rush forward blindly when faced with such things. Lin Mo put away the newspaper and handed it back. So we still have to trust the safety of the school. The boy who likes to read newspapers is called Lin Jiajin, and he is a relative of Lin Mo. In his previous life, Lin Mo learned about this from the newspaper that Lin Jiajin bought every day. Lin Jiajin's family is in politics. He has high emotional intelligence, but also has a youthful spirit. He reads the newspaper during breaks every day without fail, and is considered a rare gem in Class 8. Lin Jiajin nodded, and then continued to spread the news to other people in the class. Zhang Yunlu, who had been keeping her ears perked up, glanced at Lin Mo with her pretty face. I clearly wanted to take you with me and run away, but now I have to be protected by you. She tilted her head and spoke in Lin Mo's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. This is called mutual help and love among classmates. Lin Mo's tone was so serious that no one could find fault with it. Zhang Yunle just looked at Lin Mo twice more, then turned her head to the side and started chatting with the girl on the other side. After a while, Chen Xiao walked into the classroom with a tall man in camouflage uniform. This is obviously the military training instructor. Then all the students were taken to the corridor. First, separate men and women into 2 columns, and then sort them according to height. After the team is organized, they have to wait for the team of the class in front to leave before they can follow behind. The September sun in Guangzhou is not sinister but scorching. It's too hot. How long do we have to stand in this military posture? Who is speaking? The instructor surnamed Qian shouted directly. The boy who had just spoken immediately shut up. You, stand at attention for 10 more minutes. Instructor Qian said bluntly. Instructor Qian looks very strong, and his every move carries the iron-blooded aura of a soldier. In Lin Mo's own memory, this instructor Qian was not a 2-year conscript. For them, being an instructor is a kind of relaxation like tourism, but not everyone has this opportunity. However, when veterans serve as instructors, the standards naturally become stricter. Anyone who does not stand properly will be personally disciplined by the veteran. As for Lin Mo, his body was straight and his posture was very standard. Lin Mo now has much better control over his body than ordinary people, and can even control the tension and relaxation of a single muscle. After standing at attention for nearly half an hour, everyone was sweating profusely, and even some students who had not exercised enough had their legs starting to tremble. Instructor Qian was not really unkind. Seeing that everyone had almost reached their limit, he waved his hand. Dismiss, rest in the shade. If you need to go to the toilet or drink water, please report it. Hearing that they could rest, everyone cheered, and a bit of strength returned to their exhausted faces. One by one, they came to rest under the shade of a tree. Some girls made an appointment to go to the toilet and then went to report, but most people go there to drink water. There is drinking water near the playground of Gwangbah School, and there are also iced drinks in the school's canteen. So many people reported it and went directly to the canteen to buy drinks. Lin Mo drank some drinking water nearby and came back. Although my physical condition has improved, I still sweat after being in the sun for so long. 15 minutes later, Instructor Chien blew the whistle and asked everyone to assemble. But there are still a few boys who haven't come back yet, and I don't know where they went. After waiting for several minutes, those people came back laughing. There were some snacks in his hands. Instructor Chien frowned and yelled at them, "Where have you all been? Run 5 laps. One of the boys directly retorted, "Instructor, we already filed a report." Instructor Chien interrupted him directly. 10 laps. Run now. I'll keep an eye on you. You won't be able to leave until noon if you miss 1 lap. The man wanted to say something, but was pulled into a run by several people behind him. Lin Mo looked at the backs of these people, and sure enough, most of the things were the same as in his previous life. These people went to buy snacks, and then took a long time to come back, so they were punished by being forced to run. Watching all this happen, Lin Mo had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Then we practice marching in step. After all, the things we have learned since childhood will basically not make big mistakes. The military training ended in the morning and all the classes were disbanded. Military training will continue at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and will not end until 5 o'clock. So Lin Mo didn't go home or eat in the cafeteria. Instead, he went to the back street of the school and bought a bowl of pork trotter rice for 8 yuan. 8 yuan is the student price. If you are not a student, the starting price is 10 yuan. The 12-year-old pork trotter rice is quite large, and you can get more rice. After dinner, Lin Mo bought a bottle of freshly squeezed juice and walked on the small road of Gwangbah. System, what is the sect? The place where the host is practicing is the sect. As long as you reach the highest point of the sect, you can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The highest point? Litang? Lin Mo looked towards the rooftop of the teaching building. It's a good place to go. Thinking of this, Lin Mo took the juice and walked towards the teaching building. The rooftop door was locked, and there was a pile of miscellaneous items next to it. There was a large bunch of chains hanging from it. The lock is a bit ordinary. Lin Mo looked left and right, and pulled out a piece of wire from the debris next to him. He tore the 2 wires apart with his hands and started to pick the lock. Lin Mo won this skill from a locksmith. Can only open some ordinary locks. The locksmith didn't teach me those more serious techniques. Lin Mo had no intention of using it when he first learned it, he just wanted to show off in front of others. He really has no intention of stealing anything. After opening the lock, a refreshing breeze swept across Lin Mo's military training uniform. Ding dong! Today's mission: reach the highest point of the sect and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Mission completed. Reward: divine refining takes a method. In just a moment, many obscure words appeared in Lin Mo's mind. But these obscure words were slowly digested by Lin Mo in an understandable way. Oh my goodness, this is so smart. Lin Mo closed his eyes and then opened them again. The breeze around was even clearer, and something called spiritual energy was floating in the air. In this world, one can indeed cultivate immortality. Sitting cross-legged on the rooftop, absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, the endless spiritual energy poured into the body. Lin Mo felt that he had never felt better at this moment. The whole person seems to have been reborn. But this is not a physical transformation, but a spiritual one. The wind is blowing, the leaves are swaying, and the flowers, plants and trees are all noisy because of the wind. All kinds of changes appeared in Lin Mo's mind. At this moment, Lin Mo is like a being who can travel around the world with his thoughts. At this time, Lin Mo opened his eyes and turned to look towards the stairs. But the next second, he still looked at the scenery outside the railing. Crunch! The door to the rooftop was pushed open. A girl with a ponytail came up. At this time, Lin Mo pretended to hear the sound and looked back. Why are you here? The girl looked at Lin Mo, who turned and looked at her, a little surprised. I'm here to enjoy the scenery, but aren't you going home for dinner? If I remember correctly, Xia Yuling should go home for dinner every day. After all, the landlady's cleaning job at the bank is very easy. She can go home at around 11 o'clock in the morning and go back to work at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There is plenty of time to cook for Xia Yuling. However, Lin Mo and Xia Yuling were not very familiar with each other that day, and he didn't know her whereabouts that day. Xia Yuling looked past Lin Mo, at the scenery behind him, and replied casually, I'm not going back today, what about you? Lin Mo shrugged. I won't have any food to eat when I go back, so I might as well finish eating and find a place to rest here. It was then that Xia Yuling remembered that her mother seemed to have told her that Lin Mo was an orphan and asked her to take care of him when she was free. Xia Yuling didn't think anything of it at the time, but now thinking back, Lin Mo seemed really pitiful. But before Xia Yuling could say anything, Lin Mo had already turned around and continued to look at the scenery outside. It seems that he is looking at the scenery, but in fact he is practicing the Shenlian Taigzi method. If nothing else, practice first. Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo's back and didn't know what to say for a moment. The two of them leaned on the railings and overlooked the entire Guangba. During this period, Lin Mo did not talk to her, nor did he go to see her on purpose. The two of them stayed on the rooftop for the whole afternoon like strangers. When the lunch break bell rang, Lin Mo turned his head to look at Xia Yuling. Let's go down and rest. Xia Yuling thought about it and nodded. The two left the rooftop and Lin Mo casually put on the rooftop chain and locked it. He found that after entering the corridor, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth seemed not as strong. It seems I will have to come to the rooftop more often in the future. The military training in the afternoon is still standing at attention and marching in step. It didn't end until 5 o'clock. Fortunately, there is no evening self-study during military training, otherwise we would have to wait until 9:30 to get out of school. After all, everyone had been in military training for a whole day and was exhausted. They probably just wanted to go home and rest. Lin Mo also wanted to go home and take a closer look at the mystery of the divine refining Taigzi method. It's not enough to just absorb spiritual energy, it also has to be transformed. As soon as he walked out of the classroom door, Lin Mo saw Xia Yuling at the end of the corridor. Xia Yuling was carrying a bag and had changed out of her military training uniform. Most girls don't like to wear military training uniforms right after leaving home. On the contrary, the boys are too lazy to change, so they just wear their military training uniforms to and from school. Xia Yuling saw Lin Mo nodded and walked towards the school gate. Lin Mo also wanted to go home, so he naturally followed behind. At this time, Zhang Yunle suddenly patted Lin Mo's shoulder from behind. Lin Mo, something? Looking at Lin Mo's indifferent expression, Zhang Yunle pouted and asked, aren't you afraid of being curious about who patted your shoulder? I heard footsteps. I guess you won't stab me, so why should I be afraid? Zhang Yunle raised her hand and hit Lin Mo, then quickened her pace and walked outside. Lin Mo, see you tomorrow. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Lin Mo's response, she had already gotten into the Bentley parked at the door. Just looking at that Bentley, you can tell how rich Zhang Yunle's family is. Lin Mo walked towards the urban village indifferently. At this time, a boy came from behind. Hey, Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned around and saw a familiar face. Fang Jun. He is tall and not handsome, but very reliable. The reason why he was familiar was because he was the first person Lin Mo met in class 8. Because Fang Jun also lives in the urban village. Of course, Lin Mo rented a house, while Fang Jun was a local. Fang Jun followed. Lin Mo, are you going home this way? Let's go together. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Okay, I live in the urban village in front. When Fang Jun heard this, he immediately let out a sigh. Me too, what a coincidence. We'll have a companion to go to and from school from now on. However, Fang Jun didn't know that his home and the house rented by Lin Mo were in two different directions at the intersection, so they don't actually go home together very often. Lin Mo bought a bowl of shredded chicken with rice and a rujiyamo before going home. As soon as he went upstairs, Lin Mo heard the sound. Hey, Lin, you're back. The landlord, Aunt Zheng, had a very loud voice, and Lin Mo could hear it downstairs. Hello, landlady. You don't have to study at night today. I'll be back after school. Seeing the fast food in Lin Mo's hand, the landlady Zheng Yuan thought for a moment and said, I made corn, radish and pork bone soup at home today, and I accidentally made too much. I'll serve you some later. It was the same today in my previous life. It's just that in his previous life, Lin Mo rejected the kindness of the landlady. So this time Lin Mo accepted it. Thank you, landlady. I haven't had a proper home-cooked soup in a long time. Lin Mo did not lie. From before his rebirth until now, he had not drunk the soup cooked at home for a long time. Zheng Yuan was very happy to see that Lin Mo did not reject her kindness. She went straight upstairs. Don't call me Auntie Landlord. Call me Auntie Zheng. I'll have Yuling bring you some soup later. Lin Mo immediately said, no need, I'll go up and get it later, no need to trouble her. It's okay, it's okay. Zheng Yuan waved her hand and walked upstairs. Thank you, Aunt Zheng. Lin Mo looked at Zheng Yuan's hurried back and thanked her repeatedly. Looking back now, I realized that I was indeed a little ungrateful and had low emotional intelligence. Of course, this is just self-protection. Lin Mo walked into the house with his meal, and just as he finished eating, there was a knock on the door. Who? Student Lin, it's me. Xia Yuling's voice came from behind the door. Lin Mo opened the door, and Xia Yuling's hair, which had been washed, exuded a faint fragrance. I saw that she was holding a cylindrical insulated lunchbox. Sorry for the hassle. By the way, what should I call you? Lin Mo took the lunchbox from Xia Yuling's hand, and then pretended not to know Xia Yuling's name. My name is Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling responded. Hello, Xia classmate. My name is Lin Mo. I hope you will give me your guidance in the future. Yeah. Xia Yuling responded, then seemed to feel something was wrong and added another sentence. Please give me your guidance. September 2nd. Lin Mo stretched, and suddenly there was a crackling sound from his body. It was as if his body was setting off firecrackers, but Lin Mo looked refreshed. The so-called qi refining is actually to refine spiritual energy into one's own qi, then use qi to nourish qi. Lin Mo walked into the kitchen, took out a stainless steel soup spoon, and grabbed the handle with one hand. The other hand only extended one finger and gently poked the spoon. A faint white aura wrapped around the fingers, just a light touch. The spoon bent. This is the case when Lin Mo hasn't exerted any strength yet. If he were asked to kill an ordinary person, it would be easier than killing a chicken. Today's task: perform footwork training around the sect training ground without rest, 0/20 laps. Lin Mo pondered for a long time before realizing that this was just asking him to run in circles. 20 laps without rest. It looks simple, and it is actually very simple. Considering Lin Mo's current physical condition, 20 laps is nothing. Although I don't know why the system arranges such a task, I will just find time to do it. I can finish it in one afternoon. I went downstairs to have breakfast, and this time I actually met Xia Yuling in the breakfast shop. But Lin Mo thought about it and realized that Aunt Jing really couldn't get up so early on weekdays. Xia Yuling either makes breakfast for herself or goes downstairs to eat. So Lin Mo sat down directly. You don't mind setting up a table? Xia Yuling was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. After a while, Lin Mo's rice noodle rolls arrived. The stone-ground rice rolls here have very good batter and are very smooth. Lin Mo likes them very much. Xia Yuling's eating speed is not too fast, but not too slow either. She just finished a plate of rice noodle rolls and sat on the chair. Lin Mo could feel that Xia Yuling was waiting for him, but he didn't ask and just ate the rice rolls at the same speed as usual. After a while, it was cleared. Before Lin Mo finished eating, Xia Yuling had already stood up and walked towards the door. Lin Mo wiped his mouth and didn't hurry to catch up. Just keep a relative distance from Xia Yuling. The two of them were walking at almost the same pace. But along the way, Lin Mo was thinking that Xia Yuling in his previous life didn't seem to behave like this towards him. Maybe it was because of the chance encounter on the rooftop? At this time, Xia Yuling certainly knew that Lin Mo had been following her, and the two of them kept a certain distance. She didn't know why she was waiting for Lin Mo just now. Maybe it was because Lin Mo was alone and looked a little pitiful? In other words, Lin Mo has an inexplicable temperament, but she would never admit it. Today's military training still involves standing at attention, but the marching has begun in rows. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. The instructor shouted commands, his eyes fixed on everyone's movements. If someone in a row doesn't move in unison, they have to start over. Lin Mo's movements were naturally standard, but some people in their team always had distorted movements. This resulted in their row having to walk the same route again and again. Stop, stop, stop. You're walking sideways again. Why do you always walk sideways? Can't you even march in step? The student who was scolded by the instructor turned pale. The others also glared. The student wanted to explain himself but didn't know what to say. He also didn't know what was going on and just turned the wrong way. Lin Mo and the team turned his head to look at the classmate named Su Sheng. Lin Mo remembered him. Many people left when the classes were divided, but he still stayed in class 8. But he did not take the final exam, or rather, he was not able to take the final exam, because Su Sheng was diagnosed with cerebral vascular blockage during the winter vacation. Because we didn't pay attention at the beginning, the surgery was high risk later and left some sequelae. In the end, Su Sheng could only hold on until the end. After all, there was nothing he could do. So Lin Mo took a step forward. Report. The instructor had a bad temper to begin with, and when he saw Lin Mo suddenly stand up, he shouted angrily, "Speak." Su Sheng's walking with his feet turned wasn't his intention, but because he had cerebrovascular symptoms. I was Su Sheng's junior high school classmate, and our class knew about this, so I'm asking the official website to make an exception. Su Sheng was stunned for a moment. He didn't remember having this disease, nor did he remember knowing Lin Mo before. The instructor narrowed his eyes and walked up to Lin Mo. He doesn't have a mouth, so why do you have to speak? But Lin Mo still answered calmly, he has a big mouth, but everyone has secrets that are hard to say. Classmates should help each other and love each other. As his old classmate, I feel I need to stand up. As soon as Lin Mo said this, many boys silently gave him a thumbs up. Su Mingzhao from the other team sneered and said in a low voice that would not disturb others, "If you don't want to repeat the training, just say so. Why do you have to make up stories about your classmates being sick?" Everyone's attention was focused on the person who spoke. It was Su Mingzhao from before. Lin Mo and the instructor also heard it clearly. Instructor Qian frowned. He glanced at Lin Mo and then at Su Sheng, who was lowering his head. Su Sheng just lowered his head and said nothing. He didn't know whether he should agree to this matter. Seeing this, the instructor looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was still as neither humble nor arrogant as before. "In that case, how about this? You run 20 laps for him. He won't have to practice marching or goose-stepping except standing at attention." Instructor Qian was certain that the boy in front of him would not do such a thing as harming himself to benefit others. "So what if I did it? Who would care?" He glanced at the students in front of him. This group of students had just started school and didn't know each other well. However, if this kid really ran, he wouldn't be too embarrassed. No matter if he was in a dilemma or really wanted to help his classmates, he would probably just let the other party run a few laps. But Instructor Qian still felt that the boy in front of him would not agree. "Okay, I promise. Since you don't agree, then just continue." Everyone was stunned, including Su Sheng himself. He really didn't know Lin Mo, but Lin Mo agreed anyway. This time, he took the initiative to speak. "Lin Mo, it's okay, I can continue training." But Lin Mo just waved his hand, then raised his head and looked at the instructor. "Then instructor, I'm going to go running." After saying that, Lin Mo went for a run. No wonder the system arranged a running task today. It doesn't waste Lin Mo's time, which is a good thing. Watching Lin Mo start running laps, Instructor Qian opened his mouth but didn't say anything, just pointed at Su Sheng. "You step out of the line and rest aside. If he can't hold on any longer, you return to the team." Su Sheng was stunned for a moment. He didn't feel very tired, but he still agreed, his eyes following Lin Mo, who was running. "Woo, how impressive. Running 20 laps for a classmate is truly insane." Su Mingzhao was still making sarcastic remarks on the side, but he didn't notice that the classmate next to him quietly distanced himself from him. Instructor Qian also heard it, but didn't say anything. He just asked the students to continue marching in step. Without Su Sheng, the training progress of marching in step was actually faster. Looking at Lin Mo, who was still running in circles, Instructor Qian blew a whistle at him, signaling him to run over. Lin Mo ran over slowly. "What's up?" These words made Instructor Qian choke. "You return to the team now, there's no need to run away. Today's incident is over." But Lin Mo continued running and shook his head. No, since he agreed, he has to keep running. In addition to marching, he also has to goose-step, which is a problem for him. "So I won't return to the team and will continue running." After saying that, Lin Mo continued running in circles. Instructor Qian frowned and raised his hand to wave towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng was originally sitting on the flower bed. When he saw the instructor calling him, he hurried over. "Then let me ask you, do you really have this disease?" Su Sheng hesitated, not knowing for a moment whether he should say that he had it. He didn't turn his head against the wall before, but he doesn't know why he has been like this recently. But if I say no, that would be tantamount to stabbing Lin Mo in the back. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Instructor, I do have this kind of disease. Tell the truth, I will ask the class teacher to verify your situation." Instructor Qian was no rookie and he immediately saw the guilt in Su Sheng's eyes. Hearing this, Su Sheng was immediately discouraged. Finally shook his head. "I don't know. I never turned the other way before." Instructor Qian frowned, and finally could only wave his hand and let Su Sheng go aside. And Lin Mo was still running. Zhang Yunlu and the team also didn't know why Lin Mo had to run these 20 laps. Isn't marching in step easier than running 20 laps? Who knows how many laps he's run? 15 laps. Someone in the class had been paying attention to the number of laps Lin Mo ran. To be honest, although some of them think Lin Mo is stupid, they hope to make friends with Lin Mo. After all, they didn't know whether Su Sheng and Lin Mo were really classmates. In their eyes, Lin Mo was just standing up for his classmates. Even if he was stupid, it was only for his friends. The meaning is completely different. The remaining 5 laps are completed. The system prompt also sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Today's task: perform footwork training around the sect training ground without rest, 20 laps. Mission completed. Reward: Qi Nourishing Pill X1. Lin Mo thought, Qi Nourishing Pill? That should be a pill that assists in refining Qi. Last night, Lin Mo cultivated a sea of Qi, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth absorbed by him would be refined in the sea of Qi into power that Lin Mo could use. After running 20 laps, Lin Mo returned to Instructor Qian and said, panting, "Report to the instructor, 20 laps have been completed." Instructor Qian stared at Lin Mo, then looked at Su Sheng, and finally sighed. Okay, since you've finished running 20 laps, he doesn't have to practice marching and goose-stepping. Thank you, instructor. Lin Mo returned to his seat. At this time, he still seemed to be breathing heavily. If he hadn't been breathing heavily at all, he would probably be regarded as a monster. One lap of Guangba's playground is 400 meters. The run is 8 kilometers. Of course, it's no problem for soldiers, but for students, it's a matter of life and death. However, everyone in their row looked at Lin Mo with respect. This is what a real man does, isn't it? Instead, Su Mingzhao behind him curled his lips. At noon, the military training team was disbanded. Su Sheng found Lin Mo as soon as possible. Thank you, Lin Mo. I'll treat you to a meal. You've offended the instructor this time. I guess he'll go talk to the homeroom teacher and call my parents to question me. Su Sheng sighed and thanked Lin Mo. He was not angry at Lin Mo for saying that he was sick. After all, he had been walking with his hands tied and was holding everyone back. But Lin Mo grabbed Su Sheng's shoulders. I'm not kidding, you might really be sick. You probably didn't walk with your legs crossed before. I used to have a neighbor who used to walk normally, but suddenly, for some reason, he started walking with his head turned. Then people found out that he had a blocked blood vessel in his brain. So you'd better take some time off now and go to the hospital with your parents. Lin Mo looked very serious. Su Sheng panicked when he heard this. He licked his lips and immediately ran towards the classroom. Lin Mo looked at Su Sheng running and limping, hoping that he could live a good life. Blockage of cerebral blood vessels can lead to cerebellar atrophy. Later, Su Sheng suffered from cerebellar atrophy, and no further news was heard about him. Lin Mo yawned and walked towards the school gate. He didn't like the food in the cafeteria. As soon as I walked out of the school gate, a voice came from behind me. Lin Mo. Without looking back, Lin Mo knew that it was Zhang Yunlu who was calling him from behind. However, as far as he knew, Zhang Yunlu always got her meals at the school gate, and someone would deliver meals to her every day. Turning around, I saw it as expected. Zhang Yunlu was holding an exquisite lunchbox in her hand. What's wrong? Lin Mo stood where he was. Zhang Yunlu, wearing a loose military training uniform, did not reveal much of her figure, but her girlish charm was fully revealed as she jumped and danced. Many boys at the school gate couldn't help but stare sideways. Zhang Yunlu jumped in front of Lin Mo. Are you going out to get food? Yeah, do you want me to bring you something? Lin Mo asked casually. Others may not know, but Lin Mo knows this girl Zhang Yunlu very well. My family is very strict, so I rarely eat outside. The more a girl cannot touch something, the more she wants to try it. Some are delicious street food, while others are yellow-haired guys riding motorcycles. Fortunately, Guangzhou is a city that prohibits motorcycles, and there aren't a lot of electric cars yet. So the only thing that can attract Zhang Yunlu is street snacks. Stars appeared in Zhang Yunlu's eyes. Really? Really, but you have to pay. Lin Mo nodded seriously. Zhang Yunlu nodded heavily. Can I have some fries? And that sausage. I've been wanting to eat it for a long time. Lin Mo looked at the lunchbox in Zhang Yunlu's hand, and without objection, he walked straight towards the back street. Hey, I haven't paid yet. It's okay, I'll take it back after I deliver it. Zhang Yunlu looked at Lin Mo's back and couldn't help but feel excited. The main thing is that I will be able to eat French fries and sausages soon. These things are considered junk food in the eyes of her family, so she is not allowed to eat them. The only things we can eat are imported snacks bought at home. However, to outsiders, these things are truly a case of not knowing how to appreciate what you have. Zhang Yunlu returned to her seat and did not open her lunchbox immediately. Instead, she waited excitedly for Lin Mo to come back. Now when Lin Mo is not around, no one will sit in his seat. This made Zhang Yunlu relax a lot. When she was in junior high school, she always sat at the same table with girls. This way no boys will come over to chat with her. But she didn't hate Lin Mo being her deskmate. Zhang Yunlu took out her iPhone 4 and played Fruit Ninja. After a while, a transparent plastic bag was placed on Zhang Yunlu's desk. Here, your fries and sausage. Both were packed in separate bags to prevent the flavors from mixing, and Lin Mo also poured ketchup on the French fries. These aren't some chain store fries. There is a fried food store on the back street of the school. Not only the students of Guangba Middle School patronize it, but also the neighbors nearby come to eat. The taste is not that special, but the advantage is the quantity. You can get a big bag for $5. Wow, so many. Zhang Yunlu looked up and saw a big bag of French fries. She looked at Lin Mo happily. Thank you, Lin Mo. You're welcome. You have to pay. Sausage is $1.50, French fries are $5, WeChat, or, do you have change? Lin Mo held his forehead with his hand. He had forgotten that although WeChat was now available, it did not yet have a payment function. However, Alipay only became popular next year. In this day and age, cash is still the main form of payment. Zhang Yunlu turned around, opened her school bag, and pulled out a 10 yuan note. Here you go, no need to look for it. Lin Mo took the money from the rich woman, but he still mentioned something. Just consider it as you deposited $3.50 with me. 50 cents is my errand fee. I can also buy you 2 more sausages. Hearing this, Zhang Yunlu's eyes lit up. Really? In fact, it's not that no boys have given snacks to Zhang Yunlu, but Zhang Yunlu has known since childhood what it means to be resentful of what one has done for a person, so she usually declines politely. But now she buys it with her own money and pays for the errands, so she feels much more at ease. Lin Mo knocked on the table. Eat it. The fries won't taste good if they're soft. Zhang Yunlu nodded vigorously and decided to eat the sausage first. Grilled sausage is actually a crispy sausage fried in oil for $1 each. One bite and it's full of fat. It smells so good. Seeing the girl eating, Lin Mo also opened the Gillen rice noodles he had packed. Because he ate a lot, Lin Mo directly bought 2 servings of rice noodles and combined them into one. Although the fragrance was not as strong as the snail noodles that became popular in later generations, it was enough to affect Zhang Yunlu, who was standing next to her. Lin Mo felt some kind of gaze, turned around and saw Zhang Yunlu with a hopeful look on her face. What? I didn't know before that Zhang Yunlu was a greedy little cat. Zhang Yunlu looked at Lin Mo, then looked at the rice noodles in front of Lin Mo. She thought about it and immediately opened her lunchbox. A fresh fragrance rises from the lunchbox. Shrimp, chicken wings, bright red braised pork, and delicate vegetables. A nutritionally balanced and good-looking lunchbox appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. I have to say, this does look delicious. Can we exchange some? Lin Mo sighed helplessly and looked at the girl's pitiful eyes. Hey, alright, here you go. Lin Mo picked up a chopstick of rice noodles and put it in the girl's lunchbox. Then he picked up a meaty shrimp. This should be a large black tiger shrimp, it is particularly large. I haven't eaten with these chopsticks yet, so don't worry. Seeing this, the girl happily tasted the rice noodles. Well, this is a good time. The girl stuffed the rice noodles into her mouth in one breath and spoke with her mouth puffed out like a hamster. Seeing this, Lin Mo picked up another piece of chopsticks and took it over. No, I want to eat too. As he spoke, Lin Mo began to slurp the noodles. The girl narrowed her eyes and picked up a French fry with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Although the fries were a little soft, she still thought they were delicious. The girl ate slowly and there was still more than half of the rice in her lunchbox, but after finishing the French fries, she was already full. As for Lin Mo, he had already finished his noodles. He looked at the half-eaten box of rice left in Zhang Yunlu's box and pointed. Still eating? I can't eat anymore. The girl waved her hand. Then give it to me. Lin Mo picked up the lunchbox and poured the contents into his own fast food box. Ah! Zhang Yunlu sat up suddenly and looked at the empty box in Lin Mo's hand. This is not good. You're going to pour it out later anyway, right? Lin Mo started eating nonchalantly. If the Gillen rice noodles were not large enough, he would not have eaten them. Zhang Yunlu blushed as she watched Lin Mo finish the rest of her meal, feeling a little shy. But when he thought about the fact that he was not full because he ate some of his rice noodles, he felt that it was his fault. So in the end she didn't say anything. However, many boys who had been paying attention to Zhang Yunlu only felt heartbroken. It feels like the goddess is about to be stolen away. Su Mingzhao looked at it with hatred. Why do you, Lin Mo, gain favor? Hospital. Su Sheng's mother was anxiously waiting for the results. Su Sheng called her today. At first she didn't believe it, after all, it was just what a classmate she just met said. But she still called her husband for advice. My husband, who is a company leader, felt it would be safer to get a checkup. After all, our son did have a case of walking with his legs twisted. So Su Sheng's mother immediately went to the school to pick up her son and take him to the hospital for examination. The doctor asked some basic questions and asked Su Sheng to go for a checkup. After all, it is a disease involving the brain, so brain CT, MRI, DSA examination, etc. may be needed. Many people don't understand why hospitals need to do so many tests. It's actually very simple. The more careful the inspection, the clearer the situation will be, and the more correct the rescue will be. An afternoon passed, and Su Sheng's mother sat anxiously waiting for the result. Instead, it was Su Sheng who comforted his mother. Mom, it's okay. The doctor said that if there really is something wrong, my condition is still very mild and it will be easy to deal with. Mother Su, however, still held Su Sheng's hand with a worried look on her face. Son, please don't get hurt. You are my only child, and your father and I want to see you get married and have a family. It's okay. Su Sheng actually had no idea, but he was a real man, and even if he was the one who was sick, he would hold on. This is Su Sheng's personality, otherwise he would not have insisted on finishing his studies even when his condition was getting worse. After a while, the report came out. After the doctor looked at all the examination reports, he looked at Mother Su and Su Sheng. Su Sheng suddenly became a little nervous. There's bad news and good news. Let me tell you the bad news first. Mother Su took a deep breath and sat upright in the chair, even more nervous than Su Sheng. The doctor looked at Su Sheng and motioned him to relax. After all, he was the patient. Madam, the patient does have cerebral vascular blockage, but the condition is not serious. In fact, it can even be said that there are just signs. If it is delayed for a long time, it may eventually lead to cerebellar atrophy. When Mrs. Su heard this, she was about to faint, but was pulled back by the doctor. But don't worry, ma'am. Our hospital can treat this disease. This made Mother Su overjoyed instantly, and it was a blessing in disguise. Mother Su immediately turned and looked at Su Sheng. Son, you must thank your classmate very much. If it weren't for him, you might not be saved. Doctor, no, it was me who treated your son, so why don't you thank me properly? The military training ended in the afternoon, and as usual, there was no evening self-study for the first-year high school students. The instructors also had to take a bus back, but Instructor Chien still found the class teacher Chen Xiao. Teacher Chen, I have something I want to ask you. Is there a student in this class with a brain disease? Chen Xiao raised her head and looked at Instructor Chien. Yes, Instructor Chien, I was planning to tell you tomorrow that there's a student named Su Sheng. His parents sent me a medical record about cerebrovascular disease. He needs to take leave to get treatment, so he won't be able to continue with military training. Instructor Chien was stunned for a moment, then nodded and left. Midnight. Instructor Chien sat up from the bed and slapped himself hard. Oh, damn, I'm going to die. The next morning, as soon as the team gathered, Instructor Chien walked up to Lin Mo. In full view of everyone, Instructor Chien took off his hat and bowed to Lin Mo seriously. My dear classmate, I misunderstood you yesterday. I'm sorry. Please accept my apology. No one expected such an exciting scene to happen at the beginning of the day. Have you ever heard of an instructor apologizing to a student? In his previous life, after Su Sheng fell behind many times, the instructor pulled him aside to train military posture and did not let him march in step. In this life, Su Sheng went to the hospital, and Instructor Chien also knew about it. That's why Instructor Chien apologized to Lin Mo. Although no one knew the specific reason why the instructor apologized, everyone basically thought it was about this matter when they thought about Su Sheng asking for leave. Lin Mo said indifferently, I accept the instructor's apology and request to rest aside during this morning's military training. Instructor Chien was stunned for a moment. The other students were shocked. How could they play like this? But it seems there is nothing wrong with it. After all, Lin Mo also ran 20 laps yesterday. Instructor Chien looked hesitant. If he let Lin Mo rest aside, it might attract attention. Hey classmate, how about this? Every time you take a break today, you can take 10 minutes longer than everyone else. Lin Mo bargained. Instructor, don't be so petty. How about I have 10 more minutes of rest during the next military training? This bargaining scene made Instructor Chien feel a little angry, but he was definitely not right in this matter. So I thought about it and said, how about this? Before the military training begins, you and I will run laps. I'll run 5 laps, and you'll run 4. If I can't outrun you, I'll give you an extra 10 minutes of rest time for the rest of the training. How about that? Lin Mo smiled and said, how about this, instructor, I'll arm wrestle you. If I win, not only will I get 10 more minutes of military training, but I'll also get to rest this morning. Everyone in Class 8 of Grade 1 remembered how Lin Mo grabbed Su Mingzhao with one hand on the first day of school. Lin Mo is setting a trap for the instructor. Everyone looked at each other excitedly. Apart from anything else, they actually want to see the instructor suffer. So someone shouted, instructor, promise him, it's just arm wrestling. That's right, instructor. Don't be a coward. One by one they shouted. The noise from Class 8 of Grade 1 instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding classes. Even the chief instructor was attracted. What are you doing? When Instructor Chien heard the question, he turned around immediately. Report, everything is fine. Training is about to begin. The chief instructor glanced at Instructor Chien, then randomly pointed to a student. You, tell me what happened. The one who was called was Su Mingzhao. Su Mingzhao's eyes rolled and he spoke immediately. Reporting to the chief instructor, Lin Mo from our class wants to challenge Instructor Chien to an arm wrestling match. He said that if he can beat Instructor Chien, his rest time will be extended by 10 minutes from now on, and he will be exempt from training today. This spring and autumn style of writing directly omitted the apology and portrayed Lin Mo as an ungrateful student. Sure enough, the chief instructor frowned upon hearing this and immediately shouted, who is Lin Mo? Lin Mo raised his hand. Reporting to the chief instructor, I am Lin Mo. The chief instructor glanced at Lin Mo and casually shouted, step out. Lin Mo walked out of the team and went straight to the chief instructor. The chief instructor took a look at Lin Mo and found that Lin Mo was indeed quite strong, which was considered very good among the students. The chief instructor looked at Lin Mo. He felt that Lin Mo's request was not blind. He had actually noticed the student who ran 20 laps yesterday. Looking back on this incident now, he felt that this student must have been a troublemaker. So he reached out and patted Lin Mo's shoulder vigorously. This student is quite ambitious, but if you lose, your rest time will be reset to 0. While others rest, you will have to stand at attention. If that's the case, do you still want to compete? Instructor Chien on the side wanted to speak up to stop them. After all, he originally wanted to apologize. Just as he was about to speak, the chief instructor shouted, "Instructor Chien, we agree to this little bet." Instructor Chien opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. When he looked at Lin Mo spoke calmly. "Instructor Chien, please don't let me off the hook." This incident attracted the attention of other instructors. They didn't mind the big deal and simply asked all 20 classes to form a circle. Then there was a straight table inside the circle. Lin Mo stood on one side of the table and Instructor Chien stood on the other. Both of them were standing. The chief instructor stood in the middle, looking at the two of them with a smile. "Best of 3, any problem?" Instructor Chien had a bitter look on his face. He had planned to explain to the chief instructor after it was over, and by then he should be able to exempt Lin Mo from punishment. But he can't lose in arm wrestling. After all, he represents the instructors, and it would be embarrassing if he loses. Everyone in the 20 classes stared at Lin Mo in the middle. They were very curious about why this somewhat handsome boy was so brave that he dared to challenge the instructor. But everyone just treated it as a joke. Except for the people in Class 8, no one thought that Lin Mo could defeat the instructor. Instead, a voice came from Class 8. "Lin Mo, I believe you can do it. You are the one who can throw Su Mingzhao away and press him to the ground." Su Mingzhao, whose name was called, looked at him viciously. "What are you talking about?" But the boy who spoke glared at him without fear. "I said that Lin Mo pressed you to the ground and rubbed you. Isn't that the truth? You're just a dead eunuch who tells tales." The person who spoke was called Li Yongkang. Others are afraid of Su Mingzhao, but he is not. Li Yongkang has been learning Taekwondo since he was a child. Although he is still studying, he has already obtained a black belt. Although he was only a first-degree black belt, he was enough to wipe out hunger among the students. So Li Yongkang is not afraid of little Karami like Su Mingzhao. The cry of Li Yongkang's death as a eunuch has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many classmates who couldn't stand Su Mingzhao, a villain, started laughing. If one person laughs, Su Mingzhao might hate him, but if a group of people laugh, it means they hate Su Mingzhao. In fact, they all disliked people like Su Mingzhao. People who tell tales behind others' backs and use the spring and autumn style of writing should be isolated. The camera refocused on Lin Mo in the middle. There are 21 instructors, 2 of whom are female. They all looked at Lin Mo leisurely. Lin Mo glanced around casually and his eyes met Xia Yuling, who was sitting below. Xia Yuling didn't expect that Lin Mo would actually arm wrestle with the instructor. "I heard that it was Lin Mo who took the initiative to provoke it." In her impression, Lin Mo is the kind of person who is indifferent and would not take the initiative to challenge the instructor to arm wrestle. Compared to Lin Mo's indifference, Instructor Chien seemed a little guilty. "I originally wanted to apologize, but I didn't expect such a drama to happen. If it weren't for that talkative guy, there wouldn't be so many things." But he was in a difficult situation and Instructor Chien could only force a smile and talk to Lin Mo. "Don't feel too burdened. Even if you lose, you still have time to rest." Lin Mo shrugged non-committally, then reached out his hand and placed it on the table. Instructor Chien also reached out and grabbed Lin Mo's hand. "The two are ready." The chief instructor here also came up and kept the two people's hands in the middle position. "Ready, go." The whistle blows. Instructor Chien suddenly exerted force, but his expression was completely frozen, because no matter how hard he exerted, their hands always remained in the middle. Lin Mo's hand was like a pair of pliers, holding him to the table. "What kind of strength is this?" Instructor Chien was shocked, but he immediately gave it his all. Even the veins on his neck became visible. But the hand didn't move at all. Then he looked up at Lin Mo. He looked like he was trying very hard, but Instructor Chien could feel that he was pretending to exert force. Finally, as Instructor Chien's strength gradually weakened, the balance of victory began to tilt. Lin Mo slowly pressed the back of Instructor Chien's hand on the table. Beep! The chief instructor blew the whistle out of his mouth. He stared blankly at Lin Mo, then looked at Instructor Chien, who was sweating profusely. "Did you let the water go?" Instructor Chien sighed deeply and shook his head. "No." It wasn't just the instructors who were stunned. Even the classmates were stunned. A student was able to beat the instructor in arm wrestling. How much strength does this student have? Instructor Chien rubbed his right wrist and looked up at Lin Mo. There was not a drop of sweat on his forehead. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what kind of monster is this? The chief instructor looked at Instructor Chien. Xiao Chien was his soldier. They loved to arm wrestle in the army. He knew very well how strong Xiao Chien was, but he didn't expect Xiao Chien to lose. But with 2 wins out of 3, there's still a chance. He patted Instructor Chien on the shoulder. Come on. These are the only 2 words I can give you. Instructor Chien smiled bitterly. I'll try my best. Preparing for the second round, the 2 men fought again. Another whistle blew. But this time, Lin Mo used overwhelming force to press Instructor Chien's hand directly on the table. Lin Mo raised his head and looked at the chief instructor calmly. Chief instructor, I win. In fact, after the first game, the chief instructor felt that Lin Mo would win the second game. So he was already mentally prepared, but after thinking it over, he said, in that case, let's make a bigger bet. We'll send another instructor at the end. If you win, you'll be exempt from the rest of the military training. How about that? Lin Mo's face turned strange. Is this instructor such a big gambler? Instructor Chien even shouted directly, platoon leader. Lin Mo shrugged. It doesn't matter to me. I don't have any special skills, but I'm very strong. Over the years, I haven't met anyone who can beat me in arm wrestling. The chief instructor also became interested after hearing this. He looked directly at the dark and strong instructor who had been silent in the corner. Kiangzi, someone said he hasn't met anyone who can beat him. I leave it to you. Kiangzi rubbed his wrist and grinned with a row of white teeth. I haven't met an opponent either, classmate. If you win, I think the platoon leader will have to treat you to a meal. 5 minutes later, the dark and strong instructor was defeated. Even the chief instructor couldn't help but give it a try. Still, he was overwhelmed by Lin Mo's overwhelming strength. Seeing this, the chief instructor couldn't help but say, boy, with those 20 laps, you're definitely a good soldier. Why don't you apply to the National Defense University in the future? With your ability, it won't be a problem. When Lin Mo heard this, he immediately felt ashamed. It would be better to wait until he becomes a Taoist priest and then destroy the Americans in Xiaozi. If the chief instructor had asked him to do this in his previous life, he might have really applied to the National Defense University and then joined the army. But in this life, he has different goals and approaches. In the end, Lin Mo was really exempted from training. While everyone else was basking in the sun, he was able to sit in the shade of a tree. Even the dark and strong instructor who was knocked down often came to ask Lin Mo how he trained. Then everyone saw Lin Mo doing 30 pull UPS with one hand. For a while, Lin Mo was the most popular person. However, Lin Mo was not completely exempt from training. Most of the time, he still had to stand at attention. This makes the mentality of most students less unbalanced. After school at noon, everyone in Class 8 couldn't help but gather around Lin Mo. They all wanted to pinch Lin Mo's muscles or his buttocks. Lin Mo finally ran away and was about to go to eat when he was caught by the chief instructor and others. Where are you going, kid? After the military training, the instructor's attitudes were obviously much more relaxed, and they all had a smile on their faces. I went out to eat, but was surrounded by people. One of the female instructors said with a smile, I saw it. I don't know how many girls are staring at you. You are so lucky at such a young age. I didn't expect the female instructor to speak so directly, but Lin Mo is even more experienced than them. He immediately pretended to be embarrassed and said, academic performance is more important in school, and I was just popular for a while. I hope the instructors don't think I messed around before. The chief instructor patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said, Xiao Qian has already explained it to me, but you really should consider the National Defense University, or join the army after graduation. You can also go to a military academy in the army. Lin Mo nodded. Instructor, I will seriously consider it. Thank you for your reminder. Seeing this, the chief instructor didn't say anything more. He just felt that Lin Mo was the right talent. However, if Lin Mo joined the army, he would never be assigned to the local area, so he was not particularly obsessed with this matter. Come on, don't you want to eat? Come with us and eat. There's plenty of food. Lin Mo didn't refuse. It doesn't matter where you eat. By the way, show the instructors what appetite is. Sure enough, seeing Lin Mo add a 5th bowl of rice, the chief instructor couldn't help but sigh. No wonder you're so strong. How can you not be big if you can eat so much? The instructor's dishes are supplied in unlimited quantities in the cafeteria. Although the taste is not particularly good, the portions are large and filling. Lin Mo was very satisfied with the meal. Even burped. Ever since he took the strengthening pill, he hasn't really experienced the feeling of being full. After saying goodbye to the instructors, Lin Mo went to the playground by himself and started jogging. Today's task is still running. Maybe aerobic exercise can also be considered a form of chi training. It's just that yesterday's 20 laps have become today's 30 laps. Lin Mo also thought of running as a way to help digestion. Lin Mo became famous in one battle. Many students couldn't help but pass by Class 8 to see this genius who could beat the instructor. But they came up empty-handed. They only saw a girl with bright eyes, white teeth, and fair skin in the classroom, eating an exquisite lunchbox in a depressed mood. Jang Yunlu went to find Lin Mo immediately after the military training was over. It's a pity that she could only watch Lin Mo being taken to the cafeteria to eat by the instructor. So she had no sausage to eat today. And Lin Mo didn't come back for a long time. Lunch break is almost here, why hasn't Lin Mo come back yet? Jang Yunlu ate her meal in small bites, feeling like she had no appetite. It took me a long time to finish half of the meal. She had no appetite for the rest. Why did you eat so little today? Lin Mo's voice came from above his head. A hint of joy flashed across Jang Yunlu's face. She looked up, then thought about how she was still feeling aggrieved, and she pouted. I wanted to eat sausage, but you weren't here. Lin Mo didn't expect that this little greedy cat had just finished eating grilled sausage yesterday and wanted to eat it again today. However, Lin Mo still glanced at the exquisite meal on the table. Although grilled sausages are good, we must not forget the main meal, we still have to eat it. But Jang Yunlu still looked at Lin Mo pitifully. A look of please. Lin Mo thought about it and finally nodded. Okay, I'll bring it to you after we dismiss this afternoon. Hearing this, Jang Yunlu nodded vigorously and then stretched out 2 fingers. I want to. Okay. Lin Mo didn't care. He's quite free anyway. But I haven't finished running the 30 laps today, so it will be the same if I run them during the military training in the afternoon. Thank you, Lin Mo, you are such a good person. Who among my family members understands? I have been given the nice guy card. Jang Yunlu felt much happier after hearing this. Thinking of the grilled sausages, her appetite seemed to improve a lot, so she ate a few more mouthfuls of rice. The crab meat on top also becomes much more delicious. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. This girl doesn't like to eat crab meat, she likes to eat high-tech and fresh grilled sausages. During the afternoon military training, Lin Mo greeted Instructor Qian and started running. He ran 20 laps at noon and had 10 laps left to run. However, Lin Mo's speed in these 10 laps was quite fast, which made Instructor Qian sweat profusely. If Lin Mo had agreed to his way of playing at the beginning, he would have lost miserably. The chief instructor came over. If this guy joins the motorized infantry, he'll be a top soldier. Instructor Qian rolled his eyes helplessly. Platoon leader, if this kid was under your command, would you be willing to send him to the motorized unit? Call me chief instructor. The chief instructor curled his lips. Of course I don't want to. Wouldn't this mean he'll be sent to the special forces or commandos? Lin Mo had no idea where this group of people were discussing sending him behind his back. If he knew, he would definitely pretend to be interested and then not go anywhere. Maybe by the time I graduate, I will have become a Deluo Jinxian. With one blow, the Americans' comfortable lives will be wiped out. Why would I need to join the army? After running, Lin Mo watched everyone training from the side. Many students were envious and jealous of Lin Mo, and the instructors saw it all. But they all said directly, if you can beat the instructor in arm wrestling, then you can also be exempted from training like him. Then they all lowered their heads. Of course, there were people who wanted to challenge, but they couldn't even beat the female instructor, let alone the strongest black instructor. Before the military training was over, Lin Mo disappeared under the shade of the trees. After the class was dismissed, Jang Yunlu returned to the classroom but still couldn't find Lin Mo. Fraud. As soon as she sat down, she smelled a rich fragrance coming from the hole in the table. Looking down, I saw 2 grilled sausages lying inside. What did you just say? Lin Mo's voice sounded beside the girl. The girl's face turned red immediately, and she lowered her head and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry I was wrong. After school. Lin Mo walked slowly, but out of the corner of his eye he was watching someone. A girl with a great figure but with her head down walked to the school gate. Then she raised her head slightly and happily got into a car. Lin Mo clearly saw a young woman with an equally great figure sitting in the driver's seat. If I'm not mistaken, that should be Chu Mia Miao's mother. In fact, Lin Mo has been paying attention to these things these days. Judging from Chu Mia Miao's appearance, she should have a good relationship with her mother. After getting on the bus, they were talking and laughing, and they looked much more cheerful than at school. Then Lin Mo's gaze fell on another person. There was a hint of jealousy and dissatisfaction in that person's eyes. However, when she turned around and saw Lin Mo, she found that Lin Mo's eyes were on her, so she smiled sweetly at Lin Mo. Student Lin Mo, what are you doing? Nothing, isn't Geng going home? Geng Xiao continued to smile sweetly, I'm getting ready to go home. Which direction is Lin Mo's home? I rented a house in a nearby village, so it's very convenient for me to go home. I have nothing to do anyway, so it's okay to stay at school for a while. Lin Mo said frankly. Geng Xiao looked very envious. It's great, no one is supervising me, unlike me, who has to go home after school. Lin Mo nodded, then go home and be careful. After saying that, Lin Mo turned and left without giving Gang Xiao any time to react. Only Gang Xiao was left with an envious expression. After Lin Mo left, Gang Xiao's smile faded, and he looked at the car that was gradually moving away. Back to the market in the urban village. Lin Mo bought some rice and some extra starfruit and mangosteen. After all, his landlord Aunt Zheng had brought him soup before, so it was reasonable for him to buy some fruit and bring it to her. When giving fruit to others, seasonal fruit is best. Try to avoid giving people useless fruits like apples and pears. After all, apples are the king of useless fruits. Carrying a bag of fruit, Lin Mo walked towards the rental house. Before I arrived, I saw Xia Yuling, who was also carrying vegetables. You've come just in time. This bag of fruit is for you. Lin Mo put the fruit bag on Xia Yuling's wrist without saying anything. What are you doing? Xia Yuling blurted out after a long while. It's a return gift for Aunt Zheng. After all, she brought me soup last time, so it's only right to return the favor. Xia Yuling thought that Lin Mo was alone, so she wanted to return the bag. But she is not as strong as Lin Mo. Take it. I want to drink soup later. Lin Mo's casual words instantly hit Xia Yuling's heart. Her movements paused instantly. The hand was unconsciously retracted. A lot of things flashed through her mind at once, and finally Xia Yuling nodded. Okay then. If there's soup next time, I'll reserve one for you. Lin Mo laughed immediately. Not too much. Last time I drank too much. I didn't drink any water all night, just soup. Xia Yuling nodded and walked upstairs. Lin Mo also went straight home. He still had to go back to take qi nourishing pills and practice. I'm back. Xia Yuling walked into the kitchen carrying vegetables. Zheng Yuan was cooking in the kitchen. She turned around and saw the fruit Xia Yuling was carrying. Why did you buy fruit? You don't even eat the apples you have at home. Xia Yuling hung the bag on a hook beside her in annoyance. That was sent by Lin Mo. He said he wanted to thank you for the soup he gave him. Zheng Yuan clapped her hands when she heard this. Hey, silly kid, you just brought it back like that. He's all alone and has no income, and you're just accepting his things like that. Mom, I know everything you said. He also knows your good intentions, so he said directly that he wants to drink the soup you cook in the future. Hearing this, Zheng Yuan immediately smiled. Look how sensible this child is, but it's also hard for this child. Then his parents will be gone. Zheng Yuan was mumbling something. Xia Yuling was too lazy to pay attention to it. She just put the bought vegetables aside and prepared to take a shower. After a day of military training, she was exhausted, but she still had to buy groceries when she came back. In the study, a woman in a silk nightgown sat on the sofa. A man smoking a cigar sat behind a desk next to him. What's wrong? The woman raised her hand and flipped through the magazine in her hand. The man took a deep drag on his cigar and then put it down. Thick smoke came out of his mouth. Today, Nanan didn't finish her meal. The man looked anxious, as if he had encountered some difficult problem. The woman paused as she flipped through the magazine. That's it. The man suddenly pushed himself up with his hands and sat up. What? Nanan ate it all yesterday, but today, there's only 1/3 of the food left. The man covered his face with one hand. Is it that my cooking skills have deteriorated? Or does Nanan no longer like my food? The woman glanced at the crazy man. This man was good in every way except that he was a daughter slave. If one day a yellow-haired man came out riding on a ghost fire and said he wanted to take his daughter away, this man would probably go crazy. Is your meal today the same as yesterday? The man was stunned for a moment, then muttered, yeah, same. Stupid Unai-chan, you'll get tired of eating the same food all the time. The man was struck by lightning when he heard this. He took a step back and accidentally sat on the leather sofa. There was shock and disbelief on his face. So, is that so? It turns out Nanan is just tired of eating. Looking at her idiotic brother, the woman sighed. Fortunately, there is finally a way to deal with this fool. I have to tell Xiao Yunla to remember to empty her lunchbox tomorrow, otherwise her daughter-slave father will definitely go crazy again. Fire! Lin Mo opened his hand, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm. Water! The flame in the palm of his hand turned into a water ball the next second. Ice! Earth! Wood! With the help of spiritual energy, Lin Mo can shape any element at will. That's not the point. The key point is that Lin Mo has mastered an ability called spiritual consciousness. Although it can only be open to a range of about 10 meters, and it is quite mentally taxing, but Lin Mo finally got a god's perspective. When he expanded his spiritual sense, he could observe everything within 10 meters in a 360-degree angle without any blind spots. If he wanted to, he could use his spiritual sense to explore the situation of the upstairs landlord now. However, Lin Mo is a person who adheres to the core values of socialism. If you want to see something, you must do it openly. How can you just look at someone else's house? Of course, it is still necessary to check whether there are any safety hazards in the landlord's house. At this moment, Lin Mo was like a child who had obtained a new toy and was enjoying it very much. However, not long after exploring, Lin Mo felt a sense of mental fatigue. It seems that using spiritual consciousness too much has consumed a lot of energy. Rubbing his temples, Lin Mo immediately went to take a shower and go to bed. Now he has complete faith in the invincible cultivation system. Moreover, the tasks of this system are all within your capabilities, and you don't need to work too hard to complete them. In this way, I shouldn't become a puppet of the system, right? The military training in the next few days was not that difficult. On the contrary, it became much simpler after I got used to it. It's basically marching in step, goose-stepping, singing military songs, and talking about military history. The 7-day military training soon came to an end. The military training parade will be on September 7th. The arrangement is that each class will march in step, goose-step, stand at ease and attention, and rank the top 3 for this. The top 3 will receive awards from the school. Lin Mo clearly remembered that their class did not win any ranking in their previous life. It's mainly because Su Sheng walks with his hands turned. At first everyone had some complaints about this, but later when they found out that Su Sheng was really ill, they all apologized. As for this time without Su Sheng, I don't know what the outcome will be. Lin Mo did not participate in the performance either. A few people were also excluded for the sake of neatness in the team formation. The performance is scheduled in the morning. Lin Mo sat next to the chief instructor and watched the phalanxes pass by. Even the school leaders knew that there was a student who had earned the qualification to be exempted from training by the instructor by arm wrestling, so they all looked at Lin Mo a few more times. This made Lin Mo feel very uncomfortable. It would be better for him to perform with the others in the class. At least after the performance, I can stay aside. Unfortunately, after the performance, Class 8 was not among the top 3. There are no rewards, but there are no penalties either. Because it was Friday, we could go home from school after the performance. Starting next week, that will be the real study life. However, after the performance, students from each class still had to find their own instructors first. Take pictures, Aruba, Aruba. The 7-day military training will still allow students and instructors to establish some kind of friendship. The more you hate the instructor at the beginning, the more you will be reluctant to leave him later. Lin Mo was originally standing aside to watch the show, but was eventually surrounded by the instructors who had gathered around him. Wait, instructor, what do you want to do? Lin Mo looked around and saw the male instructors gradually surrounding him. Including the chief instructor, there are a total of 9 male instructors. They surrounded them from 8 directions. The head instructor pointed at the students around him and said, "They said you were too arrogant, so they asked us to take you to Aruba." Hearing this, Lin Mo ran away. The main feature is a catapult start. He rushed towards Instructor Chien without hesitation. "Instructor, help me." But Instructor Chien had no intention of letting Lin Mo go. He opened his arms and rushed towards Lin Mo. Unfortunately, Lin Mo stepped forward and flew sideways, easily avoiding Instructor Chien's blockade. Then he ran towards the teaching building. The physical education teacher standing by looked at Lin Mo. This kid is a potential track and field athlete. After leaving the school, Lin Mo did not head towards the urban village. Lin Mo, Xia Yuling caught up. "Ha!" Lin Mo turned around. "My mother asked you to come to my house for dinner tonight." Zheng Yuan reminded Xia Yuling of this morning, but Lin Mo shook his head and said, "Excuse me to Aunt Zheng, I have to go home today. I've been away for a week. I have to go back and burn some incense." Hearing this, Xia Yuling pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. Thinking that Lin Mo actually had his own family, she felt a little pity for Lin Mo from the bottom of her heart. "Hey, how about this? You tell Aunt Zheng that I'll come up for dinner on Sunday night?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xia Yuling nodded solemnly. "Well then, go home and be safe." For some reason, Xia Yuling unconsciously felt a hint of concern. Lin Mo nodded, said hello and walked towards the subway station. Xia Yuling watched Lin Mo go away silently, but they didn't see that Zhang Yunlu was silently looking at Xia Yuling's back in the distance. "Hey, Yunlu, what are you doing?" A girl who had changed back into her regular clothes patted Zhang Yunlu on the shoulder. This is the classmate sitting on the other side of Zhang Yunlu's seat, Wang Qin. She is also one of the little beauties in the class. Because I was sitting next to Zhang Yunlu, I naturally got along well with her. Following Zhang Yunlu's gaze, she happened to see Xia Yuling. "Oh, are you looking at Xia Yuling? Xia Yuling, do you know her?" Zhang Yunlu took a last look at the girl who was just as pretty as herself before looking at her classmates. "Yes, Xia Yuling, my former class monitor, used to be a very lively and cheerful girl, but her father passed away, and her personality became much colder." Wang Qin looked regretful when she spoke of this. Zhang Yunlu thought about how Xia Yuling and Lin Mo were chatting just now, and it seemed like they knew each other very well. Is Lin Mo also from your previous school? Ah, Lin Mo? No, I had never heard of him before coming here. There are 8 classes in junior high school, and although there are many people, I am sure there was no such person as Lin Mo before. As she spoke, Wang Qin seemed to have thought of something. Are you trying to say that Lin Mo and Xia Yuling know each other? No way. Wang Qin thought it was impossible, especially for someone like Xia Yuling. When they graduated, many people wanted to ask Xia Yuling for her contact information and confess their love to her, but they were all rejected. Xia Yuling didn't even write a message in any yearbook. Could it be that Lin Mo took the initiative to talk to Xia Yuling? Wang Qin felt that she knew Xia Yuling better, and Xia Yuling would definitely not take the initiative to look for Lin Mo. But Zhang Yunle saw clearly that it was Xia Yuling who took the initiative to find Lin Mo. As for what they said, I couldn't hear it because I was too far away. For a moment, Zhang Yunle became a little absent-minded. After returning home, Lin Mo burned incense for his parents, then went to the computer desk and started buying Bitcoin. The parents' compensation totaled more than 800,000 yuan. It can be said that he will not lack money for his normal life in the next 10 years. But you can't make less money than you can. At this time, the external network can still be accessed freely without climbing over the firewall, but the network speed is slightly slower. Lin Mo didn't know much about these things, but he had some understanding of them. He bought 10,000 bitcoins in one night. It cost about 400,000 yuan. However, most of them are purchased from retail investors. At this time, most people who know how to mine can basically mine dozens or hundreds of bitcoins. Even with good mining machines, you can mine more. By 25 years, Bitcoin had risen to a height of $100,000, but it would be too late to get on the bus at this time. Virtual currency is high risk. Please do not blindly follow the trend. After burning the wallet containing Bitcoin into a CD and a USB flash drive separately, Lin Mo just had to wait. If you are short of money, you can sell a batch. Anyway, from now on, the price of Bitcoin will only increase, not decrease. Lin Mo still has hundreds of thousands of dollars in his hands, and when the 2014 World Cup comes, he can buy footballs again. Jail guaranteed to win. After staying at home for 2 days, he went downstairs to run every day. I run more than 10 kilometers at a time. Simply relying on oneself to condense the qi is too slow. It is really better to take qi nourishing pills directly. System, all medicines are poisonous. Is this qi nourishing pill of ours poisonous? Host, you are wrong. Would this invincible immortal cultivation system do anything to harm the host? The poison in these elixirs has long been cleaned out, ensuring that the host can use them with confidence and enjoy them with pleasure. Lin Mo was very satisfied. Now his spiritual awareness can last longer, and the distance has increased to a diameter of 13 meters. So he found out that his downstairs neighbor aunt was having an affair with Mr. Wang next door. The neighbor uncle is a nice person, an honest man. Just last night, while the neighbor uncle was away, Lao Wang and auntie got together again. Unexpectedly, the uncle came back. Lao Wang climbed out of the balcony directly and hid on the wall outside, holding on to the pillar tightly to avoid falling. The uncle just came back to get some things. As long as he persists, Lao Wang will be fine. Seeing the scene, Lin Mo concentrated his consciousness and turned it into an invisible little hand to scratch Lao Wang. Just like that, Lao Wang laughed and was instantly discovered by the uncle. The law of 2012 still supports normal divorce due to infidelity. Although the uncle was an honest man, he decisively divorced the aunt after seeing this situation, and he directly kicked my aunt out. Old Wang's family is also the prime minister of the 6 kingdoms. Old Wang himself can't take care of himself, let alone his aunt. After doing all this, Lin Mo only felt the noise of the world. After cultivating his spiritual consciousness until he was exhausted, he fell into a deep sleep. Sunday afternoon. Lin Mo packed up his things and went out. I have to go to Xia Yuling's house for dinner in the evening. Xia Yuling's father also passed away a few years ago. When Lin Mo learned the news, he felt that he and Xia Yuling had the same problem, so he wanted to get close to Xia Yuling. Little did he know that Xia Yuling's heart was much stronger than his. Instead, it made him appear even weaker. Later, when Xia Yuling discovered Lin Mo's intention, she moved even further away from him. But in this life, Lin Mo seemed to have done nothing, but his relationship with Xia Yuling became much better. But it cannot be said that nothing was done. At least Lin Mo knew how to keep his distance. And he also performed some feats in front of various classes. These will also attract other people's attention and build an image. Lin Mo had thought about it before. Maybe it was because he was too weak at that time. Coming downstairs, Lin Mo went to the market to buy some shrimps. Xia Yuling likes to eat shrimps, but Aunt Zheng is a Buddhist. Although she eats meat, she will not take the initiative to kill. So their family doesn't buy much seafood. If you want to buy live fish, shrimp, chicken, etc., you have to ask Xia Yuling to buy them. Carrying a big bag of seafood, Lin Mo rang the doorbell. The inner door was soon opened, and Xia Yuling at home no longer wore a ponytail, but let her hair down. "You're here." Xia Yuling quickly opened the door. She was wearing a black dress, but today she was not wearing shorts, but a pair of formal junior high school pants. Basically, after graduating from junior high school pants will become pajamas or some kind of patched material. "Come in." Lin Mo entered the house. Although he had memories of this place in his mind, Lin Mo still pretended to be reserved and handed the bag of shrimps to Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling was stunned for a moment and took it casually. You can tell at a glance that this thick plastic bag contains seafood. However, after Xia Yuling opened it, she couldn't help but say, "Lin Mo, my mom asked you to come for dinner, why did you buy something?" Lin Mo smacked his lips. "That's because I wanted to eat it, so I bought it and asked Aunt Zheng to make it. You guys don't mind, right?" Xia Yuling looked at the shrimp and said, "Let me do it. My mother doesn't kill animals." As he said that, he walked into the kitchen. As soon as I entered the kitchen, Aunt Zheng's voice was heard from the kitchen. "Oh, why does he come up here to eat and buy food?" As he said this, he hurried out of the kitchen, talking as he walked. "Lin Mo, just come up to eat, why bring anything else?" Lin Mo nodded. "Hello, Aunt Zheng. This is considered a formal visit, so I should bring something. I don't know what you like, so I'll bring some shrimp. I happen to want to eat some too." Aunt Zheng poured Lin Mo a glass of water. "Hey, this girl won't even give you a glass of water." Lin Mo took it politely. "Is it not inconvenient at school? If you have any problems, go find Yuling. You are all classmates. It's not inconvenient at all. Besides, she and I are not in the same class, so there's no need to trouble her. Hey, it's all about upstairs and downstairs. Mom, your chicken." Zheng Yuan sat up suddenly. "Oh, yes, my salt-baked chicken." As he said that, he rushed into the kitchen. Then Xia Yuling came out with the cut star fruit and watermelon. "Have some fruit, it's going to be a while before dinner." Lin Mo nodded, without looking around, and poked a piece of star-shaped sliced carambola with a toothpick. "Hey, it's quite delicious. These are the ones you bought before." Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Xia Yuling. "Could it be that Aunt Zheng doesn't allow you to eat, and says you can only eat when I come?" Xia Yuling rolled her eyes beautifully. "You're overthinking it. Star fruits need to be ripe to be sweet. So, do you like carambolas? Good." Xia Yuling glanced at Lin Mo and saw that Lin Mo was not looking at her. "I don't like apples anyway, and I prefer to eat star fruits whole." After saying that, Xia Yuling went straight to the kitchen, took out a star fruit and threw it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo caught it with both hands. "This is a star fruit without cut edges, it is unrealistic to bite it directly." Lin Mo waved to Xia Yuling. "How about I perform a magic trick for you?" Hearing this, Xia Yuling's curiosity was instantly aroused. "What magic? Do you believe that I can cut this star fruit without a knife?" Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling confidently. Xia Yuling shook her head without hesitation. "I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, why don't you get me a knife?" After a while, Xia Yuling finally reacted and immediately walked into the kitchen. But when she came out with the fruit knife, she saw Lin Mo eating a star fruit. There were 5 cut edges and the head and tail of the star fruit on the table. "You don't believe it, right? If you don't believe it, I'll prove it to you." Lin Mo smiled. Xia Yuling came over. "You must have brought a knife with you." Xia Yuling was not stupid either. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. "This student Xia is quite smart. In fact, he just used his spiritual energy to transform into a sword. As for this, it's just a little joke." After a while, a rich aroma came from the kitchen. In the kitchen, Zheng Yuan also called out, "Yuling, come and cook the shrimp." When the landlady also gave up on herself. Lin Mo ate alone during those years, and this was even more so after he graduated and returned home to work as a scoundrel. After my cousin got married and my grandmother passed away, the family affection we had became less and less. In fact, he prefers to sit with his family, even if he does nothing, it's fine. Sitting at the dinner table, Aunt Zheng looked at Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, actually, you can go to my house with Yuling for dinner after school. It's just an extra person and an extra pair of chopsticks." Lin Mo smiled and nodded. "As long as Aunt Zheng doesn't think I'm disturbing you, that's fine." In his previous life, Lin Mo refused. After all, he felt embarrassed to trouble others. But this life, he thought differently. "But don't buy food here, it's expensive." Aunt Zheng has always been a very good person and has a good reputation among the neighbors, so the neighbors around her often take care of this orphan and widow. Lin Mo shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Aunt Zheng. My parents left me a lot of money, which is more than enough for me to graduate from college. Even if I don't pay for food, I still have to buy some food. If that's the case, I really wouldn't dare come up and eat for free." This way, Aunt Zheng would actually be more accepting. If you keep eating for free for a long time, it is hard to guarantee that the other person will be unhappy. So Lin Mo will still buy vegetables, so that everyone can feel more balanced. Okay then, but if we buy as many shrimp as we did today, it's over. Seafood is always expensive. After a while, Xia Yuling came over with a basin of red shrimps. There is also a dish of pepper rings and soy sauce on the side. However, what attracted Lin Mo was Aunt Zheng's salt-baked chicken. This salt-baked chicken is what Lin Mo likes to eat, but Lin Mo has only eaten it twice. Unlike Lin Mo, Xia Yuling stared at the plate of shrimps with a slight smile on her lips, as if she wanted to laugh but was forcing herself to suppress it. The dishes are just ordinary, Lin Mo, please don't be disgusted. Aunt Zheng said embarrassedly. It's already good. If I were alone, I would just eat a box lunch. Lin Mo shook his head. Xia Yuling packed the rice and placed it on Lin Mo's table, and then filled a bowl for her mother and herself. As soon as I sat down, I picked up my chopsticks and prepared to eat. Before he could even put it down, Aunt Zheng hit his hand with a chopstick. You've forgotten the rules your father taught you, haven't you? Xia Yuling touched the back of her hand aggrievedly, and then spoke to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, eat. Mom, eat. Lin Mo took one look and quickly said, Xia Yuling, have dinner. Aunt Zheng, have dinner. It can be seen that Xia Yuling's family used to have good upbringing, but on weekdays, it was just her and her mother at home, so this step was skipped. Zheng Yuan nodded with satisfaction, then took the initiative to pass the chicken leg to Lin Mo. Eat it, this chicken leg is the best. Thank you, Aunt Zheng. Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo resentfully, as this chicken leg usually belonged to her. But today it's a whole chicken, so there are 2 chicken legs. Just as she was thinking about it, another chicken leg had already landed on her bowl. Xia Yuling looked up and saw her smiling mother. Thank you, Mom. After 5 dishes, Lin Mo had already put down his chopsticks. However, there were not many shrimp shells in front of him. On the contrary, Xia Yuling had put down her chopsticks long ago and was concentrating on eating the prawns. Lin Mo, why don't you eat shrimps anymore? Aunt Zheng kicked Xia Yuling. When Xia Yuling heard this, she stopped peeling shrimp shells as fast as lightning. Lin Mo waved his hand. I'm done eating. Aunt Zheng's salt-baked chicken is so delicious. I'll just eat the chicken and leave the shrimp for Xia. Shrimp meat, on the other hand, doesn't stay overnight well. Lin Mo's words made Xia Yuling, who was eating shrimp, nod vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. If you leave it out for too long, the shrimp will go moldy tomorrow. Xia Yuling argued convincingly, and Aunt Zheng could only roll her eyes at her daughter, then look at Lin Mo with an apologetic look. On Monday. From today on, I officially start school. During the military training, the class schedule was already available, but no one knew the teachers yet. Lin Mo also changed into his new school uniform, which he had washed early. The blue and white school uniform still looks very energetic. Summer is the perfect time to wear summer clothes, so Lin Mo simply went out in shorts and short-sleeved shirts, carrying a school bag with some stationery. When I left home at around 6 o'clock, there were already quite a few people walking on the street, including many doing morning exercises, office workers, and students like Lin Mo. The morning reading time is 7:30, so Lin Mo still has some time to eat breakfast. He came to a store. The store looked quite large, but there were only 3 people inside. There was an old lady making wontons, a woman greeting people, and a man beating noodles with bamboo. Although it was early, every table in the restaurant was occupied. Lin Mo could only sit down at the table. After ordering a large bowl of wonton noodles, Lin Mo looked around at the familiar interior. Logically speaking, this store is a long-established one and should be open for a long time. But things happen unexpectedly. Before Lin Mo, this store closed for some unknown reason and was rented out. Later it became a Huasu dessert shop. The business was quite prosperous, but the family of 3 was never seen again. For this reason, Lin Mo still comes here to eat a few bowls of wontons. After all, the wontons and soup here are excellent. The fish powder used for soup and wontons is roasted slowly by the boss himself. And as far as Lin Mo knows, they use fish bones to make soup, and grind roasted fish meat into powder before wrapping it in wontons. This flavor is full. However, this bowl of noodles requires a lot of effort and the preparation process is complicated, so it will become less and less common in the future. While Lin Mo was eating noodles, more and more people came into the store. After Lin Mo finished eating, someone else sat in his seat. This kind of store is actually very profitable, but it is all hard-earned money. Lin Mo waved his sleeves and walked towards the school. Class 8. From today on, no one will wear military training uniforms. However, everyone was in good spirits, especially after the 3 days of rest after the military training, which made them feel great. Only at this time did they feel like they had come to a brand new school, faced brand new classmates, and attended classes together. This feeling is fresh and exciting. Especially during military training, everyone got a little more comfortable with each other. Lin Mo sat in the 4th row, sitting at the same table with Zhang Yunlu. Sitting in the front was Xue Zigi. He had just returned from military training. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked like a top student. In fact, Shwezigi is a top student. He has always been in the top 50 in his grade and the top 3 in his class. However, Lin Mo and he had almost no interactions. After all, there is a huge gap between top students and poor students. As for Zhang Yunle next to Lin Mo, she is also a top student. Because her family is rich, she can afford to hire a good teacher for one-on-one tutoring. Therefore, his grades were excellent, and he often competed with Shwezigi for first place in the class. But in the future, will I be able to compete for the first place among the disciples of the sect? Flag-raising ceremony on Monday. Everyone was still exhausted from the military training, and soon they lined up at the classroom door for drill. After the flag-raising ceremony, we actually just listened to speeches by school leaders and student representatives. Basically, it doesn't take up class time and is over very quickly. When everyone returned to the classroom, Chen Xiao followed. The first class is mathematics class, which is also the mathematics class taught by the homeroom teacher Chen Xiao. Because it was Chen Xiao's class, Chen Xiao continued to perform her duties as the class teacher. Next, we will select class leaders. We will select the monitor, study committee member, lead committee member, life committee member, etc. The physical education teacher will select the physical education committee member. Speaking of the sports committee member, Chen Xiao's gaze naturally fell on Lin Mo. The fact that Lin Mo was able to defeat the instructor had long been known to everyone, and almost all the teachers knew that Class 8 had such a designated student with sports expertise. But everyone started discussing this. After all, don't treat class leaders as officials. These small rights are still very effective in the class. Especially for the squad leader, although the work is tedious, it is power. Lin Mo's gaze fell on Ma Ruxiang. Sure enough, as expected, Ma Ruxiang stood up. Everyone's eyes fell on Ma Ruxiang. Hello everyone. Next, there are several students who want to be class monitor. The position of squad leader was the most attractive, and even the troublemaker Su Mingzhao stood up to recommend himself. It's just that Su Mingzhao is a foul-mouthed and rude person, so no one would choose him. All this is no different from the previous life. But Zhang Yunle turned her pretty head to look at Lin Mo. If you choose class monitor, it should be pretty easy. With Lin Mo's current popularity, he can indeed crush their group of people. Even Ma Ruxiang stared at Lin Mo cautiously, fearing that he would stand up and recommend himself. But Lin Mo shook his head. No, I'm too lazy to care about so many trivial matters. The position of squad leader is indeed troublesome for Lin Mo. He has to communicate with people above and below him constantly, and often has to attend meetings and participate in various events. Lin Mo is not the kind of person who likes trouble, and he has no interest in doing these things. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't stand up, Ma Ruxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Then came the other committee members. Shwezigi became the study committee member, and the life committee member was given to a boy named Mai Xiang. The position of cultural and arts committee member was given to a girl. As for the physical education committee member, everyone basically agreed that it was Lin Mo. Even in front of the physical education teacher, he was still Lin Mo. Zhang Yunle did nothing, and she seemed too lazy to do anything. After the class leaders are selected, the formal math class begins. However, Chen Xiao directly chose Shwezigi, the study committee member, as the math class representative. There is no other reason, because the student with the best score in mathematics in the high school entrance examination is Shwezigi. Mathematics class is a magical subject. What is taught in the last second may undergo some qualitative change in the next second. Once your attention is distracted, you may not understand the entire class. Lin Mo was worried that he wouldn't be able to react as he hadn't attended class for so long. However, when Chen Xiao mentioned some knowledge points about the third year of junior high school, he instantly recalled and understood them. My learning and comprehension abilities have also improved. It is true that cultivating immortality makes people smart. On the first day of class, Chen Xiao attended the class directly. After 2 math classes, everyone started to feel dizzy. After class, Wang Qin, who was sitting next to Zhang Yunle, lay weakly on the table. Oh my god, arranging this kind of class on Monday, are you trying to kill me? Zhang Yunle covered her mouth and laughed. It's okay, not too difficult. It will be more difficult in the future. Hearing this, Wang Qin lay down on the table even more sadly. Then Wang Qin invited Zhang Yunle to go to the bathroom. Some people went to get water, while others sat in their seats and played with their mobile phones. This time is different from 10 years later. Mobile phones are strictly prohibited. 10 years from now, people may still turn a blind eye to it, but now most schools are strictly prohibiting the use of mobile phones. Or rather, don't get caught. At this time, Lin Mo stood up and walked to the back of the classroom as if taking a walk. He stood casually behind a girl, looking at the novel magazine in her hand. A novel magazine called Zayashuowi. There are many short stories and serial novels in it. The girl was reading one of the serialized novels at this time. At this moment, the protagonist is seen killing a python in the water. Don't read it. It won't be serialized after this issue, and the single volume will also change a lot of things. Hearing this, the girl raised her head and looked at Lin Mo. This was actually the first time Lin Mo saw this girl's eyes. Those were a pair of dark but bright eyes. The eyes blinked at Lin Mo and then emitted. It's okay, just keep watching, you'll know when you finish. In fact, the girl had almost finished reading the book. When she turned to the next page, she saw the words serial suspension written on it. He said that he would write the ending directly in the physical book. I really want to finish watching it. So, what is the purpose of Genji no Chiju? Lin Mo stood behind him. The serialization is broken and can't be undone, but if you want to know the plot of the physical book, it's completely different from the serialized version you read. In her previous life, the girl named Chu Miao Miao in front of me did not have the chance to see the physical book that appeared later. The reason why Lin Mo paid attention to the girl in front of him was actually because she was the only one in the class who liked reading novels as much as he did. The serialized novel Dragon King has never been completed even in later generations. In other words, it ended badly. To be precise, the story of Dragon King ends in the third part. But Chu Miao Miao didn't see the complete third part. Chu Miao Miao stared at Lin Mo with wide eyes. How do you know this serialized version is broken? And how do you know the plot of the physical book? Lin Mo glanced at him and asked, do you want to listen? Yes. I want to know what the physical version will be like. Chu Miao Miao looks quite simple, and she only has a desire for the plot. One of the reasons for the series collapse is that the protagonist has no reason to trade a quarter of his life, which makes it seem like a supporting role. Listening, Chu Miao Miao nodded thoughtfully. So in the physical book, there will be a female character who falls in love with the protagonist, and she will also become the reason for the protagonist to trade. Chu Miao Miao covered her mouth in surprise. Then, what about Nono? Forget about Nono. While Lin Mo was telling some plot, Zhang Yunlu, who had been to the bathroom, came back. As soon as she entered the classroom, she saw that Lin Mo's desk was empty. Glancing at the classroom again, he found Lin Mo standing next to a girl. Suddenly, her face turned pale. Wang Qin, who was following behind, also witnessed everything. The class bell rang. Lin Mo returned to his seat, his head lowered in thought. What is going on? Mission release: investigate the cause of Chu Miao Miao's death and prevent the situation from developing. Do you accept? Lin Mo accepted it decisively. One is curiosity, and the other is because I really don't want such a tragedy to happen again. Just as Lin Mo lowered his head in thought, Zhang Yunlu turned and looked at Lin Mo. I found that Lin Mo didn't say a word, and I didn't even know what he was thinking, but she still felt a little annoyed in her heart. Why was Lin Mo flirting with other girls everywhere? First it was Xia Yuling, then it was Chu Miao Miao. The fact that Chu Miao Miao has a great figure was confirmed during military training. The girls have all compared themselves privately, and each one has been defeated. Zhang Yunlu also recalled that during the personal introductions before the military training, Lin Mo immediately turned around to look when he heard Chu Miao Miao's name. Does this mean that he knows Chu Miao Miao? While I was daydreaming, the physics teacher had already walked onto the stage. The physics teacher is humorous and witty. Although he is a bald uncle, his teaching atmosphere is the best among all the classes. After the physics class comes the history class. The history teacher was a female teacher who looked like she was a new teacher who had only graduated a few years ago. However, she was very domineering. The first thing she said when she came in was to ask people to call her queen. No one in the class remembered her last name, they just remembered her as Her Majesty the Queen. However, having such an interesting teacher can really enhance the learning atmosphere. Everything is exactly the same as in the previous life, with basically no changes. Lin Mo also studied hard and took notes. Even though his memory had become very strong after he became an immortal, he still wrote down the notes with a pen. Enhanced spiritual awareness is equivalent to an enhanced brain, and memory, reaction speed, computing ability, and so on are all enhanced. In other words, what is actually enhanced is Lin Mo's IQ. However, thinking is a kind of shackle, and Lin Mo's thinking is still the same as before, and has not become special because of cultivating immortals. This is probably a certain fixed nature of human beings. After the history class, it was noon. Lin Mo closed his notes and prepared to go to the back street to find food. He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Yunlu. Anything you want to bring today? Zhang Yunlu pursed her lips, then shook her head. No need, go ahead. Lin Mo nodded. Well, I'll go eat then. After saying that, he left the classroom directly. Looking at Lin Mo's departing back, Zhang Yunlu couldn't help but stamp her feet. This person. Then she saw Chu Miao Miao also walking out alone. Looking at Chu Miao Miao's back, Zhang Yunlu immediately thought, could it be that Chu Miao Miao is going to have dinner with him? Thinking of this, she immediately stood up and followed Chu Meow Meow. However, Chu Meow Meow did not go downstairs, but went to the bathroom and came out after a while. She was just walking in the corridor, and her loose and well-fitting school uniform was enough to attract many people's attention. After all, he has a figure that is beyond his age, and a hunchback that he is trying hard to hide. That's really eye-catching. Seeing Chu Meow Meow return to the classroom and take out an insulated lunchbox from her backpack, Zhang Yunlu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Could it be that Lin Mo likes big ones? At this time, Zhang Yunlu's cell phone also vibrated. Oops, I forgot to get my food. After thinking about it, Zhang Yunlu hurried downstairs. At this time, Chu Meow Meow, who had not looked up, looked at Zhang Yunlu's back. From the very beginning, she felt that someone was following her. But she's a girl, so it doesn't matter. If a girl hangs out with her, then she can be considered to have made friends. Lin Mo came back before the lunch bell rang. In fact, as a day student, he doesn't even have to go back to the classroom. Anyway, no one named me. In his hand was a bag of steaming chicken fillets that had obviously just been fried. Lin Mo placed the chicken fillet on Zhang Yunlu's table. In fact, Lin Mo really likes Zhang Yunlu's current expression. Ah. It was like a groundhog whose bowl was suddenly knocked over. Then he raised his head and looked at Lin Mo in confusion, his eyes clear and stupid. What? Don't want it? Lin Mo was just about to reach out to take the fried chicken strips off the table, but it was snatched away by Zhang Yunlu, who looked at Lin Mo warily like a small animal guarding its food. Lin Mo stretched out his hand. Then pay today's good friend fee, $10. Looking at the open palm, the palm lines are clearly visible. Oh, good friend fee. As she spoke, Zhang Yunlu opened her backpack, took out an ink-black $10 bill and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the almost brand new $10 bill, which was enough to show how well Zhang Yunlu's family protected her. Old money has a lot of bacteria, but new money is very clean. Zhang Yunlu poked the chicken fillet with a skewer. The chicken fillet tasted very delicious. She had never tasted it before, and she was amazed after taking a bite. Tasty. Oh, really? Then can my good friend try it? Lin Mo joked. Zhang Yunlu handed over a bag of chicken fillets. My good friend, please try it. I'm very generous. Oh, really? I wonder who has such a cold face like Li Machu today. Zhang Yunlu was furious. You are Li Machu. She wanted to take the chicken fillet back, but Lin Mo had already pulled out a kun willow and was savoring it carefully. Well, kun lu tastes better without chicken essence. The two of them quickly divided the bag of chicken fillets. Because they had eaten lunch, Zhang Yunlu just tasted the chicken fillet, and most of it ended up in Lin Mo's stomach. Wang Qin, who was lying on the table at the side, narrowed her eyes slightly, watching the two people eating a serving of chicken fillet. I sighed softly in my heart. The young lady is about to be taken away by the yellow-haired guy. Starting today, we will have evening self-study. Evening self-study is not too long, only from 7 to 9:30 in the evening. Day students are also required to attend. Although Guanba is a key school, it is still very strict for students. It will be 10 o'clock later. Lin Mo stood up and prepared to go find food. In the afternoon, Xia Yuling sent a message to Lin Mo asking him to come to her house for dinner after school. Just ate there yesterday, and are you going again today? This was not a good idea, so Lin Mo refused and said he wanted to go shopping for snacks in the back street of the school. If you give her an excuse, Xia Yuling won't insist too much. Xia Yuling looked at her phone and could only curl her lips. After a while, Aunt Zhang sent a text message to Xia Yuling. Ask Lin Mo if he wants to come back with you for dinner tonight? Xia Yuling looked at the text message and replied after a few minutes. I asked him, and he said he couldn't make it today. He wanted to eat something else. Okay, then remember to come back after school. Zheng Yuan gave her daughter some instructions and didn't mind knowing that Lin Mo was not coming to dinner. Xia Yuling raised her eyebrows, and her memory went back to last night. After Lin Mo left, her mother came over and said that she had finished the plate of shrimp. Lin Mo didn't eat many of them and gave them all to her. But how did he know I like to eat shrimp? You'll know it, seeing how much you eat. Zheng Yuan glanced at her daughter unhappily. She said her grades were good, but her emotional intelligence wasn't very high. There is nothing special to do during evening study. Basically everyone has finished writing or copying their homework at this time. But there isn't much homework today. Lin Mo closed his eyes after he finished. His spiritual sense was already fully capable of covering the entire class. The people at the back were eating snacks, while the people at the front were preparing for class by looking at reference books. Just roll it as hard as you can. However, students who can come to Guangba to study are not too outrageous in terms of their grades or habits. After all, it is a key school. Of course, there are also some talented idiots hiding aside playing mobile games. However, the gangsters would look at the front and back doors of the classroom from time to time. Although there is no teacher supervising the study session, if some directors or vice principals in charge of discipline pass by, they will be in trouble. The evening self-study was almost over, and Lin Mo turned his head to look at Chu Miao Miao behind him. He had originally planned to investigate Chu Miao Miao's affairs, and now that the system had given him a task, it became even more necessary to find out. So he concentrated his spiritual consciousness and left a mark on Chu Miao Miao. In fact, it is equivalent to leaving a GPS positioning device on Chu Miao Miao, able to sense the other party's position beyond the range of spiritual consciousness. Of course, it's just perception. Lin Mo now does not have such strong ability to observe in real time. Logically speaking, he is still an ordinary chi refiner. But after condensing the mark, Lin Mo felt a little headache. There were still 3 days before Chu Miao Miao jumped off the building. But Lin Mo was sure that the reason for jumping off the building was definitely not the last day. After school. This is the first time I get out of school so late. Many parents came to pick up their children, but most of the students go home on their own. After all, Guangzhou is a big city, and Guangbei is also in the urban area, so the risk factor is relatively low. Lin Mo went downstairs and Fang Jun ran up behind him. Lin Mo, you're going back there too, right? Let's go together. Lin Mo shook his head. No, I left something at home. I need to go home before the subway closes. Fang Jun didn't hesitate after hearing this. He patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said, then I'll go first. Good. After that, they parted ways. At this time, all the students were leaving school. As soon as Lin Mo walked out of the school gate, he saw the Bentley coming to pick up Zhang Yunlu. There is also a car to pick up Chu Miao Miao. Zhang Yunlu also saw Lin Mo on the side of the road, but she didn't dare to say hello to Lin Mo. After all, this would attract the attention of the driver. So she hoped that Lin Mo could see her and say hello to her. It's just that Lin Mo's gaze did sweep over, but quickly shifted away. Snort. Zhang Yunlu got in the car. Miss, sit tight, we're driving. Okay, Uncle Zhao. Bentley slowly left under the gaze of many parents. In the end, Zhang Yunlu was leaning against the window looking at Lin Mo's silhouette. Of course Lin Mo knew that Zhang Yunlu was always looking at him, but he didn't plan to show up in front of Zhang Yunlu's family so early. After all, Zhang Yunlu's family is not easy to mess with. As far as he knew, although Zhang Yunlu's background was not that powerful, she was still very powerful in Guangzhou. After G2, there was a gangster pursuing Zhang Yunlu. He went to the classroom to look for her and blocked her at the school gate, which were all basic operations. However, this matter was discovered by Zhang Yunlu's family. The student transferred to another school shortly afterwards. I heard that there was a big change in the family. Whether it was true or false, Lin Mo didn't want anyone to keep staring at him, as that would be very troublesome. The car carrying Chu Miao Miao drove away quickly. Chu Miao Miao was thinking about the story that Lin Mo told her in the morning. There are indeed many differences from the serialized version she read. What is Miao Miao thinking about? The woman sitting in the driver's seat was dressed in a smart OL outfit and looked like a strong woman. These mother and daughter are almost cut from the same mold. It refers to the noble phantasm. Chu Miao Miao exclaimed, then said, it's nothing, I just thought of the plot of the novel. Mother Chu sighed. Her daughter was introverted and loved to read novels. Fortunately, they were not romance novels. She loved to read all kinds of novels, so she would not be easily abducted by little boys. The car soon drove into a rather luxurious residential area. Little did he know that a taxi was also parked outside the community. Okay, master. Lin Mo paid and got off the car, casually approaching the security booth of the community. Hey, did you see that? That car on the 15th floor of Building 9 is so cool. The headlights are so big, it's hard to see them. Really? If I could drive this car just once, I'd be willing to go to jail for 10 years. Don't talk nonsense. That's just some empty talk. Okay, I'm going on patrol. I'll start with Building 9. After the conversation ended, a mean-looking but tall security guard walked out of the security booth. He was swinging the stick in his hand in a sloppy manner and didn't look like a serious person. Lin Tao got this security job thanks to his uncle's introduction. Living in a high-end community, the salary is much higher than in other communities. Moreover, there are enough people, so nothing will go wrong during daily patrols. After a patrol, you can go back to watching TV or reading novels. It can be said that life is excellent. Just walk to Building 9. Ding! The elevator door opened and 2 people walked out. They were obviously going to the supermarket in the community to buy things. Lin Tao walked to the shadows and quietly watched the 2 people leaving. It would be really cool if I could just get a car. But he quickly closed his eyes that were filled with desire. After all, this is a high-end residential area. If something happens, the maximum penalty is death. Lin Tao turned around and went on patrol. In a corner where he couldn't see, Lin Mo also turned and left. The main reason he came here was to confirm Chu Meow Meow's residence. At least today, Chu Meow Meow is safe. Because she will come to school as usual tomorrow, and will still read the novel after class. After returning to the urban village, I bought a bowl of spicy hot pot downstairs. When I was carrying the spicy hot pot upstairs, I happened to see Xia Yuling coming downstairs carrying a garbage bag. Why are you so late? Xia Yuling actually took the initiative to ask where Lin Mo was going. There was a hint of concern for his friend on his face. Lin Mo shrugged. Nothing, just going home to get something. Why are you taking out the trash so late at night? Hey, I forgot to take out the trash. I was planning to take it with me to school tomorrow, but my mom didn't want me to. She insisted I go downstairs now. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, I'll accompany you. It's too late. Having said that, he stood aside, waiting for Xia Yuling to come downstairs. In fact, Lin Mo's thinking is not unreasonable. After all, urban villages are a mixed bag, and even if the crime rate is declining every year, it will never return to zero. Good. The trash can is at the intersection a short distance downstairs. So Lin Mo felt it was necessary to accompany Xia Yuling. After all, he was not sure where the butterfly effect would cause a storm. It's so late, and you bought so much food? Can you sleep? Xia Yuling looked at the spicy hot pot in Lin Mo's hand. Have you ever heard the saying that a young boy can eat his father out of poverty? I'm still in the growth stage, so I need to eat more. Xia Yuling is slightly shorter than Lin Mo, but she doesn't have to look up to see Lin Mo. Hearing Lin Mo say this, Xia Yuling sneered. The reason you were able to beat the instructor is because you can eat. That's because I'm awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. After returning to the room, Xia Yuling always felt that something was wrong. She seemed to be getting close to Lin Mo, but Lin Mo gave her a different feeling. Many boys approached her with various ideas. As a girl, she could feel it. For example, there was a boy in her junior high school class who added her on QQ. After his father's accident, he felt depressed and that boy showed concern for him. Ask yourself why you don't come to school, are you sick? He said he made some notes for himself and asked if he wanted them to be sent over. The boy was sitting next to her. She knew that this boy liked her, and not only she knew it, but everyone else knew it too. But she just felt annoyed at the time. But Lin Mo was not annoyed. He felt annoyed at first, but why didn't he feel annoyed later? Was it because he knew that Lin Mo's parents had passed away, or was it because he didn't look at her with such an eager gaze? Xia Yuling couldn't explain it either, so let's just leave it at that for now. This kind of neighbor relationship seems to be pretty good. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Turn off the lights and practice. Although there are rewards for daily tasks, you still need to practice. Especially when Lin Mo used his spiritual sense to hear clearly the dirty conversations in the security booth today, he felt that it was very necessary for him to continue practicing well. Tuesday, early morning. Lin Mo opened the door with a garbage bag in his hand. I just happened to see the girl coming down the stairs. Lin Mo, good morning. Good morning, why are you out so early today? As far as he remembered, the girl usually ate breakfast at home and would not go out so early. But Xia Yuling was direct. My mom is too lazy to get up, and I don't want to eat noodles, so I'm going out early for breakfast. Want to join me? I know a great breakfast shop. Lin Mo nodded seriously. Okay, I just got here and I'm not very familiar with this place. Haha, Lin Mo, am also a local. I went downstairs and walked towards the depths of the urban village. Xia Yuling took Lin Mo to sit in front of another stone-ground rice noodle shop. Sure enough, it's here. At this time, Lin Mo suddenly remembered that the first time he came here in his previous life, it seemed that Xia Yuling also led the way. Although Xia Yuling's attitude at that time was not as gentle as it is now, it was not too cold either. But perhaps because he licked her too much, or because his gaze was too burning, Xia Yuling wanted to stay away from him. After sitting down, Lin Mo asked directly, do you have any recommendations? Pork liver sausage. The pork liver here is very tender and has no fishy smell. Lin Mo nodded and ordered a double-bottomed sausage with lean meat and pork liver. As I said, young people have big appetites. As for Xia Yuling, she ordered a meat and egg sausage. Just as I was about to start eating, a voice sounded next to me. Ha! Lin Mo, you are having breakfast here too. Fang Jun's voice sounded from the side. Lin Mo raised his head and nodded with a smile. Yes, are you coming here for breakfast too? Yes, the rice noodle rolls here are delicious. Fang Jun glanced at Xia Yuling and felt that she looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, he said, you are Xia Yuling from class 6, right? Xia Yuling returned to her previous cold expression, nodded, and said nothing. Fang Jun looked at Lin Mo again, with a hint of mischief in his eyes. When Lin Mo looked at Fang Jun, he could read 3 words, you kid. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. So Lin Mo took the initiative to introduce himself. My landlord's daughter, I just happened to meet her when I went out today, so we had breakfast together. You can come and sit down too. Lin Mo's calm and confident demeanor made Fang Jun feel a little embarrassed. After all, there were people in their class who liked Xia Yuling before, but they all ended in failure. He looked at the rice rolls on the table and shook his head. Forget it, let's not eat together, otherwise you will have to wait for me. After saying that, he sat down aside and ordered a serving of lean sausage. As for Lin Mo and Xia Yuling, they left after eating. Fang Junqiao picked up her phone and took a photo with low resolution. Of course Lin Mo noticed Lao Liu's behavior, but he didn't care much about it. The two walked together, but there was still a safe distance between them. This proves that their relationship is not particularly good, but this is already considered friendship distance. Lin Mo and Xia Yuling, carrying single-shoulder backpacks, entered the school together without attracting much attention. After going upstairs, they returned to their classes. After Lin Mo sat down, a figure had already loomed over his head. When he looked up, he saw that the top-level treasure blocked most of Lin Mo's vision. This. Actually, I want to ask, since you know the plot, what kind of existence is Ming Fei? Hearing this answer, Lin Mo shrugged helplessly. I think the author himself hasn't thought it through. Anyway, by the time Lin Mo was reborn, this IP had already become a complete disaster. Actually, by the end of the third part, it was already pretty good, and the rest of the story will only get worse and worse. Lin Mo's words made Chu Miao Miao feel a little depressed. Okay then. Chu Miao Miao walked towards her seat with the book. Suddenly, she turned around and looked at Lin Mo. So that little girl named Eri must die. Lin Mo nodded, then shook her head. She didn't have to die, it was just that the author asked her to die. Jiannin is really not a good person. I think so too. Lin Mo nodded heavily. However, the girl is still looking forward to the physical book that will be released later. Chu Miao Miao returned to her position, and Lin Mo also began to train his spiritual sense and spread it out. Hey, let me introduce you to a game that I think is really fun. Tell me, what games can make you addicted? You don't know, that game is called League of Legends. Tisk, isn't that just copying my Dota? That's different. The gameplay is similar, but the mechanics are far different. If you've played Dota before, it should be easy to pick up. The students in the corner were still discussing the game that had become popular recently. Everything is so ordinary and so normal. But this is just the beginning of the day, and Lin Mo no longer hates studying. If you can learn it, how can you hate it? Morning reading started soon. The first class today was Chinese class, and everyone had already taken out their textbooks. During break, Zhang Yinlu handed over a few chocolates. This is today's good friend fee. Lin Mo looked down and saw only a long string of French, obviously imported snacks. However, Lin Mo never refused any offer from his good friend Fei. Just unpack it and put it in your mouth. A strong bitter smell came out, and Lin Mo's face changed slightly. Seeing Lin Mo's expression, Zhang Yinlu couldn't help laughing. This is 99% dark chocolate. It's very bitter and has no sweetness at all. As she spoke, Zhang Yinlu ate a piece herself, but she seemed to have a high level of patience and there was no bitterness on her face at all. You can endure so much hardship, you must really like bitter melon. But Zhang Yinlu tilted her head. Bitter melon? Is it very bitter? I've never eaten it. Okay, rich girls don't eat bitter melon, right? Then how could she understand the true meaning of the song Bitter Melon? The fourth class in the morning. Finally, it's physical education class. Physical education accounts for 20 points in the final exam, so the school does not directly give the physical education classes to other teachers. It's a good thing. After everyone lined up, the physical education teacher was an athlete. He looked thin and weak, but his lower limb muscles were extremely developed. He was wearing a white t-shirt and sports shorts, holding a list in his hand. Gather. Everyone lined up neatly. Count. Only the first row reports, but this makes it easy to count the number of people in the class. Seeing that everyone was present, the physical education teacher Zhang Daming did not call out the names, but still asked some questions. Who is Lin Mo? Lin Mo had no choice but to stand out from the first row. I am. Okay, from now on you will be the PE committee member of your class. You will be responsible for leading the exercises and forming the team in PE classes. Do you understand? I understand. Although Zhang Daming was taking physical education classes, there were no special courses. Just let everyone run 2 laps to warm up. Then the 50-meter acceleration race was timed to screen talents for the track and field team. After the acceleration run was over, it was announced that the time was free. He also asked Lin Mo to go to the equipment room to get badminton, basketball, and other things so that everyone in the class could exercise freely. Girls don't like to move freely. Most of them just hide in the shade to chat, or play badminton or something like that. Hey, did you see that? A girl chuckled, then held up the 2 non-existent lumps in front of her with both hands and said exaggeratedly, it's amazing, my sister's is not as big as hers. Although the name was not mentioned, all the girls present knew who he was talking about. She was running just now, and there were so many boys watching her at the finish line. Linlin, aren't you her desk mate? Do you know how old she is? Probably, I'm not sure. A girl with narrow eyes spoke with a sour tone. I heard that this thing will grow bigger if a man squeezes it more. What do you think? She keeps her head down reading those novels all day. I wonder if she masturbates often when she gets home. There was a sharp laugh from the group of girls, but there was a sour taste to these laughs. The boys mainly focus on sweat-inducing sports. Those who play badminton play smashing shots, while those who play football, and those who play basketball play basketball. Lin Mo. A ball flew towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo grabbed the ball with one hand, dribbled between his legs, immediately passed one person, went straight to the basket, and raised his hand for a layup. No, Lin Mo is too strong, we need to add one more person. What do you mean Lin Mo is strong? It's you who are weak. You added another person to double guard Lin Mo, right? Then what's the point of playing basketball? Half-court 3-on-3 can be said to be the most common game in physical education classes. After all, playing the whole game is tiring, and everyone can have fun and rest by rotating out of the game. The teams were assigned temporarily, but Lin Mo's team had already won 2 games in a row. So Lin Mo waved his hand and said, "You guys fight, I'll go off and take a rest." Fang Jun watched Lin Mo leave the team, feeling heartbroken and could only pull another person in to continue fighting. However, they were already a little tired, so they lost this round as expected. As for Lin Mo, he went to the bathroom nearby to wash his face. Playing basketball makes you sweat more than running. Fortunately, Lin Mo's sweat doesn't smell like sweat, otherwise he would have to go back to the rental house to take a shower or something before he can continue his classes in the afternoon. At this time, his spiritual consciousness was still being released outwards. Suddenly I heard a sound coming from the girls' restroom. Do you think that Chu Miao Miao is so pretentious? She just nods when you greet her. She's a big bear, of course she's pretending. I heard that several boys in the class want to make a move on her. You said it so harshly because you wanted to be friends. Tisk, what friends are you talking about? You're just coveting that couple. You're just a slut. Lin Mo heard it clearly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, because there was another person in the women's restroom. The women came out and immediately saw Lin Mo drinking water. Those girls always thought that Lin Mo was handsome and strong, and he looked especially handsome when he beat the instructor. But they just looked at Lin Mo a few times and then turned and left. After all of our sisters are here. Looking at the backs of these people, Lin Mo sneered. I remember in my previous life, when the news of Chu Miao Miao's death came out, they didn't react like this. They were all full of compassion. Maybe they are generous with their kindness towards the dead. Lin Mo didn't leave until a few minutes later, when Chu Miao Miao came out of the bathroom. Are you finally willing to come out? Chu Miao Miao was startled and looked up at Lin Mo, her expression filled with surprise behind her thick glasses. I watched you go into the bathroom, and then I heard their unscrupulous words. Chu Miao Miao, who was introverted, lowered her head and said, It's okay. I'm used to it. I've heard these words a lot since junior high school. Lin Mo smiled. It's human nature to gossip. Everyone becomes the subject of conversation for others. A dormitory of 4 people can have 11 groups. This is perfectly normal. But you don't need to be responsible for these words, because it's not you who is wrong, it's the world. Chu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, looked up at Lin Mo, and then couldn't help but say, Lin Mo, you are so childish. Damn. I'm advising you this because I'm afraid you'll send it. Who knows if you committed suicide because you heard bad things. Lin Mo wasn't very sure, but he had to persuade her anyway. But Chu Miao Miao still curled up the corners of her mouth. Actually, many people used to call me a big cow or something like that, but I knew they were just envious of me. Okay, your psychological endurance is pretty good. Then why would you jump off the building for no reason? This is really a mystery. Let's go. Lin Mo walked towards the team without looking around, but his spiritual consciousness had already circled around Chu Miao Miao several times. What does cultivating immortality and meditating have to do with me, Lin Mo? I am just an ordinary person, but Chu Miao Miao is indeed pretty and has a good figure. It's hard not to be jealous. If she just has a pretty face, then people might build relationships around her. If she has a good figure but not a pretty face, she can still hold her own in the class. It's a pity that she has such a pretty face but such an ugly figure. This will attract the attention of all boys indiscriminately. Therefore, he became the public enemy of girls. Personality is still very important. An introvert may have 1 or 2 good friends, but it is difficult for such people to make new friends in a new environment and quickly integrate into the group. Over time, people no longer like to take her out to play. Of course, if it is Lin Mo, it depends on whether he is willing to integrate into this group. Shu Miao Miao herself didn't actually think it was her problem. This is a very good mentality. She uses QQ to chat with her old friends every day, maintain a good relationship. Although some people have discussed their bodies before, so what? To sum up, it's just NV. How come Lin Mo is so awesome? Fang Jun, who was drinking water on the side, almost gave a thumbs up when he saw Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao walking side by side. The scene of Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao walking together was not only seen by Fang Jun, the other boys and girls saw it. The boys were all envious and gnashing their teeth. The girls are extremely jealous. At present, Lin Mo is the strongest male fighter in Class 8. If Lin Mo wanted to talk to one of them and get to know them, almost no girl would refuse. Zhang Yunlu and Wang Qin were standing under the shade of a tree, looking at Lin Mo and the other person not far away. Zhang Yunlu seemed a little overshadowed again. She paid the good friend fee today. As soon as Wang Qin saw the look of her new friend, she knew that this girl was very interested in Lin Mo. Aren't you going up? She bumped into Zhang Yunlu's shoulder. Why go up? They are a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and they look like a perfect match at first glance. Wang Qin looked at Zhang Yunlu and said, "Tisk tisk tisk, look at what you said. If someone didn't know you, they would think you were very generous." "What do you mean by generous? I'm not a nobody, so why should I be generous?" Zhang Yunlu whispered. She fanned her nose and said, "It smells quite sour." As she spoke, she pulled Zhang Yunlu up and walked towards Lin Mo. Zhang Yunlu looked like she was resisting, but actually she walked over obediently. "Hey, Lin Mo, let's go play badminton." Wang Qin looked at Chu Miao Miao who was standing beside her. "You can come too." Upon hearing this, Chu Miao Miao immediately shrank her neck. "No, I don't like playing badminton." But Wang Qin still took Chu Miao Miao with her. Instead, Zhang Yunlu and Lin Mo were left where they were. For a moment, Zhang Yunlu didn't know what to say. Instead, Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "Actually, you can help her." "Ah." Zhang Yunlu raised her head and looked at Lin Mo. Just now in the bathroom, several girls in the class kept saying bad things about her, and she hid in the bathroom and didn't dare to say anything. She must be very introverted and lack friends. Zhang Yunlu followed Lin Mo's gaze and saw Chu Miao Miao being pulled with her head down, looking introverted. "So you just enlightened her?" "I guess so. Although she's pretty tough on the inside, even if a bulletproof vest says it's bulletproof, it doesn't mean she can keep shooting at people with guns." Listening to Lin Mo's words, Zhang Yunlu didn't expect that this boy was so delicate inside. Holding 2 sets of rackets. For people directly play doubles. You're in a group with Zhang Yunlu, and I'll be in a group with Chu Miao Miao. Wang Qin directly started to divide the teams, and then pulled Chu Miao Miao aside. Lin Mo didn't care. He knew how to play badminton and had played it in elementary and junior high school. It was his father who took him to play. But after his father passed away, he never played badminton again. "Now that I know my father will be reincarnated, I don't feel so sad anymore." Wang Qin is obviously a half-baked player and can't even serve well. Just about to hit the ball over. Lin Mo casually hit a high ball back. Such a ball is easy to receive. Chu Miao Miao had obviously played badminton before. She tilted her head back, aimed at the ball, then jumped up and shot towards Lin Mo. Just this one jump. In an instant, it attracted the attention of all the men and women around. The 2 balls bounced up and down rhythmically. But Lin Mo just turned his head to look at Zhang Yunlu and hit the ball back. Wang Qin wasn't very good at it and couldn't even catch a high ball. Their skills are too poor. It would be better if you 3 fought together. Seeing Lin Mo take the initiative to avoid him, Zhang Yunlu's mood instantly improved. But she thought about it and walked towards Chu Miao Miao and Wang Qin with the racket. "How about Miao Miao stop fighting? It'll be a relief for these boys. Ziokan isn't very good at fighting either. Why don't you just watch me and Lin Mo fight?" Wang Qin nodded repeatedly when she heard this, and directly pulled Chu Miao Miao to stand aside. She carefully asked in Chu Miao Miao's ear, "Can you tell me what you usually eat? I also want it to be this big." Chu Miao Miao blushed immediately. I don't know. I drink milk every morning. My mom says meat is nutritious. Chicken, beef, and fish are all good." Lin Mo took a look and then looked away because Zhang Yunlu said she wanted to challenge him. "Stop looking. I want to fight you." Zhang Yunlu held the iron rackets purchased by the school and the already somewhat damaged badminton in her hand, and directly challenged Lin Mo. Lin Mo agreed casually. The next second, Zhang Yunlu made a standard backhand serve at the net. This type of serve is close in distance and low in height, making it difficult to be smashed. Lin Mo took a step forward, lightly picked up the badminton, and sent it to Zhang Yunlu in front of the net. Zhang Yunlu was ready to pull back, but she didn't expect Lin Mo to be so good at playing badminton and also threw it forward. She was in a hurry for the moment, so she stepped forward and picked up the badminton high. Oops! In the eyes of those who know how to play, a high lob actually gives someone an opportunity to smash the ball. The speed of a badminton smashed with full force is over 300 km per hour. That's about the same speed as high-speed rail. Of course, high-speed trains are heavy, so a single hit could cause death, but badminton is light, so a hit to the body wouldn't do any harm. What's more, Lin Mo was aiming at the ground. Zhang Yunlu withdrew her foot only when the ball fell to the ground. Seeing Lin Mo's nonchalant attitude, Zhang Yunlu's fighting spirit was aroused. Congratulations! You've caught my attention. Standing before you is the 2011 Yangcheng Primary and Secondary School Badminton Women's Singles Champion, Zhang Yunlu. Lin Mo sneered. The one standing in front of you is Lin Mo, an ordinary male singles player who beat the #1 female singles player. Snort! Zhang Yunlu served again. The angle was more tricky this time, but Lin Mo still took it easily. Lin Mo thought about it and sent a high ball to Zhang Yunlu. Seeing this, Zhang Yunlu was delighted and jumped up to smash the ball. Her fair skin looks golden under the sunlight. With a full-strength smash, the badminton fell rapidly. It's just that a racket appears precisely at the landing point of the badminton. Then he threw it high towards Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu looked at the ball that was picked up, feeling unwilling. Not once. Then deducted a second time. Second smash. Call out. Then, Zhang Yunlu picked up the ball for 10 minutes. The tall, fair figure ran back and forth, with a hint of blush on her face. How's it going? Enough exercise for today, right? Lin Mo asked calmly, holding the racket. If Zhang Yunlu hadn't been smashing the ball all the time, he wouldn't have let Zhang Yunlu keep picking up the ball. Every time, Lin Mo would lob the ball high and ask Zhang Yunlu to play it accordingly, but Zhang Yunlu would not accept it and insisted on smashing the ball. In the end, he was defeated by Lin Mo. This made Zhang Yunlu begin to doubt whether his first place was obtained by someone bribing his opponent. Her smash is obviously very powerful and fast. Logically, she should be able to completely defeat Lin Mo. How did it end up like this? Many people were watching the badminton match between Zhang Yunlu and Lin Mo. Both men and women were watching. Seeing Zhang Yunlu picking up the ball, a boy couldn't help but shout, "Lin Mo, please let Zhang Yunlu take over. She's already in such a mess picking up balls." These words did not cause Lin Mo's dissatisfaction, but Zhang Yunlu felt angry. "What are you talking about? What I mean is that I can't do it." Of course, it's not that Zhang Yunlu is incapable, it's just that Lin Mo's body has been strengthened too much and his reaction speed is too fast. Even if you are currently the world's #1, no matter how strong your skills are, you will still be severely beaten by Lin Mo due to your physical strength and mistakes. Lin Mo himself actually enjoys the feeling of bullying the weak. So he looked back at the boy who was talking and shrugged. "Then come and fight." Lin Mo handed the racket directly to the boy. Li Chuan was delighted. He didn't expect that Lin Mo would actually give him the racket. He simply brushed off the non-existent dust on his body. As he walked over, he said, "Girls need to be cared for. You can't hit them like this." As he said that, he took the racket and looked at Zhang Yunlu. "I'm here to fight you." Zhang Yunlu had just been badly abused, and now that she saw a different person, the arrogance that had been suppressed by Lin Mo before came back again. She also needed to regain her touch and take a break. So she served with her forehand and took the opportunity to check out her opponent's quality. Looking at the badminton thrown high in the air, Li Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Zhang Yunlu's strength was indeed average. He doesn't need to lose, he just needs to play back and forth and feed the ball. After catching the high ball, Li Chuan hit a high toss ball back. As a result, Zhang Yunlu took a step together, jumped up from the ground, and smashed the ball. Li Chuan had no time to react and the badminton fell directly at his feet. There was applause from the side. "Not bad, not bad. After feeding the ball, my confidence is back." Lin Mo sat next to Chu Miao Miao and clapped calmly. "It's just a hallucination, it can't scare me." Li Chuan picked up the ball and carefully hit the ball with his backhand. He does have some foundation, but facing Zhang Yunlu, it is actually not that good enough. So after winning 7 or 8 balls in a row, Zhang Yunlu put down her racket. "No, I'm tired." Lin Mo turned and took the racket from Zhang Yunlu and looked at Li Chuan. "Come and fight?" Li Chuan felt that his defeat was unreal, but he had said at the beginning that he wanted to protect the girl, so he could naturally use this excuse to escape. But Lin Mo, can he win? Zhang Yunlu could only pick up the ball in front of him. However, Li Chuan had only played a few balls, so he naturally couldn't admit defeat. So I could only nod and agree. Li Chuan served the ball, he tried to serve it with his backhand, and then Lin Mo started to feed the ball again. After all, Lin Mo was just playing around. After a few exchanges, Li Chuan felt that Lin Mo was not that strong. In that case, why not try a smash? Do it as soon as you think of it, and a high toss ball falls again. This time, Li Chuan started to assume a serious posture, jumped high, and smashed towards Lin Mo. The high-speed falling ball was easily stopped by an iron racket. Then with a light flick, the ball passed the net and landed in front of Li Chuan. Li Chuan had just landed on the ground and had no time to save the ball. In the next 10 minutes, Li Chuan transformed into Zhang Yunlu and started picking up the ball continuously. Li Chuan was unable to leave the field. He recognized the reality that he couldn't beat Zhang Yunlu, nor could he beat Lin Mo. How humiliating. No, I have to practice my badminton skills. I want them to look at me differently. Li Chuan clenched his fist secretly. On the other side, Lin Mo also said that he wanted to rest and sat aside. In fact, he wasn't even sweating. Zhang Yunlu and Wang Qin sandwiched Chu Miao Miao in the middle, and Lin Mo sat next to Zhang Yunlu. I casually glanced at the time and saw that there were still about 10 minutes until the get out of class ended. But many people have already started to rest, preparing to rush to the cafeteria or leave school to eat the moment the get out of class is over. However, Lin Mo is the sports committee member, so he has to pack up his things before leaving. There's nothing wrong with starting to pack up 10 minutes early. Except for the group still playing basketball, all other equipment was quickly collected. Lin Mo calculated the time and walked directly to the basketball court. It's time to get ready for get out of class and put away the equipment. Hey, Lin Mo, let's play for a while, just a little while. This is very troublesome. Lin Mo had seen the physical education committee member entangled with these people before. The physical education teacher didn't want to waste time, but the group of people who like to play basketball were all procrastinating, so conflicts are inevitable. After thinking carefully, Lin Mo looked at them. Choose the strongest ones to fight. The winner will be decided by one goal. If you win, you can continue fighting. If you lose, you can collect your equipment. Hearing this, the group of people instantly became excited. Bullfighting means a one-on-one duel. Su Mingzhao also likes to play basketball, but when he saw Lin Mo's figure, he got scared and took a step back. Then the tallest boy in the class stood up. He was the sports commissioner in his previous life, Molly. Well, the dragon-slaying hero finally becomes a dragon, right? Molly was able to become the sports committee member not only because of his tall stature, but also because of his status as a sports specialty student. But when Lin Mo appeared, he could no longer be the sports commissioner. But Molly didn't care much about the sports committee member. He said to Lin Mo in a muffled voice, "Playing ball is not fighting, be careful." Lin Mo knew very well that although Molly was tall, he was not an idiot, so he nodded. "If you don't mind, then let's get started." Lin Mo threw the ball to Molly, meaning to let Molly attack first. Attacking first is an advantage. Molly scratched his head and said, "Lin Mo, how about you attack? I'm still pretty good at basketball." "No need, let's get started." As soon as he was told to start, Molly became serious and bent down slightly to dribble the ball. Although being tall has its advantages, it is also easy for people to be intercepted when dribbling because of their height. Therefore, most tall people will bend down when dribbling to lower their center of gravity and reduce risks. But just as he took a step, the ball he was controlling disappeared. The next second, Lin Mo was already standing outside the three-point line and made a jump shot towards the basket. Bang! Thread the needle. Fuck! What the hell is this? Can you play without cutting? Molly only reacted when he heard the sound of the basketball passing through the net. When he turned his head, he could only see the basketball that had already fallen. "Okay, put away the equipment and get ready for dinner." Lin Mo casually patted Molly's shoulder, signaling him to come back to his senses. After the bell rang for the last class in the morning, all the hungry people would run out of the classroom and run towards the cafeteria in an instant. It's a pity that at this time, talent does not represent everything. No matter you are a sprint champion or a villager, you can't compare to those students taking physical education classes. Because the distance is closer, classes end earlier. But more people who yearn for the beautiful sky run directly towards the school gate like mad dogs. After all, the food in the back street of the school is much more delicious than that in the cafeteria. Lin Mo was the same as before. In the end, Molly was packing up the equipment while they ran away first. Now Lin Mo packed up his things early, closed the door of the equipment room and went to eat. When I went out, I happened to see Zhang Yunlu taking the lunchbox. The person who delivered the meal was a young woman, but she looked like an assistant secretary or something like that. To be a little exaggerated, she should be a maid, but that person was wearing mature office lady clothes, so Lin Mo preferred her to be an assistant. After getting the lunchbox, Zhang Yunlu politely said hello before turning around and leaving. Before leaving, she glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew what Zhang Yunlu meant. She paid the good friend fee, so Lin Mo also had to fulfill his responsibilities as a good friend. So Lin Mo walked to the back street of the school to buy snacks for the eldest lady. However, his spiritual consciousness fell on the assistant who delivered the food. After watching Zhang Yunlu enter the school, the female assistant immediately took out her cell phone. "Mr. Zhang, the meal has been delivered." The last class this morning is physical education, so the young lady came out early and her mood didn't change much. Well, are there any boys approaching her? I didn't see any, but I could see a lot of boys looking at the lady. Well, keep doing your thing. Yes, the female assistant did not leave the vicinity of Guangba, but just found a place nearby to sit down and eat. Lin Mo finally understood at this time. This woman is specifically waiting at the school. If anything happens, she can report and negotiate immediately. It's also protection. When Lin Mo thought of this, he felt it was amazing, but it had nothing to do with him. Instead, he was thinking about other things. After meeting Chu Miao Miao today, he felt that if something were to happen to her in the next few days, he must make more preparations so as not to appear too abrupt. That night, Chu Miao Miao's home. Chu Miao Miao picked up the vegetables and ate them. Miao Miao, have you made any new friends at school? Chu Miao Miao raised her head with a confused look on her face, her mind recalling what happened in the morning. Lin Mo, Wang Qin, and Zhang Yinlu. Are these friends? Wang Qin is quite enthusiastic. Lin Mo seems unimportant, but he is very good at playing badminton and knows the plot of Dragon King. The girl named Zhang Yinlu seemed to be wary and jealous of herself. Why are you jealous of yourself? Chu Miao Miao looked down and couldn't see her toes. Probably jealous of this. But Chu Miao Miao still nodded. It's nice to know a few people. Mother Chu continued to ask. They're all girls, right? Chu Miao Miao nodded against her conscience. Yes, they are all girls. I'm sorry, Lin Mo. That's good. Male classmates are very dangerous. You have to be careful and don't get too close to them. I see. It can be seen that Mother Chu is still very careful and caring towards Chu Miao Miao. He was afraid that his daughter would be abducted by Huang Mao. By the way, I'm going to the next city to discuss business tomorrow and will be back a little late. Will you take a bus home by yourself? Mother Chu looked at Chu Miao Miao with a little worry. Chu Miao Miao patted her chest, causing ripples. It's okay, I can get home by myself. I'm 18 years old. Okay, call me when you get home. I know, don't worry. While they were talking, they didn't know that someone was listening to their words with spiritual consciousness. I see. Looks like tomorrow will be the problem. Lin Mo left along the stairs. With his spiritual awareness, Lin Mo could completely avoid the cameras and security guards. After climbing over the wall, Lin Mo made a circle and returned to the street. Regarding tomorrow, he has two options. One is to follow Chu Miao Miao home directly and escort her. There is another one. That's the tail line. The next day, at 9:30 p.m. As soon as school was over, the school gate was crowded with people, much more crowded than at noon when school was over. There are already many snack stalls at the door waiting for students to finish school. There are so many snacks such as fried skewers, grilled tofu, grilled sausages, beef offal, etc. that it is overwhelming. Xia Yuling is a student in class 7. When she went out, she turned her head and glanced at class 8. She saw Lin Mo packing up his things from inside, and when she was wondering whether to wait for him, Fang Jun came out. Hey, Xia Yuling, right? Are you waiting for Lin Mo? Upon hearing this, everyone around turned to look at Xia Yuling. Everyone in the school knew Lin Mo, and everyone in class 7 knew Xia Yuling. But they didn't know that Lin Mo rented Xia Yuling's house. So Fang Jun's words immediately attracted everyone's attention and curiosity. Lin Mo walked out at this time. What's wrong? Fang Jun smiled and said, I just asked Xia Yuling if she was waiting for you. Lin Mo frowned and glanced at the people around him. Each of these people seemed to be waiting for something fun to happen. Xia Yuling was a little at a loss. It was probably caused by Fang Jun, a guy with low emotional intelligence, talking nonsense. Xia Yuling is my landlord. Her mother asked me to take her back on the way. It would be safer that way. Lin Mo explained, leaving those in classes 7 and 8 who wanted to eat melons with nothing to eat. Lin Mo patted Xia Yuling's school bag. Let's go, landlord. Xia Yuling remained silent and followed Lin Mo. Halfway through the journey, Lin Mo finally spoke. Don't blame Fang Jun, he just has low emotional intelligence and is a bit outspoken. Xia Yuling followed behind, feeling confused. She actually just wanted to wait for Lin Mo to go home together. The main reason is that Lin Mo has been coming home a long time after school these days. Although they were not on the same floor, she could still hear when Lin Mo came home. As soon as he walked out of the school, Lin Mo saw Chu Miao Miao waiting for the bus. But Chu Miao Miao didn't see herself. He took Xia Yuling home first. Why do you come home so late these days? After holding it in for a long time, Xia Yuling finally spoke. Nothing, it's just something with my third uncle. I'll just send you back. I need to go out for a while. Lin Mo's tone was very calm. Upon hearing that, Xia Yuling turned and looked at Lin Mo. You go first. You don't have to take me home. There are many people on this road. It's not dangerous at all. Fang Jun and the others are following behind. Let me take you back first. It won't be a problem. Xia Yuling turned around after hearing this and saw Fang Jun and several classmates who also lived in the urban village following behind her with a cute smile. Each of them looks like they want to be a couple. Fang Jun didn't even bother to act. But when we were students, who hasn't taken the initiative to bring others together? Aren't many young couples brought together in this way? Delivered downstairs. Everyone following behind has already left. Go up, they've all left. I'm busy now, so I'll be leaving first. I probably won't be back until later in the evening, so don't wait for me. Hearing this, Xia Yuling remembered that her father often told her mother that he had to go out for social events and would be back late, so there was no need to wait for them. Hearing this, Xia Yuling blushed immediately. Fortunately, the streetlights downstairs were dim and she couldn't see the expression of the person in front of her. Who is waiting for you? It's just that your footsteps coming back were too loud and disturbed me, humph. After saying that, Xia Yuling turned and went upstairs. When Lin Mo heard this, he felt that his words seemed a bit ambiguous. Oh, it's a bit greasy. Lin Mo scratched his head and turned away. Little did he know that from the small window on the third floor, a pair of bright eyes were watching his back. Here, Lin Mo could feel the mark attached to Chu Miao Miao moving for a while and then stopping for a while. It was obvious that Chu Miao Miao had already boarded the bus. So Lin Mo took a taxi and directly set the destination to the bus stop where Chu Miao Miao lived. Although the bus departs earlier, its stop-and-go nature does not mean it arrives faster than a taxi. It wasn't the first time for Chu Miao Miao to take the bus, but it seemed like the first time she took the bus so late. Her mother protected her very well. Even when she was working, she made sure her food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all taken care of. But she is grown up now and can walk on her own at night. Next stop, Bexing Park. We have arrived. Before going to bed last night, her mother arranged a route map for her. She told her to get on the bus at the bus stop near the school, get off at Bexing Park, and then her own community would be across the street. Very simple road map. But Chu Miao Miao's heart was still beating fast. After getting off the car, I carefully crossed the road according to the traffic lights, arrived at the gate of the community, and opened the door by tapping the owner card. 9 buildings, 9 buildings, 9 buildings. Chu Miao Miao looked at the sign on the side of the road and walked towards home. The green plants in the community are well planted, but the street lights in some places are not bright enough and are basically dim. But there are still many people walking or walking their dogs around. This made Chu Miao Miao feel very at ease. As I walked to the elevator, I heard footsteps behind me. Chu Miao Miao turned her head and saw a neatly dressed, tall security guard. Although this uncle looked ugly, he was still protecting the safety of the community, so Chu Miao Miao nodded to the security uncle. Oh, you live on the 15th floor, right? Is Miss Chu home today? We received a few letters. I can bring them to her later. Lin Tao glanced at the girl in front of him. This is at least X level. Chu Miao Miao felt that gaze, turned away and said, Mom is not here, please bring it back tomorrow. Lin Tao narrowed his gaze and nodded. Okay, no problem. Or if she's free, she can come to our security office and get it. Bite. The elevator sounded. We have reached the 15th floor. Chu Miao Miao hurried out of the elevator and took out the key from her backpack to open the door. Just as the door was opened, a force pushed it from behind. Push her directly towards the door of her house. Chu Miao Miao didn't react at all and fell to the ground. Little bitch, I've been craving this for a long time. Lin Tao's voice came from behind. Chu Miao Miao's heart tightened and she was about to shout loudly. However, the door opposite her house suddenly opened. How long have you been craving her? Lin Tao turned around and saw a young boy standing at the door looking at him. Behind the boy stood a woman in a suit, who looked like either an insurance agent or a real estate agent. Evil comes from the courage. Lin Tao pulled out a baton from his waist and said, You'd better be. Before he could finish, Lin Mo rushed up, grabbed his wrist, and broke it hard. With a click. That was the sound of bones breaking. Ah! Lin Tao let out a scream. I'll give you a lung. But Lin Mo didn't let go. Instead, he raised his foot and hit Lin Tao's lung hard with his knee. Lin Tao almost couldn't catch his breath. This was not enough, and in the end Lin Mo stepped on Lin Tao's thigh, cut off Kun's feet. This kick is the most crucial and is infused with spiritual energy. It only takes 3 hours for Lin Tao's Kun to lose its functions without him noticing. Manager Chen, if you have time, please call the police. Manager Chen, who was following behind, was startled, but he immediately took out his cell phone to call the police. As for Lin Mo, he simply left Lin Tao behind and walked towards Chu Miao Miao. Are you okay? Chu Miao Miao hadn't reacted yet at this moment. She felt someone approaching and her body shrank unconsciously, but she soon came to her senses and saw that the person in front of her was Lin Mo. For some reason, she screamed and rushed over, hugging Lin Mo tightly with both hands. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Mo patted the girl's back gently. His chest felt like the surging waves, worthy of being an E-level expert. This is really too powerful. The girl kept crying, and Manager Chen behind her did not leave. He held a broom in his hand and stared cautiously at Lin Tao, who was lying on the ground. Lin Mo picked up the girl, put her on the sofa, picked up a lollipop from the table, tore open the package and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. Don't cry, eat some candy first, I'll take care of things. When Chu Miao Miao heard the gentle words, she wiped her tears and nodded. Then can you stay with me later? Okay, just sit here obediently. Lin Mo patted the girl's head, then went over to take over from Manager Chen. Mr. Lin, what's going on? Manager Chen still felt very strange. How come he suddenly saw the security guard committing a crime, and then the teenager in front of him directly disabled the security guard? Lin Mo waved his hand. I don't know either, but the girl who was almost assaulted is my classmate. But Manager Chen, this place is not very safe. My third uncle will probably not agree if he hears about this. This is Lin Mo's trick. Find a real estate agent and rent a house on the 15th floor. Then around this time, unexpectedly, it was right opposite Chu Mia Miao's house. But it's okay this way, everything just happened by coincidence. That's pure coincidence. The police and security personnel came up quickly. Lin Tao's wrist and thigh fractures were severe, so he had to be sent to the hospital first. Lin Mo, Chu Miao Miao and Manager Chen took a police car directly to the police station to record their statements. Although there was no surveillance, there were witnesses, and Manager Chen could prove that Lin Tao intended to attack them. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with Lin Mo's counterattack. As for the confession of Chu Miao Miao, the person involved, it is even more important. The two female police officers comforted him and took notes before they were able to record the statement completely. At this time, Chu Miao Miao's mother also rushed over. The property manager was scolded to death. Compensation. Why do I need you to compensate me when I have money? My daughter was fine on her way home, but she got into trouble when she got to the door. How can you be so useful? Mother Chu is very protective of her daughter. The property manager lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. If something like this happens in a high-end residential complex, the owner's committee will just have to pack up and leave. This requires not only compensation, but also an apology and rectification. At this time, the property manager was already cursing Lin Tao to hell in his heart. The hired security guard attacked the owner. Who would dare to use this property in the future? But they really couldn't refute it. After a while, Chu Miao Miao came out accompanied by a female police officer. As soon as Chu Miao Miao saw Chu's mother, she rushed over crying. The property manager watching from the side also felt sad. What should I do? Mother Chu held Chu Miao Miao in her arms, patted her gently, and then looked towards the policewoman. Comrade police officer, is my daughter okay? The policewoman shook her head soothingly. Apart from some bruises on my knee, everything else is fine. I'm lucky someone helped me. Manager Chen also came out. I'm sorry to have troubled you with your time, but you might be asked to testify in court later. Manager Chen is also a woman. When faced with such a situation, she did not make any excuses, but just kept nodding. No problem. By the way, where's the kid with me? He is still giving his statement. After all, he did it. Manager Chen was a little uneasy. Is he okay? That guy rushed over with a baton. It's okay, don't worry. The interrogation room on the other side. No way. You think you can beat the instructor? The police officer here has Lin Tao's temporary examination report, which shows that he has a broken wrist and a broken thigh. So they all felt that Lin Mo had gone too far. However, Lin Mo's answer was, if I had used more force, he would have been dead. Then Lin Mo showed his strength. He even defeated 2 police officers in an arm wrestling match. After winning, Lin Mo suddenly remembered something. Wait, I remember I was still a child, so logically, I should be fine. The child is just a cowhide. Not long after, the confession was completely recorded and Lin Mo was able to leave. When I walked out, Manager Chen and Chu Miao Miao were both there. Manager Chen still stepped forward politely. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Lin Mo nodded. Manager Chen, I'm really sorry for tonight. Hey, don't say that. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to save anyone. Yes, if it weren't for Lin Mo, the butterfly, Chu Miao Miao might have jumped off the building. At this time, Mother Chu came over holding Chu Miao Miao. I heard that you are Mia Miao's classmate. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Miao Miao. Before she could finish, Lin Mo interrupted her. It's all fate. It means Chu Miao Miao was able to overcome the danger. It's all over. It's okay. Chu Miao Miao's mother Lin Mo had seen her from a distance a few times. This woman exudes the aura of a strong woman and looks very young. When she and Chu Miao Miao go out, there is a greater possibility that they will be mistaken for sisters. But at this moment, the strong woman was in tears. Chu Miao Miao looked even more uncomfortable. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we ask for a day off for Chu Miao Miao tomorrow? She might not be in a good condition to go to school tomorrow." Chu Linshan looked at her daughter in her arms and nodded. After exchanging contact information, the three of them dispersed. Just inside the police station, an officer was looking at the confession. The real estate agent's confession said the child was renting the house for his third uncle, but the child said he was renting the house for himself. The other policeman just raised his eyelids when he heard this. The child's parents are both dead, and his guardian is his third uncle, so it's natural for him to say that. It's just a little lie to the real estate agent, it's nothing. That's true, but that little girl is also quite miserable. Both her parents died, and she was adopted by her aunt and raised as a daughter. Do you think the little girl knows about this? Hey, do you understand what a white lie is? You have to protect your child's heart. It was already past 12 o'clock when we returned to the rental house. Lin Mo lay on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Now, Chu Miao Miao should not jump off the building, after all, he has prevented it from happening. Invincible Immortal Cultivation System, please say something. Are you teaching me how to do things? Is Brother Tonzis so tough now? This invincible cultivation system is currently under development, please develop it on your own. Okay, let's play it this way, huh? How's the mission completed? Mission, investigate the cause of Chu Miao Miao's death and prevent the situation from developing, completed. Reward, 72 transformations. Lin Mo took a look and thought this thing was good. Could this be Sun Wukon's 72 transformations? He opened it immediately and took a look, etc. This thing seems to be different. He had studied it before and knew that the 72 earthly transformations were a form of transformation used to avoid the 3 disasters. But the 72 magical powers given by Brother Tongzi really seem to be 72 magical powers. Among them are carrying mountains, one can lift up big mountains, ban water and block the flow of water, take advantage of the wind and create a strong wind. There are also magical powers such as avoiding water, warding off fire, breathing flames, splitting into 2 parts, and becoming invisible. Although these supernatural powers require practice. But doesn't this mean that Lin Mo has been given some special means? For example, there is a magical power called divine movement that allows a person to travel 1,000 miles in one step. Even the rockets aren't that fast. So Lin Mo decided not to sleep tonight and to study these 72 magical powers carefully. Go to school the next day. Chu Miao Miao really didn't come to school. But it doesn't matter. The system has given a reward, which means that the person must be fine. Lin Mo now not only has Chu Miao Miao's contact information, but also Chu's mother's contact information. After thinking about it, Lin Mo sent a message to Chu Miao Miao. Well enough. Pure straight male questioning. I'm fine now. I wanted to go to school today, but my mom wouldn't let me. Then take a rest. But it will fall behind. I'll take notes and send them to you after school. It took a long time for the other side to reply. Thank you for your trouble. Don't be polite, I have class. Let's talk later. Chu Miao Miao closed her cell phone and lay on the bed. Thank you so much, Lin Mo. Burying her head in the quilt, Chu Miao Miao only remembered the scene of Lin Mo's attack. If it weren't for Lin Mo, she wouldn't dare to think further. After a while, Chu Linshan pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at Chu Miao Miao like this, she felt a little guilty. If she hadn't gone to the next city, Miao Miao wouldn't be like this. Miao Miao, it's okay, it's all over. Mom, I want to thank Lin Mo properly and formally. Can I invite him to our house? Chu Linshan thought about it and agreed happily. Of course, no problem. He's my Miao Miao's savior. Rooftop. Feel the wind, feel the air, feel the aura in the air. Cultivation is a longer process than going to school. But the most important thing is that Lin Mo wants to fly. He doesn't have enough spiritual energy to fly now. However, among the 72 magical powers, there is one called wind control. You can use this to ride the wind. But the same thing goes, if you are not good at it, just practice more. Lin Mo is a novice in cultivating immortals, so he can only practice more. Just as Lin Mo was practicing, a person walked onto the rooftop. Hearing the sound, Lin Mo turned his head to look. It's Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling saw Lin Mo standing in the corner looking into the distance, and thought to herself, as expected, the door to the rooftop is locked most of the time, but Lin Mo can open it. So Xia Yuling asked, so you can unlock the door? Lin Mo turned around. I know a little bit. My cousin taught me. It's not that complicated. These are small things that I can handle with my hands. Xia Yuling nodded, then asked, where did you go last night? Why did you come back so late? Lin Mo didn't expect that Xia Yuling was still awake so late, but he shrugged and said, I was helping my third uncle with something, and there was a small accident, so it was delayed until so late, and I had to take a taxi back. but I don't have to go starting tonight. Xia Yuling breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Mo said that she didn't have to go from tonight onwards. Then come to my house for supper tonight. My mom has been nagging me about it for days. Okay, let auntie cook more noodles. I have a big appetite. Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo in surprise. How do you know my mom always cooks noodles for midnight snack? Of course, when I went to your house for supper before, it was mostly noodles. But to be honest, the noodles made by Aunt Zheng are really delicious. Lin Mo said calmly, because I saw the noodle box in your kitchen the other day. It's called Golden Sir, right? I've eaten it before and it's delicious. Right. I said that noodles are the best. Don't cook them for too long. That way they taste the best. At this moment, Xia Yuling was no longer as cold and aloof as she was when they first met. Instead, I felt the excitement of meeting someone who shared the same interests. It's really strange. In the past, Lin Mo tried his best to get close, but he couldn't get close. But if you think about it, you can understand that approaching with intention is too easy for people to notice and think that you have bad intentions. The lunch bell rang. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, "Let's go downstairs and sleep. If you don't sleep at noon, you will collapse in the afternoon." When I returned to the classroom, most people had already laid down and fallen asleep. Zhang Yunle kept staring at the door. He sat up straight when he saw Lin Mo walk in. After Lin Mo sat down, she hurriedly asked, "Where have you been? What's wrong? Go get some fresh air, take a walk, and help digest your food." Lin Mo opened the math notes he had taken from this morning's class and casually read through them to deepen his understanding. "No, I just saw that you were gone, so I was a little curious. It can't be lost. This is a school, not a mine. How can it be lost so easily? Just at this moment. Are you really here? You deserve it." The originally quiet classroom was suddenly filled with the sound of an argument. The two people sitting in the back row stood up. Lin Mo turned his head to look. The two people who were arguing were named Hao Qiang and Jian Lihao. In Lin Mo's memory, these two were talented players who could score over 500 points without much study, and then they paid the school selection fee to get in. However, the talents of these two people are sometimes good and sometimes bad, and occasionally they can burst out with different powers at certain times. But most of them are in bad condition. It is able to lower the average score of Class 8 by several tens of points. But Lin Mo didn't care much about it. After all, these two people often quarreled, and they would become good friends again after a few days. At this time, Hao Qiang punched him. Jian Lihao was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. He raised his hand and grabbed Hao Qiang. "That's right, just catch him." Jian Lihao is a boy, but his nails are quite long, and there are often black things hidden in the cracks of his nails. This makes his attacks full of biochemical properties. Because it was summer, Hao Qiang raised his hand to block, and then several scratches were left on his arm. They wanted to continue fighting, but the quick-wit people in the back row had already started to separate them. There will be an inspection by school leaders at noon. If the school leaders were attracted here, the class's rating would probably drop a lot. So the class monitor Ma Ruxiang immediately took a few students from the back row to pull the two apart. They even changed seats temporarily, separating the two people who were originally sitting at the same table. Zhang Yunle looked at the two men panting and felt a little scared. "Luckily we pulled the two apart, otherwise there would have been another fight. Ma Ruxiang, the squad leader, is quite capable." Zhang Yunle didn't lower her voice when she said this, and several people nearby heard it. Lin Jiajin, who was sitting at the table to Lin Mo's left, chuckled. "There's something, but not much." Sure enough, the next second, Ma Ruxiang said directly, "It's okay if you want to fight. Find a place where there is no one after class to duel. Don't make a fuss in the class, you uneducated guys." Hearing this, the two people who were originally hostile to each other set their eyes on Ma Ruxiang. Lin Jiajin sneered, "Look, you've gotten into trouble, but at least the matter is resolved. If no school leaders had come, the matter would have passed." But Lin Mo heard that the group of people sitting in the back row were already plotting how to teach Ma Ruxiang a lesson. The main reason is that Ma Ruxiang is not a very honest person and likes to act like a squad leader. He was still a young eunuch, reporting everything to his superiors. Later, the young eunuch was put in a sack and beaten. But not yet, not yet. After school in the afternoon, Lin Mo walked out of the school gate with his notebook. He did not go to the back street, but took a taxi directly to Chu Mia Miao's house. Lin Mo entered the community easily and took the elevator upstairs. When there was a knock on the door, Chu Miao, who was sitting in the living room, was almost nervous. She lowered her steps and looked towards the door cautiously. There was a peephole on the door, so Chu Miao stood on tiptoe to look through it. She found Lin Mo standing outside the door, so she immediately opened it. "Lin Mo, why are you here? I'm sending you the notes. I'm having a late-night snack with someone, so I'd better send it over early." "Ah, what about evening study?" Lin Mo handed over the notebook. "It's okay, there's still plenty of time. It's only a little after 5 o'clock. Evening self-study starts at 7 o'clock, and there is still more than an hour left. It's definitely enough for Lin Mo to go back. At this time, Chu Linchen came out. Ah, it's classmate Lin. You're here to deliver notes to our meow meow. I just cooked dinner and I'm here. As expected of a Chinese, he even came here to play the main role. But Lin Mo still waved his hand. The rice has just been put into the pot and we have to wait more than 40 minutes before we can eat it. The time to go back is quite tight. It's okay, I'll just drive you back later. Chu Linchen wanted to pull Lin Mo into the house, but Lin Mo stood still. Instead, Chu Linchen used the wrong force and fell towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo casually grabbed the young woman's arms and straightened her up. No, I have a big appetite. I'll leave first. Sigma men are just that strong. However, Lin Mo estimated that Mother Chu was at least a G-level expert. And there is no man in their family. No wonder the security guard named Lin Tao dared to do such a thing. It is easiest to target orphans and widows like this. Back at the back street of the school, Lin Mo packed a plate of fried rice and a plate of fried noodles. A serving of fried noodles costs 8 yuan and contains meat, vegetables, and eggs. The same goes for fried rice. Just fill up the carbohydrates. Lin Mo scooped a few spoonfuls of dried radish, then went to buy some fried chicken legs, carbohydrates, vegetables, and meat. As for grease, don't worry about it. In the evening, many students bring their meals to the classroom, so the whole class was filled with mixed smells. But no one has played hot pot in the classroom yet, that's probably the bottom line. Lin Mo carried so many things back to the classroom. Many people looked at Lin Mo sideways. Lin Jiajin even exaggeratedly said, "Did you bring this for Zhang Yunlu? I just saw her eating." "No, I ate it myself." Lin Mo opened the fried rice and started eating. The steaming fried rice is delicious, or rather, this is the best fried rice in the whole backstreet. After taking a few bites, I saw Zhang Yunlu coming back after washing the lunchbox. "Why are you eating now?" Normally at this time, Lin Mo would have finished eating and returned. "I just ran some errands, so I'm late for dinner." Many people actually thought that Lin Mo brought food for Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu was indeed quite greedy, but she had already finished her meal and couldn't eat anymore. So she could only watch Lin Mo put the fried chicken leg into the lunchbox, taking a bite of rice and a bite of crispy chicken leg. "I really want to eat it." Zhang Yunlu looked at Lin Mo's lunchbox. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Zhang Yunlu and pointed at her belly. Little belly, can you still eat more?" Zhang Yunlu's face turned red immediately, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only hum and sit down. How many boys envy this? But only Lin Mo can do this. If other men go up to him, they will only be driven away with a cold face. After Zhang Yunlu sat down, Wang Qin beside her actually frowned. She leaned next to Zhang Yunlu and said, "Lulu, come with me." Zhang Yunlu was a little confused, but still followed. Arriving at the corridor, Wang Qin glanced at Lin Mo who was eating inside, then lowered her voice and said, "I heard from the class that Lin Mo went home with Xia Yuling from class 7 last night." Hearing this news, Zhang Yunlu froze a little, and she turned her head to look in the direction of Lin Mo. Maybe he and Xia Yuling know each other? Wang Qin nodded. Yes, it is said that Xia Yuling is Lin Mo's landlord, and Xia Yuling's mother asked Lin Mo to escort Xia Yuling home. Hearing this, Zhang Yunlu unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. It's just an escort. Seeing Zhang Yunlu like this, Wang Qin said angrily, "You're stupid. They're going home together, so that feels a bit like childhood sweethearts. I've secretly gone to see Xia Yuling from class 7. She's really pretty, not any worse than you, and maybe her parents would be willing to let her go. How can you win if you're like this?" Hearing this, Zhang Yunlu blushed and turned her head away. "Lin Mo and I are just good friends. You're overthinking it." Wang Qin rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Am I overthinking it, or are you underthinking it? Lin Mo is a hot commodity. I've heard the girls discussing him in the restroom more than once. How many girls are staring at him? If he were a little taller, I can't imagine how many girls would like him. After all, Lin Mo is famous for his role." There was even a senior student who quietly came downstairs to class 8 to see Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo is not the most handsome, he is also a cool and handsome guy. Hearing this, Zhang Yunlu was a little panicked, but she didn't really want to admit that she liked Lin Mo. The most important thing is that school has only started for a week. Seeing Zhang Yunlu hesitating, Wang Qin didn't bother to pay attention to her. She had to make this girl feel a sense of crisis. She would drag her away tonight and let her watch Lin Mo leave with another girl with her own eyes. As for Lin Mo, although he had spiritual awareness, he was too lazy to eavesdrop. I quickly finished the fried rice and continued to eat the fried noodles. Each portion is filled to the brim. Lin Jiajin couldn't help but admire Lin Mo as he watched him eat in an orderly manner. "If I had your appetite, would I also have your strength?" Lin Mo shrugged. Maybe, you can try. Looking at Lin Mo's rice noodles, Lin Jiajin shook his head. One serving would make it difficult to reach my throat, and if I eat two, I'm afraid I'd die of fullness. You can become a big eater like this. Lin Mo waved his hand. Being a big eater is harmful to your health. That's right, your health is more important. Not long after Lin Mo finished eating, evening self-study began. Everyone is basically doing homework. Some people finish their homework quickly and pass it to the people in the back row to copy. 2 hours is more than enough for them to finish their homework. In the past, Lin Mo was also the one waiting to copy homework, but after he was reborn, he started doing his homework on his own. It can only be said that these homework assignments are relatively simple. After finishing them, Lin Mo also took out the extra exercise book he bought. Most of the learning can be done by rote memorization, especially in the humanities. Science requires more logical and calculation abilities. Lin Mo is actually quite interested in chemistry, physics, and mathematics, so he is willing to put in the effort here. But after a while, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Evening self-study also ended here. Lin Mo put the exercise book directly into the drawer. No one would steal it anyway. Some people around me have already started discussing whether to go to a nearby illegal internet cafe to surf the internet. There are some local people in the class, so they naturally know where there are illegal internet cafes nearby. Fang Jun is also one of them. One of the reasons why Lin Mo and Fang Jun got along so well in the past was that they went to black internet cafes together. Later on, they would even skip evening self-study and go directly to school. Lin Mo has no parents, so it doesn't matter. Fang Jun was arrested several times. But in this life, Lin Mo doesn't plan to go to a black internet cafe. He planned to upgrade the computer at home, bring it to the rental house, and then install an internet cable so that it would be more convenient for him to access the internet. Zhang Yunlu, who was originally among the first group of students to leave school, was held back by Wang Qin. "What are you doing?" Wang Qin pulled Zhang Yunlu's school bag. Wait a little longer." After more than 3 minutes, Fang Jun spoke again. "Lin Mo, your landlord is here to see you." The boys in the class started to make a fuss. It's nothing, they just think it's fun. They don't care whether Lin Mo and Xia Yuling have any relationship, they just want to make a fuss. Lin Mo raised his eyes and saw Xia Yuling standing outside. After packing up his things, Lin Mo walked outside. The two didn't say anything, just looked at each other and left. Zhang Yunlu's face turned pale when she saw this scene. Wang Qin on the side didn't know whether this was right or not, but if it dragged on, Lin Mo would probably be arrested, and Zhang Yunlu would just continue to pay the friendship fee. Most students have to eat another meal after returning home from evening self-study. But tonight, Zhang Yunlu sat at the dinner table, looking at the food in front of her without any appetite. "What's wrong, Nanan? Are you not satisfied with the food tonight? Daddy will make you whatever you want to eat." Zhang Yunlu forced a smile and shook her head. "No, I just don't feel very hungry today." Looking at her father's worried eyes, Zhang Yunlu ate some dishes casually before leaving the table and returning to her room. Zhang Chengshen saw all of this clearly. His daughter must be worried. In the room, a girl in pink pajamas was sitting on the bed holding a giant rabbit doll. Why do I feel so bad? They are clearly just landlord and tenant, so why do I feel so bad seeing them going to and from school together? A boy whom she had only known for about 2 weeks, but who had touched her emotions like never before. Do. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Yunlu wiped the marks on her face and asked, "Who is it?" "Xiao Yunlu, it's Auntie." Hearing that it was her aunt, Zhang Yunlu breathed a sigh of relief. "Come in, Auntie." The door was slowly pushed open, and the woman with a facial mask walked into the girl's room, closed the door, and locked it. She fell casually on Zhang Yunlu's bed. Little Yunlu encountered troubles right after starting school? Zhang Yunlu raised the corners of her mouth and smiled sweetly. "No, why would Auntie say that? You've never been able to hide things since you were little. Your forced smile will make your aunt feel bad. My stinky old brother knows you're unhappy at a glance, but he's a stinky man and doesn't understand, so let me see what's wrong with you." Zhang Yunlu shook her head. "It's okay, Auntie. I can handle it. It's not a big deal." The woman sat up from the bed and gently hugged Zhang Yunlu. "It's okay, Auntie will stand by you, and I won't tell my brother, so tell Auntie that you are being bullied?" "Well, I don't think so. With your personality, you will fight back if you are bullied. So you met the boy you like?" This sudden questioning scared Zhang Yunlu. She immediately waved her hands and said, I didn't, Aunt, don't talk nonsense." But the woman smiled and said, "See, I was right. Tell me, Auntie, is that guy handsome?" Zhang Yunlu, who was tricked, buried her head in the doll. "Tell me, in exchange, I can tell you the story of the first time you truly liked a boy. Eating melons is human nature." Hearing this, Zhang Yunlu showed one eye from the doll. "How's it going? You're not at a disadvantage. After all, your aunt, have been in the love world for 20 years. Aunt is only 24 years old, okay? Besides, I've never seen you in a relationship since you were a child. Zhang Yunlu looked down at her aunt's figure. Well, although not as explosive as Chumia Miao's, it was also well proportioned. Maybe it's because my aunt has always liked fitness. What's wrong with being 24? At 24, I went to school and had crushes on people. Seeing that Zhang Yunlu remained silent, Zhang Qinjia could only throw out some ideas. When I was in school, there was a boy in our class who wore glasses. He was the top student in the school, very good at studying, and very tall. Unfortunately, he was a nerd. No matter how I approached him or how I hinted at him, he seemed to be blind. And then? Zhang Yunlu listened carefully and found that most of the girls had similar thoughts. She was like the aunt in the story, wanting to get close to Lin Mo, but she could also feel that there was still a certain distance between her and Lin Mo. After that, his grades were so good that he went to the experimental class, and we couldn't contact him anymore. My aunt was lying on the bed, the mask on her face had been removed, revealing her delicate face. Auntie, you don't lack suitors, right? Yeah, but no one else is as dazzling as he is in my eyes. So this is Auntie's white moonlight? Zhang Qinjia sat up and poked the girl's forehead with a smile. Little girl, do you know what Bai Yue Guang is? Bai Yue Guang, that is a beautiful memory from the past, an existence that cannot be replaced even if Bai Yue Guang herself appears again. Zhang Qinjia laughed as he spoke. After some guidance, Zhang Yunlu finally told the story of her encounter with Lin Mo. But this did not include the things like Lin Mo defeating the instructor and buying snacks for herself. She still had these little thoughts. Zhang Qinjia also showed a smile of enjoying the show. Nothing is as exciting as my little niece's melon. So you yourself are not sure whether you are attracted to him or you really like this boy. Zhang Yunlu nodded, then shook her head. I saw him go home with the landlord today. I felt so sad. I think I have a crush on him. Zhang Qinjia clapped his hands. Wan La, you've fallen in love. The girl blushed. Auntie. Okay, you just stepped in. Then what should I do? The girl was a little anxious. She didn't know what she should do. Zhang Qinjia thought for a moment and said, hearing you say that, do you think he treats you well? Zhang Yunlu thought about it for a while, but couldn't help but nodded. Yes. As soon as Zhang Qinjia saw Zhang Yunlu's expression, he knew that this little girl must be hiding something. But it doesn't matter, she, the great reporter Zhang Qinjia, will definitely continue to collect intelligence. In that case, you still have to observe. After all, the landlord and tenant just going to and from school together doesn't mean anything. It's not a big deal for the boys, but it's also important what the girl's parents look like. Zhang Qinjia thought about it and finally decided to comfort Zhang Yunlu. After hearing this, Zhang Yunlu did relax a little. But from what you said, it seems like a lot of girls like this guy. Xiao Yunlu should be careful and don't get fooled by a scumbag. Chu. Lin Mo rubbed his nose and said, that's not right. With my current physical condition, it's impossible for me to catch a cold. After returning from Xia Yuling's house for supper, Lin Mo continued to practice. Now, he can condense a water ball just by raising his hand. It's completely different from the efficiency of using spiritual energy to transform water balls. But the most important thing is the speed. Lin Mo pushed the door open and walked out, but there was no sound. Lin Mo's consciousness also spread outward and dispersed in all directions. At this time, Xia Yuling had not slept yet, but was studying. He is really the king of roles. Lin Mo went out in casual clothes and slippers. In Guangzhou, there are people eating supper on the streets even at 3 or 4 in the morning. As for now, it's only 12 o'clock. This is when nightlife is at its most lively. Lin Mo entered invisible state as soon as he came down from upstairs. This is also one of the 72 magical powers. The first thing Lin Mo practiced was invisibility. With invisibility, he could do a lot more things. For example, with invisibility, whether you become a hero or become a Ziyu, you can do whatever you want. It's just that Lin Mo has always been a chaotic and kind person. No matter how chaotic he was in the past, he had never done anything criminal. I didn't do that before, and I definitely won't do that now. As for not eating beef, that will have to wait until I get stronger. Who knows if this world is really a world of cultivation, as Tangzi said. What if just when you are being arrogant, a high-level cultivator appears and kills you in an instant? Lin Mo put this idea aside and began to practice the magical power of Shensing. These magical powers cannot achieve maximum effect just by learning them. Lin Mo had just started to refine his qi, and the amount of spiritual energy in his body was not much. That's why Lin Mo wanted to know what this magical movement would be like. When I arrived at the roadside, there were not so many people on the road in the early morning, but there were still many cars passing by. Using the supernatural power of movement, Lin Mo just took a step forward and crossed the road, directly arriving at the other side of the road. And it won't hit any vehicles. Lin Mo continued to move forward, and in just a moment, he passed through a house. Not the kind of thing where you just walk by and pass through. Instead, it penetrates the wall and comes to the other side. Is this what God is doing? Lin Mo was also worried that Shen Xing would hit a wall or other people like a locomotive because of its high speed, but this worry is obviously unnecessary. Just walked around the city a few times. Lin Mo was sure that he was faster than the high-speed rail. No need to take the subway to go home. You can save a few bucks. If Lin Mo thought about it now, he could just use the combination of speed and invisibility to go to the gold shop to get money. It was exciting just thinking about it. So he decided to go home and sleep. Before morning reading, Chu Miao Miao came early today, holding a bag of notebooks in her arms. Taking advantage of the fact that there were not many people in the class, she stuffed all the notebooks Lin Mo gave her into the hole in Lin Mo's desk early on. She wasn't actually afraid of giving it in person, but she was afraid that if she did, it would cause a commotion among the people around her. Everyone will also misunderstand the relationship between Lin Mo and her. This is not good for Lin Mo. So she came to school early, put her notebook in and immediately returned to her seat. Little did they know that someone had already noticed Chu Miao Miao's behavior. The man who saw it sneered but said nothing. 1 minute before morning reading, Lin Mo entered the classroom on time. The homework I wrote yesterday was handed in a long time ago. As for the back row, there was a group of people copying homework. This is the disadvantage of not doing homework during evening self-study. Lin Mo looked at the hole in the table and immediately found his notebook. Look back at Chu Miao Miao. Chu Miao Miao was holding a novel, but her eyes were always fixed on Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded towards Chu Miao Miao, and Chu Miao Miao immediately lowered her head. It turns out that being too introverted is not a good thing. During the break, rumors spread in the air. No way? A love letter? Writing a love letter so soon? This is too outrageous. What's the big deal? They have their own cafeteria. Writing a love letter to anyone is easy. But I think Lin Mo and Zhang Yinlu are a perfect match. What's the big cow that suddenly cuts in line? Hey, I want to receive love letters too. Receive a love letter? Dream on. These rumors soon spread throughout the class. Lin Mo had just returned from the restroom, and as soon as he sat down, Fang Jun appeared out of nowhere. He glanced at Zhang Yunlu, who looked unhappy, and then pulled Lin Mo out. What are you doing? Lin Mo looked at Fang Jun with confusion. You are amazing, you have Zhang Yunlu, Xia Yuling, and now there is Chu Miao Miao. Lin Mo frowned. What? There's another Chu Miao Miao, what are you talking about? Chu Miao Miao wrote you a love letter. Don't tell me you didn't receive it. Fang Jun used his husky to point at people. No, when did you write me a love letter? What are you talking about? Lin Mo was not sure and scanned his notebook and desk with his spiritual sense. Not to mention a love letter, there isn't even a single hair. Fang Jun looked carefully at Lin Mo's expression and felt that he was indeed not lying. Tell me what happened. Lin Mo put his hand on Fang Jun's shoulder and asked in a low voice. Laowen told me that someone saw Chu Miao Miao put a love letter in the hole of your desk this morning. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. That's a notebook. Chu Miao Miao was my former neighbor's child. I know her family. She didn't have class, so I gave her the notebook. She just returned it this morning. When Fang Jun heard this, he knew it was another misunderstanding, but he still looked at Lin Mo with envy. That would be considered provoking one more person. When will Brother Mo show me a few moves so I can learn from him? Being handsome is innate, you can't learn it. Lin Mo patted Fang Jun on the shoulder and returned to the classroom. Countless eyes were focused on Lin Mo. There was teasing, but more of it was envy, jealousy, and hatred. After all, in the class, although Chu Miao Miao looks a bit rustic, her looks and figure definitely rank among the best. Many boys are eyeing Chu Miao Miao. Girls are more likely to be crickets behind people's backs. As for the source of this news, no one cares anymore. Chu Miao Miao just read the novel silently, oblivious to what was happening outside, and didn't have too many worries. The reason why Lin Mo said that Chu Miao Miao was his former neighbor was mainly to reduce the risk of Chu Miao Miao being bullied. Fang Jun has always been a loudmouth. The news he spread may not be true, but at least it can cover up a lot of rumors. Just as Lin Mo sat down, someone came over. Hey, Lin Mo, you're so lucky. So many girls like you. Unlike me, I can only study hard. Su Mingzhao's voice sounded again. Lin Mo has already started considering whether he should go invisible and kill this guy tonight. If you don't shut up, do you think I, the male protagonist, am fake? That's because you have bad breath and are ugly, so no girls like you. Ask the whole class and see which girl likes you. Lin Jiajin put down the newspaper and looked at Su Mingzhao with a hint of contempt. Lin Jiajin's words made many people around him laugh. Su Mingzhao is indeed one of the most disliked people in the class. The main problem is that this person has bad breath, and it's real bad breath. I have braces. Come on, don't give me that. A friend of mine also has braces and doesn't have bad breath. I think you just don't brush your teeth. The whole class laughed. Lin Mo said nothing, and the great scholar argued for him. So Ming Zhao looked at Lin Mo viciously. In his opinion, all this was because of Lin Mo. What? Still want to fight? I'm happy to join you. You choose the place. So Ming Zhao was not that stupid, he snorted coldly. What kind of student is he if he only knows how to fight? The next exam. Shuazigi, who was sitting in the front, turned his head and raised his gold-rimmed glasses. I'm good at exams, why not compete with me? During military training, everyone knew who the top student in the class was, and Shuazigi could answer questions in almost every subject during class. So as soon as Shuazigi opened his mouth, so Mingzhao immediately shut up. Lin Mo acted distressed. You guys have already finished pretending, so what should I pretend to be? Friday is a happy day because the second to last period in the afternoon is physical education class. Lin Mo is going to organize the team again. Stand at attention. Look to the right. Look forward. Count. Reporting, Class 8, one person has requested leave, the remaining 49 are present. Zhang Daming nodded. Next, we'll run 2 laps, and then today we'll review the 9th set of radio gymnastics. Is there anyone who hasn't learned this set of radio gymnastics? There was a cry of grief in the team instantly. When I was in junior high school, I basically learned the 9th set of radio gymnastics. I didn't expect that I would have to continue doing aerobics now. Lin Mo almost forgot how to do the radio gymnastics. But now that my memory has improved, I can still remember how to do the 9th set of radio gymnastics. Everyone in the class also has muscle memory. Stop yelling here. Starting next week during recess, you'll have to do exercises. Got it. After G3, you basically just run 2 laps and then go back. Only the younger students were left to continue doing exercises. This is the regulation of Guangba. After all, every school has its own regulations. After doing 2 rounds of exercises, Zhang Daming also let Class 8 go and let them move freely. But basically everyone got together. It's because the last class is an interest group class. They can join interest groups, which are part of the school's curriculum to expand students' extracurricular abilities. After all, it is a key school. We not only pursue students' academic performance, but also hope that students will have other developments. For example, there are learning clubs such as Recitation Club, Drama Club, Literature Club, and English Club. There are also interest groups such as Radio Direction Finding and Debate Club. There are also common sports clubs such as basketball, football, badminton, and table tennis. Basically, there is a pit for each type. However, these schools will provide corresponding venues. Everyone playing basketball nearby was excitedly talking about what they would do after joining the basketball club. I'm so strong, I'll definitely represent our school and get first place in the country. Sorry, I think Xianbei is first. Should I dye my hair red? These people were discussing this one after another, but they didn't know that those interest groups didn't accept everyone. They had to be selected and only those who met the requirements could stay. As for Lin Mo, he was eliminated in his previous life. Those who are screened out have to go back to their own classrooms to study. As soon as Lin Mo took out his equipment, Zhang Yinla ran over with her racket. Today she took the initiative to bring her badminton racket. The carbon fiber racket, coupled with the composite fiber string, can be said to be a powerful piece of equipment like a dragon-slaying sword in this place. Lin Mo. Today I want to avenge my previous shame. The girl's second-year syndrome also started to strike. Lin Mo thought about it and had nothing to do, so he took the iron racket from school and started playing. Zhang Yinla can lift the racket with just one finger. The school's rackets are made of pure iron and have some rust on the edges, but the nylon string on them is very durable. But compared to the dragon-slaying sword, it is just a peachwood sword. Okay, come on. Zhang Yinla not only used her own racket, but also used badminton balls that cost hundreds of yuan a bucket. It has to be said that rich people are rich people. It's just that everyone is insensitive to these things at this time. Lin Mo continued to feed the ball as usual. Zhang Yinla stopped hitting smashes and the two entered into a tug-of-war. After going back and forth, the two were evenly matched. The speed of the ball is also getting faster and faster. There were also many people watching the fight. Basically, the girls who didn't want to exercise just watched from the sidelines. Badminton is actually a high-intensity sport because it requires frequent running, jumping and swinging of the racket. So after fighting for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yinla felt very tired. So far, she hasn't won a single game. Lin Mo is like a ruthless batsman who can block any ball. Zhang Yinla lost all the balls due to misjudgment. No, I'm tired. I don't want to fight anymore. Zhang Yinli was holding a racket, breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed, and sweat stuck her hair to her face. Playing for more than 10 minutes was more tiring than playing for 4 quarters in the past. Zhang Yunle sat down on the flower bed without any image, not caring at all whether her pants were dirty or not. Seeing this, Lin Mo also put down his racket. This warm-up exercise is also good. Then, seeing how fiercely Lin Mo and the others were playing, they also wanted to try playing badminton. After sitting down, Zhang Yunle looked directly at Lin Mo. Are you going to join the badminton team? If you do, you'll definitely be very strong. In fact, Lin Mo knew that he was good at any sport he participated in. Punching Lingdan and kicking Li Zongwei are no problem at all. So he shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to go down the sports path. It can be seen that Lin Mo can indeed pursue a career in sports, but no one can force him to do so. An autopsy may not be performed, but a physical examination is a must. Who knows what kind of report Lin Mo will get after his physical examination? Lin Mo was unwilling to take risks, at least he didn't want to take risks before he succeeded in cultivation. He didn't think he could withstand a nuclear bomb right now. The humble way is the right way. As for the basketball court, several teams were still playing 3v3. It's just that playing basketball involves physical collisions, and everyone isn't particularly familiar with each other, so a conflict might easily arise. Su Mingzhao knocked a classmate named Lin Zi to the ground. Lin Zi is a little shorter, but he is very flexible when playing basketball. But he is no match for Su Mingzhao in singles. With just one collision, Lin Zi was knocked away. But this kind of dribbling and colliding with others is actually a foul. Lin Zi got up from the ground, raised his hand and pointed at Su Mingzhao. Are you here to play ball or to fight? Su Mingzhao held the ball with a look of disdain on his face. It's normal for bodies to collide, isn't it? If you can't collide, go home and play with your Barbie doll. Lin Zi walked up to him and asked, do you want to fight? As he spoke, Lin Zi's teammates also came up. They are all junior high school classmates, so they will naturally help Lin Zi. On Su Mingzhao's side, his two teammates were from the temporary group, and they didn't like Su Mingzhao very much, so they just stood aside and watched. When Su Mingzhao saw these people, he was not afraid at all. He straightened his chest and charged forward. Zhang Daming, who was standing by, took one glance and saw what was happening on the basketball court. In other words, he focused on scanning the situation on the basketball court. After all, hot-bloodedness is the most deadly. Hey, what are you doing? Just a light shout was enough to separate the people who were about to fight. Fighting is not a problem, but fighting in front of the teacher will result in punishment in minutes. So they soon separated. Lin Zi looked at Su Mingzhao and pointed at him. Be careful. The fight did not happen, but there was a theft incident in the class. My Xiern was fidgeting with anxiety, and even the contents of his school bag were poured out. Where did you go? Where did you go? His deskmate asked, what's going on? It's gone. The class fees I collected today are gone. What the hell? It was the first week of school, and my Xiern, as the student committee member, collected class fees. This money would be used to buy new cleaning tools and some collective items. But now the money is gone. As you can see, the money I collected was all put in a blue document bag, which was very conspicuous. I checked it once before class, but when I came back from PE class, it was gone. The class fee is $10 per person, so for 49 people it's $490. The money was just collected today, but it disappeared as soon as it was collected. This amount of money is also a huge sum for my Xiern. My Xiern didn't think twice and walked straight towards the office. At times like this, I still have to find my homeroom teacher, Chen Xiaoa. After a while, Chen Xiaoa came. She was also worried. Why did she encounter such a thing? But there was no other way, I could only call everyone in the class back first. Lin Mo, Zhang Yunlu and others came back a little late because they were packing up their equipment. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Mo roughly knew what was going on. I hadn't thought about it before, but now when I saw the scene, I remembered that the class funds were stolen in the first week of school. However, Zhang Yunlu on the side didn't know what had happened. She just carefully returned to her seat and turned her head to ask Wang Qin, who had returned earlier. Then I realized what happened. Zhang Yunlu then told Lin Mo about this matter. Sure enough, they are exactly the same. If I guessed correctly, the next thing is, Ma Ruxiang stood up. Teacher, I have a suggestion. Although it may be a bit of an invasion of privacy, it will be faster. Chen Xiaoa looked at Ma Ruxiang and nodded. Go ahead. We asked a boy and a girl to search bags separately. Generally speaking, thieves who steal money either put it on their body or in their bags. This method is indeed fine, so most people agree, and those who are unwilling do not dare to speak up. After all, as soon as you open your mouth, people might think there is something wrong with you. So after the decision was made, Chen Xiaoa pointed out a girl and Ma Ruxiang to search the bag. As for their bags, let Chen Xiaoa search them herself. The search also includes holes in the table. Ma Ruxiang searched Lin Mo's side and said politely, Brother Mo, please move aside. Lin Mo casually gave up his seat. In his previous life, Lin Mo was a silent guy in the back row, so Ma Ruxiang's attitude was a bit domineering. But this life is different. Maybe I'll get beaten up for being too arrogant. Lin Mo's backpack was hanging next to the table. He picked it up and looked at the things on the table. There was no money and no blue briefcase. 490 yuan may seem like a small amount, but in reality each person pays 10 yuan, and some people pay 2 5 yuan bills or 10 1 yuan bills, which adds up to a lot. It is also easy to find. But unfortunately, after searching everyone's desks and backpacks, the class funds were nowhere to be found. Even my Ziyang's desk was searched several times. As for Lin Mo, he had already scanned the classroom with his spiritual sense and knew where the money was hidden, but he wanted to know more about who stole the money. Looking back now, there were a few candidates. So Lin Mo didn't tell everyone where the money was put. He just watched silently as my Ziyang's expectant look turned dim. My Ziyang sighed and sat down dejectedly. Could it be someone from another class who did this? But without any evidence, it is difficult to get people from other classes to cooperate. In this situation, most people can only blame themselves for their bad luck. Chen Xiao frowned. Guanba is an old school, and precisely because it is an old school, it takes time to replace many of the equipment. There is no surveillance in the classroom, and the surveillance in the corridor seems to be broken. This matter needs to be reported to the higher UPS, otherwise there will be too many messy things for the class teachers to handle. My Ziyang, come with me. Let's leave this matter at that for now. We'll discuss it during the class meeting on Monday. Knowing there was no other way, Chen Xiao could only rescue my Ziyang first. Leaving my Ziyang in the class would only make him a target of public criticism. After all, 10 yuan per person was not a lot in 2012, but 490 yuan in total was not a small amount. She was wondering whether she should advance some money to be used as class fees. But if the thief is not found, it will be another trouble. After Chen Xiao left, Class 8 was no longer suppressed and became active again. Everyone started cursing the thief. But the interest group was about to start class, so they left the classroom without much cursing. Zhang Yinlu also carried her badminton racket and walked outside. Before leaving, she looked at Lin Mo. You really won't join the badminton team? No, it's okay for fun, but it's not in my plan. Seeing Lin Mo's insistence, Zhang Yinlu didn't say anything else and could only go to the badminton court in the gymnasium first. There is a strong badminton atmosphere in Guangzhou, and many universities have built badminton halls to train badminton players. According to Lin Mo's understanding, Guangba not only has a badminton hall, but also a swimming pool above the badminton hall. There is also a weightlifting team on the other side. It can be said that it has developed in an all-round way. At this time, few people stayed in the class. Lin Mo didn't leave either. He didn't plan to join any interest classes anyway, so studying and doing exercises on his own was also good. Looking around the class, I could see a dozen or so other people in the class, but they are all taciturn people, including Chu Miao Miao. Chu Miao Miao looked around and saw no one, so she took the initiative to walk over and sat in Zhang Yinlu's seat. My mom asked me to ask you when you're free to come to my house for dinner. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. When did I agree to go to your house for dinner? My mom said she wants to thank you properly. It doesn't matter if we don't eat at home. We can go out to eat. You can tell me what you want to eat. Although the girl often kept her head down, she raised her head and looked at Lin Mo without any hesitation. Lin Mo waved his hand. Then let's go to your house to eat after school. I have to go home after eating. After all, Lin Mo also needs to go home and bring back his computer and other things. He had told Aunt Zheng and Xia Yuling about going home yesterday. But thinking of something, Lin Mo turned his head to look at Chu Miao Miao. By the way, after school, do you want to go home first or wait for me? Chu Miao Miao, who had just taken out her phone to send a message to her mother, was stunned for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, Then I'll tell my mother not to pick me up. I'll wait for you to go together. Lin Mo nodded. This was fine. He mainly wanted to catch some thieves. The class passed quickly and everyone came back to pack up their things. The group of students who said they wanted to join the basketball team also came back. Some people are dejected, while others are arrogant. However, there were obviously more dejected people, while Su Mingzhao was the arrogant one. His basketball skills are indeed good. In his previous life, he did join the basketball team and became one of the starting main players. If Lin Mo hadn't intervened, everything would have happened as usual. Of course, many people have joined the basketball team. After all, it is an interest group. Even if they don't participate in the competition, they still need people to practice with the main team. There are more losers. Molly was walking and comforting the people around him. It's just a basketball club, no big deal. Although Molly's comfort was weak, it was still comfort after all. As for Su Mingzhao, he said with a smug look on his face, it's because you are too bad that you can't even make a free throw. You're just lucky, why are you pretending? An indignant man suddenly stood up and pointed at Su Mingzhao and shouted. Su Mingzhao could see that not only one person was glaring at him, but if he continued to mock them, he would probably be beaten up by the group. So he immediately shut up, turned around angrily and packed up his things. You don't have to go to evening self-study on Friday night, so you can pack up and go home now. As for students living in the dormitory, they do not have to study in the evening. They can go out for a walk and return before the dormitory closes at 11:30 p.m. Saturday is free time. After all, it is a key school, and the requirements for student behavior are not as strict as you might imagine. On the contrary, they are a little more relaxed. The prerequisite is that the grades meet the standards. However, there are only a few people in a class who live here, and most of them go back home locally. Most people were packing up to go back. But Lin Mo was not in a hurry, he was still doing his homework. When there were fewer and fewer people in the class, he leisurely packed up his things. Shu Miao Miao in the back was also packing up. She was also doing her homework seriously in the class just now. Seeing Lin Mo packing up, she started to pack up. There aren't many people left in the class. The student on duty had finished cleaning and started to chase people away. After all, you have to close the windows and lock the doors in the end. After closing the windows and locking the door, the student on duty left. When they reached the school gate, Lin Mo looked at Shu Miao Miao and pointed at the pavilion in the school and said, "Wait for me over there. I'll be back soon." As soon as he turned around, a pair of hands grabbed Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo turned his head and saw Shu Miao Miao lowering her head and making a low sound. "No, I'm scared." At this time, Lin Mo remembered that although Shu Miao Miao was fine, she still had some shadows in her heart, so he thought about it and could only say, "Then follow me. You don't need to say anything about what happens next. Just watch." Shu Miao Miao nodded vigorously, then followed Lin Mo carefully. Lin Mo circled around a few times, keeping his spiritual sense locked on the surroundings of the classroom. Sure enough, a figure appeared and opened the window of Class 8. In fact, Lin Mo had studied it before. These windows in the school classroom are all movable doors. If they are not opened from the inside at first, there is really no way to open them from the outside. But now, this window basically cannot be closed tightly. Push sideways with force and it will open. The figure easily climbed over the window and landed inside. Then he hurried towards the cabinet at the back of the classroom. After carefully pushing open the cabinet, a blue file bag fell out. It was the file bag containing the class funds. "I'm sorry, my Zion, I will return it to you." As he said this, he prepared to stuff the file bag into his school bag. "So it's you. Why did you steal these hundreds of dollars?" The figure suddenly turned around and saw Lin Mo standing in front of the window with his arms folded, and a silent Shu Miao Miao standing next to him. "Lin Mo. Shu Miao Miao. Student Zhang Yuzhong, are you in a difficult situation?" Lin Mo asked sincerely without any contempt or provocation in his tone. The reason why he didn't tell everyone where the class funds were hidden at the beginning was actually because the money would appear on my Zion's desk again at the end of the semester. It was also because of this that Lin Mo wanted to know who stole the money. Zhang Yuzhong is a big, dark-skinned young man from the countryside. He came to Guangba from another place to study, but he had good grades and was among the top 5 in the class. After the class was divided, he went to the science experimental class. It can make a student with good grades take the risk of stealing money. If it's not a psychopathy, then it must be an unspeakable secret. And since he returned the money at the end of the semester, it means that something must have forced him to steal the money. And since it is a case of borrowing and returning, it means there is some inside story behind it. Give me a reason that convinces me, and I can pretend I didn't see anything. Lin Mo stood there and looked at Zhang Yuzhong. Zhang Yuzhong stood aside, somewhat at a loss. He stammered, not knowing what to say. But after thinking it over, he said, "My parents and my younger brothers and sisters all need money to eat. I will pay it back. I will work part-time at the construction site on weekends, so I can pay it back." Zhang Yuzhong did not lie, he did go to school later, but this incident will probably be like a thorn, forever stuck in his heart, becoming a huge stain in his heart. Lin Mo thought about it and realized that people didn't take the concept of who was rich and who was poor too seriously, and he had never noticed Zhang Yuzhong's situation before. However, his spiritual sense could discern Zhang Yuzhong's emotions, expressions, and movements. He didn't lie. This is a reason that Lin Mo can accept. Stealing money is certainly not a good thing, but he is not a judge, so he doesn't need any legal provisions. After careful consideration, Lin Mo took out 200 yuan in cash from his pocket. "Put the money down. I'll lend you these 200. Zhang Yuzhong was stunned for a moment, feeling a little overwhelmed. "You won't tell on me? There's no need. What good would it do me to inform on you, other than to ruin you? You might as well just keep your head clean and continue studying." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuzhong's eyes turned red and his expression was full of guilt. I. Lin Mo climbed over the windowsill and stuffed the 200 yuan into Zhang Yuzhong's hand. is that enough? Enough! Enough! Zhang Yuzhong even took out only 100 yuan and wanted to put the other 100 yuan into Lin Mo's pocket. Take it first. You have to set aside some. Don't push yourself too hard. Studying is still important. The school has poverty subsidies. Just ask your homeroom teacher for them. Zhang Yuzhong opened his mouth, then scratched his head and said, I don't know. Indeed, unless the head teacher takes the initiative to tell you about this kind of thing, students may not necessarily know about it. Zhang Yuzhong looked up at Chu Miao Miao, who was also standing by the window but didn't say anything. Don't worry, she listens to me and won't tell anyone. Lin Mo opened the door. Let's go, it'll be fine. Chu Miao Miao was very surprised, but because she had promised Lin Mo, she didn't say anything. After Zhang Yuzhong left, she looked at Lin Mo curiously, but still didn't say anything. Okay, speak up. Ba. Hey, that's not right. How do you know the money? The money would be here. Lin Mo shrugged. I know fortune telling, so I know. Okay, wait here. I'll go find the head teacher. In class, Chu Miao Miao is not afraid. So Lin Mo went straight to the office. The students have finished school, but the teachers have not yet left work. After knocking on the door, many teachers were still there, and Lin Mo still remembered Chen Xiao's location. I came to the office often in my previous life. At this time, Chen Xiao was sitting at her seat typing on the keyboard, probably working on some lesson plan. Although her name is Xiao, she is actually a 40-year-old woman. Teacher Chen. She was the only one with the surname Chen in the entire office, so Chen Xiao immediately raised her head. It's you, haven't you left yet? I prepared it, but forgot to come back to get it, and I ended up finding the stolen class funds. Chen Xiao was stunned for a moment, then repeated the sentence. Have you found the stolen class funds? Give them to me. In the class, I asked Chu Miao Miao to look after the money, and I came here to report first. After hearing that there were other witnesses, Chen Xiao no longer suspected Lin Mo. He got up and went back to the class with Lin Mo. It was indeed a blue file bag. Lin Mo pointed behind the cabinet and analyzed seriously. I just came back to get something and found that the cabinet was bulging out, and then I found the money inside. I guess the person who stole the money knew that the school bag would be searched, so he put the money inside first and planned to take it back later. This is indeed the case. Seeing this, Chen Xiao simply took the file bag and looked left and right at Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao. Why are you two walking together? Good job, Chen Xiao. I will solve the case for you and recover the stolen money. She was my former neighbor. I met her recently. I'm going to her house for dinner later, so we're going together. Chen Xiao looked Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao up and down. Lin Mo was serious in class and did not make any mistakes in his homework. As for Chu Miao Miao, she was also average. Don't stand so close to each other in school. No one will take care of you outside of school. Go back first. We can discuss the rest of the matter at the class meeting on Monday. After saying that, Chen Xiao left first. Only Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao were left. But Chen Xiao is like this. She seems unkind on the surface, but she is very enthusiastic in private. Lin Mo closed the doors and windows before leaving the school with Chu Miao Miao. There were not many people waiting for the bus at the bus stop, but during the rush hour, there are quite a few people in every car. Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao could only swipe their transportation cards from the front door and then get on the bus from the back door. Lin Mo is quite tall and can reach out and grab the handrail above his head, but Chu Miao Miao is only about 1.5 meters tall, a purebred southern potato. I couldn't even reach out to grab the handrail next to me. Seeing this, Lin Mo said to Chu Miao Miao, grab my clothes. Chu Miao Miao raised her head and stared at Lin Mo blankly. Before she could reach out her hand, the bus suddenly braked. Chu Miao Miao, who didn't catch anything, almost flew out. Lin Mo was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he grabbed it back. Chu Miao Miao bumped into the boy's arms and subconsciously hugged him with her arms. Lin Mo hugged Chu Miao Miao's shoulders with one hand. Try to protect Chu Miao Miao in your arms. Fuck you, you stinky mother. Do you know how to drive? If you don't know how to drive, don't go out and hurt others. The driver used his Cantonese style. Chu Miao Miao came to her senses after hearing the sound and slightly loosened her grip on Lin Mo's waist. Lin Mo whispered in Chu Miao Miao's ear, hold on to the handle first, or you'll fall again later. Chu Miao Miao's movements gradually slowed down, but she did not hug Lin Mo's waist, but just grabbed his clothes. Chu Miao Miao lowered her head and didn't dare to raise it. How so? Why did I just hold him up? I felt really safe. Lin Mo's embrace feels so comfortable. Any Chu Miao Miao would have an inexplicable feeling for the handsome boy who saved her. There will even be an extreme sense of security. And with Lin Mo, Chu Miao Miao feels a sense of security. We've arrived at Bexing Park Station. Passengers getting off, please get ready. Okay, we've arrived. You can get off now. The car door opened and Lin Mo took Chu Meow Meow out. Chu Meow Meow reluctantly let go of Lin Mo, but blushed and said, "Thank you for just now. It's okay. I can't just watch you fall." Lin Mo took the initiative to let go of Chu Meow Meow, and Chu Meow Meow also let go of Lin Mo's clothes. I have to say that the school uniform is of good quality and it doesn't get deformed even when pulled like this. The two returned to the community. At this time, the security guards in the community have been replaced. At least it looks a lot more professional. You have to know that many people living in high-end communities are extraordinary, and their connections are not something that a property management company like them can mess with. Therefore, as lower-level people, they can only follow the arrangements and instructions of the property management committee. When the security guards saw Chu Meow Meow, a key protected person, appear, they immediately saluted and opened the door. But Chu Meow Meow had long been wary of these security guards and looked at them with great vigilance. The security guard who felt this kind of gaze could only cry out in injustice. But there is no way. The previous generation cut down the trees, and the next generation can only expose them to the sun. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at Chu Meow Meow's home. At this time, fragrance was coming from Chu Meow Meow's house. Chu Linshan came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. "Hey, Lin Mo is here. Let's have some drinks first. There are quali, lay by, and milk in the refrigerator. What do you want to drink?" Chu Linshan still has a good impression of Lin Mo. Lin Mo sat on the sofa and said a little stiffly, "Don't bother, I just need to drink some water." Chu Meow Meow immediately went to get some water. "Dinner will be served in half an hour. There is fruit on the table. You can have some first." "Okay, thanks." As a guest, Lin Mo was very polite and did not walk around. He just sat on the sofa, drinking water and eating grapes. Chu Meow Meow, who was accompanying him, only started to ask at this time, "Why? You want to ask why I let Zhang Yuzhong go and even lent him 200 yuan, right?" Chu Meow Meow nodded. Zhang Yuzhong's grades are probably in the top 5 in our class, which shows that he is smart. And you can see that his skin is tanned, even his hands have calluses, and his shoes are old but they are clean. This shows that this person is a poor, hard-working, but well-educated and honest person. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Chu Meow Meow couldn't remember Zhang Yuzhong's behavior at all. I could only nod. The most important thing is his eyes. Lin Mo recalled the look in Zhang Yuzhong's eyes when he was exposed. It was filled with regret, relief, and guilt. Of course, the most important thing is that the money in the future still appeared on my Ziyang's desk. This is the ultimate reason why Lin Mo chose to borrow money. It's just that the reason cannot be said. While eating, Chu Linshan asked while picking up food for Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, who are the people in your family?" When Lin Mo heard this, he realized that he was asking about his family home. But he doesn't care. "My parents passed away, and apart from some relatives, I am the only one left in my family." Hearing this, Chu Linshan's expression froze, and she kept saying, "I'm sorry, Auntie, I didn't mean to ask that." Lin Mo shook his head. "It's okay, it's the truth, and once you get through it, it won't be so painful anymore." Chu Meow Meow listened and picked up a piece of chicken wing and put it in Lin Mo's bowl. This girl is not good at speaking, but she has an active mind. Chu Linshan looked at Chu Meow Meow and then at Lin Mo. "So where do you live now?" "I stay at home on weekends, and live in a rented house near the school when I'm in school." Lin Mo explained that he always felt that the woman in front of him seemed to think that he was a homeless and poor teenager. So he added, "I'm still rich." After hearing what Lin Mo added, Chu Linshan knew that the boy in front of him was a person who didn't want to trouble others. "By the way, the last time you came here to look at houses, were you planning to move?" Lin Mo shook his head and said, "The place I live in now is pretty good. The landlord is very nice. There are a lot of food and drinks downstairs, so I don't have to cook for myself. The living facilities are complete. I was just looking at a house for my relatives that time, but after they learned what happened here, they no longer wanted to come to this community." Chu Linshan heard this and then remembered, "Yes, I haven't thanked you properly yet. Thank you for saving Meow Meow." As she said that, she put down her chopsticks, immediately walked into the room, and took out a box. The packaging is clearly a laptop. Laptops have come a long way in this era. The highest configuration can be equipped with i7 CPU and independent graphics card. However, compared to laptops, Lin Mo prefers to use a desktop host. "You'd better take this gift back. It's not my intention to repay a favor. No matter who is attacked, I will fight. For me, this meal today is already a reward." Lin Mo took the box and put it on the other side. Looking at Lin Mo's clear eyes, Chu Linshan, a strong career woman, could still see that he really had no intention of pretending to refuse. This is a very independent and strong boy. In terms of how he deals with people and his abilities, he is far superior to his peers. Most importantly, clean. Any woman with a good figure knows that she has a good figure. Because women can feel other people's gazes, the more eyes are focused on them, the more attention they receive. Chu Linchen, a G-level strongman, did not feel too many wanton gazes today, or rather, from the time Lin Mo came in until now. She had never felt Lin Mo's scrutiny. She knew that kind of invasive scrutiny all too well, but this young man just happened to be going evil. This forced Chu Linchen to look at Lin Mo with a higher regard. Looking at Chu Miao Miao, who was eating with her head down, she even felt that it might be better to entrust Miao Miao to such a person. In fact, Lin Mo has spiritual consciousness. His spiritual consciousness had already circled around them more than 800 times. Lin Mo was not calm at all, but after refining his chi, he was able to hold the gun. However, Lin Mo still enjoyed the thank you banquet very much. 8 dishes for 3 people. 4 of the dishes are takeaway plus cold dishes prepared in advance. Du Lin Mo cleared it all out. Food can also be converted into spiritual energy, and the efficiency is actually better. So Lin Mo is not stingy when it comes to food. Watching the dishes on the table and the rice in the pot being cleared away, Chu Linchen couldn't help but be stunned. No wonder Miao Miao said you're so good. You can even beat the instructor in arm wrestling. If you can eat so much, it would be strange if you can't win. Lin Mo wiped his mouth with a tissue without hesitation. So I say this meal is already a reward. I usually eat a meal for 2 people, but it still feels full. Chu Miao Miao looked at Lin Mo from the side. Although she didn't speak often, she seemed to be thinking about something. Chu Linchen thought for a moment and said, how about this? You and Miao Miao come to my house for dinner every Friday. Since you don't accept gifts, a meal together would be fine. When it comes to being tactful, Chinese people are indeed the kings. Chu Linchen is rich, so it doesn't matter if he comes to eat every day, let alone once a week. This can be considered as repaying a favor. Lin Mo did not refuse. It was a good thing to be invited to dinner. And if you interact with more people, you won't feel too lonely. After eating and drinking, Lin Mo did not take the laptop away, but just said hello and left. Chu Miao Miao and Chu Linchen, mother and daughter, were tidying up in the kitchen. Miao Miao, what do you think of Lin Mo? Lin Mo. When asked this question suddenly, Chu Miao Miao stopped what she was doing instantly. She recalled the plot of the novel that Lin Mo discussed with her, how he saved her, and when he hugged her in the car today. He's a good man. Chu Linchen rolled her eyes and said, my dear daughter, you won't be able to get the good guy card. So do you like him? Chu Linchen has the mindset of a young person and focuses on being direct. Chu Miao Miao was stunned by the direct question and dropped the bowl in her hand into the sink. Ah, forget it. Do you like Lin Mo? I think he's a good guy. Guys like him are in high demand. If you don't want him, there will be others who will. It's obvious that Chu Linchen is very experienced. Listening to Chu Linchen's words, Chu Miao Miao thought of Zhang Yunlu. She knew that Zhang Yunlu liked Lin Mo, or rather, the whole class knew that Zhang Yunlu liked Lin Mo. He already has someone who likes him. Chu Linchen said with a look of regret, what about him? Is he with someone else? If not, then don't you have a chance? Chu Miao Miao shook her head and said, it's wrong to steal other people's things. Is Lin Mo someone else's? Did Lin Mo ever say who he likes? You have a wooden head. You have to fight for what you like. It's like a novel you like to read. If you don't read it, how can you see the next chapter? If you don't add a bookshelf, can you see how the story develops next? Listen to mom, add it to your bookshelf, follow the author, and press the yellow shit button to urge for more updates. But, will he like me? Chu Miao Miao lowered her head. Inferiority and introversion are her hallmarks. Chu Linchen grabbed Chu Miao Miao's face. My Miao Miao is cute and big. If you really want to exert your strength, which man can resist your charm? Looking at Chu Miao Miao, Chu Linchen thought to herself, she inherited her sister-in-law's figure and her brother's personality. I really hope she can be given to Lin Mo. Chu Miao Miao was thinking about what her mother said. If you want to add a bookshelf, would you like to follow me? Will Lin Mo like her as her mother said? She wasn't sure, but she seemed to think what her mother said made sense. Zhang Yunlu was not with Lin Mo yet, so she should have a chance, right? Ahem, yes, how can you see the back without a bookshelf? Back home, Lin Mo took a comfortable hot bath. Although after refining chi, he can use spiritual power to remove the dirt on his body and not get dust on his body. But taking a hot bath is really relaxing. After taking a shower and changing into comfortable clothes, Lin Mo sat in front of the computer and began to study the cryptocurrency he had bought before. Now it has risen to 60 yuan per coin. But Lin Mo ignored it, just stretched and opened the long-lost League of Legends hero. At this time, this game has not yet attracted global attention like it did in the future. But there is already a prototype. Although the picture quality was a bit rough, Lin Mo couldn't help but think of the hundreds or even thousands of hours he had spent immersed in this game. But he didn't plan to do anything, just played 1 or 2 games to reminisce about the past. There are no ranks for League heroes in S2, so Lin Mo chose a blind monk. At that time, there was only a vague concept of jungle, but no specific system route had been formed. So Lin Mo came out with punishment, and typed to Lun in the bush on the top lane to let him bear the pressure, and he was going to play in the jungle, and would come over to catch him later. Bushlin, jungling? What new gameplay? No, I can't handle it. Very good, I didn't criticize you directly. The atmosphere in the Alliance at this time was not too bad. The people of Zon are not everywhere. Fortunately, this version of Bush Lun's main feature is his strong endurance. And with the armor and magic resistance stacked by his passive and W, Lun in the bush actually managed to withstand it. But Lun in the bush did not wait for the jungler to come and catch him. Because Lin Mo's Lee Sin finished clearing the jungle and replenishing his equipment, he ran directly towards the middle lane. The middle lane at this time is ADC. In the old-fashioned gameplay, the ranged players all stood in the middle lane. Fortunately, the opponent was just an ice shooter with no displacement. Lee Sin rushed out of the bushes and fired a sound wave. During this process, he used the lantern in the equipment bar to place a ward, then moved the ward closer to the ice archer, and directly used her flash to adjust the position and kicked her to the end of the sound wave. This forms a killing triangle. 1 library. Handling's interface turned black and white in an instant. If there were no expression system yet, Lin Mo would be as weak as Silas. Kick the person. Even the Lu family didn't react. After reacting, he typed, "What the hell is this? Ma's triangle kill." Lin Mo answered casually. Then he ran towards the bottom lane and sent a signal. In a 3-on-2 situation, the bottom lane duo took the initiative to step forward and engage. Then 2 more heads were taken by Lin Mo. The bottom lane had a barbarian king who hadn't reached level 6 and a sword master who were completely useless. If they see someone coming, they won't run away, they will fight to the death. That would be giving away lives in vain. Then Lin Mo changed his equipment and ran towards the top lane. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Mo had already reached the high ground. Cao Kandlun, this is amazing. I didn't know there was a way to play jungle. I also want to try jungle. Lin Mo, don't blame me if you get scolded. There aren't many heroes who can play jungle. Victory. At the end interface, Lin Mo saw Cao Kandlun's friend request. Sure enough, masters are all attractive. But Lin Mo still nodded in agreement. Brother, can you take me with you? Okay, if I continue to play jungle, you can pick the big worm or the bush Lun to resist the pressure. Hey, no problem. I figured out how to handle stress. Lin Mo thought about it and started another game. The opponent still chose the bush Lun, who was easier to withstand pressure. Although the big bug can also restore health and mana, it needs to replenish soldiers. And this bush Lun doesn't seem to be very good at last hitting. The direction of this round was almost the same, mainly due to Lin Mo's awareness and extreme reaction speed. Lin Mo's current reaction speed is probably even faster than Fei K's at his peak. But he plays games just for fun and to reminisce about the past. If CSGO didn't exist yet, he would have given a lesson to the Go seniors. After the fight, Lin Mo logged off. Cao Kandlun could only say goodbye with regret. Lin Mo turned off the computer, it was time to practice. On Sunday, Lin Mo returned to the rental house early in the morning with some luggage. Mainly computer stuff. Although he remembered a lot of things, he also ignored a lot of information at this time, so he felt it necessary to check the latest news on the internet every day. Lin Mo was packing his things when there was a knock on the door. Who? Oh, you're back. I heard some noise and came down to check. Xia Yuling's voice sounded outside the door. Lin Mo opened the door. I brought some things back from home, so the noise might have been a little loud. Sorry. Lin Mo assembled the computer and tried to turn it on. The girl looked at Lin Mo fiddling with the computer with curiosity. You came from home just to bring the computer here? Yes, I have to go to China Telecom to get broadband later, otherwise it will be very troublesome to go online. Lin Mo turned off the phone immediately after confirming it was turned on. You have a computer, can you lend it to me to play with? Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo's computer. Lin Mo felt embarrassed. This computer not only had games, but also Quabo. If you really want to give it to her, shouldn't you clean it up first? I can't use it right now. Without the internet, my computer is basically useless. And I still need to buy some accessories. Once I have them, I'll lend it to you to play with. Lin Mo closed the computer case cover. Come on, accompany me to the business office to apply for broadband. Xia Yuling didn't expect that Lin Mo would actually take her out with him, but she still followed him to the business office. When he went to the business hall, Lin Mo applied for 12 minutes broadband. At that time, fiber optic cables were not yet available in homes and the coverage rate was not high enough, especially in urban villages, where only ordinary broadband was available. It will take a few years until the lines are renovated before fiber optic cables are uniformly connected to homes. By then, everyone can easily use internet speeds of 100 m or 300 m, but at this time, 12 m is already a very fast internet speed. At this time, Lin Mo handed the Android phone with the broadband contract directly to Xia Yuling. Here you go, as a reward for accompanying me to get broadband. Ah. Looking at the phone in her hand, Xia Yuling was a little dazed. It's not that she doesn't have a cell phone, but it's an old flip phone. The main reason was that she wanted to change, but Aunt Zheng wouldn't let her. After all, school had just started, and Aunt Zheng didn't want Xia Yuling to play with her phone too often. Even Xia Yuling's home didn't have an internet cable or a computer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked to borrow Lin Mo's computer. This is too expensive, and I remember you also have a flip phone, so I'll leave it to you. Xia Yuling refused. But Lin Mo shook his head. I don't have any use for it. I plan to buy an iPhone 5 when it comes out, so I'm going to give this phone to you. iPhone 5? Someone in Xia Yuling's class was using an iPhone 4, which was a much better phone than current Android phones, but it was also expensive. But she still didn't want to accept it. Lin Mo also knew Xia Yuling's concerns, so he didn't insist. He just picked up the phone again and turned to talk to Xia Yuling. Okay, let's go buy some groceries first. I bought so many vegetables, I can't finish them all. Xia Yuling was holding some vegetables in her hands. The meat is all in Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo casually bought more than 100 yuan worth of meat. After I finish eating, I'll borrow your kitchen. Xia Yuling retorted subconsciously. Doesn't your house have a kitchen? There's a kitchen, but nothing else. Strictly speaking, there weren't even any pots and pans. There is a stove, but there is no natural gas in the urban village at that time, so I have to buy a gas tank. In this case, Lin Mo simply didn't open fire here. When we returned to Xia Yuling's house, Aunt Zheng had already gone out to play mahjong. Although I work as a cleaner in a bank, I have Sundays off. Aunt Zheng's family is not actually short of money, it's just that Aunt Zheng is used to being frugal. I usually play mahjong for $1 or $2. Just for fun. Lin Mo went to Xia Yuling's house and began to process the meat he bought. The beef shank needs to be braised, the pork needs to be hand-chopped and used to make wontons, the castrated chicken needs to be salt-baked, and the shrimp need to be kept in water and cooked tonight. Lin Mo went into the kitchen as soon as he came up. Seeing Lin Mo looking like he was going home, Xia Yuling couldn't help but ask, "Is this your home or mine?" Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Xia Yuling. "So do you want to eat it? If not, I'll have to take it back downstairs." As he spoke, Lin Mo did not mention the beef tendons or anything like that, but only mentioned the prawns packed in a thick black plastic bag. "Eat. I'll eat. I'll eat you out of money." Lin Mo chuckled, poured the prawns in his hand directly into the basin, and added water to keep them. Without oxygen, the shrimp won't live long, just don't die so quickly. Lin Mo soaked the peppercorns in water and chopped the meat. The pork sellers in the market actually have meat grinders, but the meat ground by a meat grinder will taste much worse. Hand mincing the meat preserves its texture. Watching Lin Mo skillfully preparing various ingredients, Xia Yuling couldn't help but ask, "You seem to be very good at cooking." It was okay. After school in junior high, I would go home and either buy food outside or cook for myself. I followed the recipes my mom left behind. I learned how to cook after doing it many times. Cooking is a way to save money and exercise. Cooking is nothing, buying and processing the ingredients are the real trouble. But Lin Mo learned all this later. In fact, when he was in junior high school, he would eat at roadside fast food restaurants before going home. Of course, Xia Yuling didn't know this. At this moment, Xia Yuling suddenly recalled that after her father passed away, she was in a daze, but her mother still washed her clothes, cooked for her, and sent her to school. She originally thought her mother didn't care much about her father's death. Later one night, she heard her mother sobbing. Looking back now, it seems that my mother actually bore more, taking care of herself and enduring my father's death. These all seemed difficult. So later she started helping her mother with housework, grocery shopping, and chores. I can also cook some dishes, but it is obvious that there is a big gap between her cooking skills and Lin Mo's. Lin Mo put the seasoned meat filling aside and glanced at Xia Yuling. "Can you make wontons? Who are you looking down on?" In Guangzhou, wonton wrappers are mostly bought because it is convenient. Adding pepper water to the meat filling can reduce the fishy smell. Lin Mo picked up a ball of meat filling with chopsticks, which was a mixture of fat and lean meat, and wrapped it in wonton skin. With a fist, he made a wonton shaped like a goldfish tail. Looking at Xia Yuling's side, the wonton has so much filling that it is about to burst the wonton skin. Too greedy. Then one with very little filling. Too cautious again. Look at the wontons that Lin Mo wrapped quickly and well. Why are all your wontons the same size? Lin Mo dipped his fingers in some flour and casually scratched the girl's face. Only experienced people. Ah! The girl immediately wiped the flour off her face and scratched Lin Mo's face with her backhand. Lin Mo didn't dodge either. Humph! I can rap it better than you. As she spoke, she picked up a pair of chopsticks like Lin Mo did. I guess the different sized ones must be made by you, and those neat wontons must be made by Lin Mo. Zheng Yuan turned and looked at her daughter. As her mother, she knows what she is like. Oh, Mom, you really don't trust me? These are the ones I packed. Xia Yuling pointed at the wontons of uniform size, and then pointed at herself. That tsundere look is totally different from the aloof look she had at school. In fact, Lin Mo had only seen Xia Yuling with this face once in his previous life, and that was when Xia Yuling was acting coquettishly to Aunt Zheng. But that was when she saw him passing by on the street, and it was not like now, when Xia Yuling seemed to have forgotten Lin Mo's existence. Or perhaps Xia Yuling relaxed a little more around Lin Mo, but Aunt Zheng was more direct. She picked up a large wonton from the Xia Yuling version, opened it, and handed it to her. Then you can fix this wonton. Xia Yuling glanced at Lin Mo and raised her head with a happy look. Mom, Lin Mo is still a guest after he gets married. How can you do this? As she said that, she immediately started to rewrap the large wontons, and then pushed Aunt Zheng into the kitchen. As soon as I walked in, I smelled the rich aroma of braised meat. Zheng Yuan really didn't know that Lin Mo could cook, but the ingredients had basically been prepared. Master Chef, I'll leave the rest to you. Leave the shrimp cooking to me. When she heard about shrimp, Aunt Zheng suddenly turned her head to look at Xia Yuling. You girl, you asked Lin Mo to buy you shrimp again, didn't you? Do you really think that other people's money just came from the wind? What should I teach you? As he said this, he raised his hand, raised his index finger, and was about to kowtow to Yuling's head. Seeing this, Lin Mo walked in immediately. I saw Xia Yuling really liked eating shrimp last time, so I bought some. She didn't ask me to buy it. Although he didn't say it, Lin Mo noticed that Xia Yuling's gaze stayed on the shrimp stall the longest when she passed by it. Shouldn't I buy another batch of this? Seeing Lin Mo coming out to rescue her, Zheng Yuan pointed at her daughter, then tied on an apron and started cooking. Lin Mo immediately pulled Xia Yuling out of the kitchen. Okay, run quickly, aren't you afraid of being chased and killed? Lin Mo cleaned up the unwrapped wonton wrappers on the table. It's easy to buy too much if you're not careful. Xia Yuling also helped to clean up, but she was mumbling something. My mom is just talking, it's nothing serious, but I can guarantee that the next midnight snacks will be very rich. Lin Mo listened with some anticipation. As for the wrapped wontons, they were not put into the pot, but sprinkled with some flour and put into the freezer. This could be breakfast or a midnight snack, but not dinner. The weather is hot now and things will spoil easily, so they need to be put in the refrigerator early. Now that Aunt Zheng is back, the chef is back. Lin Mo didn't interfere. He covered the braised beef shank with a lid and set it aside to soak. The beef shank does not need to be cooked for too long, it mainly relies on soaking to absorb the flavor. Refrigerate after soaking so that it won't fall apart when you cut it. Later, Lin Mo became more obsessed with food. 6:30. Lin Mo and Xia Yuling went out together to attend evening self-study. Day students who live far away can apply to skip evening self-study classes, but evening self-study classes are nothing special, they only last 2 hours. Two people were walking on the road in their school uniforms. Guanba Primary School still has specific requirements on students' dress code, and students are not allowed to wear slippers or casual clothes into or out of school. Sunday evening study is no exception. Lin Mo, how do you know I like to eat shrimp? Xia Yuling looked at the wine-red sky at dusk. The first time I went to your house for dinner, you ate almost the entire plate of shrimp. I don't think anyone would believe you if you said you didn't like shrimp. Lin Mo walked in front with a calm tone. Xia Yuling blushed, but still pretended to be disdainful and said, then why can't it be that I am taking care of your mentality, so I force myself to eat shrimp? Girl, tsundere has been retired long ago. But Lin Mo still replied. From your skill in peeling the shrimp and your smile, I can tell that you really love eating shrimp. Xia Yuling's face turned even redder. Alright, since you know how to please the landlord. Why? You want to waive the rent? Xia Yuling stuck out her tongue. No, I'm a pretty good student. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Of course Lin Mo knew that Xia Yuling had good academic performance, otherwise she wouldn't be remembered by so many people. Who doesn't like a girl who is good at studying and good looking? So Lin Mo nodded and said, don't worry, I will definitely ask you, but I'm not bad at studying either. Oh, man, you want to challenge me? Xia Yuling's voice changed, with a certain accent. Although he was not a mature man, it did sound like a man's voice. Lin Mo didn't expect that Xia Yuling could actually fake her voice. This little talent is quite amazing. Hey, little brother, you're pretty impressive. What's wrong with challenging you? Then wait until the first monthly exam. Whoever has the lower total score will agree to one thing. Xia Yuling maintained her falsetto voice. Okay, but with your voice, are you considering studying recording in the future? In his previous life, Lin Mo moved away after taking the exam, and after that, he didn't know which school Xia Yuling went to or what major she enrolled in. Xia Yuling waved her hand. No, just for fun. If I really learn that, my mom will beat me. Xia Yuling is completely different now than before. However, Lin Mo didn't know that this was the original Xia Yuling. The two of them soon reached the school gate. Then Lin Mo heard a shout, Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned around and saw Molly, a sports student whose position as sports committee member had been accidentally taken away. Lin Mo, why didn't you join the basketball team? Your three-point shot was so impressive last time. If you join the basketball team, we might be able to play in the national competition. Lin Mo shook his head. That was just luck. Molly turned his head and glanced at Xia Yuling, and was amazed at what he saw. Fair skin and cold temperament. When there are outsiders around, Xia Yuling turns back into the aloof class beauty. She nodded at Lin Mo and walked towards her class. Molly is an athlete, but he is not a stubborn person. He bumped Lin Mo's shoulder with a smile on his face. That's amazing. You found a girlfriend so quickly. But what about Zhang Yunlu? Zhang Yunlu is so pretty, everyone in the class can see that she likes Lin Mo. Lin Mo put his hand on Molly's shoulder in annoyance and squeezed it slightly, causing Molly to scream in pain. I can tell at a glance that you don't have any source of information. Xia Yuling is my landlord. After saying that, Lin Mo released Molly. This pinch only lasted for a moment and did not last too long. Molly rubbed his shoulders with a hint of fear. Lin Mo is really amazing. No wonder he can beat the instructor. Lin Mo went upstairs and returned to the classroom. At this time, only 1/3 of the class had arrived. Everyone was talking about what they did over the weekend. Some people go to play billiards, some go to play games, or go to the amusement park. The atmosphere in G1 is quite relaxed. Especially everyone here has good grades. At this time, Lin Jiajin put down the National Geographic magazine in his hand. He looked at Lin Mo, how was your weekend? It's okay. I play games, do some shopping, and cook. It's pretty relaxing. Game? Single player? Online? I have both, but these past couple of days I've been playing a new game called League of Legends, a new game from Penguin Agents. It seems pretty good. Lin Mo's words made Lin Jiajin's eyes light up slightly. I've played it too. The controls are much simpler than Dota, and the graphics are much better. Although most of the ideas and skills are copied, I can feel the potential of this game. Lin Mo nodded slightly. The gameplay of this game will probably be completely different from Dota in the future, and we can already see the beginnings of this. Seeing that there was someone who could discuss this game that had not yet become popular with them, Lin Jiajin and Lin Mo exchanged IDs. At the beginning, the Chinese server only had Ionia and Bilgewater, so they are not too worried about the district issue. I just went to get broadband for my rental today, so it'll take a few days before I can get online. Lin Jiajin smiled and nodded. Do I look like an internet addict? But since you have free time, my family doesn't restrict me from playing games. Lin Mo didn't know Lin Jiajin very well. His grades were average, and he stayed in class 8 after the class division. He is a very stable person. He doesn't have any particular enemies, nor does he have any particular friends. But it seems like everyone gives him face. This kind of person is either a big shot or has strong communication skills. Lin Mo could feel that Lin Jiajin was the latter. 10 minutes before class, a group of boys in the back row went to the bathroom. Lin Jiajin turned his head and looked at Lin Mo. Smoking? Lin Mo looked at the backs of the group of boys and followed them with his spiritual consciousness. He was also one of them in his previous life. I can smoke, but I don't smoke. Lin Mo answered casually. Me too. My dad taught me to smoke. If you know how to smoke, it will be easier to find new ways. Indeed, Lin Mo was also smoking in the toilet and got to know the gangsters from other classes. But what's the use if a gangster knows another gangster? At this time, the spiritual consciousness was listening in the toilet. Hey, let me tell you, that Chu Miao Miao is actually very pretty. You don't need to tell me. We already knew it a long time ago. But it seems that Chu Miao Miao and Lin Mo have some connection. We have a relationship but we're not lovers. Don't compete with me. Please, isn't this kind of thing just like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own magical powers? A few people were laughing and discussing which other pretty girls in the class were there. Not everyone would stare at Chu Miao Miao. However, Lin Mo, the butterfly, changed Chu Miao Miao's fate and also changed the direction of the conversation among the group of people in the toilet. He remembered that the name he heard most often was Zhang Yunlu. Of course, this group of boys mentioned it a lot, but everyone deliberately avoided Lin Mo. At this time, Su Mingzhao walked into the toilet. These people just took a look at him twice, threw the cigarette butt into the toilet, flushed the toilet and left. In this life, they seem to hate Su Mingzhao even more. Evening self-study is the time to do homework. Everyone didn't do their homework over the weekend, so they left it for today. Lin Mo was the same, he didn't bring any homework home. After all, school has just started and there is not much homework. 2 hours of evening study is enough to cope with it. Zhang Yunle sat aside, looking up at Lin Mo from time to time. When she looked at Lin Mo for the third time, Lin Mo turned his head and looked at him. "Hey, what the hell are you looking at, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse?" Zhang Yunle didn't know what to answer for a moment. What? Maybe people born in 2012 are not that abstract. I said, "You've already looked at me 3 times. Is there something you want to ask?" Zhang Yunle thought for a moment and pointed at the hole in Lin Mo's desk. "Who gave you that bread?" Bread. That was what Chu Miao Miao brought to Lin Mo when she came. Chu Miao Miao is the only one in the class who knows Lin Mo's true appetite. So Chu Miao Miao brought bread with her when she came from home. When you come, go directly into the hole in Lin Mo's desk. Lin Mo pulled out a bag of bread from the hole in the table and handed one over. "You want to eat? It is filled with cream and pork floss, and I can only say it is quite solid. There are 5 or 6 in a bag, and most people would probably be full after eating too." But Chu Miao Miao knew that Lin Mo would definitely be able to finish it. Zhang Yunle quickly shook her head and waved her hands. "I don't want to eat." Lin Mo casually stuffed the bread into his mouth. "So who gave you this bread?" Zhang Yunle repeated her question. There was a hint of unconscious tension on his face. This is probably the protection fee given by Chu Miao Miao. Lin Mo thought about it and finally came to this conclusion. Chu Miao Miao had been attacked once, and Lin Mo could tell with his spiritual sense that this little girl was very afraid of everything around her, regardless of gender. It is easy for people to feel the malice from others. People who can get into key schools may not have high emotional intelligence, but their IQ is definitely not low. In an environment where you might be bullied, it is normal to seek protection from a strong person. And Lin Mo happens to be this strong man. So Lin Mo took the protection fee without any hesitation. But when the 3 words protection fee fell into Zhang Yunle's ears, it became a different matter. Zhang Yunle suddenly turned her head to look at Chu Miao Miao, who was sitting in the same row but behind her. At this time, Chu Miao Miao was also writing homework with her head down. Chu Miao Miao felt someone was looking at her, but she still lowered her head and continued doing her homework. Zhang Yunle didn't get the chance to look at him, so she could only look away, then took out a box of imported chocolates from her school bag and handed it over. "This is today's good friend fee." Lin Mo accepted it casually and nodded. "Very good, you are my good friend now." Watching Lin Mo casually unwrap the package and hand the first chocolate to himself, a warm feeling surged in Zhang Yunle's heart. But Wang Qin, who was standing next to her, almost wanted to complain when she saw this scene. "Miss Zhang, look at how worthless you are." The evening self-study ended early, and Lin Mo handed all the homework to the class monitor before packing up. Xia Yuling was already standing outside Class 8 waiting. Lin Mo suspected that this person had started packing up before the end of evening study, otherwise how could he come out so quickly? But he didn't use his spiritual sense to see. "I always use my spiritual sense to spy on my surroundings and always feel like a pervert." After packing up his things, Lin Mo also walked out of the classroom. "Let's go." Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling, and Xia Yuling nodded. Like a cool flower, it walked straight towards the stairs. Little did they know that there were 2 girls behind Class 8 watching them from a distance. Compared to Zhang Yunlu, Chu Miao Miao just took a look and lowered her head to pack her things. Zhang Yunlu envied Xia Yuling for being able to go home freely with Lin Mo. Wang Qin looked at Xia Yuling's back and said calmly, "Don't worry. Xia Yuling is notoriously unkind in our class. You don't have to worry about her falling for Lin Mo." Zhang Yunlu gently hit Wang Qin and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Qin saw through it but didn't say anything. On the way, Xia Yuling returned the phone to Lin Mo. "I still can't keep this phone. If my mom finds out, she'll probably beat me to death." Lin Mo put it away casually. "Are you afraid that Aunt Zhang will beat you to death, or do you not want this phone?" Xia Yuling said directly, "She must be afraid that my mother will beat me to death. When I get first place in the class in the next exam, she will probably buy me a cell phone." Very confident. After returning to the village in the city, Lin Mo first went back to his own house before going to Xia Yuling's house. Aunt Zhang had already started cooking the wontons. "Mom, is it necessary to cook so much? You can't finish it, but Lin Mo can." Zheng Yuan brought out a large bowl of wontons. Lin Mo sat down leisurely and used a colander to put several into the bowl. Because there is no broth, it is eaten with soy sauce and sesame oil. While eating, Lin Mo took out a box from under the table. "Auntie Zheng, I went to get broadband today. This is the contract phone that comes with it. I don't need it. Can you tell me if it's useful to you?" When Zheng Yuan heard this, she subconsciously shook her head and waved her hands. "No, keep this phone for yourself. Save some money." Lin Mo smiled and said, "Aunt Zheng, I'm not as poor as you think. Besides, I'm asking you for this phone because I don't need it. Otherwise, it would just be there anyway. As he said that, he pushed the phone over. Then he lowered his head and ate the wontons. Most of the wontons went into his stomach, including the irregular wontons made by Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling, on the other hand, was eating the normal wontons made by Lin Mo, saying that she wanted to eat what she made herself. At home, Xia Yuling would release her true self a little. Outside, she will become a flower on the mountain top. It's like no longer trusting other outsiders. But Lin Mo always felt that this was definitely not just because of the death of Xia Yuling's father. After eating and drinking, Lin Mo said hello and walked downstairs. But he didn't take the cell phone on the table. After Lin Mo left, and Zhang sat on the chair and looked at her daughter sideways, Xia Yuling sensed the murderous intent and immediately walked towards the room. Return! Just a shout made Xia Yuling sit down obediently. Xiao Mo and you signed up for broadband today, but he didn't mention it during dinner. He only brought it out now. I guess it was you who asked for it. Zheng Yuan could still tell what her daughter liked. For example, she would notice her daughter's gaze at things like a new mobile phone at a glance. Xia Yuling quickly shook her head. No, he gave it to me this afternoon, and I returned it to him after school. Hey, it's not that mom doesn't want to give you a phone, I'm just worried that you'll forget about studying if you have a phone. Zheng Yuan thought about it and finally said, how about this, next time you take the exam and do well, you'll have a computer, broadband, and a cell phone. So happy? Looking at Xia Yuling who was jumping and skipping while walking, Lin Mo who was following behind her asked directly. Fortunately, my mom said that once I get good grades, I'll have broadband, a computer, and a cell phone. It turns out it was just empty talk. But it's okay, having bread also means there is hope. So the girl looks relaxed and cheerful. Lin Mo. Fang Jun's voice sounded from behind. The lively girl turned back into her indifferent appearance. JPG. Lin Mo turned around and looked over. Fang Jun came over jogging, holding a box in his hand. After taking a closer look, Lin Mo realized it was Three Kingdoms Kill. This thing wasn't that rave-worthy game in this day and age. Can you play Three Kingdoms Kill? Fang Jun raised the Three Kingdoms Kill in his hand. Okay, we'll come play at noon. We've made an appointment for you. You can play a few rounds. The board game Three Kingdoms Kill did not develop significantly during this period, and became a mess of skills like in later generations. But there are already a lot of very powerful character cards. However, in most offline games, character cards that are too powerful and disruptive to the balance are not allowed. After returning to school, Fang Jun took the cards and made appointments with others for a fight at noon. After all, when it comes to intrigue, the more people involved, the more fun it is. It would be best if everyone is not familiar with each other and does not form cliques secretly. Lin Mo took the time to look at my Zion. This life committee member was really depressed, sitting in his seat in a daze with no energy at all. He was too embarrassed to ask other students for class fees. Although no one has accused him in front of him so far, he feels that there must be people talking behind his back. He even thought about asking his class teacher to stop serving as the student affairs committee member. But if you think about it carefully, doing this will only make people criticize you more harshly. So he could only wait quietly for today's class meeting. After the flag-raising ceremony, the first class is the math class taught by the head teacher, which is also a class meeting. The head teacher Chen Xiao walked up to the podium and glanced around. Everyone in the class fell silent. Then Chen Xiao briefly talked about the common issues such as conduct and drills in the coming week. She looked at the time and saw that she still had class to go to, so she quickened her pace. The last thing I want to tell you is about class funding. Hearing this, my Zyern knew that the knife was about to fall on his head. The class funds have been recovered. Upon hearing the news, my Zyern suddenly raised his head. He saw Chen Xiao take out the blue file bag from her bag. This is my briefcase. This is my briefcase. He stood up impatiently. My Zyern, can you protect this class fee this time? Things that are lost and found again become even more precious. My Zyern nodded repeatedly. This time, I will protect this money with my life. The class burst into laughter, but everyone was also happy that they didn't have to pay another $10. Some people also asked how the class fees were recovered. Chen Xiao didn't say it directly. A classmate found where the money was hidden and gave it to me. It was not revealed who found the place where the money was hidden. The main purpose was to protect Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao. Otherwise, you will be retaliated by the person who stole your money. As a teacher, Chen Xiao knows better about the evil of human nature. Although Lin Mo didn't think anything of it, he also felt that what Chen Xiao did was right. It is a teacher's duty to protect students as much as possible. Then Lin Mo felt a pair of eyes falling on him. It was Zhang Yuzhong. However, Chen Xiao didn't let them discuss too much and started teaching directly. If you don't pay attention in class, you won't understand what is being said next after 3 minutes. So everyone stopped discussing and started studying seriously. The advantage of key schools is that there aren't too many messy things. Even the most unskilled person will study seriously at this time. Of course, the worst scoundrel in the previous life was Lin Mo, if I remember correctly. Chen Xiao turned around and looked at the people in the class. The knowledge points covered in this class will appear in the form of a test in the next class. I have prepared a test for you all to see if you have forgotten any of the junior high school knowledge after the summer vacation. Yes, late but arrived. The placement test was only held in the second week after school started. The first class was still about teaching knowledge points, and the second class was a baseline test. However, the number of questions in the test paper has been significantly shortened to the point where it can be completed in one class. It turned out to be a small test to find out the basic knowledge. B, C, D are directly eliminated. A, C, 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 C. There are a lot of CS in the multiple choice questions. Is this a sign of bad taste on the teacher's part? Basically, the test paper uses the same set of questions for the entire class, and the person who sets the questions is the school's own teacher. This kind of crazy C multiple choice question is so funny that I can't think of any other possibilities. Then comes the fill in the blank questions. Lin Mo's current calculations don't even require him to write a draft. Fill in the answers easily. There are only two main questions, but both require you to clearly write out the process. These two questions add up to 60 points, can you believe it? However, the questions are also complex and not much different from the high school entrance examination. Lin Mo wrote carefully, noting down every step of the process, and occasionally writing on a piece of scratch paper for verification. After all, he is still the kind of omniscient and omnipotent person. Of course, it would be easy for him to cheat. He just had to secretly take a look at Xue Zigi's test paper. But Lin Mo didn't have this plan. After finishing the two questions, Lin Mo checked them again. Chen Xiao sat there, looking at everyone, and then said directly, "Those who have finished writing can hand in their papers first and let me correct them." After hearing this, Lin Mo stopped checking and stood up with the test paper. Xue Zigi also stood up. When Xue Zigi heard the voice, he turned his head and looked at Lin Mo. He just looked Lin Mo up and down and handed over the test paper. Is that the glance of a top student? Snort. Lin Mo also handed in the test paper. Chen Xiao directly picked up Xue Zigi's test paper and started correcting it. Then more and more people handed in their papers. Lin Mo's paper was pushed to the bottom. The bell for the end of get out of class rang. You can't continue writing if you haven't finished it yet, just collect the paper. The class time is actually quite tight. A few people did not finish writing and could only wail after the papers were collected. Chen Xiao didn't care about all that. She just collected the paper and left. Some people have already started to answer. Zhang Yunle next to him also picked up the draft paper and checked the answers with Lin Mo. Looking at the multiple choice questions recorded by Lin Mo, Zhang Yunle breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was seeing things, but it turns out they're all C's. The answers to the fill-in-the-blank questions were all similar, except for one. The two of them found Xue Zigi again to check the answer. The result is that Lin Mo and Xue Zigi have the same answer, so it is very likely that Zhang Yunle was wrong. After that there are two big questions. Everyone has figured out the answers, so it depends on how many points are deducted in the process. The process is particularly important in big questions. After checking the answers, Xue Zigi looked at Lin Mo as if he had met an opponent. Feeling the fighting spirit personally taught by the sect elder, surpassing him, becoming the current elder's #1 direct disciple. Mission: surpass everyone in the next monthly sect competition and become the current elder's top disciple. Okay, it's on fire, right? Brother Tongzi, who has not appeared in front of readers for a long time, released a new non-daily task today. In fact, Brother Tongzi would update the daily tasks every day to allow Lin Mo to obtain the Qi Nourishing Pill. But Brother Tongzi is not a talkative guy. The history classes that followed were obviously much easier. From agricultural economy to commercial economy, what is taught is more complicated than junior high school history but more fascinating. Good students are not biased towards any subject. In the future, students can choose the subjects they are good at before the final exam, but now they can only choose between arts and science. After school in the afternoon, Lin Mo stretched lazily. As expected, he could still keep up with the current level of learning. Just like in his previous life, it was something that ordinary people could understand. But when it comes to studying, if you slack off, you're doomed. What are we having for dinner tonight? Lin Mo held his chin. What bothers him most every day is definitely what to eat in the morning, what to eat at noon and what to eat in the evening. These are the ultimate troubles that confuse humanity. While he was still lying on the table and had not yet gone to eat, Zhang Yunle had already walked back with an exquisite lunchbox in her hand. Aren't you going to eat yet? Zhang Yunle asked with her head tilted. Lin Mo lay on the table. I don't know what to eat, I'm still thinking, anyway, there's no rush. Zhang Yunle thought about it and handed over her lunchbox. How about you eat some of mine? Anyway, I can eat something else when I get home. This was what Zhang Yunlu was thinking, but she didn't say it out loud. If she did, it would probably seem weird. Lin Mo waved his hand. No need, it's not enough for you alone, why are you giving me half? Dinner is to replenish the energy consumed in the afternoon. How could a dignified immortal cultivator take away half of a mortal's food? Besides, it's not that Lin Mo has nothing to eat, he just doesn't know what to eat. At this moment, Chu Miao Miao also went to the door to get food. Chu Miao Miao's dinner was actually the takeaway that Chu Linchen ordered for her. They would be delivered at about the same time and placed at the security booth, and then Chu Miao Miao would pick them up after class. But today, Chu Miao Miao brought 3 lunchboxes and looked like she had a big appetite. However, as soon as she entered the classroom, Chu Miao Miao took out 2 of them and placed them on Lin Mo's desk. This is what my mother said she would prepare for you. You eat a lot, so you should be able to finish it. Lin Mo didn't expect that Mother Chu would feed him directly. This was probably because she wanted to repay him. So Lin Mo accepted it and said calmly, please say thank you to Aunt Chu for me, but I don't want it tomorrow. I really like eating and drinking in the back street of the school. If I feed myself like this, I will lose a lot of joy in choosing. Chu Miao Miao didn't refuse, but nodded and said, okay, I'll tell my mother. After saying that, she walked carefully towards her seat. Lin Mo thought about it and picked up his phone and sent a message to Chu Linchen, probably to thank the aunt for the meal and the reasons he had just discussed with Chu Miao Miao. Text messages are not WeChat, and the other party will not reply so quickly. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yunlu beside him, and her face did not look very good. But Lin Mo didn't say much, he just opened the lunchbox and started eating. One box contains hand-shredded chicken and sweet and sour pork, and the other box contains roast pork and barbecued pork. There are no bones and plenty of rice. Lin Mo looked at the mark on the box and remembered that it was the trademark of a famous restaurant near the school. The taste is good, but the price is not cheap. A box costs more than 30 yuan. But Lin Mo didn't care about the price, he just wanted to eat it. Finally, Zhang Yunlu couldn't help but ask, why did Chu Miao Miao bring you food? Lin Mo didn't even raise his head. Chu Miao Miao's family used to be my neighbor. Knowing that I'm in the same class as Chu Miao Miao, it's natural for them to take care of me. Lin Mo and Fang Jun had used this excuse once. The turmoil had indeed subsided a lot. After all, Fang Jun was the intelligence chief of Class 8. All the information could be spread quickly through his mouth. However, Lin Mo was not sure whether Zhang Yunlu knew about this, so he repeated it. Moreover, Lin Mo had told Chu Miao Miao before that in order to avoid misunderstandings and impact from others, it would be enough to just say that they were former neighbors. In this way, Chu Miao Miao and I will be close, and there won't be too many rumors about us. After all, school is a CP public opinion field. Not to mention male-female CPS, there will be rumors about male-male CPS and female-female CPS. But Lin Mo is not a proctologist, so he doesn't quite understand these things. After hearing Lin Mo's words, there was still some bloom on Zhang Yunlu's face, but she didn't say anything. She just sat aside and ate in small bites. When Wang Qin came back from dinner, she saw the unhappy look on Zhang Yunlu's face. Before he even sat down, he pulled Zhang Yunlu to go to the bathroom. Yunlu, did that Lin Mo make you angry again? Zhang Yunlu felt a little awkward when she heard that. Don't talk nonsense, no one makes me angry. Wang Qin knew this person at first sight, he was the most stubborn person. Then why are you sulking? Wang Qin watched from afar as Lin Mo walked over to Chu Miao Miao with 2 empty lunch boxes, then picked up her bag and lunchbox and went out to throw away the trash. As soon as she saw it, she understood it immediately. So you're jealous. I heard that Chu Miao Miao's family used to be neighbors with Lin Mo's family, and they were childhood sweethearts. Hearing this, Zhang Yunlu also became anxious. Childhood sweethearts, childhood sweethearts. He just repeated the word twice. Wang Qin immediately comforted him, hey, how many childhood sweethearts can succeed? A childhood sweetheart can't beat a gift from heaven, so what are you afraid of? Really? It's packed. At this time, a group of boys came over in a lively manner from a distance. Brother Qiang, you're really strong. There are so many girls, and you just go up to them and ask for their phone numbers. But Brother Qiang, why don't you want the one next to her? That one is obviously better looking. A group of people walked into the classroom, and Lin Mo also came back from outside. The one surrounded by them is Gao Yuan Qiang, known as the love saint of Class 8. He is tall and handsome. If Lin Mo hadn't appeared, he would probably be the class flower of Class 8. However, there are too many debts of favor to pay, and countless romantic debts to pay. Fortunately, this person never looks for girls in the class, and there is a saying that rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. Lin Mo later figured it out. The emotional debts in other classes were easy to deal with, but the emotional debts in his own class might take 3 years to deal with. But later Lin Mo heard that Gao Yuan Qiang had stolen a boy's girlfriend in college. The boy rushed back from another place and stabbed Gao Yuanqiang. As for the outcome, I don't know. Lin Mo returned to his seat, and Gao Yuanqiang's teaching voice came from behind. You're telling me why I don't want the number of that prettier senior, right? In fact, this is a strategy. In a group of girls, if you choose the prettier one, the other girls won't be attracted to you anymore. But if you choose the less attractive one, the other girls will think, if she can do it, why can't I? Everyone present was smart and immediately understood what Gao Yuanqiang meant. I understand, brother Qiang. This is the competitive mentality of girls. The boys were very excited, but they basically hid in the corner to teach. After all, the noise was too loud and could be heard by the girls in their class and spread in minutes. Then the reputation of Class 8 being full of scumbags will spread, and it will be difficult for them to pick up girls. Although he spoke quietly, Lin Mo could hear it clearly. He did not participate in this discussion in his previous life. At that time, he was focused on conquering Xia Yuling. Now after listening to it, he felt that it did not apply to him. The bell for evening study rang soon. Chen Xiao walked in directly with a stack of test papers, and her expression did not change much. With just a cold snort, the whole class fell silent in an instant. Your results are really beyond my expectations. She slammed the test paper in her hand heavily on the table. Everyone sat in their seats, silent as a mouse. Out of a perfect 100 points on the basic exam, some of you actually scored 60? Did you cheat on the high school entrance exam? It can be seen that Chen Xiao is really angry. But there was indeed an uproar in the class. A score of 60 was indeed a bit too much. Although it was just a small test, a score of 60 points in this school was not even enough to qualify as a sect servant. Lin Mo touched his chin. It seemed that there was indeed such a person in his memory. Ying Wenchen, come up and get your own paper. As soon as these words were spoken, a short, somewhat embarrassed boy stood up from his seat, walked carefully up to the podium and picked up his test paper. It says 69 points. He looked up and asked, Teacher, isn't this 69 points? Chen Xiao sneered, are you proud of having a score of 69? You have the lowest score in math in the class, and you still have the nerve to ask me? The class burst into laughter again. Ying Wenchen's face flushed, but he returned to his seat. Then Chen Xiao continued to distribute the papers. Except for Ying Wenchen, everyone else scored above 75 points. There are 2 students who scored 100 points. One was within my expectations, and the other was beyond my expectations. Xue Zigi and Lin Mo, come and get your papers. Lin Mo knew very well that the unexpected person was himself. After all, my math score was only over 120, which was still a long way from the full score of 150. But as far as Lin Mo knew, Xue Zigi was over 140 years old. As for this little test about the previous life, I got 63 points. So strictly speaking, the last person in the previous life was myself. It was also because he had himself as a cushion that Ying Wenchen was not scolded so harshly. Lin Mo went up and took the test paper. As soon as I came down, Zhang Yunli came over. Can you please let me see the test paper? Fortunately, Lin Mo's handwriting was not too ugly, so he handed over the test paper. Zhang Yunli scored 94 points. 6 points were deducted just because the answer to the question was different from Lin Mo's. At this time, Chen Xiao continued, what I didn't expect was Lin Mo. His math score in the high school entrance exam was only over 100, but today he was able to get 100 points in the condensed test paper. What does this mean? This shows that they didn't relax just because the exam was over, and they continued to review what they had learned and learn new things. Okay, do all math teachers round off like this? 120 points became more than 100 points. But the contrast is indeed great. Teacher Chen, I give you a thumbs up. Even Zhang Yunli covered her mouth and took a breath, her face full of surprise. Thinking of Lin Mo's seriousness in class, Zhang Yunli felt that this was normal. What's more, the girls in the class have a better impression of Lin Mo. After all, Lin Mo is good at fighting and has good academic performance. A height of 175 centimeters is considered good in the South. Chu Miao Miao, who was sitting in the back row, looked up at Lin Mo, and Geng Xiao next to her bumped into Chu Miao Miao's shoulder. Chu Miao Miao, you are so familiar with Lin Mo, do you know what he likes? Chu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, but still answered seriously, I like meat. Hearing this, Geng Xiao looked down at herself, then at Chu Miao Miao, an inexplicable sense of defeat filling her mind. Chu Miao Miao immediately added, he likes to eat meat. Hearing this, Geng Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Geng Xiao had long known from Fang Jun's rumors that Chu Miao Miao and Lin Mo used to be neighbors. Although she didn't confirm it, she guessed it was true. Chu Miao Miao and Lin Mo didn't say much to each other on weekdays. They must be old neighbors who have entered a period of awkward communication. So if Geng Xiao wants to win over Lin Mo, she can't delay any longer. So Geng Xiao thought about it and decided that he should first please Chu Miao Miao, or build a good friendship with her in order to get close to Lin Mo. More people were surprised at Lin Mo's strength. However, being strong in one subject does not mean being strong in all subjects. Everyone just looked at Lin Mo curiously. A person who is both a top student and a strong person can be said to have the priority in choosing a spouse. Then Chen Xiaoa talked about the questions that most people got wrong. She looked at Ying Wenchen and said, Ying Wenchen, if you don't understand something, you can ask other students to teach you, or you can come to me alone. I won't take up everyone's time. After saying that, Chen Xiaoa turned and left, leaving the time to the students. In ordinary schools, teachers break things down and feed them to you, but key schools emphasize self-awareness. People who are self-aware will naturally perform better in exams. Everyone has come to G school, and those who are motivated will automatically roll up their sleeves. Rolling yourself up is the right way. After Chen Xiaoa left, the class began to have a heated discussion again. This forced Ma Ruxiang to stand up to maintain order and get everyone to quiet down. After all, if the director checks on us, the whole class might just be running around in the dark. Just last week, class 17 at the back was making a fuss, so the whole class was punished to run 10 laps in the playground until the end of evening study. So when Ma Ruxiang used this incident to warn the students in the class, everyone quieted down. But Chen Xiaoa didn't actually walk far. She went straight into class 7 next to her. A math teacher naturally doesn't teach only one class. As soon as she entered the room, she slammed the test paper as hard as before, but this time, she spoke as soon as she spoke. Your class really disappoints me. There's not even one student in the entire class who scored 100 points. Class 8 still has 2 students who scored 100 points. You should at least have one. Evening self-study is over. Fang Jun couldn't wait to take out his Three Kingdoms kill. His Three Kingdoms kill is very popular. During the lunch break, the 8-player game was already full. Fang Jun walked to Lin Mo's side. Lin Mo, come and play a game. You didn't play at noon. Lin Mo looked outside the door and saw Xia Yuling still waiting outside early as usual. Fang Jun followed Lin Mo's gaze and immediately understood. Oh, right. I forgot you were supposed to escort the payload. However, Fang Jun quickly found someone who was willing to stay and play a few games of Three Kingdoms kill. Walking out of the classroom, Lin Mo waved casually. Let's go. In school, Xia Yuling always maintained a cool attitude, but when she walked side by side with Lin Mo, the distance between them was only a fist. The school doesn't care, and there's nothing wrong with boys and girls walking side by side. After leaving the school, Xia Yuling's seal gradually thawed. Your class is pretty impressive. 2 students scored 100 on the math test. Lin Mo waved his hand. It's nothing special. The test only tested junior high school knowledge. Basically, I was caught off guard. But Xia Yuling didn't think so. She turned her head to look at Lin Mo, thinking that Lin Mo was definitely saying that the grapes were sour because he couldn't eat them. That's impressive, right? No one in our class scored 100 points. This means that those who can pass the test must have either studied very hard or have mastered the knowledge thoroughly. Lin Mo walked on the road. Okay, thank you for the compliment. Who praised you? I was praising those 2 who got 100 points. I'm not very talented, but I happen to be one of the 2 who scored 100 points. Xia Yuling couldn't help but look at Lin Mo when she heard that. You. Lin Mo nodded. Xia Yuling was skeptical. Let me see the test paper. Comrade Xia Yuling, did you take the test paper home? Lin Mo walked casually, occasionally kicking the stones under his feet. When Xia Yuling heard this question, she knew that Lin Mo definitely didn't take the test paper with him, because she didn't bring it either. So she pouted and said, then I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe that you got a perfect score. If you see Fang Jun tomorrow, ask him. That's your classmate, he's definitely on your side. We've only known each other for a little over 2 weeks. I'm not familiar with you yet. Hearing the words, we're not familiar with each other yet, the corners of the girl's mouth curled up slightly, but quickly dropped again. Let's go. My mom made some sweet soup today, red bean paste and sago. Lin Mo was also quite happy when he heard this. He had indeed never eaten the sweet soup made by Aunt Zheng. Cold or hot? Of course it's cold. Who wants to drink hot sugar water in such hot weather? As she spoke, she walked ahead. After finishing the sweet soup, Lin Mo said hello, thank you Aunt Zheng for the sweet soup. I'll go back first. Okay, take care. Aunt Zheng yawned and prepared to go to bed. Wait a minute. Xia Yuling walked into the room and took out a cup of water. She lowered her head, not looking at Lin Mo, and raised her hand to hand over the cup of water. Although he lowered his head, a clear voice rang out. This cup is a gift. I see you don't even bring a water cup, so I'll give this to you. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and smiled, then I would like to thank the landlady for the gift. Well, go to bed early. Having said that, she immediately turned around and went back to her room. Only Lin Mo was left alone in the living room. What a big heart. Lin Mo smiled, turned around and opened the door. When he closed the door, his spiritual sense had already noticed that the girl was opening a small gap in the doorway and looking at him quietly. Spiritual consciousness is really useful. After Lin Mo closed the door, the girl opened it again, breathing slowly. Wait, why should I be nervous? This is just a courtesy. Yes, it's a courtesy. Lin Mo also heard this. He returned to his room, washed up, and practiced. A few days later, Lin Mo has reached the late stage of chi refining, and his spiritual awareness has expanded to a distance of 30 meters. Lin Mo feels that the courses these days are very good and he can go the science route. As for English, Lin Mo has no problem memorizing words. Although you can choose other foreign languages for the final exam, most people will choose English as the foreign language for the final exam because most of their foundation is in English. But in fact, Lin Mo knew very well that Japanese was the easiest foreign language subject to learn. Because the language and writing systems are similar, it is much easier to learn than other languages. But it is easy for people to mistake her for a queen. Lin Mo, how about we practice speaking? Zhang Yunle was holding the newly distributed printout in her hand, which was the manuscript for oral practice. Lin Mo was also holding the oral practice paper assigned by the English teacher and nodded. But my English tutor studied abroad in New York, so she teaches with a New York accent, which is different from my teacher's. As for spoken English, it's actually not bad, but the English teacher teaches with a British accent most of the time. Lin Mo shrugged. It's okay. Just don't use your Indian accent. I should be able to understand you. Hearing this, Zhang Yunle hit Lin Mo coquettishly. How is that possible? I won't do that. While the two were practicing, Xue Zigi came over and listened carefully to their oral practice. Then Xue Zigi looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Did you learn this spoken English from watching movies? How do you know?" Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. A Canadian accent, mixed with some Midwestern American accent. Finally, Xue Zigi said seriously, "Same as me." Okay, this is also a self-taught oral English practitioner. Zhang Yunle couldn't help but be amazed. You all can learn spoken English by watching movies, that's amazing. Lin Mo and Xue Zigi looked at each other. You are indeed a young lady who knows nothing of the world. Miss is the nickname given to Zhang Yunle by her classmates. Because Zhang Yunle really looks like a young lady. She is picked up and dropped off by car every day, and someone also delivers her lunch and dinner. Basically isolated from society. Although Xue Zigi's family was well off, it was still difficult for him to hire a tutor with a foreign accent. Lin Mo spread his hands. It doesn't matter if my accent is messy or not. No matter how pure it is, I am still Chinese. Xue Zigi nodded in agreement. Then added to the oral practice. At this time, Chen Xiaoa came over from somewhere. Seeing Lin Mo, Xue Zigi, and Zhang Yunle practicing speaking, he couldn't help but nodded. She stood outside the classroom door and waited for the three of them to finish before going in. But the sounds of fighting in the class had long ended. Xue Zigi, Lin Mo, please come out for a moment. Lin Mo looked up, then turned to look at Xue Zigi. He probably guessed something, so he got up and followed. After entering the office, Chen Xiaoa sat down and placed 2 application forms in front of the two of them. Are you two going to compete in the mathematical Olympiad? Are you two going to compete in the mathematical Olympiad? Chen Xiaoa glanced at Xue Zigi and Lin Mo. Obviously, she will not force her students and will respect their own ideas. Lin Mo knew very well that one could not directly participate in the mathematical Olympiad, but required training and selection, and then a few people would be chosen to represent the school to participate. Lin Mo had never tried this competition in his previous life. He was just a cricket at that time, so how could he dare to compete with the elder's direct disciple? In fact, the elder's direct disciples didn't win the competition either, because most of the people representing the school at that time were seniors in the G2 grade. However, those who can participate in this can get extra points in the final exam, and if they get a good ranking, they can even be qualified for admission. Before Chen Xiaoa even mentioned the reward, Xue Zigi agreed immediately. Okay, I want to join. Lin Mo thought about it and nodded. I want to join in, too. Chen Xiaoa nodded with satisfaction. But you don't need to be so stressed. The mathematical Olympiad is still the mathematical Olympiad. The important thing is to participate. Then when does it start? Xue Zigi raised his hand. If you want to participate, the training will be held every Friday afternoon during the interest group class. According to Lin Mo's memory, the training lasted more than 5 weeks, which is about 5 classes. Then the selection will begin. A team of 10 people will be selected to participate in the city, provincial and national mathematics Olympiads. Lin Mo remembered that there was only one person from their school who participated in the national competition. He didn't remember who that person was, but he wanted to try out what this mathematical Olympiad was all about. If you can pass the preliminary round and enter the city's finals, you will also receive a prize from the school. If you participate in provincial competitions in the future, the city will also give you bonuses. The better the grades, the higher the bonus, and you may even be directly admitted. But Lin Mo just wanted to give it a try. Side quest trigger: participate in the secret realm battle. Each time you break through a level of trial, you can get a level of reward. Okay, brother Tongzi, it has to be you. I just don't know what the reward is, just don't give me any swords, spears, or halberds. Well, I don't want Wan Hun, or the human emperor banner either, etc. Our life is still going on, so it's not impossible to ask for the human emperor banner. So I decided to participate in the Olympiad in mathematics. After confirming it, Chen Xiao didn't say anything more. Instead, Xue Zigi looked at Lin Mo. If I can qualify for the national competition, I might be able to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University. It's too far. Let's go to the preliminary round first. Lin Mo shook his head. There are many geniuses, and there are also many people who are more talented than geniuses. Xue Zigi may be considered a genius in Class 8, but there is always someone better than you. Hearing this, Xue Zigi just nodded, but didn't say anything else and returned to the class. Lin Mo also followed behind. Zhang Yunlu and Wang Qin beside her looked at Lin Mo with great curiosity. Why does the ugly duckling want to see you? Wang Qin asked first. Zhang Yunlu frowned and said, don't say that. It's very rude. The ugly duckling is actually Chen Xiao's nickname. It is quite normal to give teachers nicknames. It's like the principal who enforces discipline is called Pingtu, because the director always liked to have a flat head. The physics teacher is called Chun Ji, because there is a word Chun in the name. However, Chun Ji can be called in person, but Pingtu cannot. The honey badger will tear you apart. The name ugly duckling seemed to have come from Ying Wenchen, probably because Ying Wenchen was unhappy with Chen Xiao's ridicule of him. It's a little revenge of sorts. After all, nicknames will stay with the teacher on campus for a long time. Of course, these are all code names used privately. Everyone will avoid it, and no one will report it. After all, this is something that is considered digging into the root of the problem. If you report it and get caught, you might be isolated from the whole class. Even someone like Su Mingjiao would not be isolated by the whole class. Wang Qin knew that Zhang Yunlu was a good girl, so she had to make a zipper-pulling gesture at her mouth. Lin Mo also told the story about the mathematical Olympiad. Zhang Yunlu was also a little surprised when she heard this. Mathematical Olympiad training? I took these trainings in elementary and middle school, but I heard they were very difficult. Although Zhang Yunlu is good at math, she actually doesn't like Olympiad mathematics very much. But Wang Qin said it would be great if I could add 10 points to the final exam score. Xue Zigi sat in his seat without turning his head. That's only possible if you can enter the main competition. Mr. Zigi, speaking like that is actually not cool at all, and it even looks a bit embarrassing. Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly. I don't have any interest groups anyway, so I might as well learn mathematical Olympiad. He also wanted to know how strong his learning ability was now. After all, up to now, Lin Mo has not felt any pressure in studying, including advanced subjects such as chemistry, physics, and biology. Soon it was Friday afternoon. After the physical education class, everyone started packing up, going to interest classes, and then preparing to go home directly after class. Shu Miao Miao looked at Lin Mo eagerly. She didn't join any interest groups and stayed in the classroom to study. Lin Mo is going to the Olympiad class for training, but today is the time for dinner. Lin Mo obviously felt the gaze and walked over. I don't know how long the class will be. You can go home first and I'll come over by myself. Shu Miao Miao thought about it and shook her head. I'll wait for you. Well, wait for me then. Seeing that Lin Mo and Shu Miao Miao seemed to have made some agreement, Zhang Yunlu felt a little dissatisfied. Wang Qin was also helpless watching from the side. After all, Zhang Yunlu showed no signs of actual attack. Instead, it was Xia Yuling who waited for Lin Mo to leave together every night, and Shu Miao Miao who left together on Friday. These are powerful opponents. In fact, one day after school, Wang Qin saw Xia Yuling smiling at Lin Mo and playing with him. That was an action that Xia Yuling hadn't made in a long time. When she was in the first grade of junior high school, Xia Yuling was a very gentle and lively girl. Be polite to most people. But after that incident, Xia Yuling faced everyone with a cold face, including her. But after school that day, she saw Xia Yuling smile from afar. She also punched Lin Mo's arm with her little fists. That behavior was exactly the same as the joy he had when playing with girls in the past. But my current partner is a boy. Or maybe Lin Mo and Xia Yuling have a very good relationship. Or maybe they are already an underground couple. No matter which possibility it is, it will be a fatal blow to Zhang Yunlu. So Wang Qin thought about it and still didn't say anything. Unless Zhang Yunlu can take further action. As for Lin Mo, she was actually not sure what this boy's mentality was. But think about it, he must be a scumbag. The characteristic of a scumbag is that he can breathe. Lin Mo had noticed Wang Qin's eyes a long time ago. This person was looking at him as if he were a shrimp-headed man. It definitely has bad intentions, stay away from it immediately. So Lin Mo picked up his notebook and pen and went to the Olympiad class. There were a lot of people in the Olympiad class. Lin Mo took a look and saw that there were at least 100 people sitting in the huge multi-purpose room, but everyone tacitly agreed not to communicate or introduce themselves. The first teacher who came up was a G3 mathematics teacher. After he came to the stage, he took out a medium-sized Olympiad exercise book and started explaining the problems. The math problems that come up here are quite difficult. However, Lin Mo also found Xia Yuling among the group of people. In his previous life, he had never heard that Xia Yuling had participated in the Olympiad class. Of course, it might also be that he just didn't notice. Xia Yuling also saw Lin Mo, but she sat at another table. She just glanced at Lin Mo a few times and then listened to the class attentively. Lin Mo could understand a little bit of what the teacher was talking about, but he still took notes while listening. His learning ability improved as his spiritual awareness grew, but Lin Mo felt that he still had to buy a few exercise books to test the waters. The upper limit has been raised, but if you don't learn, the lower limit will still be very low. There are many people like Lin Mo who take notes, but there are even more geniuses in the sect who don't take notes. In one class, G3's math teacher Su Haoming explained 3 types of Olympiad questions and several formulas. For example, the formula for converting product to sum and difference, the formula for converting sum and difference to product, the sum of a series, and the formula for sum and difference angles. I can only say that as a G3 teacher, he is quite capable. A lot of knowledge is advanced knowledge for Lin Mo. However, this amount of information is within an acceptable range for Lin Mo. Seeing that Lin Mo had written a full page, some people were disdainful, while others admired him. But in Su Haoming's opinion, such students are truly good, and they believe that a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. After the class ended, Su Haoming handed out 2 more test papers. These 2 exams are due next Friday. Students who fail to submit them will not have to continue attending the training course. After saying that, Su Haoming turned around and left, ignoring the group of students in the training class. Both test papers are standard 2-class-hour tests, with a full score of 150 and quite a few questions. Many people took a quick look and found that these questions not only included the question types and formulas discussed today, but also included many other types of Olympiad questions. The biggest difficulty of Olympiad mathematics problems is that they are tricky. It's tricky from every angle. Lin Mo glanced at the people around him, and their expressions were not very good. Especially those who have never been exposed to Olympiad mathematics or have had little exposure to it, their complexions are even worse. At this time, Xue Zigi came up and asked in a calm tone, "Have you ever studied mathematical Olympiad before?" "No, it feels trickier than usual math. It's pretty much the same, except there are a lot more conditions, just like many questions on the high school entrance exam are simplified and selected from mathematical Olympiad questions." Lin Mo understood this, but he felt that he should be able to complete these 2 papers. "Do you want to work together to complete these 2 things?" Xue Zigi turned his head and looked at Lin Mo. Many people around have already started to form alliances with acquaintances and cooperate with each other to study these 2 papers. But Lin Mo shook his head. "I want to try to do it myself first. If I don't know how, can I ask you for help?" The one who achieves success comes first. The reborn Lin Mo will never be stingy with the attitude he should have when studying. Xue Zigi nodded. "No problem, let's add QQ and chat." At school, you can't take out your cell phone openly, so Lin Mo tore off a piece of paper and wrote his QQ number on it. After the 2 finished their conversation, Lin Mo looked up and found that Xia Yuling was still standing there. He walked over. "Waiting for me?" "Yeah." Xia Yuling was very frugal with words in a crowded place. Lin Mo could think that this was probably Xia Yuling's self-protection mechanism. "It's Friday. I'm going home. No need to wait for me." Xia Yuling shook her head and said, "Just wait here for a while." After saying that, he walked towards the multi-purpose room. Lin Mo didn't say anything, but just followed. The 2 walked side by side, but there was a gap as wide as 2 fists between them. Another student from class 7 who was also selected looked at the 2 from a distance and frowned slightly. He originally thought that if he and Xia Yuling had the opportunity to receive Olympiad training together, they might even be able to get closer. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo was there too. There are also many girls in class 7 who like Lin Mo. Damn it. Back in the corridor on the 2nd floor, Xia Yuling couldn't help but sigh. "What's wrong? I won't come to this mathematical Olympiad training class next week. It feels too difficult." There was no one else in the corridor at this time, so Xia Yuling relaxed a little. "Then don't come. Not everyone is suitable for mathematical Olympiad." If it were Lin Mo in his previous life, he might have collapsed during the lecture. Xia Yuling suddenly turned her head and looked at Lin Mo. Don't you think I'm being casual? If you don't like something, you should just say no. There's no point wasting time on it, right? You might as well just go to the interest group you want to join. Just talk to the ugly duckling. Xia Yuling was stunned for a moment. Ugly duckling? Lin Mo just remembered that he seemed to have said it off the top of his head. He immediately scanned the area with his spiritual sense, but didn't see any teachers around. He lowered his voice and said, "It's Chen Xiaoa, the nickname our class gave her." Xia Yuling chuckled, "Your class is really bad, but I have a feeling this nickname will spread throughout our class soon." The male classmate following behind couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he saw Xia Yuling smile. He had never seen Xia Yuling smile in class, nor had he seen Xia Yuling talk so much with anyone. Could this Lin Mo be the ancestor? Watching the two of them wave goodbye, Xia Yuling left directly with her bag on her back, while Lin Mo had to go back to the classroom. When I returned to the classroom, the student on duty was still cleaning, while Chu Miao Miao was concentrating on doing homework at her desk. Lin Mo knocked on Chu Miao Miao's desk. "Let's go home and eat." Chu Miao Miao raised her head and immediately packed up her things. "Okay, let's go." Chu Miao Miao just collected her homework and left immediately. Lin Mo simply put the notebook and other things into the hole in the table, picked up his bag and left. "Because I was waiting for Zhang Yuzhong, who stole the money last week, to show up, I got on the bus a little late. There aren't as many people on the bus today as before." However, Chu Miao Miao still stood close to Lin Mo, using Lin Mo to shield herself. Soon they arrived home for dinner. The food was still as plentiful as before, and Lin Mo also practiced the clean plate campaign. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Mo went home early. At this moment, Zhang Yunlu suddenly sent a message to Lin Mo on QQ. "Want to go out and play tomorrow? Come out and play?" Lin Mo thought about it and decided to buy some exercises so that he could go out tomorrow. Then reply, "Sure, I'm going to the bookstore to buy some exercises tomorrow. Want to join me?" The reply came back very quickly. "Okay, together. Is there an appointment?" Zhang Chenjiao looked at his niece while eating fruit. "I have an appointment. He's going to the book center tomorrow, so I might as well go too." Looking at his niece's worthless appearance, Zhang Chenjiao chuckled. "Would you like me to go with you? I'm very good at judging people." Zhang Yunlu looked at her aunt warily. "Auntie, please don't mess around." "Well, are you afraid that I'll ruin your perfect date, or are you afraid that I'll tell your daughter-obsessed dad?" "Don't worry, I'm just worried about you getting taken advantage of." Hearing this, Zhang Yunlu blushed instantly. "No way, I won't be eaten clean." As she spoke, she stood up, opened her closet, and began to choose clothes for tomorrow. "Tisk tisk tisk, it's not even tomorrow yet and you're already choosing clothes." Zhang Yunlu thought of Chu Miao Miao's big breasts. She would be very attractive if she wore a skirt, but she thinks she would look cute in a skirt. After thinking for a while, she supported her chest with her hands and muttered, "I'm not small either." Lin Mo really wants to buy exercises. Because there were many parts in those two test papers that he was not familiar with, probably requiring some knowledge of G2. As for other knowledge, he had already flipped through the math textbook, but he didn't find the corresponding knowledge in it, so he needs to find some math materials and prepare in advance. Wearing a loose short-sleeved shirt and casual shorts, Lin Mo went out carrying his backpack. "After all, I came out to buy books, so I needed something to carry them." When Lin Mo was a child, he also liked reading books and novels. He has watched Little Tigers, King of Adventure, and Wesley. "I also occasionally come to the book center on weekends to buy some extracurricular books or tutoring books. On the contrary, I haven't been here since I started school. I either go to the internet cafe to play games or play billiards." It's a typical example of self-abandonment. After getting off the bus, I walked a short distance and arrived at the entrance of the book center. There are quite a few people here on weekends. This place is basically the largest bookstore in the city. As soon as Lin Mo arrived, his phone's QQ vibrated. Because Aunt Zheng didn't allow Xia Yuling to use a smartphone, she eventually returned the Android phone. So Lin Mo simply used it himself. Ahem, I forgot to check the time. The iPhone 5 will be released in China in December. After all, smartphones are more convenient for surfing the internet. When I took it out and looked at it, it was obviously a message from Zhang Yunlu. "Yunlu Qingtian, I'm at the book center, where are you?" Lin Mo looked downstairs and quickly spotted Zhang Yunlu walking into the door. "Third floor, I'll wait for you to come up." The third floor mainly sells children's books and teaching materials. All teaching materials are available, and there are different versions of textbooks. It can be said to be the most comprehensive bookstore. Zhang Yunlu jogged downstairs to the elevator. She was wearing a dark green halter dress with embroidered decorations on the edges of the straps, which made her look youthful, lively, and cute. In addition, Zhang Yunlu had fair skin, which attracted a lot of people's attention as she walked along. School uniforms will indeed automatically reduce a person's appearance. But Jang Yunlu's beauty cannot be concealed by the school uniform. She ran up to the third floor. There was an escalator, but she insisted on running. When I reached the third floor, I saw Lin Mo waiting at the elevator. Lin Mo smiled and said, "Why are you running so fast?" The girl raised her head, squinted her eyes and smiled, "To see you earlier." "Damn, girl, you are so good at it." However, Lin Mo's heart was only slightly disturbed. "Then let's go. Help me choose a tutoring room for the mathematical Olympiad." Hearing this, Jang Yunlu asked curiously, "Are you really planning to participate in the mathematical Olympiad? I've tried it before, but I thought it was too difficult and didn't stick with it." Lin Mo reached out and patted Jang Yunlu on the head. "It's good that you haven't had any contact with it. It's indeed quite difficult. I think badminton is more suitable for you as an interest group course. I'm an official member of the school badminton team. I'm no worse than you in the mathematical Olympiad." Jang Yunlu put her hands on her hips, but did not slap away Lin Mo's hand that was on her head. "That's why I said badminton is more suitable for you. I also think badminton is suitable for you. If we play mixed doubles, no one can be our opponent." Lin Mo shook his head, bent down and whispered in Jang Yunlu's ear, "Everything related to sports is no longer challenging to me, so my goal is to focus on studying." Jang Yunlu didn't expect Lin Mo to suddenly get so close to her, and her face suddenly flushed. "Hey, has anyone ever told you that you're so pretentious?" Jang Yunlu also lowered her voice and spoke to Lin Mo, but there wasn't a hint of dislike in his tone. "Let me tell you, I'm actually a martial artist. Unlike ordinary people, I can't participate in sports. It's all regulated by the state." Lin Mo's serious look made Jang Yunlu frown. "Real? Of course it's true. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy for me to lift weights?" Thinking back to Lin Mo's strength, Jang Yunlu felt that there was some truth to it. At this time, Lin Mo brought Jang Yunlu to the textbook. There are many books about mathematics and mathematical Olympiads. Lin Mo picked up a few books at random and took a look. He kept the ones he thought were useful and put them back if he thought they were useless. Seeing Lin Mo carefully selecting textbooks, Jang Yunlu asked in a low voice, "If I didn't come out today, would you have come here to buy books by yourself?" "Yeah, what else?" Lin Mo's straightforward words made Jang Yunlu feel much better. "This should be considered a date. Then why don't you call Xia Yuling or Chu Miao Miao? Aren't you landlords and neighbors?" Lin Mo could see clearly the temptation of this girl. "I originally wanted to come alone and didn't plan to invite anyone else." Hearing this, Jang Yunlu became even happier. Sure enough, being proactive will produce results. Lin Mo quickly selected the exercise books and tutorial books. With the help of these books, those two papers should be easy to solve. After putting the books he bought into his backpack, Lin Mo turned his head to look at Jang Yunlu. "Let's go eat." Jang Yunlu became excited instantly when she heard this. Okay, then what are we going to eat?" Jang Yunlu froze for a moment as she suddenly thought of something. "Oh, no, my driver is outside. We can't go out to eat. If we go out to eat, my dad will come directly to us. There are several doors here. Come on, I'll take you back after you finish eating." Lin Mo directly grabbed Jang Yunlu's wrist and walked out from the other side of the door. His spiritual sense had already figured out where Jang Yunlu's driver was, so it's a simple matter to get around it. Jang Yunlu looked at her grabbed wrist and suddenly remembered that Lin Mo had grabbed her wrist in the same way on the day she reported for duty. "So what are you taking me to eat?" "Let's go to a tea restaurant." 8 Dragons Ice House. A small tea restaurant hidden in a corner. The two sat facing each other. Looking at the dazzling array of menus, Jang Yunlu was very excited. "I want this ice cream French toast, octopus sausage, fried chicken, pineapple buns, curry fish balls, French fries, fried tofu." Jang Yunlu pointed at the menu and told the waiter what she wanted to eat. Then he looked at Lin Mo again. "What do you want to eat?" "A pork chop, Swiss chicken wings, 4 egg tarts, and a pork chop bun." Lin Mo ordered without even looking at the menu. The waiter looked at Jang Yunlu, then at Lin Mo, wondering if this young couple had so much money. "Handsome boy, 2 people can't eat so much." Jang Yunlu pointed directly at Lin Mo and said, "Don't worry, he's a big eater and can finish all of this." Seeing that they insisted on ordering so much, the waiter stopped trying to persuade them and went straight to the kitchen to place the order. The fastest thing to arrive is the curry fish balls, because this is made early in the morning and a big pot is kept hot in the kitchen. The fish balls are soaked in the yellow curry sauce. These fish balls are probably the earliest batch of frozen pre-prepared dishes. Jang Yunlu picked up a fish ball and put it into her mouth. The rich curry flavor gradually spreads as you chew. It's delicious. Much better than any curry I've ever had. If I'm not mistaken, Jang Yunlu might be eating authentic curry. However, not everyone likes authentic curry. Chinese people prefer the neon curry method with lighter spices and higher sweetness. The Thai curry is also good, but the authentic Assam curry always has a stronger flavor and is spicier, so Zhang Yunle might not like to eat it either. On the contrary, this curry fish balls adjusted to Chinese tastes may be more suitable for Zhang Yunlu. Then the dishes were served one by one, including those that Lin Modian had pointed out. They also came up quickly. Zhang Yunlu only had a small taste of each item to test the flavor, and the rest was basically taken up by Lin Mo. If she particularly likes to eat something, she will eat a few more bites. After all, Zhang Yunlu has an average appetite and can't eat as much as Lin Mo. Oh, I love chicken wings and egg tarts, but I can't eat anymore. Lin Mo, these are left to you. Lin Mo nodded and started eating. The waiter stood at the counter and kept staring at Lin Mo. Although there were many people sitting in the store, he kept staring at Lin Mo. Although Zhang Yunle was very pretty, he was more interested in the boy who ate a lot. It was nothing, it was just that this man was really good at eating, and he felt a little hungry. But Lin Mo was also very polite when eating. You don't eat each item separately, just like eating a meal, you eat your noodles, then eat the curry fish balls and chicken wings. Soon, everything on the table was cleared away. As Lin Mo ate, Zhang Yunlu's face became redder and redder, because Lin Mo also ate the piece of bread that she had bitten. Is this considered an indirect kiss? Zhang Yunle didn't ask, she didn't have the courage to do so. Wang Qin kept asking her to be more proactive, so she could only be a little proactive, but she really didn't dare to be more proactive. Her aunt always warned her not to do anything rash. She didn't dare either. Is it hot? Why is your face red? Lin Mo wiped his mouth with a tissue. But, maybe. The girl sipped the iced silk stocking milk tea in small sips. Hope this can cool down the temperature. Taking the bill, Lin Mo went to pay. Zhang Yunle took out a card and handed it over. Very good, not a black card. Please swipe my card. But Lin Mo raised his hand to suppress it, then shook his head. You're afraid your family won't know you've come out to eat, right? Hearing this, Zhang Yunle finally came to her senses. Ah, yeah, what should we do then? Nothing much. Lin Mo took out the money and settled the bill. Let's go, it's time to go back, otherwise your driver might come looking for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone in Zhang Yunle's pocket rang. Zhang Yunle took out her iPhone 4 and checked the caller ID. It really is Uncle Zhao. She pressed the connect button. Hello? Uncle Zhao, I'm upstairs. Okay, I'll go to the bathroom and come down soon. As Zhang Yunle spoke, she turned her head to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded, grabbed Zhang Yunle's wrist and walked back towards the bookstore across the street. They came from the underground passage, so they naturally went back through the underground passage as well. A handsome boy holds the wrist of a girl who is talking on the phone. This idle drama scene makes many passers-by stop and watch from afar. But they didn't know that a woman wearing sunglasses and fashionable clothes was observing them from a distance. Tisk, 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 this guy must be a seasoned lover. He grabbed the girl's wrist while she was on the phone, leaving her unable to react. There were too many people on the road, and Lin Mo's spiritual sense only maintained a radius of 10 meters around him, so he did not detect the woman. The two of them passed through the tunnel and went around to the back door. Then I'll leave. Zhang Yunle looked at Lin Mo cautiously. Be safe and let me know when you get home. Lin Mo nodded. Seeing Lin Mo so calm, Zhang Yunle felt a little unhappy. She opened her arms, rushed forward, and gently hugged Lin Mo. I'm very happy today. See you tomorrow. Without waiting for Lin Mo to do anything, she let go of his hand and turned to walk towards the door. Lin Mo smiled. This girl was really proactive. In her previous life, Zhang Yunle was also very gentle and did not have the airs of a young lady, but she would also keep her distance from boys. The same goes for him. But in this life, the girl was much more proactive. Therefore, if you want girls to take the initiative, you have to be good enough. Lin Mo sneered twice, one laugh at his past self and the other at his present self. I used to be like a loser. Now I don't care so much and just do what I want. He hummed softly. It doesn't matter. There are streetlights in the mountains and plains, and naughty children have learned their lesson and are not too brave. There are so many colorful paradises in the world, you can go wherever you want. While humming a song, I walked to the first floor where music CDs were sold. He was looking at the songs and found Eason Chan's album CD. He wanted to buy 2 to listen to slowly at home. Since when did I start to be afraid of empty mountains and deserted people? Since when did I start to be afraid of gazing at the stars? It turns out that angelfish will die if they cross the ocean. Lin Mo was choosing albums, picked up an H3M, looked at it, and then picked up a U87 and another Mandarin album. Live for Today, 10 Flying Daggers is also worth listening to. Finally, Lin Mo took a copy of Orange Moon. What song is that little brother humming? It's quite nice. Lin Mo raised his head and saw a woman wearing sunglasses walking over from the shelf next to him. Let me. Lin Mo remembered that this song had not appeared yet, but he did not intend to be a plagiarist, so he shook his head, just humming it casually. P.S. The author is from Guangdong, so he likes music from Hong Kong and Taiwan. I hope you like it too. I liked listening to Khalil Fong's songs when I was in junior high school. Today's song recommendation is Love 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 by Khalil Fong. Lin Mo's spiritual sense had already seen this woman. When a person does something very inattentively, she is a police officer. However, Lin Mo did not find any trace of the police on this person. That means he came to peek at me. This person has some issues, yet he even came to talk to me. However, the Sigma man decisively took the album to pay. He didn't care what the woman wanted to do. When Lin Mo put the album into his school bag and prepared to take the bus home, the woman chased him out. Little brother, where are you going? Will your sister give you a ride? Lin Mo turned around and looked at the woman who was wearing sunglasses, had a curvy figure and was dressed very tastefully. Lin Mo was 100% sure that this person was coming for him. After placing his spiritual mark on her, he spoke slowly. I'm a student. If you keep bothering me, I'll call the police. As he spoke, Lin Mo raised his cell phone. Very good, the woman smiled and took 2 steps back. Lin Mo turned and left. Zhang Chenjia looked at Lin Mo's departing back. You're so indifferent to a beauty like me. Are all men so upright nowadays? In fact, if you change to a man of this era, it would be similar. For men at this time, Kamen Rider may be more attractive to them. Lin Mo took the bus home. While on the way, Zhang Yinlo had already returned home. When I got home, my dad asked me to eat, but I couldn't eat anything. Just say you received food from a friend, so you're not hungry. Bingo! That's what I said, and then my dad looked at me with resentment and told me not to eat outside food. It's confirmed that he is obsessed with his daughter, but Lin Invincible Cultivator Mo is not afraid at all. Why should I, Lin Baichuan, explain to you all what I have done in my life? After returning home, I put the newly bought album into the CD player at home. This is one of the legacies his father left him. A very good tube amplifier and 2 speakers, both carefully tuned by his father. The player is not that important. While listening to music, I looked at the exercises I bought today. Lin Mo's study state was not affected by the music at all. He did not do the test paper directly, but started reading the Olympiad teaching materials. It only takes about 2 hours to finish reading a book. After reading it, Lin Mo started to write the questions. After acquiring a lot of basic knowledge, Lin Mo did not feel any difficulty when doing the questions and he just wrote according to his own ideas. When it comes to Olympiad mathematics, there is often more than one way to solve a problem. After finishing a test paper, Lin Mo found that the entire test paper was filled up. He used at least 2 ways to solve a problem, one simple and one simpler. Very good, I passed the mathematical Olympiad. Lin Mo walked to the refrigerator and took out a can of iced pure cola. With a click, pull the ring open and drink it in one gulp. Gurgle gurgle. Bubbles burst in the mouth. Cool. The computer at home has been moved to the rental house. However, Lin Mo has a smartphone, so he doesn't have to worry about the internet speed when connected to Wi-Fi. However, the internet speed at that time was not particularly fast, and movies had to be cached before they could be watched. While caching the memory, a text message came in. It's a text message from Xia Yuling. My mom asked me to ask you what are you going to eat tomorrow. Why don't you wait for me to come back tomorrow afternoon and go grocery shopping together? After a long pause, the other side replied, okay. But my mom said she'll buy ribs and vegetables this morning because the pork seller has to sprinkle salt water on it at noon, so it's not that good. Lin Mo knew this principle. Sprinkling salt water can reduce the number of bacteria. Because Guangzhou is still very hot at this time, if salt water is not sprinkled, the meat will probably rot. So people who know how to buy basically buy the ingredients they need for the day in the morning, and at worst put them in the refrigerator when they get home. Okay, then wait for me this afternoon. After a long time, the text message came in again. By the way, can I borrow your computer for a moment? I want to look up some information. No problem, just turn it on and use it. Lin Mo was not worried that Xia Yuling didn't know how to use a computer, because primary and secondary schools in Guangzhou had microcomputer classes, or computer classes. Although there is not much learning significance, turning the machine on and off is definitely no problem. I also prepared a key and left it at Aunt Zheng's house. Thank you. He had already hidden the things in the computer. With his intelligence, no one would be able to find it. Boom! There was a sudden thunder and heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Summer is like this. It may be cloudless at one moment and suddenly rain the next. With this much rain, it's perfect for eating snacks and watching a movie at home. Just when Lin Mo had already opened the movie secret and was holding a bag of potato chips in his hand, the caller ID obscured the movie. There weren't many mobile phone numbers recorded, but the person who called was Chu Miao Miao. This girl is not very good at calling him, so Lin Mo still answered the phone. Hello? Lin Mo, are you there? It was very quiet over there, but Chu Mia Meow's voice was a little trembling. I'm here. What's wrong? Are you okay? No, it's okay. Mom isn't home. There's a power outage and thunder. I can't get through to Mom on the phone. I don't know who to call. I understand. The little girl is afraid of the dark and thunder. As for whether the little girl is scheming, Lin Mo can be sure that she is definitely not. After all, this child is obviously stupid. I'm just near your house. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Power failure? Was the transformer hacked? This is a common occurrence. Lin Mo picked up an umbrella, invisible and moving fast. The rain was blocked by the spiritual energy, and Lin Mo ran directly towards Chu Mia Meow's home. As soon as he ran over, Lin Mo found that there was a power outage in the area. It was obvious that the electrical box in this area was struck by lightning, so he went straight through the wall and rushed towards the building where Chu Meow Meow lived. Because of the power outage, the elevator couldn't move. Lin Mo climbed the stairs. While climbing the stairs, Lin Mo cancelled his movement and invisibility abilities, climbed up the stairs step by step, and called Chu Meow Meow. I'm already downstairs in your house, climbing the stairs. A soft voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, can you please not hang up? I'm so scared. No, try turning on the flashlight on your phone. Chu Mia Meow's family is also wealthy and she also uses an iPhone 4. The iPhone 4's flashlight is quite bright. It's open, but I'm still scared. Okay, wait a minute then. I'm running up here. Can you open the door for me? Yes. So Lin Mo went upstairs while talking on the phone. No one climbed the stairs at this time, so Lin Mo ran up and said on the phone while pretending to be out of breath, "Come open the door." Soon, the door opened. With a click, Lin Mo opened the door, and a figure walked past them with tears in his eyes. However, Lin Mo still caught the girl steadily. Hey, it's okay, don't worry. I'm scared when my mom's not around. I'm here, don't be afraid. The room was pitch black, with only the flashlights from 2 cell phones lighting up. Lin Mo observed that in this era, Apple's flashlights have higher lumens. But at least the girl in front of him was much calmer. Where is Aunt Chu? Mom is out for a social event and hasn't come back yet. Lin Mo thought about it and made a phone call directly. He had left Chu Linchen's cell phone number before. The phone kept ringing and it took a long time before someone answered. Hello, what can I do for you? A rather gentle male voice came from the other side. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment and looked at Chu Meow Meow in front of him. I'm looking for Aunt Chu. Boss Chu is busy right now. How about you tell me what's going on? I'll pass it on to you when she's free. Lin Mo frowned. He took Chu Mia Meow's cell phone and opened the contact, Mom. He looked at the phone number and found that it was indeed Chu Mia Meow's private phone number. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's like this. Something happened to Chu Meow Meow. Where is Aunt Chu now? I'll tell you the details after I see her." The person on the other end of the phone was clearly hesitant. Mr. Chu's whereabouts are not so convenient to disclose. I will report this to Mr. Chu immediately. Otherwise, could you tell me what happened? I might be able to resolve the issue of Mr. Chu's daughter. Lin Mo hung up the phone without hesitation. There's something wrong with the person on the phone. Chu Meow Meow raised her head and looked at Lin Mo. What's wrong? Is Mom coming back? At this moment, Chu Meow Meow looked at Lin Mo curiously like a little girl. But if you think about it carefully, this little girl is also 18 years old. Since it's so dark at home, why don't we go find Aunt Chu? Hearing this, Chu Meow Meow originally wanted to refuse, but thinking that Lin Mo was talking about us, he would accompany her. So she simply agreed. Good, then change your clothes first. I'll wait for you outside the room. Lin Mo also left his cell phone in the room. The lighted room made Chu Meow Meow less scared. With Lin Mo waiting outside the room, Chu Meow Meow felt very safe. However, after leaving the room, Lin Mo immediately walked into Chu Linchen's room, picked up the comb on the table and did some hand gestures. Mo Tou, predicting what will happen to someone through their belongings. It was a very messy picture. Lin Mo saw a half-drunk and half-awake woman being carried into the room and then thrown onto the bed. Hey, Mr. Chu, if you spend one night with me, I'll give you the contract, right? Why do you have to force me? Mr. Zhu, if everything is alright, I'll leave first. Let's go, don't worry, you'll get a lot of benefits, and you won't lose your money. Under Lin Mo's perception, the screen locked on the location of the hotel. The scene faded and Lin Mo frowned. This kind of thing actually happened. Mengtu is just a magical power to predict the future, but Lin Mo already knows it, so he will naturally find a way to change it. He returned to Chu Mia Meow's door. Chu Meow Meow also came out with her cell phone. She changed into a loose black dress. Black makes you look thinner and can also cover your body shape as much as possible. The most important thing is that Chu Meow Meow also wore a bra inside to try to cover up her figure. Do you know where Mom is? Of course I know. We just need to go and pick her up. As he spoke, Lin Mo took his cell phone and pulled Chu Meow Meow down the stairs. After leaving the community, Lin Mo hailed a taxi. The two sat in the back seat. Master, the Wanhao Hotel and the Bazhu Convention and Exhibition Center, hurry. Hey, young couple, are you in such a hurry? It's raining, so we can't drive too fast. The old man slowly pressed the meter and pressed a button at the same time. Lin Mo saw this scene, so he raised his head and looked at the rearview mirror. The old master also looked up at the rearview mirror. Their eyes met through the rearview mirror. Soul stealing, to confuse or control a person. Drive faster. Okay. The old master instantly displayed the driving skills of an experienced driver. It doesn't take too long to get from Baxing Park to Bazhu Convention and Exhibition Center. It only takes about 10 minutes to get there, and the experienced driver is almost speeding. In 12 minutes, Lin Mo and Chu Meow Meow arrived at the Wanhao Hotel. Lin Mo said to the master, "Wait for us here." Okay. No problem. A purple light flashed in the old master's eyes. Lin Mo pulled Chu Meow Meow out of the car. Chu Meow Meow looked at the hotel in front of her. Is my mother here? Yeah, but your mother might be drunk, so we can just come and take her home. Lin Mo gently stroked Chu Meow Meow's head. Chu Meow Meow looked up at Lin Mo. She thought Lin Mo was very powerful. Secretary G didn't even mention that Mom was here. How did you know it was here? Lin Mo looked down at this girl who was not too stupid. Do you believe me? The girl nodded heavily. Let me know. Just believe it. Lin Mo opened his spiritual sense, and the spiritual sense spread outward 40 meters. However, the hotel was too big, and the 40-meter spiritual sense could not find Chu Meow Meow's location. Lin Mo put away his spiritual sense and walked to the hotel front desk. He raised his eyes to look at the hotel front desk and used soul capture again. Tell me, where is the room that G reserved? Only one Mr. G has booked a room, room 2422. A purple light flashed in the receptionist's eyes, and she answered Lin Mo's questions obediently. Give me the room card. The receptionist immediately took out a room card and handed it over. After getting the room card, Lin Mo took Chu Meow Meow directly to the elevator. Is Mommy up there? Yes, but I don't know exactly where she is, so I plan to wait and see. As they were talking, Lin Mo and the other person had already reached the 24th floor. Ding! The elevator door opened, and Lin Mo found the room according to the room number. Use the room card to open the door, just touch the card slot lightly, and the power will be automatically taken out without inserting the card. Lin Mo looked at the bright room. This executive suite is very large and spacious, and the decoration is exactly the same as what Lin Mo had foreseen with his magical powers. Sitting down casually, Lin Mo grabbed a worthless apple, wiped it and took a casual bite. What are we waiting for here? Chu Meow Meow looked at Lin Mo with her bright eyes blinking. Wait for your mother, and Secretary G you mentioned. If nothing unexpected happens, there is also President Zhu. When Chu Meow Meow heard this, her pupils shrank and she picked up her phone to call the police. She is not stupid, just a little naive. But Lin Mo raised his hand and held her hand. Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Chu Meow Meow really stopped. Will my mother really be okay? No, it will be safe. When he said this, Lin Mo's spiritual sense had already sensed the three people sitting in the elevator. Ji Boda supported Chu Linchin, and the pot-bellied Zhu Ligang stood next to him. Zhu Ligang had his hands behind his back and did not touch Chu Linchin at all, looking very serious. Ji Boda also supported the half-drunk and half-awake Chu Linchin in a very polite manner. From the outside, the two of them didn't seem to be doing anything wrong. Lin Mo could probably guess what was going on. The Wanda Plaza Hotel was an international hotel chain, and the CEOs of one or two local companies had no right to ask them to do anything. So under surveillance, they all appear to be well-behaved. Lin Mo opened his eyes and pointed to a room next to him. Meow Meow, hide in that room first. Ah! Chu Meow Meow looked at the room and then at Lin Mo. Lin Mo saw the hesitation on the girl's face, then he looked up and remembered that the room was dark. He immediately went to turn on the light. I forgot you are afraid of the dark. Lin Mo said embarrassedly. Lin Mo, my mother, will she be okay? Lin Mo reached out and touched the girl's head. It will be fine, trust me. The girl nodded, walked into the room obediently and closed the door. Next, it's time to wait. Lin Mo sat calmly on the sofa and cast invisibility. Drop. The door lock was opened. Come here, Mr. Chu, be careful. Ji Boda threw Chu Linchin on the bed. Then Ji Boda walked to the side, picked up the hotel water and poured it into the cup. Then he took out a packet of powder from his pocket and sprinkled it all into the cup. Zhu Ligang looked at the woman on the bed with a sneer. Hey, Mr. Chu, if you spend one night with me, I'll give you the contract, right? Why do you have to force me? Ji Boda handed the cup of water to Zhu Ligang. Mr. Zhu, if everything is alright, I'll leave first. Let's go, don't worry, you'll get a lot of benefits, and you won't lose your money. Zhu Ligang took the cup of water and prepared to let the woman drink the drugged water. After Chu Linshan finished drinking the water with medicine, he set up the camera. From now on, won't Chu Linshan just be like Do and let him need her? But looking at that place, it does look like Do. He rubbed his hands together and said, we're already drunk anyway, so it's okay to satisfy our urge first. He was rubbing his hands when he realized that Ji Boda next to him had not left yet. Why? You want to try it too? When there's a chance, I'll let you play with it when I get tired of it. Hearing this, Ji Boda couldn't help but grin. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. After saying this, he prepared to leave with a hint of reluctance. At this moment, a figure blocked the door. I think you have to be there for the next scene. Ji Boda widened his eyes. Who are you? But the next second, his pupils gradually dilated and lost focus. If this is a book from the moderator, Lin Mo's ability to capture souls would be a big deal. But this is a serious book. So Lin Mo just controlled Ji Boda. Zhu Ligang heard the sound and couldn't help but come out. The moment he saw Lin Mo, he was about to speak, but found that 2 rays of light shot out of Lin Mo's eyes. Nightmare prayer, confuse others and make them fall into hallucinations. Lin Mo pulled over the controlled Ji Boda. In your eyes, he is Chu Linshan. Whatever you want to do to Chu Linshan tonight, do it to him. After saying that, Lin Mo drove the 2 of them into the room, threw Ji Boda on the bed, and then helped the drunk Chu Linshan up. He could completely hold Chu Linshan up with one hand. He raised his hand and knocked on the door of Chu Miao's room. It's me. The door was pushed open, and Chu Miao's eyes lit up slightly when she saw Lin Mo and Chu Linshan. Mom, are you okay? Chu Linshan was forced to turn on her phone by Chu Miao's voice. She squinted her eyes and couldn't help but reach out her hand when she saw it was Chu Miao. Daughter, why are you here? Lin Mo and I came here to pick up my mother. Lin Mo looked at the fierce battle that was about to begin, and then said to Chu Miao, okay, let's take Aunt Chu back first. The taxi driver is still waiting for us downstairs. Chu Miao also carefully looked at the room where the sound came from. Children, don't look. Lin Mo straightened Chu Miao's head. Then he took Chu Miao and Chu Linshan and left the hotel. The room card was also returned to the front desk, and after 10 minutes, the front desk would automatically release the soul-catching device. The old driver, who was also controlled by the soul stealing, came to his senses while wandering around after Lin Mo got off the car and returned to the community. They completely forgot the memory of meeting Lin Mo and the others. But I don't think I encountered any problems. As for the matter between Ji Boda and Zhu Ligang, it is not over yet. Lin Mo not only used his magical powers on them, but also imposed a spiritual mark on them. In this way, he could determine the location of the 2 people. At this time, power supply to the community has been restored. Lin Mo was able to carry Chu Linshan into the elevator with one hand. When we returned to Chu Miao's house, the living room was brightly lit. Lin Mo put Chu Linshan on the sofa, and Chu Linshan had already fallen asleep. If Lin Mo's physical fitness was not far superior to that of ordinary people, he might not be able to bring the person back. As for this matter, Lin Mo thought about it and turned to Chu Miao. I think we need to string together the statements. I really like what Chu Miao said. Ah, Chu Miao was stunned. What confession? How do you want to fabricate it? Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, when Aunt Chu wakes up, tell her that you and I went to the hotel to pick her up. On the way, we saw Secretary Ji and Mr. Zhu trying to do something inappropriate. I scared them away and then sent you back. Chu Miao nodded. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, repeat it to me. Chu Miao repeated it again, almost word for word. Well, so you should also persuade Aunt Chu to be more careful in the future. After all, I'm not always there. Lin Mo instructed. I will definitely take care of the things I encounter, but there are still many things happening in this world that I am not aware of. It's impossible to manage. Chu Miao continued to nod. I won't tell anyone else that you have superpowers. Lin Mo was not surprised that Chu Miao could see some clues. Although the little girl was quite innocent, she was not stupid. It doesn't matter if she reveals a little bit of her ability. Even if she tells everyone that Lin Mo has superpowers, people will only think she is a liar or a psychopath. But he explained, that's not a superpower, it's Qigong. Qigong has many wonderful uses, but not many people can practice Qigong these days. Just remember to keep it a secret from me. Chu Miao nodded seriously. I understand, I will keep it a secret. The child is teachable. Since you and Aunt Chu are both fine, just take good care of Aunt Chu and change her into clean clothes. I'll be leaving first. The rain had stopped outside at this time. Moonlight shone through the clouds onto the terrace. Chu Miao Miao looked at Lin Mo's leaving back and suddenly shouted loudly, Lin Mo. Thank you. You're welcome. After all, I eat so much rice from your house. Lin Mo didn't turn around, just waved his hand. On Sunday, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up, but Guangzhou in summer is like a steamer. Even after the sun sets, there is still a lingering stuffiness in the air. Lin Mo's backpack was a bit heavy. He brought back all the Olympiad mathematics books, including those he had read. The test paper was completed in the morning. There were quite a few people in the class at this time, and it was quite lively. The same old thing, just talking about what we did over the weekend. Zhang Yunlo hasn't arrived yet, but Chu Miao Miao has already arrived. Chu Miao Miao tied her hair into a ponytail today, and her whole body looked like she had highlights on it. She didn't lower her head like usual. It immediately attracted the attention of many boys. However, Chu Miao Miao came over and put a cake box on Lin Mo's desk. This is what Mom asked me to give you. It has puffs, pork floss buns, and snowflake pastries. I made the snowflake pastries. Try it and see if it's delicious. As she spoke, she lowered her head unconsciously. Lin Mo raised his hand and patted Chu Miao Miao on the head. Okay, thank you. It's me who thanks you. Chu Miao Miao recalled that her mother looked at her in confusion after waking up this morning. Then when he came back in the afternoon, he looked quite strange. I just don't know what happened, but Lin Mo said it's okay, so it should be okay. The puffs and pork floss dumplings were bought, but the snowflake crisps were made by her herself. Chu Miao Miao feels that handmade items show more sincerity of gratitude. Lin Jiajin, who was reading a newspaper on the side, put down the newspaper, turned his head to glance at Chu Miao Miao, then retracted his gaze and set his eyes on the cake box in front of Lin Mo. Brother, get some food. Lin Mo opened the box and handed it over. The box contained puffs and pork floss cookies, but the snowflake crisps were packed separately. Lin Mo didn't open the bag of snowflake crisps. Meat floss Xiaobei easily spilled the meat floss, and the always respectable Lin Jiajin reached out and took a puff. Took a bite. Yes, it should be the abalone chef's puff. Lin Mo nodded and picked up a pork floss bun and started eating it. Watching Lin Mo eating, Chu Miao Miao sat quietly in her seat, reading a novel while secretly glancing at Lin Mo. Lin Mo ate 2 pork floss buns and tried a piece of snowflake crisps. The snowflake pastry has a sweet and crispy texture and a very rich taste. I have to say that Chu Miao Miao is quite talented in making desserts. Of course, snowflake crisps are not too difficult to make. Wang Qin, who was standing next to him, saw everything clearly, but she looked at the door anxiously. But Zhang Yunle didn't come tonight and didn't show up until the end of evening study. After class, Wang Qin walked to Lin Mo's side. Aren't you worried that Zhang Yunle didn't come? Lin Mo raised his phone and said, I asked. He has a cold and a fever. He is resting at home. He may not be able to come tomorrow. As soon as the class started, Lin Mo sent a QQ message to Zhang Yunlu. Why didn't you come? Zhang Yunlu replied quickly. I got caught in the rain last night and had a fever, but it's gone now. Well, it's great to be able to grow taller again. You don't even care about me. If I didn't care about you, there's no way you'd be chatting with me right now. Carrot, humph. Garlic knows what's good for you. Rest well and get more sleep. Okay. Obviously, Zhang Yunlu is a little cuter when she is sick. After carefully reading the chat history, Wang Qin stepped back embarrassedly and went back to pack her things. Wang Qin thought that this was not the way Zhang Yunlu chatted with her. This woman. However, seeing that Lin Mo still cared about Zhang Yunlu, Wang Qin still felt that Zhang Yunlu had a chance of winning. Lin Mo packed up his things and found Xie Yuling was already waiting outside. The two of them have become completely accustomed to this situation. As they walked out of the door side by side, Lin Mo suddenly paused. Because Chu Miao Miao was standing at the school gate, and there were a few boys next to her who were about to strike up a conversation with her. Chu Linchen's car hasn't arrived yet, so Chu Miao Miao is being harassed? Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Xie Yuling. Wait a moment. Xie Yuling stopped and asked, what's wrong? My friend seems to be in trouble. Lin Mo raised his foot and walked towards Chu Miao Miao. Chu Miao Miao was not very good at socializing, but if she were to live in the future, she would definitely be an I person. Classmate, it's just a QQ number exchange, or a phone number. These guys also look like hooligans. However, Lin Mo had no impression of these people. He just walked over and put his hand on the shoulder of the person who spoke. Just a squeeze. The man shrank back greatly in response. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Lin Mo asked calmly, do you want to give me QQ or your phone number? When Chu Miao Miao heard Lin Mo's voice, her eyes lit up slightly. After hearing it clearly, she shook her head vigorously again. Lin Mo let go of his hand and glanced at the other two people. My classmate doesn't want to give me her contact information. How about you stop bothering her? Lin Mo's tone was filled with contempt for these three people. The man whose shoulder was grabbed turned around and was about to take action when he was held down by the two people beside him, and he quickly saw who the person was. Lin Mo, the one who can beat the instructor in arm wrestling. The whole of Guangba knows about this person. Anyone who dares to challenge him must first consider whether he is as strong as the instructor. So the three of them immediately became scared. He quickly said, "It's our fault. We'll leave first." Lin Mo said calmly, "If you harass female classmates outside the school, I will beat you up, and the school leaders will only praise me for doing a good job." The three men fled the scene at the speed of light in an instant. But in fact, Lin Mo was just bluffing them. After all, the school leaders were best at giving everyone 50 lashes. Unless Lin Mo becomes the sect's holy son, he will be able to beat anyone without any problem. Host, becoming the saint son of the sect is a long and arduous journey. If you were the saint's son, it would be so easy to bully the other disciples of the sect. You could even find female disciples to be your cauldrons. System, could you please stop being so aggressive? I'm used to your cold shoulder. Also, you're the protagonist system, so can you not be so overbearing? This system either doesn't bubble up, or it's so evil when it does. It would be better if the author wrote less about this dog system. As soon as Lin Mo sent his people away, Chu Linchen drove to the school gate. Lin Mo, you're here too. Thank you so much for last night. Although Chu Linchen didn't know what happened, when she returned to the company today, Zhu Ligang unexpectedly sent her a contract, and the conditions are even lower than before. Zhu Ligang looked humble, as if he was facing some threat. Chu Linchen's intuition told her that this matter was related to Lin Mo. Moreover, Ji Boda also took the initiative to submit his resignation letter and left without asking for any compensation. This is consistent with what Chu Miao said. The two of them were trying to do something wrong and were discovered, but she didn't know where to start. Maybe Lin Mo had some evidence in his hands. If necessary, she could get it from Lin Mo. Lin Mo outside the car just smiled and nodded. "I'm glad Aunt Chu is okay. I still have to escort the landlord home. Let's talk next time." Chu Linchen glanced at Xie Yuling, who was standing next to Lin Mo. She had the same pretty face and tall figure. This is definitely Miao's strong rival. But she still nodded. "Let's talk when we have time. Thank you for your help last night." "You're welcome. It's my duty." Lin Mo nodded. At this time, Chu Miao had already gotten into the car and waved to Lin Mo. "See you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." And hours ago, back in the house, Lin Mo sat in front of the computer. I opened my computer mailbox and downloaded an attachment. The attachment is a video, and when you open it, you will see all kinds of foul language and obscene things. Two bodies were doing barrier-free negative distance communication exercises on the bed. But they are both men. One is Ji Boda, who looks quite handsome, and the other is Zhu Ligang. Both of them are well-known people. Lin Mo sent the video to Zhu Ligang again. After waking up, Zhu Ligang became scared. He didn't know why he mistook Ji Boda for Chu Linchen last night. But what happened happened. If he didn't want the video to be exposed, he had to swallow his anger and give out the contract, and even lower the terms. So he gave the contract out anyway. "Do you think I will let you go just like that? Impossible." Walking on the road, Xie Yuling was much quieter than before. But Lin Mo didn't care. All girls have their own worries, so don't guess or ask. If you ask too many questions, people will find you annoying. "Who is that woman?" "No, you were silent for so long, just to ask Aunt Chu. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. After all, Aunt Chu is a G-level expert, but shouldn't the focus be on Chu Miao? Lin Mo complained in his heart, but said calmly on the surface, "Are you asking Aunt Chu? She used to be my neighbor, Chu Miao, but they moved away later." With the relationship as neighbors, Xie Yuling didn't seem to feel so bad. Lin Mo thought that the other party would pay more attention to Chu Miao. After finishing his midnight snack, Lin Mo returned to the house. "As soon as I turned on the computer, I saw Lin Jiajin's QQ was jumping. Play around?" It didn't matter anyway, so Lin Mo agreed. After going online, Lin Mo saw that Cao Konglun was online but didn't play the game, so he invited him. "If the person is there, then I can help. If not, then there is nothing I can do." As a result, Cao Konglun agreed instantly. And there just happened to be someone on Lin Jiajin's side. "I'm taking a friend to walk along the two-person road below," Lin Jiajin said in the dialogue box. "Okay, I'll play jungle, and my friend will play top lane to handle the pressure." The boy sitting next to Lin Jiajin frowned. "Jungler? Top lane? What kind of routine is this? Brother, can your classmate do this?" Lin Jiajin raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't worry about it, just watch." Then the queue began. the passerby who joined in happened to be walking in the middle lane. Lin Jiajin also noticed that the Lee Sin played by Lin Mo had punishment. It seems like the jungle route is indeed feasible. I still chose Bush Lun to resist pressure, and chose Poppy in cannon form in the middle lane. Lin Jiajin chose Han Bing, and his cousin chose Barbarian King. If it were in the future, this lineup wouldn't be a big problem, it would just be a pure kitchen knife team. They are on the blue side at the start. The map for League of Legends is asymmetrical. According to statistics, the blue team's winning rate is 56%, so the red team's winning rate is 44%. The main reason is that the blue team's perspective is smoother. Lin Mo starts with red as soon as he goes up. The punishment turned quickly. After killing the red and blue, Lin Mo went directly to the middle lane to catch the Clockwork. Before Clockwork could react, he was hit by a sound wave, and then a stinky foot was thrown at him. First blood appears immediately. After Lin Mo solved the problem in the middle lane, he immediately headed towards the bottom lane. His flash is still there. The battle in the bottom lane was tense and the players were almost losing their minds. As a result, a blind monk suddenly came in after using the ward, helping the opposing bottom lane duo to return to the city quickly. There is something there. Lin Jiajin's cousin couldn't help but nod as he looked at the blind monk who killed two enemies directly. Lun, who was in the bush above, was gaining experience under the tower. He was clearly the only one who was under pressure, yet his level was the highest among everyone, and the bloodline is not low. The attack power of the defense tower at this time is not weak, and it is not easy to force your way across the tower, so Bush Lun is almost in a double row with the defense tower. The main focus is on one person in the tower. After getting 3 heads, Lee Sin took off immediately. Start harvesting like crazy. When Lun in the bush reached level 6, Lin Mo also controlled Lee Sin to go to the top lane. With just a swing of its dragon's tail, the Sword Master was kicked over. Then the two of them focused their fire and killed the Sword Master in seconds, and finally took down deep and above them. Lin Mo won this game easily due to his intentional control of resources. Lun and Lee Sin didn't even die once in the bush. The four then played 2 more games. The match ended perfectly. Before logging off, Cao Kunlun said, "Brother, remember to pull me in next time. It feels so good to win." 3 games in less than an hour. But he has already gained 3 fans. Even after it was over, Lin Jiajin came to discuss this jungle strategy with him. In fact, the Chinese server has already reached the S2 stage of League of Legends. However, the gameplay of jungle has not been passed on from the international server yet. In other words, everyone is developing jungle gameplay at this time. At this time, Lin Mo already had a complete set of jungle awareness and system, perfectly compatible with the gameplay of the next decade or so. These are not the most important things, but Lin Mo's reaction speed and operating skills can definitely beat Fei K. If I write this down carefully, it will be a book called After Cultivating Immortality, I Lead LPL to Break Through the Korean Server. The main feature is that there is no store that sells books. However, Lin Mo still turned off the computer and continued to practice. After all, his main job has always been to study hard and then cultivate immortality. As for making money, it is basically not necessary. When the time comes, you can earn money without having to run around. Lin Rebirth Mo is a contented person. On Monday morning, Lin Mo had just sat down when Lin Jiajin put down the newspaper. That's amazing. It took us right off the ground. It's okay. Right now, there's no jungle position, so farming in the jungle isn't stressful. Once this strategy is fully developed, it won't be so easy to play against junglers. What Lin Mo said was true, so later on there were various types of junglers: capturing system, training system, attack system, and defense system. However, many of these systems will take the entire S2 season to transition. Lin Mo doesn't mind, since every version has its own high-status characters anyway. It's just that there aren't many people in the class who play League of Legends right now. Girls are even less interested in these things. On the contrary, Fang Jun's 3 Kingdoms Killing Alliance is growing stronger and stronger, and even the class next door is involved. One advantage of offline 3 Kingdoms Kill is that you can play off-site. It means to use personal charm and talk to form alliances. Top students also have their own way of playing. Lin Mo would occasionally participate, but most of the time he would win without doing anything. Fang Jun's rule is that the winner leaves the field, while the loser stays on the field and continues to be tortured. Lin Mo, who was sitting next to him, knew it very well. Although the 3 Kingdoms Killing Alliance was very powerful, it soon attracted the attention of the school leaders because it swept the entire first grade, and was eventually suppressed. As one of the instigators, although Fang Jun did not receive any punishment, he still had to write a 1,000-word self-criticism and give a speech under the national flag. It was like this in the previous life, and it is probably like this in this life. So Lin Mo grabbed Fang Jun after class one day. "Hey, Fang Jun, don't bring 3 Kingdoms Kill back these few days." Fang Jun was bewildered. "Huh? Why?" I heard that the school leaders have noticed the Three Kingdoms Kill Alliance. If they ask you about it, you're doomed. Fang Jun was also shocked when he heard this. Brother? Guarantee. Absolutely authentic. G1 is a special node. There is evening self-study, but the time is shorter than G2, G3. There are 3 physical education classes, 1 more than G2 and N more than G3. Generally speaking, G1 is the freest state. G2 is relatively free. G3 is about freedom. Physical education class. The 5 classes occupied different positions in the entire playground. Generally speaking, these 5 classes rarely come into contact with each other during physical education classes. After all, we are not familiar with each other and have little in common. It is possible that physical education teachers will suddenly organize some class competition to intensify the conflicts and contradictions between classes. But during free time, people's mobility will increase. For example, now, Lin Mo took out the equipment and sat casually on the podium, 2 legs dangling in the air. The air in the playground is very good, and the quality of the spiritual energy is much higher than in the urban village. So Lin Mo absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here and continued his cultivation. On the badminton court, Zhang Yunle was playing, while Chu Miao Miao and Wang Qin were sitting beside her, like cheerleaders. In the class, apart from Lin Mo, Zhang Yunle was the best badminton player. There are quite a few people playing basketball there. The place where the most people come together is actually playing football. People from several classes who like to play football gathered together. Because the football field is larger, more people are needed. It is difficult to get people together from 1 or 2 classes, but it is possible if 5 classes come together. There's even the occasional cheerleader nearby. Although it was a wild game, everyone seemed very enthusiastic about playing football. Lin Mo practiced with his eyes closed. It had only been a dozen minutes when someone came running over in a hurry. Lin Mo, come and help. Lin Mo opened his eyes and saw Fang Jun looking at him impatiently. What's wrong? Lin Mo did not use his spiritual sense. The playground was too big, and his spiritual sense could only cover an area of 50 meters, which did not have much effect. Olden got into an argument with someone, and everyone was trying to break it up. Lin Mo stepped down from the podium and looked at the crowd gathered on the football field. Tell me what happened in detail. It's nothing, actually. We were just playing football. There were cheerleaders from several classes standing nearby. Lawan had just scored a goal, and when he went off the field to get some water, he approached a cheerleader from class 15 and asked for their contact information, which they happily gave me. As a result, a man from class 15 was unhappy. Lawan's real name is In Yuexin. He is Fang Jun's old classmate and also one of the more handsome guys in the class. Although he is not as handsome as Gao Yuanxiang, he is not a scumbag either. When Lin Mo heard this, he roughly knew what was going on. In other words, the man asked for it, the woman was willing to give it, but the liquor was not happy. Lin Mo walked towards where the crowd gathered. Fang Jun next to him nodded repeatedly. The 2 people here have been pulled apart. There were already traces on In Yuexin's face. Because he was ambushed, by the time he reacted, the 2 sides had already been separated. I asked for her contact information and she gave it to me. It's none of your business. In Yuexin had never suffered such a humiliation before. He was beaten and couldn't fight back. The one who pulled him was naturally a classmate from class 8. If the 2 really fight each other, and Yuexin will also receive a serious warning. But the person on the other side who was trying to mediate spoke up. How dare you say that you stole someone else's girlfriend? Or does your dad also like to steal other people's wives to be your mother? The person who was speaking was obviously a friend of the one who had attacked. A friend is someone who stands by the other person unconditionally. So no matter what, he will protect his friends. Zhou Ming turned his head to look at Wang Zhenji, who was protected by his classmates, and did not feel that he had said anything wrong. Wang Zhenji, who had successfully carried out the sneak attack, looked at In Yuexin with a provocative expression. If you have the guts, tell the teacher. Tell the teacher that you flirted with a girl from another class and I beat you up. His provocation was not without foundation. If you tell tales to the teacher, you will be looked down upon. And Yuexin was immediately ignited. Then come out and fight me one-on-one. That's enough. A cold shout drowned out all other voices. They all looked towards the location where the sound came from. The crowd also made way for Lin Mo, who was walking out of the crowd. This incident never happened in the previous life, and I don't know where Lin Mo, the butterfly, changed all this. Lin Mo glanced at the people on both sides. The people from class 15 were obviously a little afraid of Lin Mo. Wang Zhenji couldn't help but put away his arrogant and provocative look. Where's that girl? Lin Mo glanced around casually. Fang Jun, who was standing next to him, immediately pointed at the girl who was shrinking away in the crowd. I recognize her. Lin Mo waved towards the girl. Classmate, could you please come out for a moment? Lin Mo's tone was not gentle, but it was not too serious either. However, his commanding tone immediately caused some stress reactions among the boys in class 15. Who do you think you are? Zhou Ming was a man with some courage and ruthlessness. He was not afraid of Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned to look at Zhou Ming. What? Is there anything wrong with me asking the person involved? You've already used the example of someone's father stealing his wife, so I have to ask what the relationship is between this classmate and the attacker? Having said that, Lin Mo looked at the girl again. Classmate, you have nothing to do with him, right? As he spoke, Lin Mo pointed at Wang Zhenji. At this moment, Wang Zhenji pursed his lips, clenched his fists, and his eyes revealed nervousness. Lin Mo didn't know what the relationship between these two people was, but no matter what the relationship was, he had to confirm it first. The girl looked at Lin Mo's expressionless face and hesitated. However, a girl next to her with a ponytail and looking very heroic snorted coldly. Xiaolin has no relationship with him. They are just classmates at most. Lin Mo nodded and turned to look at Zhou Ming. Some people say they have no relationship, so did Yuexin steal your wife? Why are you so excited? Zhou Ming couldn't help himself after being hurt. You're just a piece of shit. As he said that, he rushed towards Lin Mo. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew out. He slid along the grass for at least 2 meters. Lin Mo glanced around and said, everyone saw it. He cursed and rushed towards me. I was just defending myself. The boys in class 15 fell silent immediately. The boys in class 8 were all excited, but they just shouted, yeah, that was self-defense. At this time, Wang Zhenji suddenly ran out from nowhere and tried to kick Lin Mo away from the side. But the next moment, Lin Mo took a step forward and easily avoided the kick. Then Lin Mo stretched out his foot and kicked Wang Zhenji's other standing leg. Just a kick. Wang Zhenji fell to the ground in midair. Just with this sneak attack, I could have beaten you into a pig's head, and no one would have said I was wrong, you know? Lin Mo kicked Wang Zhenji again, making him do a split. Only a crackling sound was heard. The school uniforms became open-crotch pants. Strictly speaking, the quality of school pants is actually very good. The reason why it exploded was entirely because Lin Mo secretly cut it open with his spiritual energy. So at the moment when the thighs are opened, the pants ripped. There was laughter all around. Wang Zhenji's face flushed and he immediately ran towards the toilet. Zhou Ming also followed behind. Not all the people in class 15 are friends with those two people. After all, we have only been together for 3 weeks and are not that familiar with each other yet. So Lin Mo stood between the two classes. Now that half of the people involved are gone, the matter is over. But I'm really curious, is the boy whose crotch exploded really not related to that female classmate? Someone immediately said, no, they were not from the same school before, at most. I know, it's just a dog licker. Lin Mo smiled and said, alright, let's continue the event. This matter is over. We should all practice harmony from now on. As he spoke, he walked to Yuexin and pulled him to the female classmate. You two should talk. You got beaten up after all. Shouldn't you show some care and protection? After saying that, Lin Mo pulled Fang Jun, who was eating melons, away. Only 2 people were left. The girl walked up to Yuexin and said, I'm sorry, because I. And Yuexin shook his head. My Chu Wen from class 3, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuexin, from class 5. The girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Yuexin, her face suddenly turning red. So. Fang Jun looked back as he walked. Lao Mo, let me tell you, Laoan has liked this girl for a long time. She has liked you for so long and she doesn't even know. How did you manage to be so loud? In fact, Lin Mo knew my Chu Wen because she became Yuexin's girlfriend in the end. What you said is like a loudspeaker. I just said that I know what to say and what not to say. Just like the things about Chu Miao Miao being your neighbor, I helped you spread the word. After saying that, Fang Jun looked at him with an I understand look on his face, and then ran away. Sure enough, Fang Jun is still that wonderful person. Lin Mo stretched. No matter how much of a scoundrel he was, Fang Jun didn't look down on him. Although he was also half a scoundrel, Lin Mo was really worried that he would drag him down with him. Soon, we packed up our equipment and lined up to leave get out of class. In the bathroom, Wang Zhenji waited for a long time before he got the pants that Zhou Ming borrowed from the dormitory. Damn it, Lin Mo, you really like to be the center of attention, don't you? Wang Zhenji had a sinister look on his face. There was a huge shoe print on Zhou Ming's clothes next to him. He clenched his fists as well. What should we do? Should we find someone to deal with him? But he's such a good fighter. Wang Zhenji sneered, so what if he can fight? As long as there are enough people, that's enough. Do you think he's Ip Man? 1 against 10? Then I'll call for 20. As he spoke, Wang Zhenji picked up his phone and sent a few messages to the QQ group. In the preliminary examination, some people passed the general and key points, but some people went directly to technical secondary school. Some people are not cut out for studying, but some people are just piece of shit. But even a loser can have friends in key schools. Soon, the guys in the QQ group were incited. Although at least 10 years have passed since the Young and Dangerous movie series, many people still regard the loyalty in it as a guiding principle. So when Wang Genji was looking for someone, many people were willing to help. One is for loyalty, and the other is to express the youthful spirit that has nowhere to vent. 3 are for fun. It's just beating someone up, so what if they're students? Once they're out of school, they can still beat them up however they want. Zhou Ming volunteered to inquire about the news. And all this is done in private. Back in class, the boys and girls were discussing what happened on the football field. When Zhang Yunle learned about this, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lin Mo. Are you okay? What can I do? Lin Mo had already prepared everything he needed for class. Those 2 guys are even weaker than Su Mingjiao, maybe 0.6 Su Mingjiao. Su Mingjiao didn't know that he had become the unit of measurement of combat power. He was in the basketball club and had no interest in what was happening on the football field. Especially when he heard that Lin Mo was in the spotlight, he became even less interested. Lin Mo has good grades and can also fight. Fortunately, if you don't provoke this kind of person, he will ignore you. So Su Mingjiao no longer provoked Lin Mo. Of course, he would also be happy if people from other classes could embarrass Lin Mo. When Yuexin came back, there were several cartoon band-aids on his face. As soon as I came back, the boys in the class started to make a fuss. Fang Jun even put his arm around his shoulder and jokingly said, "Looks like it will work. We haven't even started dating yet, but she finally knows me." And Yuexin scratched his head shyly. Then he took out a can of cola from his pocket and placed it on Lin Mo's desk. "Lin Mo, thank you for helping me just now." Lin Mo waved his hand. "It's all classmates, and they were wrong in the first place." At this time, Fang Jun squatted in the aisle between Lin Mo and Fang Jiajin and said in a low voice, "I heard that Zhou Ming is asking someone to find out your information, old Mo. I feel like they are going to attack you." Lin Mo smiled and said, "Will you help me?" "Of course. After school, you and Xie Yuling will wait for me. We will be fine if we go back together." Fang Jun patted his chest and said, "I can call a lot of people with just one phone call." Lin Mo patted Fang Jun on the shoulder. "It's not a big deal if they're thoughtful. If they dare to mess around, I'll let them know what despair is." Looking at Lin Mo's confident look, Fang Jun had no doubt about what Lin Mo said. Just 2 kicks today, and easily take care of 2 people. It took Zhou Ming a long time to recover. Fang Jun felt that he would feel uncomfortable for a long time after being kicked. Zhang Yunle frowned beside him and said, "Why don't you talk to the class teacher about this? This matter can be serious or minor." Lin Mo turned his head and saw Zhang Yunle listening to their conversation openly. "How do I tell the homeroom teacher? Say someone might attack me? Ask her to be my bodyguard? It's okay. If he dares to send people, Fang Jun can send people too." Zhang Yunle continued to dissuade him, but violence can't solve the problem. Violence that can't solve the problem is not violent enough. Lin Mo shrugged. The truth is always within range. From ancient times to the present, the bigger the fist, the greater the truth. All the wars in later generations illustrate this problem. When your fist is big enough, there will be great scholars who will debate for you. Zhang Yunle looked at Lin Mo with concern, but Wang Qin pulled Zhang Yunle instead. "Yunlu, you don't have to worry so much. Fang Jun is a local, so it's easy to find someone to help him. Besides, the instructors all say he's very capable." But Zhang Yunle just didn't understand why they had to fight. "Can't you just be nice?" Lin Mo doesn't particularly like fighting. After all, he is afraid of accidentally killing someone. But if the other party attacks him, he will not show mercy. However, the first fight was not directed at Lin Mo, but it was that foul-mouthed Su Mingjiao. Lin Mo, Xie Yuling and Fang Jun were walking on the road. Because Fang Jun said he would protect Lin Mo no matter what, he followed him. And Yuexin was walking on the other side, so I couldn't follow him. Then they saw Su Mingjiao being dragged into an alley by several people and beaten and kicked on the side of the road. Fang Jun took a look and said immediately as if he knew everything, "He's from the basketball club." "How do you know?" Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. "I've seen those guys before. Molly said they were all from the basketball club. It seems Su Mingjiao provoked them, so he beat them up. Considering how foul-mouthed Su Mingjiao is, this is indeed very likely." Fang Jun thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, I'll go up and tell them. If we keep fighting like this, won't something bad happen?" Having said that, he walked straight forward. Hey, stop fighting, stop fighting." Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but look up at the sky. It's not raining either. Those people really stopped. Su Mingjiao lay on the ground with his head in his hands. The alley was quite dirty, but he protected his body well. What? You want to get beaten too? Fang Jun looked at those people and waved his hands repeatedly. I beat you up, and you vented your anger. You won't get any good results from hurting others, so let it go. However, Fang Jun's dissuasion seemed to have no effect, and it seemed that those people wanted to attack Fang Jun. Lin Mo took a step forward. The next second, someone grabbed his wrist. Lin Mo turned around. Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo and frowned. Danger. Lin Mo raised his hand and patted Xia Yuling's shoulder. Don't worry, it's okay, I can handle it. As he said that, he gently broke free from Xia Yuling's hand and walked towards Fang Jun. You guys should be in the basketball club, right? You beat up your classmates outside. Do you think the basketball club coach will still want you if he finds out? You beat someone up, do you really want to kill him? The meaning of this is very simple. Just stop and everything will be fine. If you don't stop, I'll tell the teacher. Although telling the teacher is a primitive operation, it is also the most useful. These people have weaknesses, so they will naturally be cautious. But more people are concerned about Lin Mo as a person. After all, Lin Mo is now famous. Finally, those people kicked Su Mingzhao again before turning around and leaving. Fang Jun did not help Su Mingzhao. Luckily you're here, otherwise those guys might have taken action. Fang Jun also saw it clearly. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at the girl across the street who was staring at him intently. Let's go. I still have to escort my landlord home. Having said that, Lin Mo returned to Xia Yuling's side. No. He shrugged. It's dangerous even if we don't take action. What about the 5 of them? Xia Yuling frowned. Okay, next time I'll just call the police. Lin Mo raised the phone in his hand. Xia Yuling rolled her eyes, but said nothing and continued walking forward. Lin Mo followed silently behind. Fang Jun was cautious and alert to his surroundings. With the previous experience of Su Mingzhao as a lesson, he became more cautious. But Lin Mo has spiritual awareness, so he knows exactly whether there is an ambush or not. So he wasn't that cautious. In other words, he was the most careful one from the beginning. They parted at the intersection and Lin Mo looked at Fang Jun. Take care of yourself. Fang Jun waved his hand and said, I'm fine. I know everyone there. If I have any problems, those uncles and aunts will help me. To put it bluntly, the urban village is Fang Jun's home ground. This is quite reassuring. Xia Yuling spoke only after Fang Jun left. How could you provoke others? Although Fang Jun had briefly explained it before they went together, Xia Yuling still wanted to hear Lin Mo's version. Lin Mo told the full story, which was nothing more than standing up for his classmates. Xia Yuling couldn't help but say, you don't have to do this kind of thing. A gentleman does what he should and doesn't do what he shouldn't, and only does so to resolve disputes. Xia Yuling raised her head and punched Lin Mo's chest with her little fist. Can you people stop being like this? You're always thinking about others. Can you think about yourself? What if something goes wrong? What about the rest of the people? There was a cry in her voice, and Lin Mo also noticed Xia Yuling's red eyes. Lin Mo actually didn't know how Xia Yuling's father died, but now, he began to see some clues. After thinking for a while, Lin Mo patted Xia Yuling's back carefully. It's okay. I'm not the type to show off my strength. I'm a very stable person. Don't worry about me getting into trouble, because I'm a very strong person as your tenant. Hearing the word tenant seemed to trigger something, and Xia Yuling immediately came back to her senses. Unconsciously, she hugged Lin Mo. So the moment he woke up, he immediately let go of Lin Mo. Lin Mo also roughly guessed why Xia Yuling began to be gentle towards him. Maybe in some ways, I am like her father. Lin Mo reached out and touched Xia Yuling's head. Don't worry, we are all students, nothing will happen. Xia Yuling's face flushed red, as if she had a fever. She quickly opened the door and ran upstairs. I ran up to the top floor in one breath, and as soon as I opened the door, I saw Aunt Zheng holding some fruits. But Xia Yuling rushed to the room without saying a word, otherwise her mother would accidentally find out that something was wrong with her. Why are you so irritable, kid? Throwing down her school bag, Xia Yuling leaned against the door, gasping for breath. She couldn't help but reach out and touch her head, the place where Lin Mo touched her. So her heart was beating fast. Then soon, my mother's voice was heard outside the door. Hey, Lin Mo, that kid just rushed into the room in one breath for some reason. Then she heard Lin Mo's laughter. Nothing. I just lied to her and said whoever ran up first would win, but I didn't run. She probably felt embarrassed because I tricked her. Aunt Zheng would still believe this clumsy lie. I washed some fruit, Lin Mo, you can eat it. Okay, thank you Aunt Zheng. Lin Mo picked up a plum and started eating it without hesitation. The chilled plums taste sweet and sour. Although the sourness is strong, Lin Mo doesn't mind it. While eating, Xia Yuling walked out of the room. The violent beating of his heart calmed down a lot, and the flush on his face faded. But after she came out, she still gave Lin Mo a glare. Lin Mo pretended not to see it and turned his head to the side to eat the plum. Xia Yuling stretched out her foot again and stomped hard at Lin Mo. But Lin Mo had spiritual awareness and easily avoided it. Pa! The slippers hit the ground with a crisp sound. Very good, even more angry. In 2012, the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day were celebrated together. September 30th is Mid-Autumn Festival, a Sunday. So classes will start on Saturday the 29th. So we have to attend evening self-study on Friday the 28th. As expected, half of the people were missing from Friday's Mathematical Olympiad training class. Some people are good at math, but don't like Olympiad mathematics because it requires reading comprehension. Some people simply don't want to waste their energy. But Xia Yuling was still there, and she sat directly next to Lin Mo. Seeing that almost half of the people were missing, Su Haoming was not surprised at all. His hands were filled with the papers he had just collected, but he didn't review them, but distributed them one by one according to the names of the students. It seems that this is the only group of people here today. In that case, I will first explain the test and you can mark down the wrong questions. Unlike Chen Ziaoa, this teacher explained each question in his own way. There are different ways to solve math Olympiad problems. You can use your own method as long as the answer is correct. If the answer is wrong, then follow my method. Formulas and problem-solving methods. These all require practice. However, Lin Mo basically didn't move much, as he had thought of all the methods Su Haoming mentioned. Instead, Xia Yuling next to her was constantly writing something. Lin Mo took a look and thought that it was correct, but the previous calculation method was too complicated. In the Mathematical Olympiad, the most important thing is time. Many times, it is not possible to finish the questions within a fixed time. The more complex the calculation method, the slower the problem-solving speed. So Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling's test paper carefully. Hey classmate, don't you have a test paper? How are you looking at other people's papers? Lin Mo raised his head. Yeah, stop looking, it's you. Xia Yuling on the side was stunned for a moment, then watched Lin Mo slowly stand up. Teacher, I'm just watching her approach. My answers so far have been correct. As he spoke, Lin Mo picked up the paper in his hand. Su Haoming raised his eyebrows and looked at Xia Yuling, who had a fair and beautiful face. Sitting next to a girl and looking at her test paper, is he pursuing her? What I, Su, dislike most is people like you. Su Haoming said directly to Lin Mo, you said you got all the answers right? Bring the paper up and let me see it. Lin Mo slowly picked up the paper and handed it over. Su Haoming took the test paper and first looked at Lin Mo's class and name. Class 8, Lin Mo, right? I hope your test paper is worthy of your behavior. Everyone in the training class looked at Lin Mo. Some are gloating, some are indifferent, and most are just watching the show. The one who was gloating was a boy from class 7. He was still sitting in the same seat, but the seat next to him was empty. Because Xia Yuling sat next to Lin Mo. He knew Lin Mo, the boy who went home with Xia Yuling every day after school. In class, Xia Yuling meant the person who rented her house, and her mother asked him to take care of her when she got home. An impeccable reason, isn't it? But now that Lin Mo is about to make a fool of himself, Xia Yuling may not like him anymore. With this thought in mind, he watched Su Haoming correct Lin Mo's test paper with great interest. However, Su Haoming's sarcastic smile gradually faded and his expression became serious. From time to time, he would say, it turns out it can be done this way. It's really simpler. Lin Mo returned to his seat unknowingly. Instead, Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo nervously. Is your test paper okay? If your idea is correct, then it should be completely correct. However, landlord, you have a big problem. The teacher was correcting the papers upstairs while Lin Mo was explaining the questions to Xia Yuling downstairs. Xue Zigi sat on the other side of Lin Mo. This was the first time he looked Lin Mo in the eye. In the previous basic exam, he simply put away his contempt and placed Lin Mo in a similar position to himself. But now, he was sure that Lin Mo was an opponent, and it is very powerful. Lin Mo never asked him for help with the two papers, but he could see some Olympiad mathematics books on his desk. He also has one of them. There were two papers for the Olympiad class. He took Lin Mo's other one and started looking at it. The more I look at it, the more frightened I become. This Lin Mo is a bit outrageous. Even he couldn't help but speak out. How did you come up with the idea of writing so many solutions? I just learn while reading. When I see useful methods, I write them down. It also serves as a way to verify whether the previous methods are correct. Very beaver. Su Haoming, who was standing above, had also finished the changes. You are indeed qualified to help others. Give me the other paper and pass yours to the other students. Even Su Haoming, the sect's great elder, had to admit that Lin Mo's talent was terrifying. He distributed the corrected papers for circulation. Lin Mo also gave him another paper. Watch carefully, learn well, and if you don't understand, raise your hand and ask me. He couldn't wait to continue grading Lin Mo's papers. As soon as Lin Mo sat back down, Xia Yuling couldn't help but ask, "Were you this good at math before?" "No, a lot of things happened in junior high school, so I just studied casually. Now that I've let go of my worries, I'm studying hard." Xia Yuling knew Lin Mo's situation, so she naturally got a lot of information from this huge amount of information. Let go of your worries? Can I too? The second paper was also corrected, and it was also corrected very quickly. It's really hard to imagine. Did you do this paper by yourself? Su Haoming looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded and said, "I've never been exposed to mathematical Olympiads before. I did it while reading the tutorial." Hearing this, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, but Su Haoming felt that this was a genius. If teaching aids are really that great, wouldn't it be better for everyone to have one? This stuff requires insight and personal understanding. To put it bluntly, not everyone can practice the top-level skills. Not everyone can take the path of learning, but this is already a relatively fair path. At the end of the training course, Lin Mo won the MVP. He lost his original test paper and was given 2 new ones. It seems that every training class from now on will just be about lecturing on topics. As for doing the exercises, you can study them on your own after class. Not only that, the school also gave a mathematical Olympiad handbook to the students who stayed at its own expense. It looks like a rather thick book. Su Haoming's original words were, "The questions in the competition are basically based on this book. You just need to study based on this book." A sea of questions, a pure sea of questions. However, it saved Lin Mo the trouble of buying teaching aids. Packing up her things, Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo and said, "Then I'll go home first." "Okay, if you don't understand anything about the test, you can ask me, or you can write it down and I'll teach you when I get home tonight." "Well, let's go up for supper tonight." Lin Mo was not polite either. "I've always gone there for supper." The two said goodbye and parted ways, and Xue Zigi appeared out of nowhere. "Lin Mo, from today on, you are my opponent." Xue Zhong'er is just beginning to show his potential. Exactly the same as in the previous life. It's just that the object in the previous life was Zhang Yunlu. Lin Mo smiled and said, "Then you have to work hard, little brother." From that day on, Lin Mo became Xia Yuling's half-tutor, mainly tutoring mathematics. Let Xia Yuling learn Olympiad mathematics better. Aunt Zheng was very pleased watching from the side. "In fact, I was already thinking in my heart that it would be a good thing if a good boy like Lin Mo could be with Yuling. Both children are so pitiful. If they are together, they can warm each other." So she thought about it and said, "Lin Mo, how are you going to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day?" Lin Mo put down his pen, shrugged, and said, "I haven't planned on how to spend the National Day. There will be crowds of people everywhere, and it will be inconvenient to go out." That is true. Guangzhou is not only a great city for working, but also a great city for tourism. During holidays like this, there are crowds of people everywhere, so Lin Mo is unwilling to squeeze in with the crowd. As for going back to my grandmother's house, it was not a good time either, as there were so many people at the train station and bus station. So in the past, Lin Mo would rest at home and play games during the National Day. Right now, he might be playing games in the rental house, but Lin Mo also wants to go home and burn incense for his parents. You can't stay at home all day, you have to go out for a walk. When the National Day comes, I'll go shopping with Yuling and buy some clothes. Aunt Zheng glanced at her daughter who was concentrating on writing homework and said something casually. "Should I buy clothes?" Lin Mo thought about it and realized that he really didn't have many clothes. "I wore school uniforms most of the time when I was in junior high school, so many of my casual clothes don't fit me well now. If it weren't for the strengthening pill that made his muscles tighter, he probably wouldn't be able to wear many of his normal clothes. Plus, online shopping isn't particularly smooth right now, so you still have to go to physical stores to buy clothes." So Lin Mo nodded and said, "Okay, I also plan to buy some clothes. My old clothes don't fit me anymore." Aunt Zheng smiled and nodded. That's normal. Children grow up quickly, so naturally they need to change their clothes more often. In the past, when someone's child grew up, the clothes would be given to the younger ones. Just take turns wearing them, and you don't have to spend money on buying clothes. Come to think of it, many of Yuling's clothes when she was a child were worn by her cousins. "Mom!" Xia Yuling interrupted Aunt Zheng's spell. Lin Mo coughed lightly and continued his tutoring career. Saturday, the last day before the holiday. Everyone was in a state of excitement and exhaustion. I am excited about planning the vacation, but exhausted by having so many days of classes, and today is Wednesday's class. I don't know why Wednesday was chosen. I think it's targeting our class 8. We have the most main courses today. The first class is chemistry. The chemistry teacher is an old lady in her 50s, one of the most senior teachers in Guangba, a special teacher, Ms. Mei. A teacher of this level no longer cares about students who don't listen to the class. She only serves students who are willing to attend the class. But chemical safety issues will always be mentioned. When it comes to chemistry, in addition to theory, there are also many experiments to do. For example, the reaction of sodium with water. If any students feel free to gonna, that's really gonna. But since he has lived this long, teacher May must be safe. Of course, this is still theoretical. The main thing is to learn various chemical formulas. Good student Lin Mo still studies diligently, absorbing knowledge like an unlimited picture. I just don't know if this knowledge will conflict with cultivating immortals. After all, Taishang Lejun's alchemy furnace is only 1200 degrees Celsius, while Sun Wukong is silicon dioxide, which has a melting point of 1600 degrees Celsius. What does this mean? There is no conflict between science and cultivation. If there is a conflict, the author will then explain it himself, and hopes that readers can adapt well. During the break, the school leaders were on the stage talking about the things to pay attention to during the National Day. After it was over, I saw Chen Xiaowa walking to the classroom door with a gloomy face. I asked a few boys to go out. Fang Jun is one of them. The boys looked at each other and knew what was going on, because they were the ones who brought back the Three Kingdoms killing cards to play with. So, obviously, the truth is revealed. Green garlic. From now on, time goes back to the meeting before the big break. Several students stood in the corner of the conference room, shivering. The principal who was in charge of inspecting the classroom took out a box of Three Kingdoms Kill and threw it on the table. I caught these students during recess. They were playing some card game and kept killing each other. As the head teacher of Class 10, I want to ask, how do you manage Class 10? The head teacher of Class 10 immediately stood up in fear. He coughed lightly and looked at the students who were also trembling. How could you bring something like this back to school? So, who spread this game first? Start from why we need to bring it, and trace back to who started it first. Finally, after rounds of backstabbing, the source was traced back to Fang Jun from Class 8. Chen Xiaowa, who was sitting and watching the show, was suddenly stunned. How did it involve our class? The Dean of Studies was not so easy to talk to and just glared at us. Teacher Chen, what is your class doing? If you don't learn, do you expect other students to not learn too? Chen Xiaowa was speechless. Just at this moment, the bell for recess rang. The dean could only sigh. Let's do the drill first. Wait for the head teacher of Class 8 to call those guys over as well. So after the morning exercises, Fang Jun and others were called to the meeting room. Fang Jun and others who were caught in the meeting room looked innocent. The conference room was already crowded at this time, and there were several students called over from almost every class. There were even a few more boxes of Three Kingdoms killing cards on the table. Seeing the several students following behind Chen Xiaowa, the Dean of Studies Li Yan snorted coldly. Just you guys? Fang Jun pretended to be clueless and asked, what do you mean, a few of us? He looked at Chen Xiaowa. Teacher, what did we do? Chen Xiaowa said unhappily, don't you know what you did? Li Yan gave a hint, pointing to the Three Kingdoms killing cards on the table and asked, do you recognize these cards? Fang Jun answered directly, of course I know him. It's just a Three Kingdoms kill card. What's the problem? Li Yan snorted coldly, of course there's a problem. Because of you guys, the whole grade is playing this card game. Not only do you not learn it yourself, but you also prevent other students from learning it. Fang Jun, who knew what was going on, was not frightened and asked a question directly. What does it have to do with us? We didn't invent this card, nor did we create the gameplay. We didn't teach them how to play this thing, so how can they blame us? Li Yan was stunned, then became furious and slammed the table. Still trying to make excuses. They all said you were the one who brought them here to play first, so they just followed suit. Hearing this, Fang Jun asked innocently, I didn't bring it. Ah. I didn't bring any. Li Yan was immediately made famous. How dare you say you didn't bring these cards back to school? Fang Jun nodded. I can honestly say I didn't bring these cards back to school today, nor did I yesterday, nor the day before yesterday, nor the day before yesterday. Such an attitude and such words were not only felt by Li Yanhong, but also by Chen Xiaowa. She said directly to Li Yan, in that case, I'll go to the class and take a look. Upon hearing this, Li Yan immediately suppressed his anger. He is not an unreasonable person. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must seize the stolen goods. He will believe what the students say, but not completely. If he couldn't catch him, then he would just think that the student was smart. However, if the student named Fang Jun in front of him was caught, then he would definitely give him a demerit and inform the whole school. However, Fang Jun looked at Chen Xiaowa's departing back with great certainty. Looking at the student's expression, Li Yan had a bad feeling. Chen Xiaowa walked into the classroom and immediately ordered Ma Ruxiang to search his school bag. Not only Fang Jun's, but also the others were searched. The result, of course, was nothing. Chen Xiaowa immediately called Ma Ruxiang and asked him, didn't these people bring back those Three Kingdoms cards these days? Although Ma Ruxiang is the 9,000-year-old, he will not defame someone out of thin air. So he answered truthfully. Yeah, he hasn't brought it back for a week. He said it was some Three Kingdoms game and he might as well study hard. And then he hasn't brought it back until today. Hearing this, Chen Xiao's stern face relaxed a lot. With such a statement, it can be handled simply. Seeing Chen Xiao coming back empty-handed, Li Yan's premonition was confirmed. Before he could speak, Fang Jun said first, "Teacher, you didn't find it, right? Starting from last week, they and I decided not to bring this Three Kingdoms kill back. After all, we are students and our job is to study. Of course, I was the one who brought it here in the first place, and I admit it, but I really didn't think about the impact on the others in school. All I could do was to discipline the people in my class from playing around. As for other people, if I talked to them, they would just scold me." Others echoed. "Yeah, we don't want to play anymore. People from other classes asked us to play, but we didn't go. They even scolded us, and now they're saying we're the culprits." They all lowered their heads in grievance. Even the head teachers of other classes couldn't help but look at Chen Xiao with envy. "Chen Xiao, the students in your class are quite self-disciplined, unlike our class, who directly searched out several boxes of these things." Even Li Yan frowned. School is not a court. Admitting one's mistakes and correcting them are on the same level as laying down one's butcher knife. Chen Xiao also spoke at this time. "If you said this yourself, I wouldn't believe it, but the squad leader just said that you said these things before, so this time I'll tentatively believe that you're willing to change." After saying that, she looked at Li Yan again. "After all, the people in my class didn't do anything wrong, so the head teacher should at least show some mercy." Li Yan took a few deep breaths and finally could only wave his hand. "You guys go back first, and don't bring these cards back to school anymore." Fang Jun and others responded immediately. After leaving the house, Chen Xiao gave a few more instructions. Only after Chen Xiao and others left did Fang Jun and the others breathe a sigh of relief. "Wow, I'm going to take a bath with pomelo leaves when I get home," Fang Jun said as he ran back to the classroom. At this time, Lin Mo was looking at the mathematical Olympiad book. As a result, Fang Jun slid down and flew over. "Dad, fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, we would really be wiped out this time." Fang Jun looked at Lin Mo with a touched expression. "Okay, people who don't know would think I'm the mastermind. What about me? You won't thank me?" Ma Ruxiang appeared out of nowhere. "You are also an accomplice," Fang Jun said unhappily. Ma Ruxiang is also a member of Three Kingdoms Kill. To be precise, most of the boys in the class were like this, but as the class monitor, Ma Ruxiang naturally had to protect Fang Jun and others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared his testimony in advance and said things like study hard. Of course, the most important thing is Lin Mo's reminder. "Don't thank me. I'm just reminding you. If you don't listen, then my reminder is useless." Since Fang Jun can study in Guangba, his IQ must be high rather than low. When he heard Lin Mo's reminder, he immediately analyzed the situation. Given the popularity of Three Kingdoms Kill in schools, it will definitely suffer a blow. So they started to restrain themselves. If they really wanted to play, they would play outside of school so that they wouldn't have any problems if they were caught. Zhang Yunlu, who was standing by, could guess something and leaned over to ask, "So Fang Jun and the others are fine because of your reminder?" Lin Mo nodded. "It's just a small reminder. If a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely destroy it. Even if it's not today, it will be after the National Day holiday. Someone will be caught, and then it will cause a chain reaction. The reason is that there are too many people playing, and it is easy to be caught when the base is large." Zhang Yunlu was a little confused. "Are those card games so fun?" Lin Mo shook his head. "It's not the cards that are fun, it's the human heart that is fun. Fighting with others is just endless fun." Zhang Yunlu was actually only 18 years old, so she didn't understand what Lin Mo meant. But she still asked Lin Mo with great interest, "So what are you going to do during the National Day holiday?" "I don't have any special plans. I just grew taller recently and my old clothes don't fit me anymore, so I need to go shopping." Zhang Yunlu was just about to say that she might go to 2AO to ski, but after thinking about it, I finally didn't say it. Geographical knowledge: the 4 seasons in the northern and southern hemispheres of the Earth are opposite. We have summer and they have winter. Instead, she looked at Lin Mo with a naive look on her face. "Can you take me with you?" Lin Mo looked at Zhang Yunlu and chuckled. "I'll tell you in advance when the time comes. We can come together when we're free." This sentence immediately dispelled Zhang Yunlu's idea of going abroad to ski. "Okay, are you alone? And my landlord, Fang Jun, are you going?" Lin Mo took the opportunity to ask Fang Jun, who was chatting nearby. "Ha, where are you going?" "Going clothes shopping on National Day. When Daddy Mo calls, I'll be there right away." Zhang Yunlu was not very happy to hear that Xia Yuling was there, but when she heard that Lin Mo invited Fang Jun, she asked cautiously, "Can I bring a friend with me? That's my junior high school classmate." Fang Jun looked over immediately. Hey, is she a pretty girl? Yes, but I have a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Fang Jun immediately said seriously, very good. They have a very good relationship. Fang Jun shook his head. Too bad, Jun-ji, I don't like minotaurs. Having said that, he left on his own. Zhang Yunlu looked at Lin Mo in confusion. What minotaur did he say? Well, it's hard to explain. I don't really understand it. That's how the holiday trip was decided. But there are still lessons to face. And there is a lot of homework during the holidays. It's only been a month since school started, but why is there so much homework for every subject? Because there is no evening self-study, these homework assignments can only be taken home. On this day, no one in the school has to attend evening self-study. Thanks to the Mid-Autumn Festival, G3 students can even have 4 days off. This is already a very luxurious vacation. After all, G3 students are all going to be exploited to the extreme. Chu Miao Miao raised her head from a distance and looked at Lin Mo, feeling hesitant. I want to stand up, but I don't dare to. Gang Xiao, who was standing by, also heard what Lin Mo asked Fang Jun. He rolled his eyes and pulled Chu Miao Miao towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo, Miao Miao, and I also want to go together. Can we go play together? Chu Miao Miao twisted her fingers, feeling a little embarrassed, as if she would ruin their atmosphere, but she actually wanted to go. Before Lin Mo could say anything, Fang Jun said, it's more fun when there are more people. Let's go together. It seems like there are too many girls, but this is not bad. Fang Jun looked at Lin Mo. I'll call Laoan and the girl from class 15 over later and create an opportunity for him then. Lin Mo gave a thumbs up, as expected of you, the king of wingmen. However, these actions were carried out secretly by the two of them, so as to avoid spreading it before it is accomplished. Zhang Yunlu turned her head and looked at Chu Miao Miao, who was keeping her head down and not saying anything. It was nothing. Instead, it was Gang Xiao, with his smiling face, who made her feel uncomfortable. After getting to know Chu Miao Miao for a while, you can tell that this girl is really introverted. On the contrary, Gang Xiao is very outgoing, and it is said that he has good friendships with many boys. This kind of girl has a great killing power on boys. Especially when she just came over, Gang Xiao kept smiling at Lin Mo. You have to be wary of this kind of woman. After everyone dispersed, Lin Mo felt that there seemed to be too many people. I don't know if Xia Yuling can adapt to it. He really planned to just buy clothes. If there were many people around, they would just go shopping, eat something, and drink milk tea. Well, let it be. Lin Mo doesn't really care what will happen. As for what will happen when these three girls meet together, he doesn't care at all. What Shura field? It's none of my business. Fang Jun created a small QQ group and invited all the key people into the group. It's convenient to talk here, and it's also convenient for everyone to determine the time. Just let your own people determine the time. Fang Jun is a good coordinator, so he made arrangements. As for Lin Mo, he decided to go out on the second day of National Day. The National Day holiday lasts for 7 days, and with the Mid-Autumn Festival it is 8 days. So Lin Mo came on the second day of National Day, neither early nor late. After making a good time plan, it is up to everyone to arrange their time on their own. In the end, there may not be so many people coming out. When school was over in the afternoon, Lin Mo stretched. Lin Mo didn't go home these days, so he had already told Chu Miao Miao that he would not go to her house for dinner. Chu Miao Miao's head, which was originally lowered even lower. However, Chu Miao Miao still asked Lin Mo on QQ, can I really go? Lin Mo casually replied, why not? I don't know. If you don't know, then go. Even if you don't go shopping, it's good to go shopping. Lin Mo thought about it and added another sentence. I'll pick you up then. Seeing this, Chu Miao Miao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't even want to leave the house without him. Gang Xiao, who was standing by, saw the chat history clearly, but she didn't reveal it. After thinking about it, she said to Chu Miao Miao, Miao Miao, I'll pick you up at your house when the time comes. Gang Xiao's smile seemed very sincere in Chu Miao Miao's eyes, so Chu Miao Miao shook her head. No need to trouble you. It's not a big deal. It wouldn't be so boring if I had someone to go with me. It's a deal. After saying that, Gang Xiao put on his school bag, said goodbye, and left. Chu Miao Miao raised her hand and opened her mouth, but didn't say a word. Zhang Yunle patted Lin Mo's shoulder. See you during the holidays then. After saying that, she left the classroom, swinging her ponytail. When she was leaving, she saw Xia Yuling coming out of the back door of class 7. Xia Yuling, carrying a backpack, glanced ahead expressionlessly, passing Zhang Yunlu, but she felt Zhang Yunlu's gaze on her. This girl has looked at her like this many times. Xia Yuling didn't care and just leaned on the corridor railing, looking at the golden sky. Then wait for Lin Mo. Let's go. Lin Mo's shoulder bag contained stationery, homework and Olympiad mathematics book. Lin Mo has almost finished reading this book and should be able to finish it during this holiday. Xia Yuling just nodded and followed behind. Fang Jun suddenly appeared from somewhere. Hey, friend, wait for me. Lin Mo turned around and looked at Fang Jun. You should be the target of everyone's criticism now. You've screwed so many people who play Three Kingdoms Kill. I'm afraid that blood will be splattered everywhere as soon as you leave the school. Fang Jun waved his hands repeatedly. What are you talking about? I did remind them, but they didn't listen. Can you blame me? If I really want to find someone, I will find Pingtu. The one with the flat head is the head teacher, Li Yan. Okay, if something happens, don't let the blood splash on me. Lin Mo said jokingly, and the three of them walked out of the school gate. Because Lin Mo went home with her for dinner today, Xia Yuling was actually in a pretty good mood. It was just that Fang Jun was there, so she didn't say much. Instead, he pricked up his ears to listen to the conversation between Lin Mo and Fang Jun. After leaving the school gate, the three of them walked normally. When they passed the alley they had been in before, there was no sign of Su Mingzhao being beaten. The next day, Su Mingzhao did not thank them, but just sat alone in his seat with a bruised face and nose. Walking on the street, there are not too many people, but Lin Mo was walking in front and suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Before Fang Jun could react, he looked up and saw a boy holding a baseball bat. She was wearing ripped jeans, a leather jacket, and stud earrings. Behind me stood a dozen or so boys who were also in casual clothes, each with a cocky, I am not to be triggered expression on his face. You can tell at first glance that he is not a good kid. Hey, brother, I heard you're pretty good. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically, and then he pretended to be timid and asked, who are you? Never mind. Someone asked me to treat you well. Wait, I have money. If I give it to you, can you not beat me? As he spoke, he opened his school bag and took out a stack of money. He handed it over and said, take the money, can you let us go? Seeing the stack of money, at least several thousand yuan, the boy with the baseball bat's eyes lit up instantly. Reach out and take it immediately. No problem, I'll definitely let the girl go after I get your money. He raised the baseball bat in his hand and pointed at Lin Mo. As for you, you'll at least have to take a beating from me. Lin Mo looked at the dozen or so people in front of him. Take a deep breath. In that case, come on. I am a disciple of the unrestricted fighting school. If you act recklessly, I will defend myself. I wonder if you have ever heard of the Mad Dog Fist. The so-called Mad Dog Fist is actually a kind of boxing method of the unlimited fighting section, including but not limited to kicking the crotch, poking the eyes, pinching the Adam's apple, elbowing the back of the head, and attacking with tools. According to the highest record, it was a 1-on-11 situation, resulting in 1 death and 4 serious injuries. He can be said to be the modern-day IP man. As he spoke, Lin Mo patted Xia Yuling. You go first and call the police. Xia Yuling didn't waste any time and turned around and ran, taking out her pager to call the police while running. Lin Mo also reached into his pocket and turned off the recording. Look at Fang Jun again. Just stand aside. Fang Jun refused directly. That won't do. I promised to stay with you just to protect you. How else can I explain this to Olden? No need, I can handle them alone. Having said that, Lin Mo rushed out. This place happens to be a surveillance blind spot, which is why this group of people are guarding here. But this group of people don't know that what Lin Mo wants is the blind spot of surveillance. Seeing that Lin Mo seemed like a different person, the leading thug didn't waste any time and swung a baseball bat towards Lin Mo's head. However, the baseball bat was only half swung before Lin Mo caught it with one hand. No matter how hard the man tried, he couldn't pull the baseball bat back. No, I've heard you're strong, but I haven't heard you're this strong. The next second, a powerful diamond leg kicked over fiercely. The baseball guy flew out and rolled on the ground. A click could be clearly heard in the air. The sternum was broken, but Lin Mo did not continue. Instead, he looked at the others and said with his mouth, "Rubbish." Although there was no sound, the silent lip movement still aroused the anger of these young people. These people looked at each other and someone shouted directly, "It tastes old." Then they rushed forward. Even though one of them had fallen to the ground and was unable to get up, there were still 13 of them who were not afraid at all. However, Lin Mo was not afraid at all, and he almost killed every kid with one punch. After only 3 or 4 people were knocked away, these people didn't dare to come forward. They were holding iron pipes, wooden sticks, and other things in their hands, but they looked like rookies in front of Lin Mo. None of you can escape. The police will come to catch you. As he spoke, Lin Mo pretended to rush forward, and the remaining people were frightened and fled in all directions. Lin Mo just sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, pretending to be exhausted. Fang Jun had no way to intervene just now, so he could only step forward and help Lin Mo up. "Are you okay?" "It's okay. I didn't get beaten. I just feel a little tired." After a while, a police car drove into the road. Not only Xia Yuling but also several police officers got out of the car. Lin Mo, are you okay? Xia Yuling had tears in the corners of her eyes, and she was obviously crying anxiously. There was a female police officer following next to him. She looked at Lin Mo and then at Xia Yuling. Lin Mo reached out and touched the girl's head. I'm fine, I'm not injured, and I drove those people away. When the police arrived at the scene, they found several people lying on the ground. They couldn't help but look at Lin Mo and Fang Jun, and immediately called an ambulance. One of the middle-aged policemen came over. He looked at Lin Mo and Fang Jun with a serious expression. Tell me what happened first. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, we are students from Guangba and we all live in the urban village over there. This road is a must-go for us, but when we got here, these people came out to rob us. When they heard the word robbery, several policemen were stunned. This is a word I haven't heard for a long time. The public security in Guangzhou has been very good in the past 12 years. But when they heard about the robbery, the policemen became more serious. Lin Mo said, I gave away all the money I had on me, and then they agreed to let the girl go, but they had to beat me with a stick anyway. So now I feel that they are actually seeking revenge. At this moment, Fang Jun immediately said, Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji. The middle-aged policeman silently memorized the two names. Then he continued to ask, then why are you standing and they are falling? Lin Mo scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I have practiced some boxing. There were more than 10 of them fighting against me, and I just punched them one by one and beat them away. As he spoke, Lin Mo took out his cell phone and said, as soon as I met them, I immediately turned on the recording on my phone. As he spoke, Lin Mo clicked on the recording to play. Although it was a little blurry, I could still hear what was said clearly. But the recording ended just before the fight started. One of the policemen walked up to the baseball man, searched his pocket, and took out more than 3,000 yuan. There are both zeros and whole numbers. The policeman was a little stunned. He looked at Lin Mo and asked, why are you carrying so much money with you? Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, this is our family's cash. There's no one at home, so I have to carry this money with me. Makes sense, doesn't it? The middle-aged policeman felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Then he asked Fang Jun again. Because Fang Jun didn't take any action, he seemed like a bystander. After those people were sent to the hospital, Lin Mo and others also had to go to the police station to record their statements. In fact, things are so troublesome at the police station, especially when it comes to matters involving words like robbery. Zheng Yuan hurried over with a box lunch, and Fang Jun's parents had also just arrived. Xia Yuling finished recording her confession early, but she and her daughter felt that they should still wait for Lin Mo. This police station is not the one that manages Chu Mia Miao's area, so Lin Mo did not receive any preferential treatment here. But the police were also able to find relevant information about Lin Mo, including the fact that he had previously helped a classmate resolve an attempted rape case as a security guard. Add to that the two major factors, Lin Mo's parents are both deceased, and he is a key student. The police comrades did not put too much pressure on Lin Mo. After all, what Lin Mo said and the recordings have evidence to support it, and that stack of money. After Lin Mo came out, Zheng Yuan and Xia Yuling immediately went to greet him. Xiao Mo, are you okay? I'm fine, you don't have to wait for me, you can go back first. That won't do. You must be hungry. Eat something first. Why don't you go back and eat? I don't feel comfortable here. It's because of me that Yuling and Aunt Zheng have been frightened. Zheng Yuan waved her hand immediately. What are you talking about? It's not your fault. The middle-aged policeman came over and said to Lin Mo, one of those people had a broken sternum, and the other's injuries weren't even minor. In our opinion, you acted in self-defense, while the dozen or so others were committing robbery, so this is a criminal case, and you may be required to appear in court. After thinking for a moment, the police added another sentence. As for Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji, we will also investigate. Don't worry too much. The follow-up won't be too troublesome. Take a good rest during the National Day holiday. What a warm-hearted people's policeman. Thanks for adding books to the shelf and urging for updates. Shouldn't I add more? But I burned out too. This time, I won the MVP. As soon as Lin Mo came out, Fang Jun immediately walked towards Lin Mo. Are you okay? What could happen to me? It's not like I committed armed robbery. Those dozen or so people will definitely be in big trouble. As for Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji, the instigators, they will be dealt with. Fang Jun nodded and said, I didn't expect those two guys to be so fierce and call so many people here. It was me and Laowen who got you into trouble. Lin Mo glanced at Fang Jun's family members who were eagerly waiting, and patted him on the shoulder. Alright, don't worry about whether it's an implicated person or not. Isn't it enough that the person is fine? In his previous life, Fang Jun had always had a good relationship with him. Even though he was a scoundrel, Fang Jun never looked down on him. He often asked him out for dinner and drinks, and asked him to do good jobs. Apart from being a big speaker, there's not much to complain about. So if Fang Jun needs help, Lin Mo will lend a hand. Fang Jun said hello before leaving with his family. When leaving, Fang Jun's mother kept nagging. I told you not to hang out with those shady people. Look, you've ended up in the police station. Fang Jun quickly explained. Mom, it's me who got someone into trouble. Lin Mo has top grades and is even in the mathematical Olympiad class. This incident was caused by me. It's good enough that he didn't blame me. If it weren't for him, I might not be the one lying in the hospital now, but me. Fang Jun naturally understood clearly that although those people were coming for Lin Mo, the specific reason was Lauan and himself. He certainly won't shirk responsibility. Fang Jun's father also spoke at this time. If this incident was caused by you, then we should go back and say thank you to them. But Fang Jun waved his hand. Forget it. We have plans to go out together for National Day in a few days. I owe you this favor, so I will definitely repay it myself. Fang Jun's father nodded and said, okay, then you should be more careful and take good care of the person. If possible, bring him home for dinner one day. But Fang Jun still waved his hand. Forget it. With people like you, mom and dad, you might scare others. The family walked slowly home. At the police station, Lin Mo and Xia Yuling were also able to leave. The case is clear and there is no need to keep the person. You can just record the statement and leave it to the police. But Lin Mo has no intention of letting Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji go. The most these two people could do was to order the dozen or so people to beat them up. Strictly speaking, it was just a provocation, not to mention a year of detention. You may only be detained for 10 to 20 days and have a criminal record. After all, they are still children, and the punishment will not be too severe. As for the one who took the money, he was originally a small-time gangster. Now he will be sent to jail for a few years before he can be released. After all, money is involved. After returning to Xia Yuling's house, Zheng Yuan reheated the food and brought it to the table. You two weren't back so late at night. I was so worried. Then the police called me out of the blue. I was so scared. Luckily, they said you two were fine. It can be seen that Aunt Zheng is indeed very worried. When I entered the house, I didn't even turn off the lights. You can imagine how helpless Aunt Zheng was at that time. I'm sorry, Aunt Zheng, this matter is my fault. I almost implicated Yu Ling. I've already said it, it's not your fault, it's all the fault of those bad guys. How can I blame the victims? Aunt Zheng knew very well that the victim-blaming theory was unacceptable, so she naturally would not blame Lin Mo. Xia Yuling also spoke up. In the end, it wasn't all right, was it? She still remembers the panic she felt when she was running and calling the police, and when she was standing on the roadside waiting for the police. She was afraid that if she was a step slower, Lin Mo would be beaten to death. Fortunately, when the police arrived, those people either ran away or fell down. So she turned her head and looked at Lin Mo. So why are you so awesome? Lin Mo smiled and said, because I have really practiced, otherwise I wouldn't eat so much. Don't worry, I will protect you. The speaker may not intend it, but the listener may take it seriously. Xia Yuling immediately turned her head away. What's the point of everyone being so powerful? In the end, it's still better to call the police. Ah, yes. Lin Mo did not expand his spiritual sense, so he did not see Xia Yuling's slightly red cheeks. As for Aunt Zheng, after knowing that Lin Mo was indeed very capable, she was relieved to let Lin Mo take care of Xia Yuling. Back in the rental house, Lin Mo lay on the bed and took a few deep breaths. Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji are really vindictive. The host must learn to be decisive in killing. If you encounter someone who dares to plot against you, you must do so if you say you want to make your family rich and powerful. I really love this system more and more. If I were at the Jindan stage right now, I would definitely not eat beef. The problem is that I haven't reached the Jindan stage yet. Who knows if some chicken wings from the 794th Bureau will suddenly come and kill me. So, do you think I should eat these Orleans chicken wings or not? If one is not unsure about the true nature of this world, who would dare not eat beef? You have to be stable in order to live a long life. However, Lin Mo felt that revenge was still necessary. Long before Fang Jun said that Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji were trying to find out about him, he had already planted a spiritual mark on these two people. So Lin Mo changed his clothes and left the rental house. Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji seem to live in the same community and are apparently childhood friends. Lin Mo used his supernatural powers of movement and invisibility to quickly arrive in front of a residential area. It was only 10 o'clock in the evening, and the lights were on in most of the houses. Zhou Ming, who was sitting in the room, was looking at his mobile phone, feeling restless. At this time of day on weekdays, he would have already started playing games. But tonight, he was anxious. No one spoke in the group, and many people even left the group directly. The remaining few people remained silent. Didn't we agree to beat up Lin Mo today? Why did he suddenly disappear? Before school was over, he sent a message saying that he wanted to beat up Lin Mo, but now there is no response at all. No matter who he looked for, no one paid any attention to him. Some even deleted him directly. So he was very scared. Soon, he fell on the bed and fell asleep without realizing it. Then a figure slowly appeared. Even though I don't intend to kill your entire family, I'm not going to let you have an easy time, am I? Lin Mo raised his hand. Marrying a dream, sending dreams to people and shaping the beginning, process, and outcome of each dream. And Lin Mo will give these two people a pleasant holiday experience. But that's not important, what's important is the torture. Then Lin Mo came to the 4th floor of Building 7. This is Wang Zhenji's home. Compared to Zhou Ming's nervousness, Wang Zhenji was eating snacks while acting as a pilot. I don't really understand why you need to eat snacks while watching flight videos. However, when Wang Zhenji was attacking the plane, his neck suddenly tilted and he fell asleep. Lin Mo looked at this person with disgust, and the dream of marriage was injected into him again. Let them both encounter different worlds in their dreams. Lin Mo has already prepared his dream. When you read this, you are already dead. What? Zhou Ming opened his eyes and felt that he was in the classroom. No, I'm clearly at home. He tried to take out his cell phone, but nothing came out. No one paid any attention to him when he stood up suddenly. He subconsciously patted Wang Zhenji who was sitting next to him. Fatty. But there was no response for a long time. I turned my head and saw a blank face without any facial features. Although he had no eyes, Zhou Ming felt like someone was staring at him. He stood up suddenly and everyone in the classroom turned to look at him. It was only then that Zhou Ming realized that everyone had no facial features, as if they were wearing a flesh-colored mask yet were able to look at him. Run! Zhou Ming jumped onto the desk and ran outside without thinking. It was clearly a familiar school, but when I ran out of the corridor, I felt an extremely strong sense of strangeness. He looked around and there was no one there, but when he ran to the window of another class, he saw a whole class of faceless people looking at him. Zhou Ming ran away. All classes are like this. He looked at every class and ran around. All the faceless people were looking at him. He was at a loss. That's right. I can leave school. The moment this thought popped up, more than 20 classes of faceless men suddenly rushed out and all rushed towards Zhou Ming. Seeing this, Zhou Ming was instantly frightened and turned around and ran away. The school was still the familiar school, but the surroundings were lifeless. Fortunately, when I ran out of the teaching building, the door was open. Run out. Must run out. He felt like he was running the fastest he had ever run in his life. It was at this moment that he looked up. The whole street is full of faceless people. The moment he stepped out of the door, all the faceless people on the street turned their heads to look at him and ran towards him. Zhou Ming paused, and the next second he heard footsteps. A faceless man pounced and grabbed Zhou Ming's thigh. Then another faceless man grabbed Zhou Ming's arm. Another one. Zhou Ming was completely caught. Those faceless men slowly exerted their strength and pulled Zhou Ming's body apart bit by bit. Zhou Ming was in great pain when a faceless man reached out and pressed his hand on his face. Sizzle. The morning air is fresh and cheerful, and the warm sunshine brings infinite beauty. Lin Mo got up, stretched, and crackling sounds came from his body. After refining qi, Lin Mo's physical strength became stronger and stronger. Originally, after Lin Mo's body training, his body would not change much. However, after reaching the stage of qi refining, Lin Mo discovered that he could use spiritual energy to nourish his body. The strengthened body can accommodate more spiritual energy. This process repeats itself, forming a perfect cycle. As we all know, after refining qi, the next step is to build the foundation. Lin Mo has now entered the late stage of qi refining, and how to build the foundation is also introduced in the Shenlian Tegzi method. There are two ways. One method is to take foundation building pills to assist in foundation building. The other is self-breakthrough. Brother Tongzi didn't give him the foundation building pill, so Lin Mo could only choose to break through on his own. Invincible Immortal Cultivation System. If I break through to the foundation establishment stage now, what is my chance of success? Host, please stop your impatient thoughts. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to build a foundation. Building a foundation is to lay a good foundation for future cultivation. Don't be impatient. Didn't you say you have an invincible immortal cultivation system? I still need 100 days to build my foundation? Lin Mo couldn't help but make a sound of contempt. As if irritated, Brother Tongzi issued a new task with some annoyance. Find the highest point in the area. After reaching the top, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for 24 hours to obtain a foundation establishment pill. It has to be you, Brother Tongzi. I was right about you. After pulling Brother Tongzi, Lin Mo started to search online for the highest mountain in Guangzhou. Although I studied geography, the geography textbook did not tell me where the highest mountain in Guangzhou is. Found it quickly. The highest point of Nankan Mountain is Tiantangding, which is 1,200 meters above sea level. What Lin Mo wanted to say was that the altitude of most places in Yun province was much higher than 1,200 meters. But forget it, Brother Tongzi was kind-hearted, so Lin Mo didn't need to run too far. In that case, let's pack up and prepare to stay in Nankin Mountain for 24 hours. After thinking about it, Lin Mo changed his clothes and prepared to go out. At this time, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. It's Xia Yuling's call. Although Xia Yuling does not have a smartphone, she does have a PHS phone specifically for making phone calls. Is Lin Mo up yet? Get up and get ready to go home. Didn't you say you weren't going home? During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I have to go home to burn incense for my parents and cut mooncakes. Xia Yuling over there was in a somewhat unclear mood. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. I want to ask if you would like to go to my cousin's house with me for a barbecue. Barbecue? I guess that's possible. But going to your cousin's house. What is my identity? Before Xia Yuling could say anything, Zheng Yuan on the side said, Hey, Xiao Mo, just come. We're just having a barbecue together. Her cousin brought a lot of friends with him, so we need to have some acquaintances. Hearing this, Lin Mo understood instantly. Aunt Zheng knew that Xia Yuling was a virgin. Her cousin had called a friend, so wouldn't he have to find someone familiar to accompany him? After thinking about it carefully, Lin Mo agreed. Okay, it's a barbecue, and it's more lively with more people. Anyway, there is no rush to build the foundation in Nankin Mountain, so it's okay to go there after the barbecue is over. Well, we'll tell you when we leave this afternoon. It's just within this village. Lin Mo agreed, and then Xia Yuling took the pager again. Lin Mo, if you don't want to go, you don't have to go. What's wrong? Don't you want me to go? Lin Mo said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. This made Xia Yuling a little anxious. No, I just was afraid of disturbing your studies. It's vacation time, and I can't study all the time. I was planning on playing games or something. Seeing that Lin Mo was not unwilling, Xia Yuling breathed a sigh of relief. Then Lin Mo heard the sound of the door opening, footsteps, and finally a knock on the door. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo opened the door. What's up? I came to watch you play games. Come on, but I didn't have breakfast. Please help me warm up my computer first. I'll go downstairs and have some noodles. Hey, why didn't you tell me earlier? I made some steamed custard buns at home. Do you want some? I'll go get them. No, a few buns are not enough. With that, Lin Mo went downstairs in his slippers, leaving Xia Yuling in the room casually. Seeing that the door was closed, Xia Yuling walked into Lin Mo's room cautiously. Lin Mo's room was very tidy and the quilt was folded. Little did they know that Lin Mo didn't need a blanket when he slept. There are a lot of study materials piled up on the desk. In the corner was the cup she gave me, still filled with water. This means that Lin Mo really uses it to drink water. Xia Yuling couldn't help laughing, but immediately covered her face, fearing that someone would see it. Then he remembered that he was the only one in the room. He sat on Lin Mo's bed with relief and laughed slowly. P.S. This is the best book I've ever read. Thank you so much. I was so frustrated that I almost cried. Oh, the rough outline needs to be turned into an outline and revised overnight. After breakfast, Lin Mo went to the market before returning to the rental house. Xia Yuling was typing slowly. After all, there is no computer at home, so I have to practice pinyin typing slowly. When she pushed the door open, Xia Yuling didn't seem panicked, but just continued typing. She turned around and said, My cousin said he'll go over this afternoon to help him string the skewers. Do you want to come with me? Sure, I'm grateful for your help. Lin Mo sat down casually, picked up the Mathematical Olympiad book and continued reading. After a few crackling sounds, Xia Yuling asked again, Do you have any dietary restrictions? Yes, I don't eat mushrooms, but if you like, go ahead. Grilled mushrooms don't have a bad smell. Everyone has their own food taboos. Lin Mo's food taboo is mushrooms. He can't help but spit them out if he eats even a little. So he never eats dishes with mushrooms. But he doesn't stop others from eating mushrooms. Is that so? Then I'll ask him to buy less. After chatting with her cousin, Xia Yuling turned around and saw Lin Mo reading a book. Who is better at math now, you or Xue Zigi? Lin Mo thought for a moment and said confidently, It should be me, but the upper limit for math is 150 points. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he can basically reach this score. But Lin Mo's Chinese and English are not so good. English words are easy to memorize, but sentence patterns and close exercises are not that difficult to do. After all, English has many tense changes, and Lin Mo will start Chinese and English only after he has finished learning Olympiad mathematics. So you're planning on majoring in science in the future, right? If you are so good at math, your science grades will generally not be too bad. Yes, science is more suitable for me. What about you? Do you want to apply for liberal arts? Xia Yuling shook her head like a rattle. No, I don't like rote memorization. Liberal arts are not suitable for me. Okay, I'll tutor you in math then. Okay, maybe I can help you with your weaknesses. Xia Yuling doesn't think that anyone can be omniscient and omnipotent, so she firmly believes that Lin Mo also has his own weaknesses. Then she gave up her spot at the computer. Here, I'll give you back the computer. Lin Mo put down the mathematical Olympiad book, logged into QQ, and then was flooded with messages. Some are from Fang Jun, and some are from other people, both men and women. Because after returning last night, Fang Jun told the class group about their ambush. So the class was in an uproar. Lin Mo didn't look at the QQ on his phone much and just ignored it. Each of them clicked on it and took a look. Fang Jun asked him if he had arrived home, and Lin Mo casually replied that he had woken up. Then there is Zhang Yunlu's concern. My family has a good partnership with a law firm. If you need any help, just let me know. Thank you, but don't bother. This is a criminal case, and the police will be the chief prosecutor. Zhang Yunlu replied quickly. Well, Fang Jun's words were so radical that I thought something had happened to you. Do you believe him? Lin Mo went to check the group again. I saw those dozen people rushing towards Lin Mo, each holding a magical weapon in their hands. Just a swing of a sword or a knife shattered the void and tore Lin Mo's body apart in minutes. Okay, what novel did you read this stupid description from? Lin Mo held his forehead and said in the group, thank you for your concern, I'm fine, I just kicked a few times and the rest of them ran away on their own. It's not as exaggerated as Fang Jun said. Finally, it comes Chu Miao Miao. Chu Miao Miao was very calm and did not send a lot of messages at once like Zhang Yunlu. She just said in the dialogue box, I know you must be fine, after all, you are so powerful. So Lin Mo also replied, you know too much. When I have time one day, I will secretly assassinate you. However, Chu Miao Miao did not reply immediately. It took a while before he sent a scared emoticon. After clearing the chat messages, Lin Mo played a few games solo. The girl sat behind Lin Mo and watched him play. She felt excited at first, but then felt bored. She didn't know why boys like this kind of game. But watching Lin Mo's wonderful operation screen is also quite interesting. In the end it is. I want to try it too. Try it and you will die. Okay, go ahead and try it. Just play around. Lin Mo directly turned on the human-computer interface and then exchanged positions with Xia Yuling. By the way, how old is your cousin? Do you want to buy him some candy? My cousin is the same age as me, but he wasn't in the same class as me before. Now he goes to Pailan. Pailan is not too far from here, just about 10 minutes longer than their drive. However, Paran belongs to the second tier and can enter with around 500 points. There is still some gap between it and the top sect where Lin Mo is. I see. I thought your cousin was a few years younger than you, and that the children he brought with him were all in junior high or elementary school. Then Lin Mo also thought about why Xia Yuling wanted to drag him to the barbecue. My cousin's friends must be of the same age. In the situation of too many people of her age, Xia Yuling would instead close her heart and lock away her love, becoming a cold cube of ice. He could not go, so it was normal to ask Lin Mo to accompany him. At noon, Aunt Zheng asked them both to go upstairs to eat. In the afternoon, Xia Yuling stayed at Lin Mo's house and watched TV series on the computer. It was around 3 or 4 o'clock when she looked at the time and said, let's go and string the skewers. Okay, let's go to the market. I ordered some things, and now's a good time to pick them up. Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo in confusion. What did you order? Just some food, let's go. With that, the two of them went downstairs directly. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Many people will go out to eat, while many people will stay at home to cook. Xia Yuling asked from the side, what did you order? Everything is quite expensive today. Lin Mo didn't say anything, just walked in the market and soon came to a stall selling seafood. Boss, have the things I ordered arrived? Oh, here I am. I arrived around 2 in the afternoon, but since you haven't come yet, I kept it there. Now I'm packing it for you. Having said that, the boss in rain boots immediately went to pack the things. Xia Yuling couldn't help but ask, boss, so what did he order? The boss looked at Xia Yuling, then at Lin Mo. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't stop him, he said, it's black tiger prawns and oysters. A large bag of 2-pound black tiger shrimps and 2 boxes of oysters. Lin Mo picked up 2 boxes. The boss kept saying, be careful, young man. There is water and ice in here. It's very heavy. Lin Mo nodded. This box weighed at least 20 kilograms. It's just the weight of ice and water. Xia Yuling took the black tiger shrimp naturally. How much does this cost? It's not too expensive. Oysters are only a little over 100 for 2 dozen, and black tiger prawns are about 2 pounds. 12-year-old black tiger shrimps weigh more than 80 kilograms. Of course, this is the market price, and the wholesale price will definitely be much cheaper. Walking on the road. Xia Yuling could clearly feel the black tiger shrimps in the big bag jumping all the time. This guy really remembers what he likes to eat. I bought 2 kilograms at a time. Why are you standing there? Lead the way. Xia Yuling suddenly turned her head and looked at Lin Mo. Just take a pound of these shrimps. Lin Mo couldn't help laughing when he heard it. If you want to eat it, I'll buy it for you next time. Although the girl was very happy to hear this, she still suppressed her AK and snorted. Do I look so greedy in your eyes? Do you want to eat it? Eat. You must eat. That's fine. Lin Mo carried 2 boxes of oysters filled with water and ice packs to prevent the oysters from dying on the way. Following Xia Yuling, Lin Mo walked through the narrow streets and alleys, from one end of the urban village to the other. There are main roads in urban villages, but there are small paths between buildings. Children who grew up here all know the shortest and fastest way. Originally, Xia Yuling's home was located on the edge of the urban village. The room that Lin Mo rented happened to face the sun, so it didn't make people feel depressed. As for the rooms in the urban village, it is common for handshake buildings to never see sunlight all year round. The only advantage of urban villages is that the rent is cheap. If you meet the original landlord, the situation will be better. But many original landlords have chosen to enjoy the world and give the entire house to second-hand landlords for rent, charging only a fixed amount of money every year. Therefore, many outsiders are exploited by second-hand landlords with water and electricity bills. Back to the topic. Xia Yuling's second uncle's house also built a building on the residential land, but it was only 5 stories high. In a fairly open place, there was a Lexus parked downstairs. Xia Yuling went downstairs and rang the doorbell. Hello, who is this? Open the door. Xia Yuling said softly. Okay, let's go straight to the 4th floor. With a click, the door opened. After going upstairs, the person who opened the door was Xia Yuling's cousin Xia Yufei. Looking at the bag in Xia Yuling's hand, Xia Yufei smiled and said, Xia Yuling, since you're here, why would you bring any seafood? My mom bought over a pound of prawns this morning, which will definitely be enough for you. Hearing this, Xia Yuling turned to look at Lin Mo, feeling a little embarrassed, as she had made Lin Mo spend money. So Lin Mo smiled and said, it doesn't matter. She likes shrimp anyway, so more is not bad. Xia Yufei looked at Lin Mo over Xia Yuling, but he didn't smile much. You must be the tenant my aunt mentioned. Just sit down and give me the things. As soon as Xia Yuling heard this, she knew that Xia Yufei was going to do something stupid. He's my friend, be honest. After hearing what Xia Yuling said, Xia Yufei looked at Lin Mo twice in surprise. You know, in the 3 years that this cousin was in school, she rarely took the initiative to defend someone, even her cousin. If they hadn't been friends since childhood and had a good relationship, Xia Yuling probably wouldn't have paid much attention to him. Lin Mo shook his head and said, these are oysters. They're a bit heavy. I'll just take them into the kitchen. Hearing about the weight, Xia Yufei shrugged. It's okay, I exercise regularly and can do 5 or 6 pull ups. Seeing Xia Yufei's insistence, Lin Mo had no choice but to say, then you take the box above. Xia Yufei reached out to move the box of oysters above, and felt something was wrong as soon as he started. Why is it so heavy? But it can't be shown. Xia Yufei led the way carefully. When passing by the living room, Xia Yuling found that it was full of people, both men and women. It can be said that Xia Yuling's cousin has pretty good interpersonal relationships. At this time, the men were playing 3 Kingdoms Kill together, while the women were playing Xbox motion sensing games. The 2 girls were dancing in front of the TV. Although they were a little stiff, their movements were coordinated. When the 2 girls saw someone coming, they immediately made way and greeted Lin Mo and Xia Yuling. Hello. You should know her, my cousin Xia Yuling, this is my cousin's friend. Xia Yufei opened his mouth. Lin Mo added, my name is Lin Mo. Yes, Lin Mo. I have to say that this box of oysters was a bit heavy. Xia Yufei didn't say much and immediately carried the box into the kitchen. He breathed a sigh of relief after putting the box down. Xia Yuling put the bag in the sink. Lin Mo put the box down casually. Xia Yufei reached out and pushed the box above, it was the same weight. In other words, this guy named Lin Mo carried 2 such heavy boxes directly from Xia Yuling's house to his own home. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? But he still said, go out and have a drink of water and rest for a while, then we'll start setting up the stove and threading the skewers. Xia Yuling nodded, okay. She walked out of the living room as if she was at home, found her own cup in the cabinet, and then found a disposable airline cup to pour water for Lin Mo. Xia Yuling's appearance attracted the attention of the 6 boys present. They were actually all Xia Yufei's classmates, and of course they all knew Xia Yuling, but they also knew that Xia Yuling was like an iceberg. As for Xia Yuling's friends, they were sure that there was no such person as Lin Mo in their previous school. Could it be a classmate? We've only known each other for a month, and yet he brought her here. The boys did not discuss, but just exchanged glances, and they all saw each other's doubts. He was particularly shocked when he saw Xia Yuling handing water to Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't say thank you, but instead took the water handed to him by Xia Yuling quite comfortably. Then Xia Yuling sat directly next to Lin Mo, and the two of them were very close. She drank the water in the cup in small sips without saying a word. Isn't this your home turf? Why do you seem so cowardly? Lin Mo lowered his voice and spoke into Xia Yuling's ear. Xia Yuling didn't say anything, but just reached out and pinched Lin Mo's arm. The boy and Xia Yufei were both shocked when they saw this scene. When had he ever seen Xia Yuling like this? Especially in front of outsiders, she always looked like an iceberg. Lin Mo finished his water, raised his head and said to Xia Yufei, "Do you have any scissors? Let's see how the oysters we bought are. We need to clean up these things in advance." Xia Yufei responded and turned to get the scissors. Lin Mo also stood up and walked to the kitchen, and Xia Yuling immediately stood up and followed him. Others' eyes followed. They are definitely in love. These people are thinking about this sentence. Only Lin Mo knows that Xia Yuling is not only an iceberg, but also a socially anxious person. When we walked into the kitchen, Xia Yufei also handed over a pair of scissors. Lin Mo opened the box, and oysters as big as a palm appeared in the box. So big! Lin Mo checked it and nodded. This is Russian oyster. Its advantage is its large size. Xia Yuling couldn't help but ask, "When did you order it? How come I didn't know?" "When I went downstairs for breakfast, I stopped by the market." "Weren't you playing on the computer in my room at that time?" Hearing this, Xia Yufei was shocked. This is too fast. My cousin. Living with someone. Living together? Seeing Xia Yufei's stunned look, Lin Mo knew that this kid must be overthinking it. But he didn't have much to explain. He just looked at Xia Yufei. "Do you have a brush or something?" Xia Yufei nodded repeatedly, and the way he looked at Lin Mo was different. This must be his brother-in-law. After all, it was his aunt who told him this morning that she wanted to bring in a tenant. At times like this, the only people who can be brought here must be those who agree with it. Look at my cousin again. Although she is beautiful, she has no shortage of suitors. But my cousin is like an iceberg. Anyone who likes her must have something outstanding about him. He took a brush and handed it over. Lin Mo took the oysters aside to wash them. The oysters were served in water and ice, but were not cleaned before delivery. While washing, Lin Mo asked, "Let me ask everyone, do you want to eat oysters cooked in clear sauce or in garlic sauce?" Xia Yuling tilted her head. "Why not braise half of it plain and half with garlic?" Lin Mo joked, "It's just a matter of taste. Many people like to eat it plain, so I'll open 2 fewer shells." Xia Yufei also went over to ask immediately. After asking around, many people ran into the kitchen to look at the palm-sized oysters. The result is still half clear fried and half with garlic, because everyone wants to try it. So Lin Mo nodded and quickly washed the 2 boxes of oysters. While washing, Lin Mo smiled and said, "Sorry, this month's water bill may be a bit high." Xia Yufei waved his hand and said, "Hey, this water fee is nothing." He just found out that 2 boxes of oysters alone would cost over 100, and the quality seems to be very good. However, Xia Yufei didn't know the price of oysters, nor why Lin Mo was able to order these things. Lin Mo wrapped the ice with plastic wrap and then placed the washed oysters on top. This way it won't get dirty and can keep it fresh. At this time, everyone started to move. Half of the boys went to the large terrace on the 4th floor to build a barbecue grill. The remaining boys helped to thread the skewers and gave assistance, and all the girls also helped to thread the skewers. Xia Yuling took the seafood bag from the washing pool and poured out all the black tiger shrimps. As soon as it was poured out, she exclaimed, "This shrimp is so big." Then a bunch of people couldn't help but look over. "Ha! It's really big. What kind of shrimp is this?" "They say they are black tiger shrimps, but I've never eaten them." Xia Yuling felt an inexplicable joy in her heart as she looked at these black tiger shrimps that were also the size of a palm, with firm meat and still jumping. "I really want to eat it soon. But each of these shrimps is so lively and fierce." He was jumping around in the sink, and the girls didn't dare to do anything. The other boys were also preparing themselves mentally. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, "Let me do it, leave it for now, you guys do the other things." As he spoke, Lin Mo added water and soaked the shrimps first. Lin Mo himself was chopping garlic. Not only oysters need minced garlic, but also grilled eggplants and other dishes. The girls were stringing sausages and meatballs together while watching Lin Mo chopping garlic beside them. Xia Yuling was facing Lin Mo's back. As she put on her clothes, she watched Lin Mo chopping garlic. The 2 girls couldn't help but ask, "Is that Lin Mo your boyfriend?" It was too straightforward, but now that there are no adults at home, everyone speaks more freely. Xia Yuling couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this, and immediately withdrew her gaze from Lin Mo. "Just friends." She put on her clothes expressionlessly. The other 2 girls were not sure, but they probably guessed something. Seeing that the girl was able to strike up a conversation, one of the other boys couldn't help but ask, "So, are you classmates?" Yes, they are classmates. They are all in Guangba. Guangba. This is the key point. The boys looked at each other and immediately gave up the idea of continuing to chat with her. Instead, the girl couldn't help but say, "Then you and he both have good grades, right? He is better than me." Xia Yuling thought of Lin Mo's invincible appearance in the mathematical Olympiad. If Lin Mo is willing, he might be able to be admitted directly through the mathematical Olympiad. Hearing this, the two girls couldn't help but wow. Very good, I have become a geek. Although Lin Mo was in the kitchen, he could hear clearly what was being talked about outside. A large bag of minced garlic was chopped and then had to be washed. Most of the garlic sauce used for barbecue is made of golden and silver garlic. Mainly because the quantity produced is large, it needs to be washed. There are quite a few of them here at Lin Mo, so they also need to be washed, otherwise the garlic smell will be too strong and bitter. Heat oil in a pan. When the oil is hot, turn to low heat and add half of the minced garlic. The minced garlic soon turned slightly golden yellow. Only then did Lin Mo add the remaining half of the raw garlic and turn off the heat directly. Add oyster sauce, salt, sugar, and cut a chili pepper to enhance the flavor. After all, most people here don't like spicy food, and chili peppers are mostly used to remove fishy smells and enhance flavor. Finally, add a spoonful of starch and stir well. The starch is used to cover the oysters so that they do not lose too much water and can convert the water into sauce. Lin Mo learned this skill from a small business owner who sells oysters. But later on, Lin Mo still didn't go to sell oysters. But making and eating it now doesn't mean that this craft is being discredited. After preparing the garlic sauce, Lin Mo walked out wiping his hands. Everyone was chatting and stringing the skewers together, and several baskets were already full. There are a lot of people here, so they should be able to eat a lot. However, Xia Yuling did not participate in the topic, but just kept threading like a ruthless threading robot. Lin Mo casually grabbed Xia Yuling's wrist. "Come on, let's see how I dress shrimp." With his other hand, Lin Mo also grabbed a handful of bamboo sticks. The two girls looked at Lin Mo's slightly domineering actions with stars in their eyes. The other boys didn't expect Lin Mo to be so direct, because that was the iceberg Xia Yuling. However, Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo's back with a smile on her face, and was effortlessly pulled into the kitchen by Lin Mo. Obviously, it's voluntary. These boys couldn't even start a conversation and could only continue to put their heads together. Only when they reached the wash basin did Xia Yuling speak. "Be careful, these shrimps look fierce." Lin Mo casually scooped up a black tiger shrimp. In Lin Mo's hands, these black tiger shrimps didn't even dare to move. 2 pounds sounds like a lot, but these black tiger shrimps are huge, and there are only 19 of them. Picking up a bamboo stick, Lin Mo pierced the shrimp brain from the tail. With just one strike, a shrimp was pierced. Lin Mo put the shrimps on ice. After a long time, the shrimp meat would no longer be fresh, so it had to be put on ice like oysters. Xia Yuling looked at him, a little surprised, and also felt that Lin Mo was very brave. They are city people after all. I don't even know how to kill a chicken, so I'm naturally more afraid of the lively shrimps. P.S. I'll try to update 3 times, I'm exhausted. The kitchen dressed live shrimp skewers. The outside is skewered with frozen shrimp. Actually, I bought the shrimp this morning, but I just put them in the freezer first. After all, it is Mid-Autumn Festival. If you don't prepare early, you won't be able to buy it when you go to buy it in the evening. Lin Mo skewered all the black tiger prawns, then took the clean box and put the ice cubes, prawns and oysters in it. This is an insulated box. At this time, Xia Yufei walked over, cursing as he walked. "Why won't it light up? What kind of lighter did you buy?" "I'll go get some gasoline." Lin Mo grabbed Xia Yufei. "Don't use gasoline to ignite it, the food you grill will have a strange smell. Let me try it." Lin Mo walked to the large terrace, where the view was wide and he could watch the slowly setting sun. At this time, the stove had been built with bricks and was full of charcoal, but the fire just won't start. Lin Mo took a look and pushed through the crowd. Use your hands to directly collect most of the charcoal back into the box, just try to keep a layer of charcoal at the bottom. You don't need too much charcoal, just enough to spread it evenly. If it's not enough, just add more. Although the others didn't say anything, they all looked at each other and felt that Lin Mo was a bit pretentious. Lin Mo looked around and found that there was really no good ignition material, so he simply took a piece of charcoal and walked into the kitchen. Turn on the stove and burn the charcoal directly. The outer flame quickly burned a corner of the charcoal red. Xia Yuling, who had been following beside her, couldn't help but speak. "Be careful." Lin Mo waved his hand, "It's okay." On the stove side, the boy in charge of building the stove couldn't help but frown. "This is too pretentious. You don't need too much charcoal. It makes him look so." This guy's weird look made everyone laugh. Only Xia Yufei and Xia Yuling were not there, otherwise they would not dare to laugh like that. After all, they feel that they are a group of people. And Lin Mo is just an outsider. At this time, a girl came over with a basket of clothes. You're still laughing. The stove hasn't even been lit yet, and you still have the mind to laugh. The girl's name is Lu Ziahua. She has a pretty face and is also a local of this village. Then we also built the stove. Even if we don't get any credit, we still worked hard, right? Several boys said dissatisfiedly. Yes, they paid for the food, processed the ingredients, made the garlic sauce, and skewered the skewers. That's a contribution and hard work, right? And you're just bullying them behind their backs, really. Lu Ziahua has known them for many years, so he naturally spared no effort in criticizing them. After hearing what Lu Ziahua said, they really felt ashamed and turned into silent bobbies. After a while, Lin Mo came out of the kitchen. A piece of half-burned charcoal was held in the hand. Lin Mo put the charcoal in it and then stuck the charcoal together so that it could be ignited. Please fan the fire with something. I'm going to go wash my hands first. No one else responded immediately until Lu Ziahua said ha. They reacted immediately. Okay, no problem, just leave these things to me. Everyone immediately took a large palm fan to fan the fire. Xia Yufei came over with a few plates, and it could be seen that Xia Yufei's family really bought a lot of ingredients. We're the only ones at home tonight, so let's eat as much as we want. Everyone's gone to the ancestral hall to eat, so naturally we can have fun as much as we want. Another girl looked at the huge table and couldn't help asking, can we finish all this food? Hey, eat slowly and until 12 o'clock in the evening. Xia Yufei shouted proudly. But he looked at the ingredients carefully and couldn't help but look at Xia Yuling. How about you call some friends over? As soon as he finished saying this, Xia Yufei shut up. Everyone knows that my sister has no friends. The others also looked at Xia Yuling. Lin Mo glanced around and saw that these people looked a little strange. He then looked down at Xia Yuling beside him. Xia Yuling bit her lower lip, but her whole body exuded an even stronger sense of coldness. Maybe something special happened in the past. This is probably the reason why Xia Yuling resists making friends. So Lin Mo reached out and patted Xia Yuling on the head. Hey, how about asking Fang Jun? He was with us yesterday, wasn't he? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuling remembered Fang Jun, who had stood side by side with Lin Mo yesterday and did not run away, and nodded slightly. Lin Mo smiled, picked up the phone and called Fang Jun directly. Every time I can't kill you, if I can't kill you, I will heal you. Remember to fight for your dignity, don't die. After the ringtone rang a few times, Fang Jun answered the phone. Hey, Lao Mo, happy Mid-Autumn Festival, have you eaten yet? Fang Jun is still as enthusiastic as ever. Not yet, what about you? I didn't. I went out to the ancestral hall with my parents to eat. I was very annoyed. Then why don't you come over and have barbecue with me? I'm at Xia Yuling's cousin's house. Do you know him? Fang Jun thought for a moment. Xia Yuling's cousin. I think I know him. Is it Xia Yufei? Right. It is indeed easy to get to know people from the same village. I know where his house is. Wait for me to come over. After saying that, Fang Jun hung up the phone. Lin Mo looked at Xia Yufei. Do you know Fang Jun? Who doesn't know Fang Jun? He's also Lu Ziahua's cousin. Lu Ziahua wanted to say something from just now, but when she saw Lin Mo was on the phone, she didn't interrupt. It's okay. I'm not very familiar with him. After all, we're not in the same class. Lu Ziahua said this. But another boy directly exposed her. Don't come here, don't his parents come to your house every Chinese New Year? Although people in the same village have different surnames, they are actually very close to each other. Just look up and you'll see someone's relative. Lu Ziahua and Fang Jun are cousins, but they may not be related by blood, it's just their generational relationship. As they chatted, the flames slowly rose. The charcoal started to burn. Add an iron mesh and it becomes a great barbecue grill. Come on, let's get something to eat first. Xia Yufei said with a smile. Lin Mo gave his cell phone directly to Xia Yuling to play with, and then occupied a barbecue spot. In his hand were several strings of shrimps, including black tiger shrimps and ordinary prawns. As soon as Xia Yufei saw it, he knew that Lin Mo bought the shrimps for Xia Yuling. He walked up to Xia Yuling and bumped into her shoulder. Hey, sister, these shrimps are for you. Xia Yuling turned her head away. He just likes to eat shrimp. Oh, yes, these black tiger prawns look very expensive. He must be willing to buy them for himself. After saying that, Xia Yufei left with a smile. Xia Yuling turned her head and secretly watched Lin Mo grilling the shrimp carefully. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The researcher on the other side was peeking in the corner. She smiled. I bet 100 that she is definitely interested in that Lin Mo. I'll bet 1,000, okay? But who wants to bet with us? While the shrimps were grilling, Fang Jun went downstairs. When he came up, he was carrying several large bottles of drinks, and An Yuexin followed behind him. Lao Mo, let's get spicy. An Yuexin is half a local. His mother's surname is Liu, and she is also from the same clan as Liu Xiaohua. Most of the local circles will hang out with locals. Although I don't know some people, I have met them a few times, or we may be relatives or something. So Fang Jun started off by killing everyone and gave everyone present a warm greeting. Even if they don't know each other's names, they will act like brothers. The main character is a social terrorist. Instead, An Yuexin and Liu Xiaohua greeted each other and then walked to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. An Yuexin looked a little embarrassed, and then went to pour Lin Mo a glass of cola. We are all classmates, as long as everyone is fine in the end. Fang Jun had already come back from socializing at this time. He put his arm around An Yuexin's shoulders and said, I'm telling you, just kowtow to Lin Mo. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Don't talk nonsense, tell me about you and the girls in class 15. Fang Jun couldn't help laughing when he heard it, and then pointed to a group of boys sitting opposite him. They are all from class 3. The boys were stunned for a moment. They knew Fang Jun was from class 5, and so was An Yuexin next to him. Xiao Fei, who had been eating melons on the side, had already been roasting chicken wings and couldn't help but wait quietly. But when he heard that the melon was from his class, he instantly became interested. He's from our class? Tell me who it is. Fang Jun glanced at An Yuexin's expression and immediately said, we haven't even started yet, so don't ask so many questions. If you expose yourself, you might not succeed. Those eager spectators were unhappy when they heard this. Hey, maybe we can help. After all, we're in our class, so we definitely know what she likes. I don't know whether these people are kind or just joking. And Yuexin was also a little embarrassed. He also wanted to obtain information, but there were so many people here, and whatever they were discussing might reach my Chuen's ears in the evening. But he also wanted to know some information. Lin Mo said directly, don't think too much, proceed step by step, and don't let them disrupt the arrangements and plans in your mind. This made An Yuexin feel much calmer. Xiao Fei also knew that he couldn't ask any more questions about this matter, otherwise everyone would be unhappy, so he changed the subject. By the way, you just said that you implicated Lin Mo, what's going on? Xiao Fei was very curious about this cousin-in-law. Not to mention whether Xia Yuling is too arrogant, the word iceberg alone makes it difficult for people to approach her. That's true. However, Fang Jun still looked at An Yuexin, and finally An Yuexin nodded. Here's what happened. A few people were having a barbecue and listening to stories. Lin Mo was peeling the black tiger shrimp. With a small knife, he opened the hard shell of the black tiger shrimp in 2 or 3 strokes, revealing the bright red shrimp meat inside. After all, black tiger shrimp is not a prawn, so its shell is slightly harder. It is not very convenient to peel and roast them directly, so you have to roast them first and then peel them, then smear with honey and barbecue sauce. In Guangdong province, people usually use honey when barbecuing. The sweetness of honey is not too strong and can enhance the flavor. If baked properly, it can also form a crispy crust on the outside. Coating with honey is the last step. After the crispy shell is formed, Lin Mo hands the shrimp to Xia Yuling. Come, try it. Xia Yuling had been sitting nearby waiting for a long time. Because there wasn't enough space, she sat a little behind Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo handing her the grilled shrimp, her eyebrows curved, but with so many people here, she was still very frugal with her words. Thanks. He took the shrimp from Lin Mo with both hands and started eating it in small bites. Eat slowly, there's more. Fang Jun, who was telling a story at the side, attracted everyone's attention at this time, so no one saw the two people's little movements. You don't know, Lin Mo once won a round of arm wrestling against the instructors during military training. Even the chief instructor suggested that he enroll in the military academy. So awesome. Someone echoed. Hey, you never said that, Lin Mo is so amazing. Fang Jun seemed to be the strongest Lin fan, praising Lin Mo crazily. Even though what he said was just the truth, many people did not believe it. Many people said they wanted to wrestle with Lin Mo. Lin Mo held up the shrimp in his hand and said, wait until I finish grilling these. The 2 skewers of prawns in Lin Mo's hand were roasted until the shells were crispy. After they were roasted, he handed them to Xia Yuling. Let's go, we can go arm wrestle. Lin Mo stood up, and many people also stood up. Some people were grilling something, so they didn't move. Xia Yuling took a few skewers of chicken wings and pork belly and sat directly in Lin Mo's seat. Now that Lin Mo is gone, she must bake something for him. The black tiger shrimps that had been shelled long ago had thick and firm shrimp meat, a good texture, and tasted delicious. At this time, 2 girls quietly sat next to Xia Yuling. Ahem, Xia Yuling, how far have you and Lin Mo come? Xia Yuling turned her head and looked at Liu Xiaohua in a daze. What's going on? What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Lin Mo is so handsome and so gentle to you. I definitely don't believe you two aren't a couple. Hearing this, Xia Yuling blushed instantly, but she still shook her head. We are not a couple. Although the girl denied it, they were all girls, so how could they not see it? But they didn't ask any further questions. But one of the girls suddenly said, "How are Lin Mo's grades?" This question is normal. After all, we are all students, and in the ivory tower, everyone naturally pays more attention to academic performance. Lu Ziawa looked at the people arm wrestling in the distance. He must be a sports student. Although he's not tall, he's quite strong and muscular. Xia Yuling usually doesn't talk much with other people, but when they talked about Lin Mo, she joined in unconsciously. No, he's a very good student, better than me. Hearing this, the two girls couldn't help but widen their eyes. Xia Yuling is famous not only for her good looks but also for her good grades. Good looking with any advantage is a king bomb, but it can't be used alone. Xia Yuling had excellent academic performance and was always on the top of the class in her previous school. But how could someone have better academic performance than Xia Yuling? Seeing that the two people were a little surprised, Xia Yuling nodded. He also taught me mathematical Olympiad mathematics. When the two girls heard this, the first thing they thought of was not mathematical Olympiad. Lu Ziawa couldn't help but narrow his eyes, so it's a teaching play. Lin Mo glanced over there and saw Lu Ziawa with Anya's eyes and Xia Yuling with a confused look on her face. At this moment, several people took turns arm wrestling with Lin Mo. Lin Mo remained calm, but the veins on their necks were already popping out. No matter how hard they tried, both of them kept their hands on the center line. After he was exhausted, Lin Mo slowly pressed down again. It's just an easy victory. Fang Jun clapped his hands and said, "I wasn't kidding you, Lao Mo is really good, he's a martial artist, he could kick the thug away with one kick." As he spoke, and Yuexin had already handed over the drink respectfully. "Master." Lin Mo took the cup and nodded with satisfaction. "Run to, I think you're great. Work hard, and I'll give you plenty of gifts in the future." The boys all said respectfully, "Master." The three girls turned their heads to look. Are all these boys like this? The other boys who didn't go were all self-aware people. They focused on barbecue and became handsome barbecue masters. Lin Mo held the cup and tasted the exclusive VIP iced Kuo Luo. "I was already thinking that I would go directly to Nankin Mountain and start building the foundation after reaching the top." At this time, a string of grilled chicken wings with golden skin was handed over. Because they are all cut, the chicken wings are cooked quickly. Try it. Although I'm not very good at cooking, grilled food is still delicious. Lin Mo took it and said, "Thank you, it smells nice. You grill shrimp for me, and I grill chicken wings for you. We're even." Xia Yuling acts as if nothing is owed to her, and can be said to be the spokesperson for Tsundere. However, Xia Yuling is not the Tsundere young lady in anime, but more like the Tsundere girl next door. U1S1, very cute. Lin Mo was eating honey-grilled chicken wings. They were crispy and slightly sweet due to the honey crust, and the salty barbecue sauce inside balanced the flavors very well. At this time, Fang Jun opened the bubble box. "Wow! This oyster is so big, how do I open it?" Looking at the palm-sized Russian oysters, Fang Jun picked one up, but didn't know how to open it. Hearing this, Lin Mo walked over while eating chicken wings. "I'll just open it. The garlic sauce is ready." Xia Yufei added, "Lin Mo said this is Russian oysters, I haven't eaten it yet." "I know Russian oysters, they're huge, but they're only found in western Guangdong." After Lin Mo finished the grilled chicken wings in his hand, he picked up a small knife to open the oysters. Oysters are usually opened with an oyster knife, which has cutting edges on both sides to facilitate cutting the oyster scallop. However, Lin Mo knew where to cut as soon as he started, so he naturally didn't need an oyster knife. Just run the knife along the seam to cut the scallop inside, and the snow-white oyster will be revealed. Fang Jun looked at these large oysters and couldn't help asking, "Where did you buy these oysters? They are so big." Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "I bought it at the market, but it wasn't cost-effective. I just knew I was going to come today, so I went to the market to buy it. If I really want to buy seafood, I have to go to Onsha Aquatic Products Market. I know the Onsha Seafood Market, but they often rip off customers there too. This is normal. Not to mention 12 years ago, even now, they will still kill you." However, the reason why Lin Mo said this was actually because he used his soul-stealing ability on the owner of the seafood market. Ask him to give a real price and guarantee the quality of the oysters and black tiger prawns purchased. Otherwise, who would help you order such a small amount of goods and give you such good quality seafood? Of course, Lin Mo paid in the end, and even the seafood boss made a profit. It's just that selling seafood is very profitable at this time. After all, the prices are mostly opaque. After the oysters are opened and added with garlic sauce, they can be grilled on the wire rack. Then Lin Mo added a few braised oysters. Garlic sauce is poured over the opened oysters, and the fat wraps around the plump oysters. Because starch is added to garlic sauce. At high temperatures, the starch absorbs the water, creating a richer sauce that stays in the shell. The aroma of garlic becomes more intense as the temperature rises. The braised oysters here also opened slightly. Sia Yufei immediately went to the kitchen to prepare some mustard and soy sauce, and braise the oysters. This is how you should eat them. After doing all this, Lin Mo left the rest of the work to others. He continued to grill black tiger shrimp for Xia Yuling. Lin Mo grilled shrimps and recalled the Mid-Autumn Festival in his previous life. It seemed like he was at home, ordered a family bucket from Old Man Ken, and ate the entire set by himself. At this moment, everyone was chatting and barbecuing, which gave Lin Mo a different feeling. This seems to feel more comfortable. Is cultivating immortality important? It doesn't seem to be that important. Host, please do not have such thoughts. There are 50 great ways, 49 of which are derived from heaven, and only one is hidden by man. This one is what cultivators fight for. Brother Tonzi, speak human language. If the host does not fight, he may die. So I'm going to build my foundation tonight. Anyone who doesn't work hard even though they have a system is a fool, okay? The invincible immortal cultivation system gave an exclamation of satisfaction. Lin Mo has not yet discovered the existence of other immortal cultivators in this world. However, he had already used his magical powers to conceal his aura to avoid exposing his identity as an immortal cultivator. While thinking about this, Xia Yuling handed Lin Mo some food. You didn't eat much today. It's okay to eat first. Anyway, if you can't finish it, I can buy it all. Lin Mo opened his mouth slightly and signaled Xia Yuling to put the pork belly directly into his mouth. Because his hands were busy grilling shrimps, he didn't have much free time. Xia Yuling was stunned for a moment when she saw this, then she carefully blew on the pork belly lightly before putting it into Lin Mo's mouth. Only after doing this did she realize that her previous actions were a little too intimate. She was just worried that the pork belly was too hot. Well, that's it. As for Lin Mo, he just opened his mouth and ate the pork belly, his mouth full of oil. Very good, the cumin powder is added well, and the flavor is very rich. Lin Mo nodded and continued to flip the shrimp in his hand. Everyone saw this scene, and Yuexin and Fang Jun were whispering to each other in the corner. From this perspective, Lin Mo is very likely to be with Xia Yuling. And Yuexin said in a low voice, "It's hard to say. To put it in gal game terms, everyone has a good impression of me. I hope Lao Mo doesn't become like Chang Ji, and everyone can only look at black and white photos from now on." No one knows what Lin Mo is thinking, and in fact, Lin Mo did not have any intimate behavior with anyone. To put it bluntly, we haven't reached that point yet. In fact, Lin Mo heard it, or rather, his spiritual consciousness heard it. Even if you hide in the toilet and talk, Lin Mo can hear you. Lin Mo was not worried about being stabbed by the knife at all for what the two of them said. As for Xia Yuling, of course, Lin Mo could also feel that Xia Yuling had become somewhat dependent on him, but Lin Mo was more certain that this was a compensation for emotional loss. Losing your father, or perhaps experiencing certain things, may have caused you to close yourself off from the world. Then when you meet someone who is in the same situation as you will get closer. In my previous life, I was immature and showed that desire too quickly, which scared the girl away. In this life, I behaved maturely and naturally became the girl's support. But Lin Mo didn't think this was true love. At least we have to wait until the girl can really distinguish between love and dependence. The oysters are ripe. It's still a big one when added together. One per person is enough, they can't eat too much. Instead, Lin Mo started to go all out. I ate 5 Russian oysters in one go, but it looks like I could still eat more. Except for Xia Yuling and the students in class 8, everyone else looked at Lin Mo in shock. Lin Mo, can you eat so much? Xia Yufei couldn't help but mutter. That's not true. Lin Mo eats a lot every day. I heard that's why he's so strong, but you can't learn that. Fang Jun grilled crispy sausages, beef balls, and pork meatballs. After eating a Russian oyster, the others went to grill something else. It tastes good, but you can't eat too much. Although oysters do not look very filling, they are actually high-protein food. Small oysters do not make you feel full, but large oysters will make you feel very full. We all wanted to eat something else, so we didn't eat any other oysters. The two girls looked at Lin Mo eating oysters and couldn't help but talk in a low voice. Lin Mo is so strong and can eat so much. Xia Yuling will be blessed in the future. Yeah, it must be amazing. Lin Mo, who had spiritual awareness, almost wanted to explode. Don't talk nonsense. They are just children. What are you talking about? Turning around to look at the boys, they were all discussing which one was stronger, the latest Kamen Rider or Decade. Cricket, a passing Kamen Rider, why should he fight the newest one? Say that again, and I'll steal your account right in front of you. After they had almost finished eating, Xia Yufei came out from somewhere, holding a bottle of red wine and a bottle of Sprite. Brother Men, do something? Lin Mo glanced at the red wine and shook his head. Children should not drink alcohol. Alcohol will affect their development and they may not grow tall or even big. When many boys heard the news, they couldn't help but look at Lin Mo. Xiao Fei was sweating profusely. Can't you grow up? Lin Mo nodded solemnly. Yes, it's the kind you think will never grow up. Xiao Fei immediately turned around to put the wine in. Others also silently told themselves to quit drinking. Anyway, everyone should quit drinking. Even in Yuexin and Fang Jun looked at each other and nodded silently. Only the girls looked confused. Lu Xiaohua reacted after a moment and sneered. Another girl turned her head to look. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. When you don't understand what a boy is saying, just think about it from Cece's perspective and you'll understand. When the girl heard it, she reacted immediately. I understood it immediately. In the end, no one drank. They were just drinking drinks, and some people even rolled the dice. The loser had to drink a glass of carbonated drink. This is even more torturous. As for Lin Mo, he didn't participate much. He basically just grilled shrimp for Xia Yuling and meat for himself, and just sat with Xia Yuling. After 3 rounds of drinks, there are 5 flavors of barbecue. We had almost finished eating and no one could eat anymore. The mess after eating is the real problem. Everyone started to help clean up. Xiao Fei looked at the still burning charcoal stove and said, just leave the stove like this. Just clean up the garbage. My family will have another barbecue in a few days. It's my dad's turn to ask people to come up and grill. Everyone laughed. We ate a lot of food, and some of it was roasted but no one ate it. Lin Mo didn't eat it all. He basically only ate what he and Xia Yuling grilled. He didn't show a particularly scary appetite. Xiao Fei saw that there were some roasted shrimps and oysters left aside but no one was eating them, so he could only take them and put them in the kitchen. The reason why those shrimps were still alive was simply because Xia Yuling was full. Otherwise, why would Xia Yuling keep these shrimps alive? After packing up everything and cleaning up, everyone started to go home. Because the village ancestral hall was booked for KTV singing, Xiao Fei's parents didn't come back either. Bye. Let's go. See you after the holidays. Fang Jun and Inuexin also said hello and said, see you the day after tomorrow. Lin Mo nodded, said hello to Xiao Fei, and took Xia Yuling back. It's only a little after 9 o'clock now. After the crowd dispersed, Xia Yuling's indifferent expression turned into satisfaction. She gently stroked her slightly bulging belly, and it was obvious that she was full. Is it delicious tonight? Delicious, your grilled shrimp are delicious, and you don't even have to peel them. Xia Yuling remembered very clearly that the 2 girls looked at Lin Mo with envy as he peeled the shrimp and handed it to them. This made her vanity surge. She raised her head and glanced at Lin Mo, and when she found that Lin Mo was not looking at her, she looked at him for 2 more seconds. Why 2 seconds? Because 1 second is not enough, 3 seconds will be discovered. 2 seconds is just right. When I got home, Aunt Zheng had already returned. Mom, you're back so early, didn't you go to KTV? Zheng Yuan waved her hand. Why would I go? I can't sing. Every time I go, I just eat fruit plates. I might as well come back and rest. Then Zheng Yuan looked at Lin Mo again. How was it? Was the barbecue delicious? Lin Mo nodded, it's pretty good, everyone is having a great time. Zheng Yuan narrowed her eyes and smiled, but she still walked to the refrigerator and took out a double yolk lotus seed mooncake. It's Mid-Autumn Festival, and we have to eat mooncakes to celebrate the festival. I won't eat so many, can you guys help me? Lin Mo turned around and took a small knife, gently cutting the mooncake into 4 pieces. Xia Yuling raised her hand and said, I'll just eat 1 piece. I'm so full. Okay, I'll take care of the rest. As he spoke, Lin Mo picked up a toothpick and poked a piece, looking at Aunt Zheng and Xia Yuling. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. That night, Lin Mo returned home and burned incense for his parents. Mom and Dad, it seems like I'm not that lonely anymore in this life. After thinking about it, Lin Mo called his grandmother. Wow, Cub. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Grandma, have you eaten mooncakes? Yes, Binbin and I just finished eating. That's good. I'll eat mooncakes today too. Hey, you have to take care of yourself and study hard in Yangcheng. Yes, I will. My landlord and his family take good care of me. That's good, okay. After chatting with his grandmother for a long time, Lin Mo hung up the phone reluctantly. He plans to go back to see his grandmother during National Day. Anyway, I have great mobility, so I don't have to worry about going back and forth. Of course, to avoid worrying my grandmother, I won't tell her about this. Changed into a waterproof jacket, Lin Mo went up the mountain overnight. He had already told Xia Yuling in advance that he planned to stay at home that day. Disappearing for just 24 hours is nothing. Speed plus invisibility. Set off towards Nankin Mountain, the highest point in Guangzhou. Lin Mo disappeared at home. At this moment, there is a full moon hanging high in the sky. Under the full moon, families are reunited. We've reached Nankin Mountain, the highest peak in Guangzhou. It's so beautiful. Nankin Mountain, isn't that Brother G? To be honest, Brother G didn't appear until many years later. Now is the time when Phoenix Legend dominates the charts. Lin Mo found the highest place and sat down. There was a cliff under his feet, but Lin Mo was not too scared. After all, he could already fly. Although it won't fly far, it will definitely land safely. There are no dark clouds in the sky tonight, and you can easily see the bright moon hanging high above your head. Lin Mo sat cross-legged, the divine refining Taeg's method in his body constantly rotating. Maybe Reiki has something to do with air quality. Lin Mo only felt a huge amount of spiritual energy rushing towards his body. But he needs to maintain this state for 24 hours. This is a steep peak that ordinary people cannot climb, so Lin Mo is not worried about being disturbed at all. He just sat there and practiced. In the early morning, the fog condensed into dew on the jacket and slowly slid down along the lines. A ray of sunlight fell on Lin Mo. Lin Mo only felt his body warm, not the warmth from the sun, but the warmth from the inside out. 24 hours passed quickly, daybreak and then dark again. Why would you climb at night when you can do so? Why not take the main road? A team of fully equipped people is heading towards Tiantangding, the highest point of Nankin Mountain. Why would you take the main road? If you want to go, you must take the wild road. What are you afraid of? There are no wolves or leopards in Nankin Mountain. More than a dozen people had a trekking pole in their hands. They look like a group of hikers with some experience, but not a lot of it. It is quite normal for hikers to like to take wild paths. But at this moment, the sky suddenly rumbled. They all looked up at the sky. Hey, that's not right. I checked the weather forecast today and it said it wouldn't rain tonight, so why is it thundering? You believe the weather forecast? You might as well believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Are you still going up? It's very dangerous to climb the mountain during a thunderstorm. One of them looked at the leader. Team leader Malingxi looked at the sky. It was not overcast, and there were still many stars around. I guess it's just a thunderstorm, passing clouds and the rain hasn't started yet, has it? This made many people nod their heads and ignore the voices of concern. Tisk, Lao Chi, you're the most cowardly. Don't worry, everyone has brought their equipment, so it's okay. Although Lao Chi was worried, seeing that everyone said so, he could only continue to follow the team. After all, they were all acquaintances, and it wasn't safe for him to go down the mountain alone. They continued walking up the mountain, with two people leading the way with tools. But as time passed, the dark clouds in the sky gradually covered the clear starry sky, and the rumbling thunder continued to ring in my ears. Seeing this, everyone unconsciously quickened their pace. It might be better to go up early and find a place to set up the tent. Just when they climbed halfway up the mountain, a loud thunder fell from the sky, seemingly just inches away from them, scaring everyone so much that they stopped. No, something's wrong. The lightning struck too close. One of them shouted. Everyone's ears were buzzing at this time. After all, the lightning fell at such a close distance. Team leader Ma Lingxi thought for a moment and then raised his hand and said, "Go down the mountain and find a safe place to rest." Everyone started to turn around and began to go down the mountain step by step along the way they came up. But at this time, it started to rain heavily. The ground became muddy, and many traces of footsteps were quickly washed away. Boom! Another huge bolt of lightning fell. It landed behind everyone with a huge roar. Many people were so scared that they squatted down, and some slipped and sat down on the ground. Malingxi comforted everyone, then turned and looked behind him. Why does the thunder keep striking here? It's so big, I've never seen it before. Just then, someone shouted, "Brother Ma, someone's been impaled by a branch." Being pierced by a branch is no small matter. Malingxi immediately stood up and looked over, only to see a man's thigh pierced by a cut branch. It was obvious that this was the branch they had split when they were clearing the way. The result is now tied. Malingxi immediately took out his backpack and took out medical supplies from it, and someone held an umbrella for him. My thigh was pierced and I was almost unable to move. The blood loss was not serious, after all, the aorta was not punctured. This mountain road was already difficult to walk on, and now with a wounded person on board, everyone became even more cautious. The rain is getting heavier. The already muddy road became even more slippery, and everyone was walking on thin ice. Because of the heavy rain, the visibility was impaired. Even with a high-lumen flashlight, it was impossible to see the path clearly in the rainy night. But at least it keeps everyone company. Wait, we seem to have taken the wrong road. This isn't the right road. Don't worry about it. Just go down. Go down first and find a suitable place. After hearing this, the person who raised the question stopped talking, and they had indeed taken the wrong road. They were already hundreds of meters away from the original route, or even further. At this moment, the sky suddenly brightened. A larger bolt of lightning struck, instantly illuminating the night sky. Oh my god, how could? Don't curse, pay attention. At this moment, a strong wind blew from behind them. The strong wind was like an 8-force gale, blowing people all over the place. Some people even slipped and rolled down the hillside. He was covered in mud. The number of casualties is increasing. Knowing that this wouldn't work, Malinxi couldn't help but take out his satellite phone. If you want to lead a tour, you must be well prepared, including getting lost. But when Marin Creek was just opened, the satellite phone lost its signal. Are you kidding me? This is a satellite phone. It can make calls as long as you are on Earth. Another strong gust of wind blew past. They were blown to the ground by the wind. Even Malinxi himself accidentally lost his balance and bumped into a tree, and the satellite phone in his hand fell out accidentally. The next second, the wind and rain around stopped. A hand firmly caught the satellite phone. Hello, how can I help you? When Malinxi came to his senses, there was a slight smell of disinfectant in the air. The whole sky was bright. Not bright, but white ceiling. Where is this place? Malinxi sat up, surrounded by people from the hiking group. How did we get here? A nurse came over and looked at Malinxi and others with a strange expression. Didn't you come here by yourself? But Malinxi only remembered that they got lost in the mountains, and then, he couldn't remember anything else. But he seemed to see someone. In the distance, a young man slowly turned and left, disappearing into the emergency room in the night. Breaking through to the foundation building stage happens in an instant. However, Lin Mo did not expect that the breakthrough would directly lead to abnormal changes in the celestial phenomena. It wasn't a calamity from heaven, and the thunder wasn't meant to strike him, it was simply the surging of wind and clouds. But at the moment of breakthrough, powerful force burst out involuntarily. It caused a wave of airbursts. It was also for this reason that the group of hikers encountered an accident. Lin Mo is not a saint. Not the Virgin Mary. Not the Virgin Mary. But deep down, he is the kind of person who is not used to bothering others. So he took action. With his abundant spiritual power, he brought the people down the mountain in one go, and then controlled them to go to the hospital on their own. Finally, erased the memories of this group of people. Perfect operation. If Lin Mo only had martial arts skills but no supernatural powers, he would be unable to do these things at all. I can only say that the reward given by Brother Tongzi is very powerful. The host has already entered the foundation building stage. Cultivators who have established their foundation can now feel the changes in the world. However, there are so many people who have established their foundation in the Nine Heavens realm. Please do not become complacent. If this is translated into human terms, would it make me a little more timid? The host has self-awareness. If you can't make me invincible, then what do you call your invincible cultivation system? It is this system that is invincible, not the host. Please wake up, host. Okay, let's play it this way, okay? Then I won't play anymore. Lin Mo went home and took a hot bath. It's not dirty, I just want to feel comfortable. After taking a shower, Lin Mo returned to the downstairs of the rental house in a magical way. I looked at the time and it was still early. I bought a big barbecue on the street and went upstairs. Who says cultivating immortality doesn't require eating? It's not so good to be hungry if you don't eat a meal. Even after building the foundation, you are still your mother's good baby and need to eat well. Lin Mo went upstairs while preparing to send a message to Xia Yuling. However, when he scanned with his spiritual sense, he found that the girl was actually in his room. Do you understand the rules? Entering a boy's bedroom late at night, is this a beaver? Lin Mo pushed the door open and walked in. Then I saw Xia Yuling studying Lin Mo's Olympiad teaching materials. I'm sorry, I should have taken a closer look with my spiritual sense. You're too hardworking. Are you going to kill me during the holidays? Scroll? Xia Yuling put down her pen and turned to look at Lin Mo. There is no such word as volume in 12 years. It's called involution. Taking advantage of others' rest and play to study hard, what else can this be? No, I was just bored, so I used your computer to watch a TV series for a long time, and then I did some homework after I finished watching it. The girl explained seriously. Lin Mo touched the computer host calmly. It's cooled down already. Then he just waved his hand and said, let's go upstairs and have some barbecue. Your action just now doesn't mean you don't trust me. Well, I think you learned it secretly and rolled me secretly. Lin Mo handed the barbecue in his hand to the girl. Xia Yuling puffed out her lips and let out a soft moan. Yes, I'm going to roll you up and beat you hard. Lin Mo subconsciously reached out and rubbed the girl's head. Even if you were given thousands of years, you would never be able to defeat me. With that, the two of them went upstairs. Aunt Zheng was watching TV at this time. I heard the door open. Girl, you finally came back. Yes, I sent her back. Lin Mo took over and put a big box of barbecue on the table. Auntie Zheng, please eat something. Zheng Yuan saw Lin Mo and asked with a smile, "Why are you back now?" "I'm going out to buy clothes tomorrow, so I'll come back and go with her." "Well, that's another trip." Lin Mo shook his head. "No, this place is closer, and Xia Yuling can come and call me. I'm afraid I'll oversleep." Zheng Yuan nodded when she heard this and looked at Xia Yuling, who had already started eating the grilled shrimp quietly. He kicked his daughter under the table. "You, remember to call me Xiao Mo tomorrow." "I know. I will. Actually, it's mainly because there will be a lot of other people tomorrow, so we still have to be on time." This was also said to comfort Zheng Yuan. After eating the grilled shrimp, Xia Yuling frowned and said, "These grilled shrimps are not as delicious as the ones you grilled yesterday." As she spoke, Aunt Zheng brought the herbal tea. "Have a drink, it's hot after eating so much barbecue." Lin Mo picked it up and drank it directly. How can the elders not like such a child? A little after 1 in the afternoon, Xia Yuling came to the door of Lin Mo's rental house and knocked directly. "Hey, get up. Here I come." Lin Mo opened the door casually. The computer was on and there was chemistry-related information on the web page. The Olympiad mathematics textbook next to it was not opened. "Are you studying chemistry? Not studying mathematical Olympiad anymore?" "Well, I've reached a bottleneck, so I'll learn something else to change my mind." Lin Mo downplayed it, but Xia Yuling's face already had an expression that said, "You learned how to make up for it. You are the one who is curled up." "What kind of curler is that?" "Call me the Curl King." But it was only at this time that Lin Mo noticed Xia Yuling's outfit today. Blue patterned short-sleeved shirt and sky blue skirt. It's called a short skirt, but it reaches the knees. Then there are the white socks that reach the calves, which increase the attack speed like crazy. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze. The two of them went out quickly. Lin Mo controls everyone's information on his mobile phone. "Let's go pick up my neighbor first." Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Lin Mo rarely talked about these things, but Xia Yuling also remembered the big bear Chu Miao Miao. "It's that. Xia Yuling thought about it several times, but couldn't describe it. "That's it, but she's been through some things before and she's very down to earth, so we still have to pick her up." Xia Yuling asked cautiously, "What's the matter? Can you tell me?" Lin Mo thought about it and decided that strictly speaking, this wasn't a stain, but the girl herself might feel it was an unspeakable secret. "She was almost raped once, and I beat up the guy and sent him to rehabilitation." When Xia Yuling heard this, she felt that if this kind of thing happened to her, she would also be very introverted. Lin Mo turned his head and glanced at Xia Yuling. "Indifference plus introversion, isn't this the innate jade holy body? It's better not to." However, knowing this, Xia Yuling would feel a little pity for Chu Miao Miao, so the two of them might become friends. Two people who had few friends became friends. It's a beautiful thing. Better than drinking chicken soup. Lin Mo also believed that Xia Yuling was not the kind of person who would tell secrets. The two of them went straight downstairs to the community. As I reached the door, a voice rang out. "Lin Mo." Lin Mo turned his head and saw Gang Xiao. Gang Xiao was wearing a floral dress, makeup, and contact lenses. Her appearance has improved a lot compared to usual, but strictly speaking, she is still inferior to Xia Yuling. So the moment Gang Xiao saw Xia Yuling, the corners of his mouth drooped slightly, but she quickly returned to normal and trotted towards Lin Mo. "Are you here to pick us up? Are you here to pick us up?" Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. "Sister, here's some tea. I'm here to pick up Chu Miao Miao." Lin Mo tapped his card and took Xia Yuling into the community. Gang Xiao, who had been waiting for Lin Mo at the door, also walked in. "I'm here to pick up Miao Miao too. I've already made an agreement with her." Gang Xiao approached Lin Mo while smiling. Lin Mo moved sideways to avoid the hand extended by the green tea girl. Snakeskin movement is the most deadly. However, Lin Mo just quickened his pace and arrived at the elevator entrance. At this time, Xia Yuling turned into Silent Poppy again. For some reason, she didn't like this girl who suddenly appeared. Maybe it's the beautiful girl's sixth sense? Bite. The elevator door opened. Lin Mo walked straight in and pressed the elevator button. Only then did Gang Xiao speak up. "Lin Mo, you seem to be very familiar with this place, and you can even swipe your card to get in." "Well, Aunt Chu gave me the card, so I come here to eat every weekend." After going upstairs, Lin Mo pressed the doorbell. The doorbell intercom made a soft sound. "Who is it?" "It's me." As soon as the two words were spoken, the door opened. Chu Miao Miao was wearing pajamas. After opening the door, she immediately said, "I'm going to change clothes. Please wait." "Oh, Lin Mo is here. He's here to take Miao Miao out, right?" Chu Linchen's voice came from the kitchen. "Yes. Do you want to eat something before leaving?" Chu Linchen walked out of the kitchen and saw the two girls next to Lin Mo at a glance. This Lin Mo is really attractive to girls. But why does the smile of the girl on the left look so fake? "Hello, Auntie." The girl on the left was the first to say hello. Only then did Xia Yuling react, hastily added, "Hello, sister." Hearing this, Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling in confusion. "No, when did you become so emotionally intelligent?" But he still looked at Geng Xiao. "This is indeed Sister Chu." Geng Xiao immediately covered her mouth and apologized. In fact, she also thought of her as a sister, but seeing how big Chu Linchen was, she felt that it was unfair, so she secretly called her aunt. However, Lin Mo did not expect Xia Yuling to be so powerful. Chu Linchen chuckled, "It's okay, I don't mind this name." Because she is not yet 30 years old, Chu Linchen really doesn't have much anxiety. "And I was called auntie more often, probably because I didn't wear makeup today." In order to maintain her appearance as a mother, Chu Linchen would usually put on heavy makeup. "But I don't wear makeup at home. It's really nice to be called sister now. Would you like to introduce Lin Mo?" Chu Linchen said. Lin Mo pointed at Xia Yuling and said, "This is my landlord." He pointed at Geng Xiao and said, "She is Miao Miao's deskmate." "I see, we're all friends. That's great. I'll leave Miao Miao to you without any worries." As he spoke, there was a click. The door was opened from the inside, and a girl in a long black skirt walked out. Black makes you look thinner and can also minimize exposed shapes. At least from the front, the shape isn't that prominent. The waistline in the middle makes Chu Miao Miao look slender. If I had to describe it in one sentence, I would have to say it is good looking. "No, let's kill that security guard tonight." Geng Xiao looked at the girl who made a stunning appearance and couldn't help biting his lower lip, his eyes flashing with jealousy and envy. Even Xia Yuling couldn't help but be amazed. Thinking about what happened to the girl, she couldn't help but thank Lin Mo for taking action at the critical moment. After Lin Mo glanced at them, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's go. Let's go. Sister Chu, don't worry. We will send Miao Miao back safely." Chulin smiled sweetly, "No problem, you can also call me and let me pick you up." After leaving Chu Miao Miao's house, Lin Mo took a taxi directly to Fang Yuan Square. This square is also the largest commercial shopping area in Yangcheng New City. There are many places to visit here, but Lin Mo mainly wants to buy some clothes. In the taxi, Geng Xiao looked at Chu Miao Miao's clothes and praised, "Miao Miao, you have a great figure. It would be great for anyone to be with you." This seems to be pure admiration. But Geng Xiao could feel that Xia Yuling's attitude towards Lin Mo was completely different from that of the rest of them. In this case, there is only one possibility, that is, Xia Yuling treats Lin Mo differently. As for Chu Miao Miao, anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that this girl only wanted Lin Mo to get close to her. So she had to make Xia Yuling and Chu Miao Miao fight. The strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. As for Lin Mo, he knew how bad Geng Xiao was without even using his spiritual sense. Others don't understand her, but Lin Mo was her classmate for 3 years. It goes without saying how much tea this person has. He also has lingering relationships with many people in the class. Hao Qiang and Jian Leihao, 2 good brothers in the class, had fought several times because of her gossip. However, Gao Yuanqiang in the class was stronger than her, and he dealt with Geng Xiao with just a little effort. He dumped her in less than half a month. The reason is simple, it is to avenge the boys in the back row. So Gao Yuanqiang used all his skills. After that, Geng Xiao only acted as a tea doctor to boys outside the class. Now it seems that Geng Xiao has set his sights on himself. However, Xia Yuling seemed to have no expression and did not seem to be affected. This is probably normal, after all, Xia Yuling's main character is aloof. When they arrived, Fang Jun and others were already waiting inside the mall. "Hey, Lin Mo, next to Fang Jun are in Yuexin and Mai Chuan. You guys are here quite early." Lin Mo greeted everyone one by one. "Well, there's nothing to do at home, right? But there are so many people here today. There will definitely be a lot of people on the second day of National Day, as many people still don't have to go to work or school. Zhang Yunlu and Wang Qin haven't arrived yet. We have to wait a little longer." Lin Mo nodded. Everyone was in the mall and there was air conditioning. At this time, the elevator door next to them opened and 3 girls walked out. It was Zhang Yunlu and a strange little beauty. This is probably Zhang Yunlu's friend. Lin Mo didn't know what school Zhang Yunlu had attended before, but seeing that her friend was wearing all branded clothes, it was probably some private aristocratic school. Zhang Yunlu saw Lin Mo the first time and waved at him. Lin Mo. The next second, he saw Xia Yuling and Chu Miao Miao standing on his left and right sides. The 2 girls seemed to have a tacit understanding and stood on each side to protect Lin Mo directly. However, Lin Mo still raised his hand and greeted Zhang Yunlu. "After all, most of them are from my class, so there is no need to introduce them." Instead, it was Zhang Yunlu's junior high school friend who grabbed Zhang Yunlu's wrist. "Lulu, is this the boy? He looks a bit low class. He's quite handsome, but his clothes don't fit him well." "Bye-bye, don't talk nonsense. Lin Mo just grew taller." boys develop at this time. Joe Yubai shook his head and looked at his friend who was a little bit in love, feeling not very good. Luxurious large flat. Zhang Yunle tried on clothes one by one. Joe Yubai, who was sitting on the bed, rolled his eyes. I want to see what kind of boy can be so obsessed with you. What are you talking about? I just think he is different from others. Zhang Yunle changed into a light green long dress, looking fresh and elegant. Yes, it's different. All men are actually the same. If you offer it to him, he will definitely agree. After all, you are the school beauty Zhang Yunlu. Zhou Yubai thought about the stories Zhang Yunlu told her and what happened at school, and she knew that her best friend had fallen. So, she had to come over and take a look today. Look at what kind of man can charm his best friend. Lin Mo greeted everyone and looked at them. It was rare to see more women than men, but they still started shopping. Boys and girls have two different ways of thinking when buying clothes. So Lin Mo went straight to Hawaii store, and almost everyone followed him. Zhou Yubai, the outsider, could only follow and quickly asked, "Where are we going?" Zhang Yunle didn't know either, so she replied, "Just follow me and you'll find out." Well, just follow me and you'll find out. Is this 100 Ghosts okay this afternoon? I saw Lin Mo walk into the door of Hawaii store. Zhou Yubai curled his lips. What's so good about selling clothes in a store where the price of a piece of clothing is only a few hundred yuan? She wouldn't say this out loud. It didn't matter if she was disliked, but if Zhang Yunle was disliked, then it would be her fault. So she just complained secretly in her heart. She looked up at Zhang Yunlu, but Zhang Yun just smiled slightly and looked at the clothes in the men's and women's areas with curiosity. When it comes to buying clothes, everyone naturally goes their own way. Xia Yuling went directly to the women's clothing area. Gang Xiao pulled Chu Miao Miao away. Zhang Yunlu and Zhou Yubai also walked to the other side. The girls went their separate ways immediately. By the way, and Yuexin and Mai Chuan also took another path. As for Lin Mo and Fang Jun, they walked together. Lin Mo was mainly responsible for buying clothes, while Fang Jun was there to entertain the guests. Hey, Lao Mo, isn't this a bad idea? Lin Mo looked confused. What's wrong? If you call all three girls who are related to you, will they start fighting? Fang Jun is a man of discerning eyes. People with clear eyes can naturally see many things clearly, but Lin Mo is a sober person. Let me put it this way. We've only known each other for a month, and we develop feelings for each other out of curiosity. Once the curiosity wears off, how long can those feelings last? It's so complicated. I need to use my brain. Fang Jun grabbed his hair and continued to ask, "So you?" After considering it for a moment, he asked, "Do you want all of them?" Lin Mo widened his eyes and stared at Fang Jun. Ahem, what are you talking about? I don't plan on falling in love, okay? Fang Jun looked at Lin Mo. Just pretend. If they like someone else, you'll regret it and have nowhere to go. Hearing this, Lin Mo laughed out loud. No one will wait for anyone forever. If you don't want to wait, then don't wait. But Lin Mo does not bind anyone. He is not Chen Go and does not have such a strong possessiveness. If he wanted, with his ability, he could even find a woman with better looks and a better figure. But now Lin Mo doesn't want to be a person who doesn't eat beef. Fang Jun misunderstood. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Mo is awesome. If it were me, I would want them all." Lin Mo didn't respond. Lin Mo doesn't think about these things now. He was not that kind of person in his previous life. At most, he was a bootlicker who liked many people. As I get older, I start to feel less attracted to women. Of course, not for men either. But feelings are no longer a necessity for him. In particular, their liking for themselves is simply the result of rebirth plus the abilities granted by the system. It's just that I like it. Fang Jun suddenly wanted to slap himself, and Lin Mo's mood obviously became bad all of a sudden. Lin Mo was looking at clothes. When he saw something he liked, he would buy it without caring much about the price. He was indeed feeling a little irritated. At this time in my previous life, I was like a piece of driftwood floating on the ocean. It can't sink, but it can't see the shore either. So while he was floating, he kept looking for comfort that could soothe his soul. A drowning person will grab onto anything that can save him. Lin Mo was such a person in his previous life. But he couldn't catch it, and finally floated up on his own. No external help is needed anymore. So he is aware of other people's liking for him, but he does not intend to accept it. Maybe it's because his requirements for love have increased. He doesn't like love without it. I'm sorry, but as an immortal cultivator, I am so noble. So what's so noble about him? He's just handsome, good at fighting, and good at studying. But is he rich? Even if he were rich, could he be as rich as your family? Zhou Yubai was very dissatisfied. They walked so far, but they could still see Lin Mo choosing clothes from afar. What about your boyfriend? Is he rich? Richer than you? Or is he outstanding in every way? Zhou Yubai raised his eyebrows and said proudly. So he was the one who pursued me, and he was always obedient to me. If I told him to go east, he wouldn't go west. Zhou Yubai is not as good as Zhang Yunlu in terms of appearance, academic performance, and family background. But she felt that her boyfriend was better than Zhang Yunlu, so she had already won. Believe it or not, if I ask him to come over now, he will definitely come over. As he spoke, Zhou Yubai made a phone call. The call was connected quickly. Honey, what's wrong? I'm outside with my classmates. A gentle inquiring voice came from the phone. Come to Fangyuan Square quickly, I'll wait for you. Circle Square? Where in Circle Square? Good clothes store. After saying that, Zhou Yubai hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to speak, and said with a smile, whatever I tell him to do, he will do it, just like a dog. Zhang Yunlu frowned, isn't this a bad idea? After all, he's also a human being. I give him 100 yuan pocket money every day, and he has to do whatever I ask him to do. Zhou Yubai said this casually. It's obvious that she really doesn't treat her boyfriend as a human being, but the next second, a voice rang out. So in your eyes, I'm just a dog. Zhou Yubai turned around suddenly, only to see a rather handsome boy looking at him blankly. Hey Aaron, why are you here? Yeah, Aaron smiled coldly, I told you, today my friends and I came to Fangyuan Plaza to buy clothes. Yeah, Aaron took out an accessory from his backpack. It was thrown directly at Zhou Yubai's feet. I bought this earring with the money you give me every day and my own money. Now I'm giving it back to you. You can return it or throw it away. It doesn't matter to me. From now on, we owe each other nothing. After saying that, Aaron turned around and left. He paid no attention to Zhou Yubai, who looked stunned. The friends around Aaron clapped happily. Great, Aaron, you finally opened your eyes. What's so good about a woman like this? She's so bossy, it's really annoying to see her. After saying that, he followed Aaron. Zhou Yubai didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. In just a moment, she seemed to have lost everything. Her eyes slowly fell on the jewelry box on the ground, which contained a famous pair of earrings. The price is not very expensive, but it is not cheap either. Zhou Yubai calculated that the time he had spent with Aaron and the money he had given him were not even half the price of the earrings. She seems to have lost a boy who liked her very much. At this time, Lin Mo came over with some clothes in his hand. Why don't you send her back first? Zhang Yunlu looked at Lin Mo with some reluctance, then looked at her best friend who was almost collapsed. Finally, she nodded and left with Zhou Yubai. Lin Mo and Fang Jun saw the scene clearly, but the others did not see it because they were in other areas. That man was so decisive. He cut off all ties with her immediately after learning the truth. Just cut your losses in time. Lin Mo walked into the locker room. He planned to change his clothes directly. His current clothes were no longer suitable because he had grown taller during the training process. As soon as I walked in, I saw Chu Miao Miao coming out in a white dress. Even Lin Mo almost couldn't withstand such a shock, and hurried into the locker room. X-level experts are so terrifying. Geng Xiao's voice of praise was heard outside the door. Lin Mo changed into a white base with a blue outer lining. The fitted clothes made him look taller than before. When Lin Mo walked out of the locker room, Fang Jun outside the door couldn't help but say, "Oh, where did this handsome guy come from? This kind of supporting role deserves high marks." Xia Yuling, who was wearing jeans and a matching bottom and shirt, also walked out of the dressing room next door. The two people's clothes can be said to be almost matched. Even Xia Yuling couldn't help but be stunned when she saw it. I wondered if Lin Mo was secretly looking at what clothes I took. Before she could say anything, Fang Jun spoke. I'll go. Did you two discuss this? No, it just looks good this way. As Lin Mo was speaking, Xia Yuling had already hurriedly turned around and went to the locker room to change her clothes. However, when he turned around, Lin Mo clearly saw that Xia Yuling's ears were slightly red. On the other side, Chu Miao Miao had already changed back into her original skirt. When she came out, she saw Lin Mo's outfit and couldn't help but walked over and said, "This looks good." "Indeed, the one you just wore also looks good." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Chu Miao Miao immediately lowered her head, and then stammered, "Really?" Lin Mo raised his hand and rubbed Chu Miao Miao's head. "You have to have confidence and don't always keep your head down." But Chu Miao Miao was still not used to raising her head. If she raised her head, she would attract more people's attention. She didn't really want that kind of disgusting look. At this time, Geng Xiao also came out. When he saw that Lin Mo was dressed quite handsomely, he walked over quickly. "Tata, do you think I'm pretty?" Geng Xiao was already a little beauty. She changed into a dress with a deeper neckline, so her collarbone could be clearly seen. Although not as good as Chu Miao Miao, those who are willing to show a little will still attract a lot of people's attention. Lin Mo didn't even look at it, turned around and walked into the locker room to change back into his original clothes. Fang Jun took a look and nodded. Not bad, I think it's okay." One click triple. Feeling that he was being perfunctory, Geng Xiao didn't get angry, but pouted, "You don't even know how to appreciate." "Ah, yes, yes." After Lin Mo came out, Xia Yuling changed back into her original clothes. Lin Mo picked out some other clothes and then checked out together. While checking out, Geng Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Where are Zhang Yunlu and her friend Zhou Yubai?" Fang Jun covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Just now, Zhou Yubai called her boyfriend over and said that her boyfriend was like a dog. It turned out that her boyfriend had just bought a gift for her, but after hearing what she said, he gave her the gift and broke up with her. When Geng Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but gasp. Such rollover moments are very dangerous. She, Geng Xiao, would not fail so easily. That being said, Zhang Yunlun naturally wouldn't come back. So Geng Xiao simply said, "Let's go find something to eat. I remember there's a small mall downstairs with a lot of food." Even with 2 people missing, there didn't seem to be much change. The group walked downstairs. The snack street had common snacks such as beef offal, meat skewers, grilled sausages, stinky tofu, grilled tofu, and fried chicken. Lin Mo's cell phone rang slightly. "Have you left yet?" It was a message from Zhang Yunlu. "Not yet. I went downstairs to eat. Can you wait for me? I'll treat everyone to a big dinner tonight." Lin Mo thought for a moment and asked the others, "Are you guys going back for dinner tonight?" "Zhang Yunlu is coming back and will treat everyone to a big dinner." And Yuexin, who had been cultivating a relationship with my Chuan, looked at Lin Mo, raised his hand and said, "Chuan and I are done. She wants to go home for dinner, and I will be responsible for taking her back." Others didn't have any objections. So Lin Mo replied, "No problem, everyone is still here, but your friend. I've already sent her home. After all, this is a problem she caused herself. I can't solve it, and she seems a bit stubborn." Lin Mo suddenly thought of the plot of chasing her husband to the crematorium. It was just an ordinary clothes shopping trip, but it turned out to be such a great show. Lin Mo and the others could watch it for fun, but Zhang Yunle couldn't do that. But Zhang Yunle still wanted to continue today's itinerary, even if it was just a walk around, she would be happy to do so. The most important thing is that Lin Mo is still here. However, she was also worried about one issue, that is, whether Lin Mo would have a worse impression of her because of Zhou Yubai's incident. After all, Zhou Yubai was brought here by her. This person's character is not very good, and as her friend, he may not be very good either. That's why Zhang Yunle wanted to restore her impression points. Of course, she didn't know that Lin Mo didn't actually lower his impression of her. After all, Zhang Yunlu is Zhang Yunlu, and Zhou Yubai is Zhou Yubai. In comparison, Lin Mo was more curious about what kind of dinner they would have tonight. P.S. Burned out again, time to go to bed, so tired. Zhang Yunle was actually very worried. She was worried that Lin Mo would also think of her as someone like Zhou Yubai. So after she sent Zhou Yubai home, she immediately asked the driver, Uncle Zhao, to take her back. The round trip took 2 hours. When she arrived, they were already in another shopping mall. Uncle Zhao obviously knew that his young lady valued that group of friends very much, so he didn't drive slowly. After arriving, he hurried to the Häagen-Dazs at the gate and bought 10 ice creams. Then send it to the lady. "Uncle Zhao, what is this?" "Some small gifts. My friends will definitely like them." Zhang Yunle nodded and immediately walked upstairs. They are now playing in the game room on the 5th floor. After taking the elevator upstairs, Zhang Yunle did not go directly into the game hall, but exchanged 100 yuan worth of game coins at the door. But as soon as I entered, I saw Lin Mo leaning on a machine, watching everyone playing. Even Xia Yuling was playing the dance machine, while Chu Miao Miao was playing with dolls in the claw machine nearby. Others either play King of Fighters, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, or shoot guns or something. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yunle quickly walked to Lin Mo's side. "Hey, why don't you go out and play?" Zhang Yunle raised her hand and handed over the ice cream. "Aren't you afraid that you can't find it?" Lin Mo didn't hesitate and directly took a box of ice cream, the size of a palm. If I remember correctly, such a small one must be over 80 years old. There are 10 boxes here, which cost just over 800 yuan. Watching Lin Mo naturally open the ice cream box and eat the ice cream inside, Zhang Yunle breathed a sigh of relief. "Lin Mo, do you think Zhou Yubai is a bad person?" Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Zhang Yunlu. "It's just pride. That boy is quite handsome. His family conditions may be average, but there should be a lot of people in school who like him. Zhou Yubai is a girl from a wealthy family. Her grades and abilities are average. Although she is a little pretty, what is more important is that she is rich." After she got together with that boy, she became increasingly self-deprecating, so she used money to shore up her self-esteem, which distorted her feelings. Hearing this, Zhang Yunle remembered that Zhou Yubai kept crying in the car and kept saying that she really liked Ye Heron. After listening to Lin Mo talk about self-esteem, I felt that what Zhou Yubai said was exactly the same as what Lin Mo said. Will the two of them just break up? Jang Yunlu was still very worried about her best friend, even though her personality was not very good. It's hard to say. No boy would be willing to accept this situation. If your friend becomes a bootlicker and she gets it back, how will she view this part of her history? Lin Mo did not offer any advice. This might actually be a relief for the boy named Ye Haerin. Judging from the words his friends used to mock Zhou Yu by, it was obvious that they had been dissatisfied with this relationship for a long time. If your brothers advise you to break up, then you will really break up. Jang Yunlu lowered her head to think, but still couldn't get an answer. Lin Mo patted Jang Yunlu's shoulder. You don't have to worry about your image in front of others. You are you, she is she, and everyone knows what kind of person you are. Jang Yunlu blushed when her secret was revealed. And no, I'm just a little worried about my friend. It's okay. As he said that, Lin Mo grabbed a handful of coins from Jang Yunlu's arms. This kind of game coin costs 2 yuan each, but in fact you can also play it by putting a 1 yuan coin into the game machine. Of course, it would be troublesome if you were discovered. Lin Mo walked to the claw machine next to Chu Miao Miao. Chu Miao Miao is not an expert at catching dolls, but she exchanged more than a dozen coins just to catch some. But she found nothing. Lin Mo casually threw in a coin and started catching. This type of claw machine actually has settings, and it will give a strong clamp after a certain number of times of clamping. In the final analysis, it is a guaranteed shipment. But many people only do it a few times and then stop, which is like making wedding dresses for others. Yuo products worth a few dollars often require more than 10 or even dozens of coins to buy. Some slightly unscrupulous merchants will even set the force of the clamp in a subtle range, giving people the impression that they are almost successful, but in the end they get nothing even if they lose dozens of coins. Lin Mo opened the folder and basically didn't choose anything. He just picked up the largest doll at the bottom. The strength of the clamp is even stronger than their mousetrap. Seeing the huge doll falling down, Jang Yunlu immediately clapped her hands. How amazing! I don't know what brand this doll is, but at least it's a cute cat. He took out the doll and handed it directly to Jang Yunlu. If you catch it with your coins, it must be yours. With a big doll stuffed in her arms, Jang Yunlu's face flushed as she looked down at the black cat in her arms. She was wearing a gray scarf and her eyes showed helplessness. This looks like Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo did not continue to catch dolls, but looked at Chu Miao Miao next to him who failed again. The doll was almost caught by her. But the clamp will automatically loosen during the ascent, which is very disgusting. There was only 1 coin left in her hand, and Chu Miao Miao pouted. At this time, a hand snatched the game coins from Chu Miao Miao's hand. What do you want? I'll help you pick it up. Lin Mo slightly bumped Chu Miao Miao away with his butt. But Chu Miao Miao excitedly pointed at the doll that he had almost pinched. That was a flattering chopper, with a slightly vulgar feeling. How could a little girl like this kind of chopper? However, Lin Mo still put in the coin and started to pick it up. Jang Yunlu, who was holding the big cat next to her, was not very happy at first when she saw this, but when she thought about how Chu Miao Miao had played with more than 10 coins but still couldn't catch any, she felt sorry for her. She also hoped that Lin Mo could pick up Chopper. After all, Chopper is not as big as her cat. For some reason, both girls subconsciously felt that Lin Mo could catch Chopper. In fact, it was indeed caught. It's cheating. What's the big deal about clamping a doll? Chu Miao Miao happily spun around in circles holding the doll. She looks like a teenage girl. Hey, wait, it seems like this is really just a teenage girl, blinded by the body. At this time, Geng Xiao appeared out of nowhere. Lin Mo. I want it too. Lin Mo spread out his hands. Ha! What? Coins? How can I catch them if they don't give me coins? Geng Xiao suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. When she came to the game hall before, other people would buy her coins to play. Geng Xiao followed Chu Miao Miao from the beginning, and she took half of the 25 coins Chu Miao Miao bought. But it's all over. Now Chu Miao Miao has no coins left, and she can't share them, so she could only immediately say, then I'll go buy the coins, and you have to help me catch the dolls. After saying that, he immediately ran towards the door. Are you really helping her? Jang Yunlu looked at Geng Xiao's back. She could feel that Geng Xiao was a bit of a green tea girl. Clip it, why not? We are all classmates, we can't be partial to one. Lin Mo spread out his hands. After a while, Geng Xiao came back with 10 coins. Probably because the minimum exchange amount is 10 coins, otherwise she might not be willing to exchange even 10 coins. Geng Xiao carefully handed the basket containing 10 coins to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I want that cute white kitten. She pointed to the machine where Lin Mo had previously used to pick up the doll for Jang Yunlu. There is a white kitten doll inside. But Lin Mo frowned and said, this is not easy to clamp. After you clamp it once, it will become very difficult to clamp. Geng Xiao looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Jang Yunlu nodded in agreement. I know some doll machines are set up like this. After you catch them once, they will become very loose many times afterwards. Lin Mo pointed to another machine next to him. How about this one? It looks like it has some chance. But Geng Xiao stamped his feet, pointed at the white kitten and said, but this is what I want. Lin Mo looked embarrassed. This may require some money to pay. But Geng Xiao obviously didn't believe it and still asked Lin Mo to pick up the white cat. So Lin Mo just picked up the coin and put it in. This time, Lin Mo did not do anything tricky and relied entirely on his real kung fu. It's a pity that his real kung fu was not very good. The clamp clearly fell and clamped the white cat. But due to lack of strength, there was no way to pick up the cat. Lin Mo could only look at Geng Xiao helplessly. See, it won't work. Lin Mo's expression was just like the cat in Zhang Yunlu's arms. The black cat was helpless. Geng Xiao was also skeptical when he heard this. No, that won't work. I want that one. If I don't have enough coins, I can buy more. Seeing Geng Xiao say this, Lin Mo naturally did not hold back and put in coins one after another. But in fact, they are all pads, and the clamps of the claw machines are gradually tightening. When there were only 3 coins left, Lin Mo was about to let Geng Xiao catch them. Geng Xiao suddenly reached out to stop Lin Mo. Or I'll do it myself. Her smile wasn't very genuine, but she was probably afraid that Lin Mo would waste her remaining 3 coins. So she decided to do it herself. Lin Mo could only take a step back and let Geng Xiao do it on his own. He shook his head silently, looked at the machine he had recommended before, and then walked to Xia Yuling who was resting next to the dance machine. Give me 2 coins and I'll give you a doll? Without thinking, Xia Yuling grabbed a handful from her pocket and put it into Lin Mo's hand. There are more than a dozen of them in this batch. Give it all to me? Then what are you playing? Xia Yuling shook her head. I've been winning all the time, so I don't need a lot of coins. I have to say, Xia Yuling is really good at dance machine. Holding a bag of coins, Lin Mo went directly to the claw machine where he said he could catch dolls. Geng Xiao also noticed it and snorted in his heart, thinking that Lin Mo was just lucky. I wasted 7 coins, which is $14. Instead of buying coins yourself, you go around asking people for them. I want to see how you catch the doll. The clamp drops and rises. The doll that was clamped fell back down. Geng Xiao observed out of the corner of his eye and saw that Lin Mo had failed again, feeling gloating. But Lin Mo put down the second coin without hesitation. In the middle of the dolls, Lin Mo picked up a big white fox. That furry tail makes people feel very rua just looking at it. Seeing that Lin Mo actually caught the big doll, Geng Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. That doll should obviously be hers. Zhang Yunlu also liked the big white fox doll very much, but she was somewhat dissatisfied when she saw Lin Mo holding the fox doll and walking towards Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling was still at the dance machine, but she was no longer dancing. She was holding a bunch of amusement park coupons in her hand, which could be used to exchange for many prizes. Hey, this is the doll I gave you with your coins. Ah, Xia Yuling asked a question like a sword demon. What, you don't want it? Then I'll give it to someone else. Lin Mo made a move to leave, but was grabbed by Xia Yuling. No, that's mine. As she said that, Xia Yuling had already hugged the doll. Lin Mo directly stuffed all the remaining coins back into Xia Yuling's pocket. Save it for the dance revolution. Then Lin Mo walked back to the claw machine. Chu Miao Miao couldn't let go of Chopper and didn't care at all that Lin Mo picked up a big doll for Xia Yuling. As for Zhang Yunlu, she handed the basket in her hand to Lin Mo. What else do you want to play? Lin Mo waved his hand. No need, just go and have fun. Zhang Yunlu had actually never been to these places, but she didn't dare to play around alone. So she stuffed the doll into Lin Mo's arms and said, can you play with me? Okay, no problem. Lin Mo distributed the ice cream. Fang Jun and the others were shooting guns on the side, so Lin Mo took Zhang Yunlu to shoot first. After all, it does feel better when someone is watching. When Fang Jun saw there was ice cream to eat, he immediately took one. Wow, is this Adidas or Haagen-Dazs? This ice cream is so expensive. And Yu Xin and Mai Chuwen stood aside but did not take the initiative to take it. Lin Mo directly stuffed one into each person's mouth. He even gave Geng Xiao a smile just now. After all, you can't bully people openly. As for Zhang Yunlu, she was inserting coins and then looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this seems to be a game for 2 people. Can you play with me? Shooting games in the arcade can be played by 1 person, but it will be easier with 2 people. Zhang Yunlu directly threw in 4 coins. In this shooting game, 1 life costs 2 coins. Zhang Yunlu had just watched from the side, so although she was a little flustered when she started, she was not so bad that she couldn't even change the bullets. Lin Mo got started even faster. Shoot and reload, all in one go. Every bullet can hit the zombies that appear from nowhere. Basically, Lin Mo is there to cover for Zhang Yunlu. After fighting for a while, a boss appeared. The huge boss threw the oil pipe at Zhang Yunlu, and Zhang Yunlu could only scream and cover her eyes. But Lin Mo had already blown up the oil barrel and rescued Zhang Yunlu's character. Zhang Yunlu also pulled the trigger again and again and took care of the boss. However, Zhang Yunlu felt tired carrying the gun, so she handed it to Fang Jun. "This is so tiring, you guys fight." Fang Jun took the gun, and Lin Mo's pressure was instantly relieved a lot. The two of them quickly defeated the boss of the second level. However, Lin Mo also gave another gun to An Yuexin to play with. Shooting games pose no pressure to him at all. As long as his reaction speed is fast enough, he can complete the game without dying in one try. But Zhang Yunlu obviously wanted to look at other games, and her eyes finally fell on a racing game called Initial C. This game is very special. Not only do you have to put in coins, but you also have to open cards. Lin Mo knew that this thing was very expensive to play with. This racing game called Initial C requires money to open a card. Then you need to top up the card with money. This card is equivalent to the account user. After entering, you can use the top-up money to modify or buy racing cars and use them for competitions. It costs money to buy a car and it costs money to modify it. However, Zhang Yunlu just took a look and let it go. The gun, car and ball games are more suitable for boys. But she did find a taiko drum master who was playing the drums happily. The others also started playing happily. After a while, when everyone reunited, one person was missing. "Where is Gang Xiao?" Fang Jun asked casually. Chumia Miao's weak voice rang out. She said she was going back to eat and would not disturb us. But Lin Mo knew very well that after Gang Xiao used up the last 3 game coins, he stomped his feet and left. This green tea student is still a little bit behind in terms of level, and can even be said to be a rookie. However, she didn't intend to break up with him, so she sent a message to Chu Miao Miao saying that she was leaving first. On the other side, An Yuexin and Mai Chuwen said goodbye and said they were going home. There were only 5 people left present. Fang Jun waved his hand. "Let's go, let's see what to eat, McDonald's or Kentucky Fried Chicken will do." Lin Mo raised his hand. "I am a loyal fan of Mayman, I recommend Mayman." "But Mayman doesn't have a family bucket." Fang Jun raised an objection. "Then I'll buy you a children's meal." "No, I like the spicy chicken burger. I prefer to go to the pier and get some chips." Only then did Zhang Yunlu raise her hand and say, "I'd like to treat everyone to a big meal." However, Lin Mo waved his hand. "Why a big meal? Wouldn't a Happy Meal be better?" All we can say is that McDonald's and Kentucky Duck have only been serving one generation from the beginning to the end. I loved eating it when I was a child, I still ate it when I grew up, and I may still eat it when I am old. Lin Mo remembered that he often ate at McDonald's in his previous life, especially after the poor man's meal came out. It was only later when the price of the poor guy's meal increased that he went to Mr. Hua X. You may not be used to it at first and may vomit, but after your stomach and intestines are strengthened, you will be fine no matter what you eat. But if he had money, Lin Mo would still eat McDonald's. After all, going to the pier and getting some chips is the ultimate dream. In the end, Zhang Yunlu couldn't resist the crowd and had to agree to go to McDonald's. At this moment, Fang Jun suddenly asked, "Hey, where is Xia Yuling?" She went to the door to redeem her prizes. She won a lot of tickets on the dance machine and said she could redeem them for a lot of things. When we reached the entrance of the game hall, Xia Yuling had already changed her things and put them in a black plastic bag, which looked quite big. No one asked what Xia Yuling had changed. After all, Xia Yuling rarely communicated with people other than Lin Mo, so the group quickly arrived at McDonald's. There were a lot of people here, so they could only sit at a very large table. At this time, McDonald's still required oral orders. Lin Mo ordered a lot of set meals at once, and got change of more than 10 yuan out of the 300 yuan. "Can we finish all this?" Fang Jun looked at the long list. "You know, now the largest package costs only about 20 yuan. Moreover, Lin Mo also increased the size of the French fries in the set meal. That adds up to 9 large fries." The girls all knew that Lin Mo was a big eater, so they didn't raise any questions. Fang Jun didn't feel that Lin Mo was a big eater. As for him, he would be full after eating 1.5 set meals at most. Because we ordered too much at once, the waiter gave a name to Lin Mo and they would deliver the food directly. A big plate of fries, a big plate of burgers, and lots of drinks. Lin Mo also ordered snacks such as chicken nuggets and spicy wings. Zhang Yunlu actually likes to eat this kind of thing the most. But her father often told her that these things were not nutritious and unhealthy, so he didn't let her eat them. But young people, when they reach a certain age, start wanting to try new things. For example, a fried chicken burger. If you ask who enjoyed this McDonald's meal the most, it must be Zhang Yunlu. Fortunately, Lin Mo is not a yellow-haired guy, otherwise a meal at McDonald's would be enough to lure Zhang Yunlu back. He rode his new energy Ghost Fire and stopped next to her Bentley, and asked Lao Deng if anyone would steal the batteries in his top-of-the-line apartment. Just thinking about this scene makes me excited. But the most amazing thing is Lin Mo's eating live show. Lin Mo directly took 3 kinds of bags: spicy chicken legs, teriyaki chicken legs, and Big Mac. Unlike others who took 1 bite at a time while eating the burger, Lin Mo actually cut the burger into pieces. The upper and lower pieces of bread are put together and eaten together, but the piece of meat in the middle was left. After finishing the buns for 3 hamburgers, Lin Mo stacked up the 4 pieces of meat and took a bite. Seeing this way of eating, even Chu Miao Miao couldn't help but look up and stare at Lin Mo. Fang Jun on the side couldn't help scratching his head. Lin Mo, has anyone ever told you that the way you eat hamburgers is unique? Yes, but I usually save the best for last. Lin Mo took a sip of Coke and then started eating a large plate of French fries. 9 large portions of French fries poured onto a plate looked like a small mountain. Mixed tomato sauce with sweet and sour sauce. With a big eater like Lin Mo around, the others seemed to have a better appetite as well. But the 5 of them didn't actually communicate much. One is introverted and not good at communicating with others. One is to subconsciously reduce communication with others. The only relatively normal ones were Zhang Yunlu and Fang Jun. What? You mean Lin Mo? When was he normal? However, this fast food meal still made all 5 of them very happy. By the end of the meal, we had finished everything we ordered, but there was still a lot of coal left. Lin Mo drank 4 cups by himself. After eating and drinking, Zhang Yunlu looked at her phone. How about I ask Uncle Zhao to take you back? Fang Jun raised his hand to refuse. Although he had known for a long time that Zhang Yunlu was a rich lady, he was not the kind of person who liked to trouble others. Lin Mo also shook his head. No need, I want to send Chu Miao Miao home first, and then go home with Xia Yuling. Fang Jun said directly, we are on the same journey, so we can just go together. 10 minutes later, Fang Jun regretted why he said this. Before that, Zhang Yunlu could only look at Lin Mo with some nostalgia, and then said goodbye to everyone. She hugged the black cat in her arms tightly and waved with the black cat's hand. Bye, remember to call me next time you want to play. Lin Mo nodded, next time for sure. Chu Miao Miao also waved goodbye with a chopper doll. Although Xia Yuling didn't say anything, she also waved the little fox's hand. Strictly speaking, everyone was very happy with today's trip. Gang Xiao is an exception. 10 minutes later, Fang Jun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, gritted his teeth. Looking at Lin Mo, who was sandwiched between 2 beautiful girls in the rearview mirror, he began to regret why he had to go back with them. Lin Mo, you deserve to die. In order not to trouble Fang Jun, Lin Mo still called Chu Linchen and asked her to pick up Chu Miao Miao at the gate of the community. After returning to the main road outside the urban village, the 3 of them got out of the car directly. After all, it is difficult for a taxi to drive in, so it is more convenient for them to walk in. It was a great day today. Let's go out together again next time. Bye. Fang Jun waved his hand and walked towards his home. The last group left were Lin Mo and Xia Yuling. Although Xia Yuling didn't say anything today, it can be seen that she was very happy today, and the little fox in her arms was swaying. How was it? Did you have fun today? Lin Mo asked casually. I'm happy. Dance Dance Revolution is still fun. There used to be an arcade nearby. My dad often took me there without telling my mom, but then the arcade closed down. Xia Yuling didn't say the rest of the words, but Lin Mo guessed what it was. Before Lin Mo could speak to comfort her, Xia Yuling clasped her hands together and handed the black plastic bag to Lin Mo. But I'm still happy to play the Dance Dance Revolution again, and thank you for catching the doll. As a return gift, I'll give you this. Lin Mo took the black bag, pretended not to know what was inside, and opened it to take a look. It is a strike-free model. Wow! Golden Legend. With his spiritual sense, how could he not know what was inside? But he was still very happy, because Xia Yuling liked to give him things very much. But what boy doesn't like receiving gifts? Even the dad, who is the MVP of the family, likes to receive gifts. I used all my coupons to redeem it. Isn't that amazing? That's amazing. Lin Mo clapped his hands quickly. But the most amazing thing is that in order to exchange for this model, Xia Yuling went to where Fang Jun and the others were shooting guns and took away a lot of scrolls. These game coupons are the marketing plan launched by the game hall for promotion. It's just because Lin Mo participated in the shooting game, and Xia Yuling's dance machine was so amazing. Therefore, you need a lot of these coupons to redeem the model. Even with all the coins they had added together, they couldn't buy the model in Lin Mo's hand. Thank you, I love this gift so much. Lin Mo really likes this model. Even though he doesn't really like Gundam 5, handsome mecha is always a boy's dream. Let's go up. When Xia Yuling is alone, she will regain her girlish agility. She pats Lin Mo's arm and pulls Lin Mo upstairs with very little effort. When is the National Day the most torturous? The answer is of course after it's over, when it's time to go to school the next day. Each one of them looked like a tortured zombie. Lin Mo looked at Fang Jun, who walked out of the rice noodle shop and looked like he was still sleepy, and couldn't help but go over and pat him on the shoulder. Hey, what's wrong with you? Ha! Nothing. My parents went on a trip, so I was having so much fun these days that I accidentally lost track of my sleep and rest schedule. Haven't adjusted your work and rest schedule? It's okay, the school will help you adjust. When we returned to class 8, there were indeed zombies everywhere, but this only happened to the boys. Probably only boys would stay up late to play games or something like that. Most girls would strictly follow their usual schedule even on holidays. As for boys, if you don't stay up late when you are young, when will you stay up late? However, after raising the national flag, everyone felt a little more energetic. At least it didn't look as zombie-like as it did early in the morning. However, Chen Xiao's next words plunged the entire class into the wailing of zombies. There will be a monthly exam next week. All 9 subjects including Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, biology, history, geography and politics must be tested. The full marks for Chinese, math and English are 150 points, and the remaining subjects are all 100 points, so the total mark is 1050 points. Because the classes have not been divided into arts and sciences yet, we need to take so many subjects. It is also to help everyone better understand which subject they are more suitable for. But everyone still couldn't help wailing. Hearing so many wailing sounds below, Chen Xiao sneered. You guys really don't know how to appreciate the blessing you have. The monthly exam is next week, which already gives you plenty of time to review. The school originally said it would be this week, but later decided to postpone it because they thought many students hadn't been able to get back into shape after the National Day holiday. So you choose, do you want the monthly exam this week or next week? When everyone heard Chen Xiao say this, they all answered that it would be next week. This is what Mr. Lu Sun called the window theory. After observing everyone's reactions and finding that no one was so resistant anymore, Chen Xiao continued, the monthly exam is very important. It's a correction before the division into arts and sciences. Lin Mo held his chin and listened to Chen Xiao talking about the division of arts and science, and then he saw the note thrown by Zhang Yunlu. Oh, you are so old, and you are still passing notes? But Lin Mo still opened it and took a look. Are you going to choose arts or science? Is there any need to ask? It must be science. If he wanted to choose liberal arts, then Lin Mo would not have to participate in the mathematical Olympiad. Lin Mo wrote the word science on the note and secretly sent it back. Zhang Yunlu was very happy when she opened it. She continued to write quickly and then threw it to Lin Mo. I'm a science major too. At this time, Chen Xiao's gaze fell down, scanning every move below. Lin Mo put the note away and decided to confiscate it and talk about it after class. Zhang Yunlu, who couldn't wait for a reply, could only pout and listen to Chen Xiao pooing the students. As a class teacher, she comforted the students with just a few words and also inspired their yearning and enthusiasm for college life. After all, college life is good. After class, everyone gathered together to discuss the class division. Lin Jiajin picked up his newspaper and asked, you should be planning to study science, right? Yeah, that's right. Lin Mo replied without any embarrassment. Unfortunately, I'm going to study liberal arts, so we might not be in the same class from now on. It's true that the classes are divided into arts and sciences, but I'll probably stay in class 8. Chen Xiao is a math teacher. If it really reaches G2, class 8 will only become a science class. This is predictable. Lin Jiajin was a little surprised. With your grades, I think you should at least be admitted to the experimental class. Let's talk about it later. School has only been open for a month. Many people are discussing this, but everyone's enthusiasm was soon overwhelmed by the new courses. During lunch, Fang Jun appeared out of nowhere. Hey, I just found out that Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji are both in detention this National Day. Such news immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, the news that Lin Mo had challenged a dozen gangsters alone had spread throughout the class as early as the day of the holiday. Even students from other classes have heard of it. I heard that they were sent in on National Day. In fact, Lin Mo received a follow-up call from the police on the 3rd day of National Day, and the dream he planted is still taking root and sprouting. This is the 6th day in detention. Wang Zhenji propped up his head. The dark circles and bags under my eyes were almost drooping to the ground. He hadn't been sleeping well at all these days. After falling asleep, I will have some very scary dreams, and each dream is different, but it all comes down to horror. And once he woke up, it was only an hour or two later, and then he didn't dare to go back to sleep. How could this happen? I want to go home, Mom. Wang Zhenji knelt on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain, but he didn't dare to cry. After all, if you cry you will feel sleepy, if you feel sleepy you will fall asleep, and if you fall asleep you will have nightmares. When did it start? The day before National Day? Still? Wang Zhenji forgot. He felt very uncomfortable anyway and wanted to go home, but the policeman said he had to detain him for at least 15 days to serve as a warning to others. The main reason was that Lin Mo directly refused to mediate over the phone. Therefore, administrative detention and punishment are necessary. This has been dealt with in accordance with the sentencing of the child. If it is an adult, it will take at least 3 years. After Wang Zhenji and Zhou Ming were sent in, they were not beaten by anyone else, but the nightmares they suffered every night brought them close to mental breakdown. It was also for this reason that Lin Mo did not choose to reconcile. After Wang Zhenji and Zhou Ming's parents learned about this, they were powerless to do anything. After all, the two families were not very rich, nor did they have powerful backgrounds. Naturally, they could only accept that their child would have a criminal record and be detained in a detention center for 15 days. Not only that, the matter must be reported to the school. The school's response was to keep the two on probation after they were released, and to expel them immediately if they had any problems again. It's nothing more than giving you a chance to reform. However, when Fang Jun told this story, all the classmates were quite happy. After all, Lin Mo didn't suffer any loss, which meant that Class 8 didn't suffer any loss either. As for Class 15, they probably didn't care. They just thought that Wang Zhenji and Zhou Ming were too much for doing such a thing. Lin Mo ate the rice balls he bought from the back street and did not join in the discussion. He was just wondering when his dream of getting married would end. After my cultivation entered the foundation building stage, the original 7-day National Day Nightmare Cruise experience was automatically renewed. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Zhenji and Zhou Ming will still have nightmares when they sleep. He didn't intend to kill these two people, so he would just teach them a lesson tonight. After Lin Mo finished the last bite of the rice ball, he took out a bag of sauce-flavored cakes from his arms. Lin Mo. A figure approaches. Lin Mo raised his head and saw Zhang Yuzhong standing in front of him. He held out the brand new 300 yuan in his hand. This is back to you. Just a glance, without using his spiritual sense, Lin Mo could see clearly that the man in front of him had a lot more calluses on his hands and his skin was 2 shades darker. Going to the construction site to swing a sledgehammer? Lin Mo looked at Zhang Yuzhong. The construction site is short of laborers. I just went there to move bricks. I'm afraid Zhang Yuzhong will be working at the construction site during this National Day, but you can earn more on the construction site. Lin Mo took 2 red banknotes from Zhang Yuzhong. Seeing this, Zhang Yuzhong quickly stuffed the remaining red banknote into Lin Mo's pocket, but Lin Mo raised his hand to stop him. What are you doing? Do you think I'm a loan shark? Even if I am, my interest rate can't be more than 100 yuan. Zhang Yuzhong said sincerely, thank you for the fee. Forget the thank you fee. As a thank you, please buy me some fried rice tonight. After saying that, Lin Mo pushed Zhang Yuzhong's hand back, patted Zhang Yuzhong on the shoulder and told him to go back for lunch. Zhang Yunlu, who was eating next to him, looked at Lin Mo and asked curiously, how did he pay you back? Lin Mo shrugged, nothing, he lost his money for dinner, so I just lent him 200. It's just money for food, that's really nothing. Zhang Yunlu handed over her lunchbox. I don't like the crab dumplings today. Can you help me get rid of them, please? Lin Mo pulled out a pair of disposable chopsticks from the drawer without hesitation. Why don't you like crab dumplings? Lin Mo took a bite and found that the crab sticks here were not the ones sold in the market with minced fish, but real crab meat. The meat dumpling is similar to the lion's head, with a layer of pork on the outside, but it has no fishy smell and is very fragrant. It should be Iberian black pork. When you bite it open, you will find crab meat stuffing inside, full of juice and rich taste. U1S1, it's delicious. But Zhang Yunlu obviously really doesn't like to eat it. There's minced ginger in it, and I hate the smell. Zhang Yunlu shook her head. I see. Because crabs are cold in nature, they need to be mixed with minced ginger. Otherwise, it's not good for your health. The person who cooked it was very thoughtful, but it's a pity that the young lady doesn't like it. Lin Mo ate with big mouthfuls. Lin Mo seemed to be eating with great relish. Zhang Yunlu asked cautiously, do you like this? It's okay, they're all edible. I can eat almost anything except mushrooms. Lin Mo finished eating a big crab meat dumpling and looked at Zhang Yunlu. But you, people with the surname Zhang don't eat ginger. It's the Empress's taboo, right? No, I just don't like the taste of ginger. Is your last name Lin? Do you eat wood? Zhang Yunlu argued. That's true, but Zhu Yuanzhang seems to like pork. Didn't Zhu Yuanzhang change the name of pork when he became emperor? No, after all, he started with a bull. Doing something like this would only lead to gossip, and Lao Zhu probably doesn't care. Although he didn't know why the topic suddenly changed, Lin Mo still finished the crab meat dumplings in Zhang Yunlu's lunchbox. I have to say that the crab meat dumplings are quite generous in portion. Tuesday. The long-lost Su Sheng is back. When he stepped into the classroom, the first male student at the door asked him directly, Classmate, who are you looking for? Su Sheng, I'm back to school. Su Sheng felt a little embarrassed. He pointed at himself and then at the empty seat in the distance. That's my place. The male classmate was completely embarrassed, his memory flooding back, and he remembered that there seemed to be such a classmate in his class who had been gone since the military training. "Hey, Su Sheng is back. How's he doing? Are you better now?" Fang Jun was holding a cup of water in his hand. As soon as he walked in and took a look, he recognized the person as Su Sheng. When Su Sheng heard this, he was filled with excitement. "It turns out someone still remembers me. Yes, I was discharged from the hospital yesterday and came back to school today." However, Fang Jun shook his head helplessly. "What a pity, if you had come back earlier, you could have played Three Kingdoms Kill with us. I want to watch Su Sheng play Su Sheng." Su Sheng was stunned for a moment. "Then I can come back now and play too." "It's no longer possible now. Guanba has already issued a ban on Three Kingdoms Kill. From now on, Three Kingdoms Kill is prohibited in our school." Fang Jun was like an old cotter. He opened the lid of the cup, blew on the cold water in the cup, and then took a sip and smacked his lips. "Lin Mo, thank you so much. My parents said they want to invite you to their home for dinner to thank you very much." As soon as Su Sheng put down his school bag, he walked to Lin Mo's seat. For this, he wanted to thank Lin Mo very much. It wasn't just that Lin Mo helped him with military training, the most important thing was that his illness was discovered early. "If it weren't for Lin Mo, I might not have realized it until I was about to get sick. According to the doctor, it would be too late by then." So Su Sheng was very grateful to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at Su Sheng's head carefully. The spiritual consciousness was scanning Su Sheng's body like a CT scan. Although Su Sheng was still a little weak, he seemed to be really well. It's just that Su Sheng was wearing a hat to cover the wound on his head. "No need to eat. As long as you're okay, we're all classmates. And the most important thing is that you're willing to trust me. If someone you've just met for a few days says that he or she may have some hidden illness, no one may believe it. After all, Lin Mo is not BNK. He doesn't mean that he will really take a few steps for you if you are not sick. I have to say, parents really like to invite people home for dinner. But this might actually be the best approach. After all, giving money directly is too vulgar, and they are all students, so it's not good. It would be better to invite you to dinner and give you a gift as a thank you." Seeing Lin Mo's refusal, Su Sheng simply took out 2 cards from his pocket and handed them to Lin Mo. "This is?" Lin Mo took it and looked at it casually. There were 2 supermarket shopping cards with a face value of 500 yuan each. I was so amused that I almost thought he was going to take a bribe. "Keep it. This is a benefit from my dad's company. He said if you don't want to eat, he should just give you the card so you don't feel embarrassed." It was obvious that Su Sheng was an honest man, and he told everything his father had told him. But most students, especially those with high scores, are relatively honest. Lin Mo looked at the 2 cards in his hand. Both were shopping cards from large supermarkets with a validity period of up to 5 years. After thinking about it, Lin Mo put one of them away. "Well, I'll take one." Then he took another one and walked to my Ziyang's seat. "Hey, hello, Life Committee member." My Ziyang was reading a book. When he heard someone calling his title, he looked up and asked, "What's going on?" "Su Sheng is back. Hasn't he paid his class fees yet? This 500 yuan shopping card should be enough for the fees, right?" My Ziyang was stunned for a moment. Is this possible? But he still reached out and took the shopping card from Su Sheng's hand. I might have to ask my homeroom teacher." After saying that, he got up and went to the office. Su Sheng came to his senses only after watching my Ziyang walk out of the classroom. "Is this 500 yuan shopping card used as a direct payment for the shift?" Lin Mo waved his hand. "Hey, that's nothing. The school sports meet, the class's food and drink activities, etc., aren't they all paid for from the class fund? From the people, for the people." After hearing what Lin Mo said, Su Sheng felt that it made sense. But he still felt that Lin Mo was too generous. That was a shopping card worth 500 yuan. He could buy as many snacks as he wanted. Lin Mo really didn't care about the 500 yuan shopping card, and could only sigh that Su Sheng's family was still wealthy. "Okay, you just got out of the hospital, get some rest. I have the notes from when you were away from school, take a good look at them and study hard." Inside the office, looking at the 500 yuan shopping card in her hand, Chen Xiao looked at my Ziyang in confusion. Did Lin Mo really say it was for class fees? Yeah, but will this work? My Ziyang felt that something was wrong with the shopping card. "Of course you can, but I'll probably have to trouble you to keep a clear account of everything you buy with this card." "I'm just keeping accounts, I don't want his bicycle." So my Ziyang nodded. "Forget it, I'll go to the class with you. After all, 500 yuan for class fees is not a small amount." Chen Xiao clearly remembered that she owed Lin Mo a praise before. Finding the missing class funds and giving out a 500 yuan shopping card directly this time should be praised by the whole class. Others may not know, but as the class teacher, Chen Xiao still knows what is going on in Lin Mo's family. Lin Mo handled all the school procedures himself. But Chen Xiao didn't want to make it public in class. Bring my Xiern to the class. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked cautiously at the head teacher who suddenly appeared, thinking that they had not done anything bad and the head teacher was definitely not here to arrest them. Chen Xiao coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention. Just now, Lin Mo donated a 500 yuan shopping card to the living committee. I hope the whole class will applaud and praise Lin Mo. Fang Jun was just about to stand up and shout, Mr. Mo is awesome, but Lin Mo had already stood up and interrupted Chen Xiao. Teacher, let me correct you. It was Su Sheng who paid the class fee. I was just paying on his behalf. So don't applaud me. Just give the applause to our returning Su Sheng. Lin Mo corrected himself. After all, he had received a shopping card worth 500 yuan. It would be bad if you gain profit but lose fame. But Su Sheng also stood up. No, that was donated by Lin Mo. I am willing to pay for the class fees. Su Sheng is too honest. Lin Mo shook his head and could only say to Chen Xiao, how about this, even if Su Sheng and I donated together, I hope everyone will give Su Sheng a round of applause. What do you think? After all, he is the most popular character in the class, and Lin Mo has everyone's support. Many people in the class shouted directly, thank you, Su Sheng. Thank you, Su Sheng. Jiangdong's iron wall can keep the enemy thousands of miles away. Anyone who invades the territory of Great Wu will be defeated by Sheng. Okay, this rhythm is very good. Chen Xiao raised her hand to signal the class to be quiet. Okay, stop making noise, everyone, get ready for class, and study hard. Don't forget about the monthly exam next week. When they heard about the monthly exam, most of the students started wailing. I just got high. I don't want this damn monthly exam. The cricket monthly exam is a piece of cake, isn't it? Some people are wailing, while others are full of fighting spirit. Only Su Sheng looked confused. Monthly exam? What monthly exam? Monthly exam next week? If I had known I would have passed the monthly exam next week before going back to school. Mom, can I apply for sick leave again? I feel a little unwell. Before he could wail, Lin Mo had already handed him the notes. I'll lend it to you first. It doesn't matter if you barely pass the first monthly exam. You can surpass others by a large margin in the next one. How cool is that? Lin Mo patted Su Sheng's shoulder and comforted him. Looking at Lin Mo's warm expression, Su Sheng's eyes turned slightly red. He asked in a trembling voice, why are you so nice to me? Lin Mo immediately switched to the husky pointing posture. Shut up, this is Cantonese opera, not Sichuan opera. I can only allow Black Dragon is also a dragon or the big elbow strike to appear. This gay thing is so gay, it's not acceptable. Evening self-study is over. When Zhang Yunle returned home, her father Zhang Chengshan had already prepared a midnight snack on the table. Nanan, you've worked hard, eat something. As he spoke, Zhang Chengshan reached out and took Zhang Yunle's school bag, which was not too heavy to begin with, and placed it on the sofa beside him. Zhang Yunle looked at the crab meat dumplings on the table and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Dad, can you please not put the ginger in the crab dumplings next time? I don't like them. Zhang Chengshan is only 35 years old. With his well-maintained age and naturally handsome face, he doesn't look like the father of an 18-year-old girl at all. He looks more like an older brother. But at this moment, Lao Deng couldn't help but freeze when he heard this. No, don't you like it? I see you've eaten all your lunch. Zhang Yunle sat down, took a piece of souffle from the table and ate it in small bites. That's because I gave the crab meatballs to someone else. We can't waste food after all. Hearing this, Zhang Chengshan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately raised 3 fingers and swore to the sky. Nanan, Daddy swears that he will never cook a dish that you don't like. Seeing her father swearing and swearing, Zhang Yunle could no longer get angry. This dad is good in every way except that he is too self-centered. Just like my aunt said, a complete daughter slave. I don't know why my mother liked him in the first place. Completely different from Lin Mo. If Lin Mo were here, he would probably call out Xiao AI here. It's not the Xiao AI from Mr. Lei, but the Xiao AI from Crayon Shinchan. After Zhang Yunle finished her snacks, she went back to her room to take a shower and rest. Lying on the bed and looking at the black cat beside the bed, Zhang Yunle remembered what Lin Mo looked like today. He lent money to Zhang Yuzhong, sent notes to Su Sheng, and even used shopping cards as class fees. 200 or 500 yuan is not a lot. But judging from the way Lin Mo wears his clothes when he goes out, he is not a very rich person. But I'm willing to spend money. Zhang Yunle turned her head and looked at the black scarf-wearing cat beside the bed. That helpless expression really looks like someone else. Grabbing the scarf cat, Zhang Yunle stretched out her finger and tapped the cat's nose. Lin Mo, what kind of person are you? After saying that, Zhang Yunle lay on the bed holding the Weibo cat, took out her mobile phone and opened Lin Mo's QQ chat box. Lin Mo's QQ is very simple. I don't have a signature, and my nickname is Ink. The avatar is Naruto's avatar. Jang Yunla knew this anime character, and many boys liked this character very much. Just as she was typing, she suddenly found that some more people had added her. The remark is, I am XXX from class XX. When Jang Yunla saw people adding QQ, she ignored them all. She didn't add anyone unless she knew them, even if they were male classmates in her class. There is a male classmate named Huang Haoang who adds me on QQ every day. Even if I refuse again and again, he will add me. And the notes are different each time. But in reality, Jang Yunlo had never seen this classmate named Huang Haoang look for her. Although I know that this person is indeed in the class. After rejecting Huang Haoang's friend request again, Jang Yunla finally put down her phone. He should be resting by now. No, your approach to this problem is wrong. You missed a condition. At this time, Teacher Lin had not yet finished his busy day and was teaching Xia Yuling Olympiad math problems. Xia Yuling has a good foundation, but Olympiad math problems require stronger thinking. After finally finishing the question, Xia Yuling breathed a sigh of relief. And Brother Xiaolin Mo's class is finally over. Lin Mo knocked on the table. The monthly exam is next week. Are you confident? It's okay, but I'm not very good at history. There aren't that many all-rounders. So you plan to study science in the future? Lin Mo asked casually. Well, science. I'm good at chemistry. As far as Lin Mo knew, Xia Yuling was really good at chemistry and had a chance of getting a perfect score. Xia Yuling does have some talent in this area. I looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock. Lin Mo stretched. Okay, I'll go down first. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, good night. The girl waved her hand, sent Lin Mo out, and went to take a shower with her clothes. As for her mother Zhang Yuan, she had already gone to chat with Zhou Gong. Lin Mo walked on the stairs, his spiritual sense covering the entire building. Since he established his foundation, the area within 100 meters in diameter has been within the range of Lin Mo's spiritual awareness. Aunt Zheng was very relieved about the two of them, and went to bed after they finished their midnight snack. Not worried about what Lin Mo would do. When Lin Mo got home, he just changed his clothes and lay down. It's not sleeping, it's dreaming. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. I absolutely can't sleep. Zhou Ming yawned again and again. His eyes were wide open, and even though he was feeling sleepy, he didn't want to fall asleep. Because the dream he had after falling asleep was so horrible that he could still remember it vividly after waking up and could not forget it. He remembered every dream he had these days, and even knew he was in a dream from the beginning. So he didn't dare to sleep. No matter how sleepy he was, he didn't dare to sleep. Other people who were also imprisoned here were already snoring, but Zhou Ming still persisted. But when he raised his head, he saw a figure standing in front of his bed, looking at him motionlessly. This made Zhou Ming sit up with a start, and he turned his head to look at the two beds next to him. One is empty, and the other is also empty, etc. Where does the snoring come from? Looking back, Zhou Ming saw that he had closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. No! Zhou Ming jumped up and flew into the sky as if he was weightless. The figure standing at the head of the bed reached out, grabbed Zhou Ming's ankle, and pulled it down hard, and Zhou Ming was pulled back. But instead of dragging Zhou Ming back into his body, he fell into endless darkness. Don't want. The next second, Zhou Ming yelled and sat up. He sat on the bed alone, the other two beds were empty. That's right, he originally slept alone in this cell. Because he was a child, an extra cell was arranged for him. Zhou Ming was gasping for breath. He felt his body in the dim light and only breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure that there was no change. It's all right. But at this moment, footsteps were heard in the distance. That's a policeman on patrol. Zhou Ming lay down immediately. The footsteps moved from far away to near, and then to very close. There was only a click, as if something had opened the door. Zhou Ming closed his eyes and pricked up his ears to listen carefully to the sound. But the footsteps disappeared after the door opened. It was unknown how long it took before Zhou Ming cautiously opened his eyes. If he didn't open his eyes, he would probably fall asleep again. But the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a face looking at him with a smile. You're not behaving well and won't sleep. Breaking the rules will result in capital punishment. In the execution ground, there were two people wearing black hoods, kneeling on the ground. As the hood was removed, the strong light made Zhou Ming's eyes tear up. It was clearly a dream. Why did it feel so real? After adjusting to the light, Zhou Ming saw Wang Zhenji, who was also kneeling. In fact, this was the first time he dreamed of Wang Zhenji. He became furious when he thought that his childhood friend might be sleeping soundly. Just as he was about to stand up and kick him, two big hands pinned him down to the ground. On the other side, Wang Zhenji also opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Ming in surprise. Zhou Ming, you are here too. He wanted to stand up, but Zhou Ming saw two big hands appear in the void, holding down Wang Zhenji's shoulders and pressing them straight down. The two of them just knelt on the ground. The pain came from the knee. This is also why they are afraid of dreaming, because the pain is real. At this time, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Prisoners Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji intended to attack the immortal Lin Mo. They deserve death and will be executed immediately. Do the prisoners have any objections? The two men simultaneously looked up at the figure reading out the charges and shouted in unison, Lin Mo. Yes, that figure was Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised his hand and swung it, and both of them were slapped in the face at the same time. Here, call me venerable. As he spoke, a woman appeared next to Lin Mo, playing the guitar. The two men lowered their heads and dared not speak. Then another slap came over him. Mute. Their faces were slapped so hard that they had no choice but to lower their heads and shout, Yes, Your Excellency. Lin Mo was very satisfied. Since there are no objections, let's begin the execution. Two ghost head swords lay across their heads. Although Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji felt that they would not die at this moment, they were just like Louis XVI. Warn, turn around 3 meters above. It quickly became confusing. I'm going to be the next man. No, tonic. Wang Zhenji let out a heart-wrenching scream. The knife hasn't even been cut yet and you're saying no? No? Why didn't you think of no when you found someone to beat me up? Why didn't you think of no when you wanted to bully others? Lin Mo sneered. Then he waved his hand. As the knife flashed, one of Wang Zhenji's arms fell off. There's just no blood, but the pain is still there. Wang Zhenji continued to scream. Lin Mo's gaze had already shifted to Zhou Ming. What about you? What do you want to argue? Zhou Ming just lowered his head and said, Chop it off. I've had enough of this dream. Lin Mo smiled. Is this enough? But it's almost the same. When you do evil again, this dream will reappear. This is not a warning, but a punishment that will accompany you for the rest of your life. Lin Mo raised his hand, pierced Zhou Ming's chest directly, and took out his heart. Zhou Ming looked at his beating heart. The feeling was indescribable. He knew it was a dream, and everything would be back to normal when he woke up. But the next moment, Lin Mo's words made Zhou Ming numb. Zhou Ming, you have to remember that these nightmares are just a small punishment. If you want to sleep well, you must first learn how to be a human being. After saying that, Lin Mo crushed Zhou Ming's heart with one hand. Zhou Ming only felt a pain in his heart. Endless darkness surged into his body, and the last thing he saw was the ghost head sword hanging above Wang Zhenji's head falling down. It turns out that only Wang Zhenji played Louis XVI. Open your eyes. Or was it a cell where he was the only one in it? Wang Zhenji was breathing heavily. It was too real. He even dreamed of Zhou Ming. He saw Zhou Ming's heart being dug out by Lin Mo. Then the ghost-headed sword fell. He seemed to realize something and immediately knelt on the bed. Lin Mo, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please let me go. There was no sound in the air. Wang Zhenji raised his head and looked around in confusion. The seeds have been planted. As long as Wang Zhenji and Zhou Ming have evil thoughts again, they will repeat tonight's nightmare. As the monthly exam approaches, everyone starts studying hard. Except for students with sports expertise, almost everyone has started to devote themselves to studying. One advantage of studying in key schools with high score lines is that the learning atmosphere is better. Of course, when it's time to relax, everyone will relax. For example, during breaks, everyone gathered together to discuss DNF brick moving matters. Let me tell you, the Ice Blast Master is completely inferior to the Elemental Blast Master. It has a short range, low damage, and can only attack bursts. It's useless. Yes, there is damage, but the method and distance of this attack are wrong. Hao Qian, who was sitting in the back row, analyzed confidently. Jian Lihao on the side raised a finger and shook it. Brother, you don't understand. Even though this character isn't right, he's handsome in a fight. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. What's the use of being handsome? He's not as handsome as my red eyes. Just wait, Red Eyes will definitely have its second awakening next year. Kill the prophet. On the other side, Gao Yuanqiang's love class has started. What should I do if my goddess always takes a shower? Most likely it's a habit, you should go and wash it too. But after washing, she said she wanted to go to bed. Why don't you take a shower and go to bed? The girls were talking about TV series, including The Legend of Zhen Huan and Palace. I can only say that the girls' precocity is fully displayed here. As for Lin Mo, he was reading a novel magazine called Story Club. It's not about reading some miscellaneous books, but Lin Mo needs to improve his writing skills. Composition is actually a weak point for Lin Mo, after all, he is not a novelist. Unlike a certain guy who loves drinking tea and used to get high scores for his essays. As for Zhang Yunlu, she was looking at chemistry exercises. She was already prepared to choose science, so naturally she had to make up for her weaknesses. As for politics and history, which are also closed book subjects, just go with the flow. All I can say is that a normal school and a normal student life are spent in such a peaceful manner, with only occasional splashes. The evening study session soon ended. Even Xia Yuling did not appear at the door of Class 8 immediately after the evening study session. When Lin Mo packed up his things and walked out of the classroom, he ran into Xia Yuling, who came out from the back door of Class 7. Maybe we are used to walking together after school, so now we usually go together as a group of 3 after school. The person with more is naturally Fang Jun. Hey, do you want to go out karaoke together after the monthly exam? Fang Jun looked at the two of them. Can. After answering, Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling, and Fang Jun also looked over. I want to go too. Xia Yuling looked at the two of them in confusion. Perhaps because the 3 of them had been to Orange and McDonald's together before, Xia Yuling did not refuse to speak to Fang Jun like she did to others. Lin Mo nodded. Go ahead, they're all friends, probably just the same group of people from before. Weekend. It's another weekly meal at Chu Miao's house. Lin Mo has already mastered it completely. I heard you have a monthly exam next week, right? Chu Linshan picked up a piece of braised pork for Lin Mo and a piece of boiled chicken for Chu Miao. Lin Mo nodded. Yes, it's just 2 days, Thursday and Friday. After the exam, we'll have the weekend off. It also gives school teachers time to mark the papers. Chu Linshan smiled sweetly as he looked at Lin Mo, who was eating the food with big mouthfuls. Lin Mo, your grade should be pretty good, right? Are you stressed out by the monthly exams? Do you plan on pursuing a major in arts or science in the future? Fortunately, I plan to study science, which is what I'm more interested in. Lin Mo said that he was interested. History, politics and geography were more simple to him. Most of the difficulty lies in memorization. All that remains is understanding. In order to have more challenges, Lin Mo decided to take on science. Science is good. Chu Linshan didn't know what he was thinking. His eyes fell on Chu Miao, who had been eating silently. Others may not know, but she knows very well what Miao likes. If it were Miao, she would probably choose liberal arts. In this way, the classes will be divided. I'm afraid that because the two of them are in 2 different classes, their relationship will become distant, and then Miao will be bullied again. Looking at Chu Linshan's eyes and movements, Lin Mo guessed something, but he didn't say anything and just ate the food silently. As for Chu Miao, she was an introvert, so she naturally didn't say anything. She only took the dishes to wash them after the meal. After Chu Miao went to wash the dishes, Chu Linshan pulled Lin Mo to sit on the sofa. Lin Mo, there is something I want to ask you for help. Sister Chu, I know you hope that after the class division, I can still keep an eye on Chu Miao at school, right? I've eaten so much at your house, and you're asking me for a favor, how could I possibly refuse? Of course Lin Mo would not refuse such a simple task. Chu Linshan looked at Chu Miao's back as she washed dishes, then sighed. Actually, Miao is also a person with a miserable life. I'm not trying to make fun of you, but she is an orphan just like you. Her biological parents, my brother and sister-in-law, have been together since they were young. My family has some assets, so my brother got married early and had a child, Miao. However, the 3 of them were traveling when they were hit by a semi-truck, and only Miao survived. Chu Linshan is playing the emotional card, but Lin Mo accepts it. Lin Mo could actually guess some of these things. But after all, it is someone else's family affair. If you don't tell me, why would he ask? Ever since Miao said you brought me back from the hotel last time, I knew you were a trustworthy child. If Lin Mo raised his hand to interrupt. Don't worry, Sister Chu. I will take good care of Miao at school. But I think she should know the truth at her age. I can't hide it from her forever. No, I'll tell her when she graduates, but now is not the time. I understand. You're just afraid of ruining your faith, right? After a while, Chu Miao came out. She walked straight to Lin Mo and handed him a flyer. Signing event, can you come with me? Lin Mo took the flyer. Is it the 2 trees of the Luosha family? To avoid being too realistic, I changed the author's name slightly, but you just need to know who it is. Of course, Lin Mo has also read the author's books, and he likes them very much. The flyer has quite a few creases, and it's obvious that it was received a long time ago and has been opened and read many times. The signing date written above is tomorrow. Miao, the monthly exam is next week, and you still drag Lin Mo with you. Chu Linshan frowned and looked at Chu Miao, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Mo. Go ahead. I like Kazugano too. I can review it after the book signing. Seeing that Lin Mo was willing to go, Chu Miao suddenly raised her head. Originally, her mother had given up the idea, but Lin Mo rekindled her enthusiasm. I like it too. My favorite is Floating Life. Lin Mo nodded. Actually, he had only read Floating Life, the serialized version, but the one he wanted to watch was Cambridge Tonight. but the signing should be done earlier. The first 50 people will get Fu Sheng tea. Chu Miao Miao looked at Lin Mo cautiously. Lin Mo touched his chin. It's earlier, then. As the tone lengthened, the expectation in Chu Miao Miao's eyes was like a little kitten looking hopefully at the cat strips in Lin Mo's hand. No problem for me. I'll pick you up when the time comes. Seeing that Lin Mo agreed, Chu Linshan didn't stop him anymore, and even took the initiative to say, sleep here tonight, there is another room at home, you don't have to run back and forth. The strength of the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment is unquestionable. Lin Mo didn't have any access control or anything, and didn't need to report to anyone, so he agreed directly. As for the change of clothes, Chu Linshan took out a set of boys' clothes from somewhere. I wanted to give it to you before National Day, but you didn't come home, so it's just right to give it to you now. It was an outfit of a shirt and slacks. Lin Mo rarely wears a shirt. He only tried it when he went for a job interview before, but there is a big difference between a corporate slave wearing a shirt and a teenager wearing a shirt. Lin Mo went to take a shower. The strength of the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room and 2-bathroom apartment is unquestionable. This bathroom is probably used by Chu Miao Miao herself. There was just a shampoo set and a bottle of pink shower gel. Lin Mo looked at the rose-scented shower gel, which was useless. Anyway, his spiritual energy has a clean smell, so Lin Mo just pretended to take a shower and put his school uniform in a plastic bag. As for the bathroom, there was no ominous sign of fatness, just an ordinary look. The towels in Lin Mo's hands were all brand new. When I walked out of the bathroom, there was no one in the living room, so we all went back to our rooms. The room Chu Linshan gave to Lin Mo was a study, but there is also a single bed inside, probably because Chu Linshan usually sleeps here. There is a computer on the table and several bookcases, most of which are filled with books on economics and business administration. It can be seen that Chu Linshan is also improving herself in her spare time. Lin Mo glanced at it a few times and was not interested. He sat on the edge of the bed, thinking about what happened after he entered the foundation building stage. Now, Brother Tongzi has only one main task besides the daily exercise-type tasks. That is to participate in the competition through mathematical Olympiad training and finally enter the national competition. This is the route arranged by Brother Tongzi. There were no other requirements. To put it bluntly, Lin Mo could do whatever he wanted. The main focus is to maximize the degree of freedom. Of course, without tasks there are no rewards, especially since there are no additional side quests. Lin Mo also didn't understand the triggering rules of the side quests. Since you don't understand, just ignore it. After building his foundation, Lin Mo once again felt that this world was a little too ordinary. It feels like I am the only one who can feel the aura. It seems that there are really no other cultivators, but it's best not to have one. Hey, Brother Tongzi, come out and chat. System party in progress, please do not disturb. Good guy, I am a good guy. Forget it, a lying system is good, and I don't have to be a puppet of the system. Sitting on the sofa in the Chu family's house, watching the 42-inch TV and eating fresh imported cherries, Lin Mo felt that this was really comfortable. It would be great if there was another beautiful woman next to him. Wait, how do you know there are beautiful women here? Chu Linshan, wearing silk pajamas, sat on Lin Mo's left. Watching the TV, Chu Linshan suddenly said, Lin Mo, thank you for what happened at the hotel last time. Although Chu Linshan lost consciousness, she was sure that it was Lin Mo who saved her. Lin Mo didn't care. I'm glad Sister Chu is okay. What happened to that secretary? He resigned on his own, so I let him go. He just ran away and there was no way to pursue the matter further. So how did you scare them? Chu Linshan couldn't help but ask. Sister Chu should have a good alcohol tolerance, but didn't she get drunk particularly quickly that day? After hearing what Lin Mo said, Chu Linshan also reacted. You mean, they drugged it? Lin Mo nodded. I said I'd take you to the hospital for a blood test. If anything goes wrong, no one will be able to escape, so they'll naturally be scared. Chu Linshan sat up straight suddenly and slapped her thigh. I should have gone for a blood draw that night. That way, at least I would have a trump card in my hand. Lin Mo pursed his lips, worthy of being a CEO. Lin Mo was too lazy to fix this little loophole. Let Chu Linshan figure it out herself, since she had already picked it out. If that guy named Zhu Ligong still wants to play tricks, see you on Calcium Online. Give him a few more calcium dreams, and I guarantee that all the straight ones will become curved. Sister Chu should be more careful. Hey, I was already very careful. That male assistant was mainly brought out to block the drinking for me, but I still had to drink some of the wine myself, so I got caught. As Chu Linshan spoke, she suddenly stood up and walked to the cabinet on the side to get a few bottles of red wine. Actually, I used to like drinking, but drinking during social events is boring. As he spoke, Chu Linshan went to the kitchen refrigerator and got a few cans of drinks. Drink with my sister. I'll drink, and you can have a drink. I don't care. Lin Mo shrugged. He knew at a glance that Chu Linchen was about to vent the pressure and dissatisfaction of an adult. Drinking is one of those ways. Open a can of lay-by and pour it into a cup. Chu Linchen directly pulled out the cork with a corkscrew and poured it into the decanter. Red wine needs to be decanted, which actually means allowing the sulfur dioxide in the wine to evaporate, and there are also a lot of tannins in red wine. Too much tannin can make red wine taste bitter. However, tannins will oxidize when they come into contact with air, and oxidation will make the red wine more palatable. These are the main functions of sobering up. The rest are just extras. However, Chu Linchen took Lin Mo's lay-by, poured it into her own glass, and poured some red wine. Fundamentally solved the bitterness problem of red wine. Now it basically has bubbles bursting in the mouth and a sweet taste. Isn't this how children drink? But Lin Mo didn't care. He was not a wine expert. In the future, people could just mix any wine and drink it. As long as it tasted good, no one cared whether it was authentic or not. And I drink it at home. But Lin Mo didn't drink it, he just drank lay-by silently. Chu Linchen drank wine very happily, and a glass of red wine mixed with lay-by kept her expression unchanged. Then she just drank red wine. A Stephen Chow movie is playing on TV. No matter how many times you have watched Stephen Chow's movies, you can't help but sit down and continue watching them. What Lin Mo is looking at now is the Imperial secret agent Ling Ling Fa. Chu Linchen drank one cup after another while Lin Mo sat beside her and watched a movie. The two people were sitting together, but they seemed to be in their own worlds. After finishing a bottle of wine, Chu Linchen didn't open anymore. He just watched the movie like Lin Mo and occasionally ate a few cherries. Lin Mo, what do you think of Zhou Xing? The best comedian, right? For Chinese people, he's on par with Charlie Chaplin. Wow, is that a high rating? There was a hint of drunkenness in Chu Linchen's tone. It's high, at least 2 or 3 stories high. Well said. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lin leaned over and fell asleep. Lin Mo just glanced at Chu Linchen and continued watching the movie. Just send Chu Linchen back to her room after watching the movie. Lin Mo didn't move, but Chu Linchen's eyes trembled. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at Lin Mo's profile. Chu Linchen simply lay on the sofa sideways, but Lin Mo just scanned it with his spiritual sense, then picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of lay-by. Fairy from the sky. King Wuxiang was defeated in one move, and the movie gradually came to an end. Lin Mo patted Chu Linchen's shoulder. Sister Chu, Sister Chu. But Chu Linchen didn't react. Good boy, I guess he really fell asleep. Lin Mo prepared to send Chu Linchen back to her room. Just at this moment, the door of Chu Miao Miao's room opened. Chu Miao Miao stood at the door with a confused look on her face. She's drunk, come and help. Chu Miao Miao nodded quickly and walked up immediately. The two of them worked together to throw her on the bed. I'll leave it to you. Chu Miao Miao looked at Chu Linchen on the bed, then nodded, I understand. It's okay, she just drank one bottle. Lin Mo waved his hand and immediately left the master bedroom, closing the door. He tidied up the things in the living room, turned off the TV, and went into the study to sleep. On the other side, Chu Miao Miao covered Chu Linchen with the quilt before whispering, good night. After saying that, she also returned to her room. For a moment, she forgot why she left the room. By the way, she suddenly remembered that Lin Mo was still at home, so she wanted to see what Lin Mo was doing. It feels like something is odd, but I can't tell what. In the end, Chu Miao Miao told Lin Mo on QQ what time he would get up tomorrow. The master bedroom at this time. The moment the door was closed, Chu Linchen slowly opened her eyes. I feel relieved to leave Miao Miao to him. As for Lin Mo in the study room next door, he paused as soon as he picked up his phone. Sure enough, this woman didn't sleep at all. She was just a little drunk. I don't know what she was thinking. P.S. Major revision. I am the only immortal for sure, but some minor things will be added in, such as ghosts, Taoist priests, and the like, but they are mainly to serve the story, and there will not be a power system that fights for the sake of fighting. After all, those who stay here just want to see some daily life. As for daily writing, it is actually quite superficial. I hope you don't mind. I just hope that when you read it, you can recall your childhood and feel a little bit involved. If you see something wrong, just criticize it lightly or save your brain for a while. The next morning, Chu Miao Miao was about to knock on the study door. The door was already open from the inside. Can we go now? It can be seen that Chu Miao Miao is very excited and looking forward to it. The book signing event was at 10 o'clock, and she had already knocked on Lin Mo's door at 8 o'clock. Wait a moment. Lin Mo went to the bathroom to wash up, then went out with Chu Miao Miao. As for Chu Linchen, she was probably still sleeping in bed. Lin Mo got downstairs and took a taxi directly. Lin Mo was very familiar with the address of the book signing event because that was the book center where he bought the tutoring materials before. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. Novel signing events are usually held in places like bookstores or shopping malls. But book signing events are a kind of carnival for a small circle, which people outside the circle cannot understand and may even find a little crazy. Lin Mo still remembered that he had wanted to go to Jiangnin's book signing event before. Later, he wanted to be the male gun at Jiangnin's book signing event. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to go. No, I've decided. On the day I don't eat beef, I'll go to Jiangnan. Otherwise, the hero's strength cannot be shown. The book signing event is located on the 4th floor, which is filled with extracurricular books, including novels. As for the book signing session, it was arranged in an aisle. There are just tables and some banners here. But no one was waiting here. It can be said that Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao were among the earliest group of people. Seeing that it hadn't started yet and there was no one queuing up, Chu Miao Miao was very happy and pulled Lin Mo to get 2 newly published copies of Floating Life. One is hers, and the other one is of course Lin Mo's. Then she took Lin Mo to stand beside the booth, waiting quietly, ready to be the first reader to sign books. As time went on, more and more people came to the book signing and they all lined up at the back. The line grew longer and longer, and gradually turned into a snake cake. But Lin Mo felt something was wrong. It was already past 9 o'clock, but no staff member showed up. He frowned and started to use his spiritual sense to scan the entire book center. His brows slowly relaxed. Lin Mo suddenly pulled Chu Miao Miao's wrist and asked, "Do you believe me?" Chu Miao Miao raised her head and looked at Lin Mo, nodding heavily. "Then follow me." As he spoke, Lin Mo pulled Chu Miao Miao and prepared to walk outside. This is equivalent to giving up your first position in the queue. Everyone else looked at Lin Mo's actions in surprise. Chu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, but still chose to believe Lin Mo and followed Lin Mo out of the crowd. Lin Mo took Chu Miao Miao through the crowd and went straight to the stairs next to the back door. At this time, a staff member was already packing up here. Lin Mo walked straight over. "Hello, I just heard that the queue for the book signing starts here, right?" The staff member was stunned. "How did you hear that? Those guys are really outspoken." Seeing that Chu Miao Miao was the only one beside Lin Mo, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, just follow me." As he said that, he carried the packed box and walked up the stairs with Lin Mo and the others. "I walked all the way to the 4th floor before stopping. You guys wait here." As he spoke, the door to the 4th floor staircase was pushed open. A ping, "Get ready. We've already ushered people over here. They've surrounded the booth, and the author and illustrator can't get through." After hearing this, Chu Miao Miao finally reacted. "I see. Because there were too many people, the road was blocked and Luosha Xuanshu had no way to get to the booth. The staff of the book purchasing center will first guide people downstairs, then to the stairs, and then walk up the stairs to the 4th floor, where the writers and illustrators will naturally be in place. However, due to problems with the spread of information during this guidance process, Chu Miao Miao, who arrived first, would not be able to maintain her first position. So after Lin Mo learned about this through his spiritual sense, he immediately brought Chu Miao Miao here. Apart from anything else, occupying the primary position was the most important thing. Then, the sound of footsteps like thunder was heard, and the person with the fastest reaction had already run over under the guidance of the staff. They looked up and saw Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao, and recognized them at a glance. After all, everyone saw them clearly when they squeezed out from the first place. There is also Chu Miao Miao's eye-catching figure, which is hard to forget. They rushed over and lined up behind Lin Mo and the others. The person who was supposed to be at the back took the front seat. This is very unfair, but it is difficult to judge. Chu Miao Miao bit her lower lip lightly, thinking that if she had just stood there stupidly and only ran with everyone at the end, does that mean it's impossible to get into the top 50? Thinking of this, Chu Miao Miao raised her head and looked at Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, I want to thank you again. It feels like I've been thanking you all the time." "You're welcome. The book signing event is one of your dreams, isn't it? Isn't protecting the girl's dream what a cultivator like him should do? Wait, why is that girl with the horse face looking at me? Let me add that protecting the beautiful girl's dream is what we cultivators should do. Yes, this world is all about looks. Remember, appearance is a trump card, but it cannot be used alone. It would be even better if it is combined with a good figure." Lin Mo could feel his arms being hugged tightly at this moment. But as Su Song said, even if it happens again, so what? Finally, the book signing event began. The first 50 readers will receive a pack of Fu Sheng tea from Mr. Luo Shuangshu. Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao each received a pack. Chu Miao Miao grabbed the tea bag excitedly, her hands still shaking. When she saw the twin trees of the, she even started to tremble. Ah, the 2 trees of the tree are so gentle and beautiful. Chu Miao Miao's filter is overflowing. Comparing the looks, Chu Miao Miao is definitely prettier, but in Chu Miao Miao's eyes, the twin trees of the Luosha tree are the prettiest at this moment. "Hello, master. I like your books very much. I have been reading your book since elementary school. Chu Miao Miao also took out the first copy of Floating Life that she bought a long time ago and asked Luo Shuanshu to sign it. There was also an old book by Luo Shuanshu tucked underneath. Luo Shuanshu saw the book in Chu Miao Miao's hand. It seems that you are really my loyal reader. Do you want me to write something? Chu Miao Miao thought for a moment and said, then write it. Miao Miao will always love it. Luo Shuanshu smiled, signed his name on the title page of the book, wrote a message to Chu Miao Miao, and drew a cat's head. P.S. This story comes from my own experience, but the time is not 2012, but 2016. I was still in school at that time. After knowing this, I prepared early and went early. I arrived at the book center before it opened. The result was that because there were too many people and I had to guide them, I missed the small gift. Of course, I still got the signed book, but I hope that the characters I write can make up for this little past of mine. Damn it! Isn't this what writing novels is all about? Lu Mingfei should be pursued by Nyanyo. I don't even dare to dream about it. How can I write a novel? Give me pleasure. Chu Miao Miao almost always jumps when she goes out, but he was stopped by Lin Mo. After all, Chu Miao Miao is an X-level expert who can cause great harm to passersby. So Lin Mo decisively held down Chu Miao Miao. Want some ice cream? Looking at old man Ken who had already opened the door on the first floor, Lin Mo pointed to the dessert stand. Chu Miao Miao thought for a moment and said, I'll treat you. Let's have a sundae. As she said that, she took the initiative to buy it. Although Chu Miao Miao is introverted, she has not lost the ability to take care of herself, especially when Lin Mo is around. She feels much bolder after feeling safe. Of course, the premise is that it does not leave Lin Mo's sight. After ordering 2 sundaes, the two of them ate while walking. Since they were out for the trip, they might as well take a walk around. In 2012, this place had become the new central area of Guangzhou. We will vigorously develop commercial finance and other matters here. Lin Mo would come here occasionally, but he preferred to go to the old town. After all, there were more delicious foods in the old town. However, there are also new things to try in the new urban area. Chu Miao Miao is different from Zhang Yunlu. She is not very enthusiastic about snacks from outside and is not very good at shopping. After walking through just a few floors of shops, she took the initiative to tell Lin Mo that she wanted to go back. Lin Mo looked at the time and said, okay, let's have a meal before we go back. Although it was only a little after 11, it was time for lunch. The two of them came out in a hurry and didn't have breakfast. Lin Mo chose a barbecue restaurant where the meat was relatively fresh. When it comes to barbecuing, Lin Mo can control the heat very well, especially when there is no one else around. Lin Mo does not hesitate to use his fire controlling abilities. Each piece of meat was grilled to a sizzling oily texture with a hint of brown. It's simply the Maillard reaction at its best. Looking at the golden pork belly, Chu Miao Miao also felt a little greedy. Here, give it to you. For someone with Lin Mo's appetite, the barbecue buffet is quite suitable. However, this self-service barbecue is also time-limited. Chu Miao Miao's appetite is also pretty good. After all, people with X-level noble phantasms usually have a lot of appetite. So when faced with the meat grilled by Lin Mo, she gladly accepted it. So Lin Mo planned to feed the girl first. Roasted beef, roasted pork belly, and roasted sausages. Eat it with some kimchi and lettuce, which will give you a delicious and refreshing taste. Chu Miao Miao is also very particular about food. Her family is rich and she has no shortage of food. But she didn't come from a wealthy family like Zhang Yunlu, so she didn't try new things and didn't pursue delicious food. Considered petty bourgeoisie? Lin Mo ate the roasted beef and casually asked, do you want to be a writer in the future? Chu Miao Miao, who had already stuffed the meat into her mouth, was stunned on the spot. I was about to speak when I remembered my mouth was full. She chewed haphazardly before asking, how did you know? No, seeing you writing and scribbling, it seems you are very interested in this area. Lin Mo would never say that his spiritual sense had scanned many things. Chu Miao Miao looked a little bewildered, but she still said cautiously, I like writing novels. You won't laugh at me, will you? How could that be? Writing novels is so wonderful. If that's your dream, then why are you making fun of me? Chu Miao Miao twisted her fingers. When I was in junior high school, I wrote an article. My classmates read it and laughed at me for the whole semester. So you don't dare to tell others that you want to write a novel, right? Just to avoid being laughed at. That's right, doing this is actually protecting yourself. The reason many people laugh at you is not because you are doing something badly, but because they can't do it and don't want you to do it. Many people are like living water ghosts, they just want to pull others into the water so that everyone is on the same level. Many people are even jealous of other people's happiness and therefore push it forward. Lin Mo himself knew that many authors in the author group did not dare to tell other authors the titles of their books, because it's like a dark forest. If you hand over the title of your book, you may get a lot of reports in return. Of course, the prerequisite is that the novel becomes popular. When they see your book flop, they'll rush to comfort you. But if your book becomes popular, some of those resentful people may secretly report it and complain about it to have it removed from the shelves. It's a realist practice. Lin Mo looked at Chu Meow Meow and said, "Don't worry about how many thorns there are on the road. Be brave and persevere. At least go until you don't want to go any further, instead of running away because of external forces." Listening to Lin Mo's words, some thoughts in Chu Meow Meow's heart gradually ignited. But she couldn't help but lower her head and said, "In that case, I might have to apply for the liberal arts major. Be brave in pursuing your goals. But I'm afraid that after the class division, we won't be in the same class anymore." When saying this, Chu Meow Meow suddenly raised her head and looked into Lin Mo's eyes. As the saying goes, eyes are the windows to the soul. Lin Mo could see a pair of very beautiful eyes. Although the owner of these eyes was a little timid and introverted, people always need time to grow. So he soothed her, "But we're still in the same school, even in the same hallway. Does that mean we're strangers now that we've been separated? Then I'll have to file a complaint against you for forgetting your lifesaver." Chu Meow Meow blushed and immediately lowered her head to grill meat for Lin Mo. The upper limit of barbecue is high and the lower limit is low. You can grill the meat well if you watch it normally. If it can still be roasted into charcoal, it is probably because you are not paying attention. Chu Meow Meow picked up a piece of beef and placed it on Lin Mo's plate. The quality of the beef here is pretty good, not that kind of zombie meat, so Lin Mo picked it up and ate it without hesitation. "Don't overthink it. If you consider me your friend, then you should pursue your own dreams. As a friend, I will definitely support you. If you encounter any problems, just tell me and I will help you resolve them." If it was a month ago, Lin Mo would definitely not have the confidence to say such words. But now it's different. He can protect anyone he wants to protect. After building his foundation and acquiring the 72 magical powers, he no longer cared much about firearms. However, Chu Meow Meow would not get involved in things like hot weapons. Chu Meow Meow knew that Lin Mo would support her, and she felt a little more courageous. After eating the barbecue, the two went home. When I returned to Chu Meow Meow's house, Chu Linchen had already left. After all, he was the boss, and it was already very impressive that he could pick up and drop off Chu Meow Meow from school. As for Lin Mo himself, he also had to pack up his things and prepare to go home. At this moment, the girl's boudoir door opened, and the girl, who had changed into casual clothes, waved to Lin Mo. "Would you like to read what I wrote?" The blushing girl exudes an air of reluctance. Lin Mo put down the school uniform in his hand and nodded seriously. "I must appreciate the works of the future great writer. It is my honor to be the first reader. What Chu Meow Meow wrote during the CZ period is bullshit. What Chu Meow Meow wrote during the GZ period was terrible. Chu Meow Meow during college. The university has not been written yet." However, Chu Meow Meow still looked at Lin Mo expectantly. Lin Mo also read it very seriously, and it was a long time before he put down Chu Meow Meow's notebook. "Your writing is better than mine, but it's still far from the standard. Meow Meow, you need to work harder." Lin Mo patted Meow Meow's shoulder gently. Afraid that Chu Meow Meow would be sad, Lin Mo added a sentence. "You still have a long time to slowly accumulate strength, but you definitely have talent in this area." Chu Meow Meow looked at the black notebook in front of Lin Mo and raised her head towards Lin Mo. "Really?" Lin Mo nodded heavily. "Really, and no matter what, we have to try it first, right? If you don't take the first step, how will you know if it will work?" As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, he was hugged by someone. Faced with this situation, I still feel a little overwhelmed. Before Lin Mo pushed Chu Meow Meow away, Chu Meow Meow came out of his arms. "Thank you, Lin Mo, thank you for showing up when it matters most to me. I once thought, what would happen to me without you? Maybe I would be dead." Introversion is not the absence of emotions. It's just that introverts are used to suppressing their emotions. But that doesn't mean they don't have emotions. Outside, Chu Meow Meow did not explode. But this is her home turf now. So Chu Meow Meow exploded quickly. Chu Meow Meow raised her head slightly, and Lin Mo also lowered his head to look at her. At this moment, Chu Meow Meow suddenly attacked, leaving a mark on Lin Mo's cheek. Then Chu Meow Meow broke free from Lin Mo's arms and ran towards the bathroom. Of course Lin Mo could react. If it was Gang Xiao, he would be faster than the Flash and could even restart the universe directly. But if it's Chu Meow Meow, then, there's no need. The fragrance of Chu Meow Meow lingered in my arms. Lin Mo licked his lips and scanned with his spiritual sense. Chu Meow Meow was squatting on the ground with a blushing face, a smile and shyness on her face. Lin Mo thought about it and walked to the bathroom door and knocked. "Don't stay in there too long. I'm going home first. See you at school on Sunday." A muffled sound came from inside. "See you on Sunday, and be safe on the roads." Hearing the sound of the door closing, Chu Meow Meow, who was hiding in the bathroom, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Why can't I control it? She slapped her face hard. Will he hate it? I don't think so. Lin Mo, feeling refreshed, returned home quickly. After burning incense for his parents, he lay down. Lying down is not resting, but cultivation. Even when you reach the foundation building stage, you still have to practice. However, the chi nourishing pills given by Tanzi as part of the daily tasks are no longer of much use. Lin Mo even saved a batch. It's okay to eat them as candy beans occasionally, but this kind of life is still very comfortable. Sunday afternoon. Aunt Zhang was out and there was no one at home to cook, so Xia Yuling simply knocked on Lin Mo's door. She knew very well that Lin Mo had already arrived at the rental house. Creak, the door opened. What's wrong? Lin Mo was playing games. He was already here at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so he could go to evening self-study after dinner, and he could finish his studies in one go. My mom is out today, so I have to make dinner by myself. Want to join me? Okay. Lin Mo looked at the time and it was almost 5 o'clock. We'll leave after this game. Lin Mo quickly cleaned up the mess, changed into his school uniform, put on his backpack and went downstairs. Where are we going to eat? Sure enough, it was the devil's problem again. Lin Mo looked around the familiar surroundings and suddenly asked, by the way, have you ever eaten at the food on the back street of the school? After hearing this, Xia Yuling also reacted. Okay, I haven't had the duck blood vermicelli soup from the back street yet. I've passed by it several times and wanted to try it. As she spoke, Xia Yuling headed towards the school. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and followed. In fact, the duck blood vermicelli soup restaurant is not very delicious and will go bankrupt in 2 months. But just eat it. In fact, Xia Yuling had walked around the back street of the school several times, but she basically ate 3 meals a day at home, and only had snacks outside. When I walk outside alone and see something delicious, I don't dare to eat too much, for fear that if I don't eat enough when I get home, my mother will blame me. But today is different, my mother is out having fun. So as soon as she sat down, Xia Yuling ordered a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup with pickled tofu. Lin Mo didn't care and directly ordered duck blood vermicelli soup without adding anything else. You eat so little? Xia Yuling asked curiously. Not really. We've all come to the back street to eat, so we might as well eat something else. At this time, another person came into the store. Lin Mo? Lin Mo looked up and saw that it was Wang Qin. Wang Qin looked at Lin Mo and then at Xia Yuling, her expression not looking very good. In her eyes, Lin Mo is a real scumbag. Lin Mo naturally also saw what Wang Qin was thinking from her expression, so he just nodded, walked out of the store, and looked for something else to eat outside. Get a serving of hand-pulled pancake, a serving of fried chicken, or beef offal. When I came back with these things, the duck blood vermicelli soup had already been served. Lin Mo took a bite of the pancake and then slurped some noodles. So bland. Xia Yuling said in a low voice. Lin Mo nodded and pushed the beef offal over. Topped with garlic chili sauce. Borrow some flavor. Lin Mo was fine, he was mentally prepared. Xia Yuling almost ate it with Lin Mo's garlic chili sauce. After the two of them finished eating, Wang Qin behind them also finished eating. Let's go. We just happened to be in class for evening study. Although it's a little early, the monthly exam is next week, so it's important to have more time to review. Yeah. At this time, Xia Yuling's cell phone rang, and she took it out to look. Hey, my mom is back. She brought some food with her. If we had known, we wouldn't have to come out to eat this. Obviously, Xia Yuling has blacklisted this old duck vermicelli soup restaurant. Keep it for a midnight snack, now we're leaving. After saying that, Lin Mo walked towards the school. Wang Qin, who was still in the store, turned her head to look at Lin Mo's departing back and frowned. So they're not just spending time together. Did I misunderstand? Are they really just landlord and tenant? However, Wang Qin still doesn't want Zhang Yunlu and Lin Mo to be together. After all, although Lin Mo is popular, he is even more popular in love. If they really get together, won't Zhang Yunlu be jealous every day? But Wang Qin had no way to persuade Zhang Yunlu. After eating the remaining vermicelli, she decided not to eat here again. It's bland and tasteless, so I have to get some stinky tofu to add some flavor to my mouth. Evening self-study. Most of the students were doing their homework, while some had already finished and were reviewing. Overall, the learning atmosphere is very good. Speaking in the back row will not affect the front row. Just when Lin Mo finished his physics homework and looked up, his head teacher Chen Xiaoa came. Generally speaking, only teachers on duty will appear during Sunday evening study sessions. And it wasn't Chen Xiaoa's turn on duty today. Lin Mo didn't look up, but his spiritual sense had already seen the head teacher Li Yan, a teacher and 2 students following behind Chen Xiaoa. That teacher seems to be the head teacher of class 15. The two students were Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji. Although the two of them no longer had dark circles under their eyes, they still looked quite haggard. After getting rid of the nightmare, they can indeed sleep well. But in fact they were just released from the detention center yesterday. There was a trace of embarrassment and dissatisfaction on his face. Because of the requirements of my family and school, I had to report back to school the day after I was released from the detention center. Not only that, he also had to come to class 8 to apologize to Lin Mo. So the two of them didn't have a good expression, but they had to come, because if they didn't come, Guangba would have a reason to fire them directly. This is a pain that Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji cannot bear, so they had no choice but to follow. The Dean of Studies was not polite to you. As soon as you arrived, you asked, "Who is Lin Mo?" The people in the class probably guessed something and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo also stood up under the gaze of everyone. Although Lin Mo defeated the instructor, not all teachers knew him. "It's me." After Lin Mo stood up, Li Yan's expression didn't change much, he just cleared his throat. "We are Guangba, a school with a pure and honest school spirit. It is unacceptable to recruit outsiders to attack people from our own school. You must all remember this." As he said that, he reached out and patted the two of them on the back of their heads, obviously asking them to apologize in front of a class of so many people. Zhou Ming gritted his teeth. Although he was extremely unwilling, he still spoke to Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked someone outside the school to attack you. Please forgive me." After Zhou Ming finished speaking, Wang Zhenji also repeated what he had said. Lin Mo touched his chin before speaking. "Life in the detention center must be tough, right? It's only 15 days, but what if it's a year or two? If I get injured or disabled, you won't just be locked up for 15 days. Even if you're not yet an adult, you'll be locked up for at least 2 years. Lin Mo turned and looked at the other classmates in the class. "This is a turning point in our lives. We should study harder and strive for a bright future." Li Yan was very satisfied with Lin Mo's words. He liked such conscious students. Otherwise, he would not have directly ignored the issue of Fang Jun bringing back the Three Kingdoms kill in the first place. Lin Mo looked at Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji again. "I can forgive you this time. But if you two students don't want your nightmare to come true, it's best to remember your apology and not make the same mistake again, because next time there might not be anyone who will give you another chance." Lin Mo's words immediately made the two men's faces turn pale. The most important thing is that the nightmare came true. It was like opening some kind of hint. Zhou Ming lowered his head, cold sweat dripping from his forehead to the ground. Since the dream at the execution ground ended, their sleep has returned to normal. But neither of them actually mentioned the nightmares they had. Or, they feel that no one will believe them even if they tell them. You may even be caught by your family and forced to drink talisman water. Hearing about the nightmare coming true, the two looked at Lin Mo cautiously. The Lin Mo in the dream and the Lin Mo in reality gradually overlapped. "It's really him." They could only bow their heads again. Li Yan nodded at the side, and when he saw that it was almost done, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone should take this as a warning and don't make the same mistake again, okay?" Although no one responded, Li Yan still took the person away without any care. Chen Xiao looked at everyone and said calmly, "You guys continue studying and don't make too much noise." After saying that, Chen Xiao also left. Lin Mo sat down and Lin Jiajin leaned over. Sure enough, the child will behave well after being incarcerated for a few days. The connoisseur's tone made Lin Mo laugh. After a long time, they get used to it. 10 days or so is just right. If they are more, they may become experienced people. But after we get out, it has nothing to do with us anymore. Lin Jiajin raised his foot and tapped the floor. It was a great favor for those two people to be able to stay in the school. Logically speaking, if the school had not wanted to give them another chance, they would have been expelled long ago. So what Lin Jiajin said makes sense. As for Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji who returned to class, the classmates also looked at them with strange eyes. The head teacher of class 15 pointed at the two people sitting together. Wang Zhenji, switch places with He Zhengting. Manually separating the two people can greatly reduce the possibility of further accidents later. Wang Zhenji lowered his head, did not refute, and just packed his things. As for Zhou Ming, he was still thinking about Lin Mo's words. Is it a coincidence? Or a warning? Too many doubts and too many concerns. As for provoking Lin Mo, even if they were given 100 more courage, they would not dare to do so. I will definitely avoid it when I see it next time. After the evening self-study session, the students in class 15 didn't pay any attention to Wang Zhenji and Zhou Ming. The two of them are like two small boats in the ocean, and can only rely on each other for survival. Wang Zhenji came over when most people had left. There are some things I don't know if you believe or not, but I still feel I need to tell you. Zhou Ming seemed to have guessed something. Wang Zhenji sat down. After the accident, I had nightmares every day, very horrible nightmares. Zhou Ming suddenly spoke up. A week ago, I dreamed of seeing Lin Mo in an execution ground. Wang Zhenji suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhou Ming. There was intense fear in his eyes. His face was much paler than before. So, nightmare. It will come true if we do something bad again. The two people realized something, but they also knew that no one would believe it if they told it to others. They would say directly, actually I am Qin Shi Huang. Zhou Ming shook his head. From today on, we must be careful with our words and actions, especially in front of Lin Mo. There's no time to hide from him. Wang Zhenji was still frightened. For the first time, they began to doubt the truth about the world. And now the truth of the world is on its way home. Xia Yuling thought it was normal to hear Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji being forced to apologize. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow's flag-raising speech will be announced to the entire school. Flag-raising speech on Monday. It turned into criticism under the national flag. Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji were reported to the entire school and both were placed on probation. This matter has come to an end. Most people don't know the details, but as long as there are people who want to know, it will eventually end up being Lin Mo. Moreover, many people in the class are old classmates from other classes, so everyone knows that Lin Mo fought against gangsters outside the school. He has indeed become famous again, although it is just a false name and everyone is just watching for fun, but a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, at least no one dares to provoke Lin Mo again. But the key point is that the learning atmosphere is good, especially since the monthly exam is coming soon. Everyone is preparing intensively. If we don't do well in the exam this time, we may not be able to hold our heads up in the new class. Just like Ying Wenchen, because he did so poorly in the previous math test, Chen Xiao would call him up every time to answer questions. The main focus is desensitization training. The monthly exam is coming. The first subject on the first day is Chinese. Except for the first monthly exam where the exam room was randomly assigned, the subsequent monthly exams were assigned based on grades. The school won't force you to curl up, but they will push you to curl up in every aspect. In school, what matters most is grades. Even for athletes, they either have high scores in competitions or high academic scores. Lin Mo found his seat according to the exam number posted at the door. As soon as I sat down, a girl next to me took the initiative to speak. You are Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced sideways and saw a girl with short hair coming over. She looked cheerful and lively. Yes, hello. Lin Mo is a polite person. I'm Lu Xiaochen from class 15. It's class 15 again. Did you mess up class 15's nest? This Lu Xiaochen is a heroic girl. There will definitely be a lot of people who like it. Class 8, Lin Mo. Lin Mo is a polite person X2. I know, arm wrestling with the instructor, but I want to know, did you really send that thug to the hospital? Lin Mo didn't answer, just nodded slightly. When Lu Xiaochen heard this, his eyes lit up and he suddenly reached out to grab Lin Mo's hand. But how could she grab Lin Mo's noble little hands? Lin Mo avoided Lu Xiaoken's grasp without leaving a trace. Fighting is not a good thing. As students, we should focus on studying. It's not a fight. I want you to join our boxing club. Represent our school in competitions. No, there's a boxing club here. Is there no one in charge? But if you think about it carefully, the most important point is comprehensive development, so having a boxing club doesn't seem to be something that is hard to understand. Sorry, I'm attending a math Olympiad training class, so I can't join other clubs. But Lu Xiaochen waved his hand and said, don't worry about this problem. We just want to find an external aid. You are so good. As long as you understand the rules of boxing, you can play. Foreign aid? What are the benefits? Lin Mo was very straightforward. Our boxing club is exempt from evening self-study. If you don't want to go, we can help you. On the day of the match, you can travel with the team, but it's also okay to leave midway. We might only need your help for a match we're not sure of. If it were in his previous life, Lin Mo would definitely agree. After all, you don't have to go to class and you can also be exempted from evening self-study, which is simply a pure benefit. But now Lin Mo doesn't seem to need this kind of right. Let me think about it. Can you represent your boxing club? Lin Mo looked at Lu Xiaochen seriously. Lu Xiaochen nodded vigorously. If we can recruit you, it will be a big project for the boxing club, and the president will be very happy. The president of the boxing club was probably some muscular guy who skipped the lightweight division. Let's talk about it after the monthly exam. I need to see the results of my studies during this period. After a while, the teacher came with the Chinese test paper. I don't know this teacher. Probably teachers of other classes and other subjects. After all, there are not so many Chinese teachers, and the exams are supervised by teachers of other subjects. The test papers and answer sheets were distributed one by one. Lin Mo's Chinese is not very good, mainly because this language requires a kind of thinking that is unique to Chinese, or it can be said to be cultivating the thinking of Chinese language answers. It's like the author writing that the curtain fabric is black. Maybe the curtain fabric is really black, but the reading comprehension question requires you to answer that the curtain fabric is black because of XX in the society at that time. The question is to expose the XX of the society at that time. So Lin Mo's grasp of Chinese is actually not that high. After all, Chinese is a subject in which it is not easy to get a low score, but it is also not easy to get a high score. However, Lin Mo was able to complete both the fill-in-the-blank and dictation exercises with 100% accuracy. On to the final composition. Composition topic: the pros and cons of games. Maya, isn't this causing trouble? With the development of the times, games are becoming increasingly sophisticated and complex, and even become an industrial chain. But many parents tend to shift the blame. If their children do something wrong, they blame it on games. When mobile phones became popular, people started to blame them. In the last era, the blame was put on television. This intervening era will blame the novels. Focus on educational non-stick pans. But Lin Mo can't write like this. Writing an essay is like writing an 8-legged essay. There are many styles of writing, including application essays, narrative essays, argumentative essays, and expository essays. But narrative essays have the lowest status. Starting from junior high school, Chinese teachers begin to recommend writing argumentative essays. The characteristic of argumentative essays is that if you write in a reasonable way, you can definitely get points. Narrative essays can easily go off topic, and if the emotions are not in place, they will be boring. So Lin Mo chose the argumentative essay without hesitation. Just get the points and that's it. As for what to write, just pretend to be rational and moderate. The characteristic of Chinese people is to be wishy-washy. Give a conclusion in the first paragraph, give a smack at the end, insert a small moral story in the middle, stick to the argument, and I guarantee you will get 45 points. Lin Mo is an excellent mason. I hope the examiner thinks so too. Of course, if someone uses this to criticize family education issues, they will definitely be severely criticized by the Chinese teacher. Focus on an abstract. As for how to write novels, don't even think about it, it could kill you. Do you want your Chinese teacher to read your masterpiece in class? When I was young and ignorant, I did this. I wrote a short novel with 800 words. It was short and weak. There is no option to submit papers early for the monthly exams. After finishing writing, Lin Mo just glanced at it with a spiritual sense and did not check it again. He just closed his eyes, sat down and started practicing. He could feel Lu Xiaoqian beside him secretly glancing at him a few times. The invigilator would occasionally glance at it, but that was all. Lin Mo didn't care. Until the bell rang, the invigilator softly called for the papers to be collected. Test papers and answer sheets were handed in one by one. After the first exam, there is a half-hour break. Almost everyone went back to their own class. After all, I feel safe in my own class. Lin Mo was not the kind of person who would go out of the group, so he returned to the door of his class. There was a familiar person sitting in my seat. Lin Mo walked over. So you were taking the exam in my seat. Lin Mo knocked on the table. Xia Yuling raised her head, her eyes slightly curved. She knew it when she found the spot. Seeing Lin Mo coming back, she prepared to get up. But Lin Mo just pushed her into her seat. It's okay, you sit down. You have to sit down during the exam anyway. Lin Mo knew that she had little contact with others and naturally would not go back to class 7, so he let her stay in her seat. Lin Mo was more casual and sat directly at his own table. There are fewer and fewer students from other classes in the class, and more people in my class. Fang Jun also came over with a backpack. How is it, Lin Mo? Do you think Chinese is difficult? It's okay, after all, it's Chinese. Only then did Fang Jun notice Xia Yuling. So it's the landlord. He looked at the name on Lin Mo's desk. What a coincidence, you happen to be sitting in Lin Mo's seat. Although Xia Yuling didn't say anything, she nodded. After all, her relationship with Fang Jun has increased from 0 to about 5. As for Lin Mo, he is already around 70 or 80 years old. After a while, Zhang Yunli came back. As soon as I entered the classroom, I saw Lin Mo sitting at the table and Xia Yuling sitting in Lin Mo's seat. She pursed her lips, but did not immediately rush over to interrupt everyone's conversation. Zhang Yunli would never behave like a shrew. Zhang Yunli glanced at the spot marked on the door. Sure enough, Xia Yuling was arranged to sit in Lin Mo's seat. She had no choice but to pretend to walk past casually. Are you confident in Chinese? Do you want to check your answers? It is actually wrong to check the answers right after the exam. If the answer is correct, it doesn't matter, it can slightly increase your self-confidence. But if you make too many mistakes, your confidence will be hit and your performance may get worse. The main goal is not worth the effort. Lin Mo waved his hand. No, it's only the first subject. But it doesn't matter if we exchange ideas about composition, after all, there are many things to talk about. At this time, the Chinese test papers have been collected, and even the answer sheets have begun to be scanned into the database for review. After all, teachers also want to rest. If they finish correcting the papers early, there will be less work left. Maybe they can even get some time off on Sunday. A half-hour break seemed like a long time, but in reality, it was just a trip to the bathroom and some light banter. The second subject, mathematics, is coming. Mathematics is child's play for Lin Mo. The problem was easily solved, and Lin Mo felt that he still had more than half an hour to practice. There is no need to check, just close your eyes and practice. The host is truly hard-working, remaining calm even during a sect competition. Stop asking, are there any rewards for winning the sect competition? Hey, of course there are. As the host system, how can there be no rewards for the sect competition? After the host enters the foundation building stage, he can start refining weapons and alchemy. When Lin Mo heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows with his eyes closed. Lu Xiaochen next to him thought Lin Mo had fallen asleep and was dreaming. But who sleeps with their back straight? System, why are you so easy to talk to all of a sudden? You weren't like this before. This system has been operating for a lifetime, so why should we explain it to others? Okay, that's how you play it, right? I hope that next time you go to a brothel to listen to music, or to open the gate of heaven with a sword, you won't need a host anymore. I'll just force you to install the entire system. Looking at Lin Mo closing his eyes and resting, the invigilator frowned and walked away. Looking at the neat answers on Lin Mo's test paper, the invigilator looked at Lin Mo's name and appearance again. Are you really that capable? The invigilator muttered. If the teacher knew that Lin Mo was attending an Olympiad training class, he might understand. However, the invigilator was not a math teacher, he just glanced at the neat process and answers on the answer sheet. He didn't say anything to disturb Lin Mo. This calm and composed person might even be a top student in school. After all, no one else is as fast as him. However, he also saw that Lin Mo was a student in class 8. He could ask teacher Chen later what role this Lin Mo played. The bell rang. The math test is over. Collect the papers and go home in one go. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave with his school bag, Lu Xiaochen beside him hurriedly called out, Lin Mo, please think about it. We really need you to join us. Lin Mo waved his hand and decided to go to the boxing club to see what was going on when he had time. Who knows if these people are just a bunch of weaklings who hired him as thugs. In this case, the prices mentioned before are not enough. Lin Mo didn't intend to be used by anyone. When I returned to the classroom, Xia Yuling was just packing her school bag and leaving. I'm going home for dinner. See you in the afternoon. Xia Yuling just greeted Lin Mo and then went home. As for Fang Jun, he walked over. Come on, Lin Mo, take me to the back street for dinner. Ha, you're not going home for dinner? I remember you usually go home. There's no one at home, I'm going to be hungry, and I have an exam this afternoon, so I'm going to take a nap here at noon. This is normal. There is no one at home to cook, so why go back? I might as well rest at school. The biggest characteristic of young people is that they can fall asleep by lying on the table. When the two were about to go out, Zhang Yinla suddenly pulled Lin Mo's sleeve. Lin Mo, can you bring me something delicious? For example? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. You can buy it if you like. As she spoke, she stuffed a 50 yuan note into Lin Mo's pocket. The sponsor paid first, and Lin Mo could only nod and say, okay, then you should eat less for lunch and save some space. After saying that, he and Fang Jun walked out. 50 yuan is not a small amount to buy snacks. She is indeed a wealthy woman. Fang Jun sighed. I'm not buying all of it at once, it's enough for several meals. Lin Mo walked on the road. That's right. At this time, Lin Mo asked, by the way, do you know the boxing club? Fang Jun's eyes widened upon hearing this. No way, those guys from the boxing club are so reckless as to provoke you? I'm not trying to provoke you, I'm trying to recruit you. Today, in my exam room, there was a short-haired girl named Lu Xiaochen who asked me to join the boxing club. That tomboy Lu Xiaochen. Turns out she joined the boxing club. Fang Jun was obviously surprised. You know him. I know her. She's Lu Xiaohua's twin sister. Technically, she's also my cousin, but her grades are much better than Lu Xiaohua's little cousins. Lin Mo thought about it and realized that the two of them were indeed a bit similar, but Lu Xiaohua had long hair. Twins don't look exactly alike, but the genes should be the same. Boxing club. A seemingly niche interest group. In fact, there are not only city competitions, but also provincial and national competitions. And he can still represent the school in the competition. There are no extra points, but if your grades are good enough, you can go to college through sports specialization. The president of the boxing club is a sports student, Wang Xing, also known as the Gorilla King. He has already been reserved by Donghai Sports. Fang Jun is indeed the king of information. After only 1 month in this school, he knows everything. So why do you think they invited me? Because the president of the boxing club has always been the strongest, and although the people under him are okay, they are far from enough, so they need you. Fang Jun said this as a matter of course, but what he said was not without reason. If their own people are so capable, why would they want to ask Lin Mo for external aid? Fang Jun thought about it, and finally said, how about I go find Lu Xiaochen tonight and help you find out the truth? Lin Mo waved his hand. No need. I'm just curious. If the obligation is too great, the price they pay won't be enough for me to cover it for them. At this time, Fang Jun suddenly said, it may not be a guarantee. They may want to trick you into becoming the president. This possibility is not low. Become the president? And become invincible? Damn! What kind of martial arts master plot is this? Lin Mo immediately lost interest. He wasn't even interested in interest groups, so how could he be interested in the president of the martial arts club? No, the boxing club. So he suppressed the idea directly. I found a place with Fang Jun to eat roast meat and ordered a student meal. After eating, Lin Mo bought an egg burger for Zhang Yunlu without chili. After all, Zhang Yunlu's previous meals never contained chili peppers, so she probably doesn't like spicy food. Lin Mo always adds chili sauce to his egg burgers to make them more fragrant. After returning to school, everyone had finished lunch. Some were reviewing, while others were checking their answers. There are many people who have the correct answer to the math question. Even Xue Zigi was checking his answers. When he saw Lin Mo coming back, he looked over and raised the draft paper in his hand. Correct answer? No, I'm afraid it will affect my mentality for the afternoon exam. Xue Zigi nodded. Everyone has different mindsets and ideas, so he would not interfere too much. And he also wanted to keep the suspense until the end. Hand the bag to Zhang Yunlu. Egg burger, try it. The palm-sized egg burger was steaming. It was the first time Zhang Yunlu had seen it. She opened the bag, blew on the egg burger, and then slowly ate it. Lin Mo recalled that when he was in elementary school, he would pester his mother to buy egg burgers. When I grow up a little, I will buy it by myself. When he was in junior high school, Lin Mo didn't know what to eat for dinner, so he simply bought 2 extra dishes to take home for dinner. When the lunch bell rang, everyone started to rest on the table. After all, I have an exam in the afternoon, so I need to have a good rest. English also has reading comprehension. Therefore, the most important thing for Lin Mo is to study English grammar. He knows every word, but he also needs to put them together. Subject, predicate, and object, strangled. However, Lin Mo understood what he heard. He remembered the words 100%, so multiple choice questions and fill-in-the-blank questions were not a problem at all. When filling in the blanks in the closed test, just pay attention to the tense. The trouble is still reading comprehension, the same as in Chinese. The final short essay was not a difficult task. A lot of time was wasted on English, and Lin Mo only started to close his eyes and practice after more than 10 minutes. After the English test was over, Lu Xiaochen couldn't help but ask, so, have you thought about it? I've thought about it. I'm not interested in the boxing club. Lin Mo waved his hand. Hearing this, Lu Xiaochen felt like the sky had fallen. She asked cautiously, why? Our boxing club has great benefits, and the president is a very nice person. If it's so good, why do you want me to go? To cover your losses, or to let me take over for the president who is about to graduate? Lu Xiaochen was stunned, then looked at Lin Mo timidly. You know everything? Who told you the secret? You actually guessed it right. Fang Jun, you're truly a talent. Answer me. Look into my eyes. Very good, English is put to use. Lu Xiaochen could only sigh. The establishment of the boxing club mainly relies on the president, but if the president ascends, the boxing club will be lost, so we want to find someone who can preserve the boxing club to serve as the president. As he spoke, Lu Xiaochen looked at Lin Mo cautiously. It was obvious that Lin Mo was the one who could save the boxing club, at least in their eyes. So Lin Mo asked bluntly, so you're so incompetent that you can't even protect your own club? Once your president leaves, you're left leaderless. After Lin Mo said this, he turned around and left, leaving behind a sentence. If that's really the case, then there's no need for this boxing club to stay and waste resources. If the entire club can only be supported by one president, then what is the point of its existence? Are the others just playing around? If this is the case, then Lin Mo really thinks that this club might as well disappear in Guangba. Looking at Lin Mo's back, Lu Xiaochen stomped his feet violently. Why are you pretending? You think you're so great. We're sure we can keep the boxing club. However, Lin Mo still couldn't understand why Lu Xiaochen, who had just joined the boxing club, was so enthusiastic about this club. If the basketball club is disbanded, the members of the basketball team will wail, but they will still continue to play their own basketball. Lin Mo suspected that they were just nostalgic for the benefits of the boxing club. When I returned to the classroom, it was still Xia Yuling sitting in her seat. There was just a boy standing nearby, who seemed to want to flirt with his landlord. However, the landlord obviously ignored her and didn't even turn his head. He treated the boy as if he were air. The boy was a little embarrassed and couldn't help but pat the table to attract Xia Yuling's attention. "You can pick up girls if you want, why are you banging my desk? If I break it, will you pay for it?" Xia Yuling's attention was indeed drawn there, but she just looked up at the boy and then lowered her head again. The boy wanted to bang the table again, but the raised hand could not be lowered. He looked up and saw a hand grabbing his wrist. "It's okay to take a photo once, but you still want to take another one?" The boy was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously thought that the other party must be trying to steal the girl. "What's it to you?" Lin Mo looked at the boy very seriously. "It's none of my business. You hit my desk." The boy was speechless for a moment. Then he immediately recognized who was in front of him. Lin Mo. Class 8, Lin Mo, the tiger on campus. He can beat the instructors in school and beat the thugs outside of school. So the boy could only leave in disappointment. After they left, Xia Yuling lay down on the table and said to Lin Mo beside her, "I'm so tired from the exam. There's another one coming up. The schedule for the monthly exam is indeed very tight. Wait, there is another physics competition. However, there is one advantage of Guangba, which is that you don't have to attend evening self-study after the exam and can go home and rest directly. He is a human being among human beings. After all, if other schools want to take all 9 subjects, they will divide the exam into 3 days, while Guangba directly concentrates it on 2 days. It's already very inhumane to push yourself to the limit in Chinese, math, and English on the first day. After the classes are divided, the science and liberal arts exams will be scheduled for the next day. The first day wasn't that uncomfortable, but now all the examinations are divided into subjects. At this moment, many people are already eating to replenish their energy. Chu Miao Miao came over from somewhere and put a bag of bread in front of Lin Mo. She looked at Xia Yuling and Lin Mo cautiously. "You guys should eat something, otherwise you will be very tired." Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all. He opened the bag directly, pinched a piece of bread and put it into his mouth. Meat floss and cream bread is high in calories and contains enough sugar, making it a good way to replenish energy. Lin Mo finished one in 2 or 3 bites. Chu Miao Miao looked at Xia Yuling and asked cautiously, "Don't you want to eat?" Xia Yuling didn't know how to answer, so she could only look up at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression was serious. He picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into Xia Yuling's hand. "This is Chu Miao Miao's friend fee. If you accept it, you will become her friend." When Xia Yuling heard this, she couldn't help but sit up straight, looked at the bread in her hand, and then looked at Chu Miao Miao, who was not very confident. "Do we have to pay a friendship fee to be friends?" Lin Mo picked up another piece of bread and put it into his mouth. "A friend like this is more pure. Of course, you also have to pay her a friendship fee. Only when there is give and take, can we be good friends." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuling looked down at the bread in her hand. It was a bit greasy, but she still took a bite and then looked up at Lin Mo. "Then when will you give me the friend fee?" Lin Mo rolled his eyes and said, "You ate the shrimp roe, right?" Hearing this, Xia Yuling blushed immediately. "Then it seems that I haven't paid the friend fee." "I have paid it. Your friend fee is still on the table in my room." Xia Yuling immediately thought of the cup. "Is this the friend fee?" Chu Miao Miao felt happy when she saw Xia Yuling eating the bread. "Is this considered friendship? I'm an introvert and I have few friends. Season 1 is currently on air." After eating, Lin Mo drank some water and went back to the examination room. Lu Xiaochen had already sat in her seat, but when Lin Mo sat down again, she didn't turn her head to look. It was obvious that she was still dissatisfied with Lin Mo. If you don't want to join, then don't join. Why mock them? And they are not completely without strength, they just want to have Lin Mo as an insurance. But without a backup plan, the seniors might have to go all out. With this in mind, the physics exam began. Lin Mo casually wrote down the calculation formula for acceleration and Newton's third law. Physics and mathematics are closely related, and people who are good at mathematics will not be too bad at physics. Lin Mo can basically finish all the questions. If all cultivators are so smart, why are there always stupid characters? Therefore, cultivating immortals does not actually increase intelligence. But Lin Mo was not stupid to begin with, and now he has a super memory which is even more powerful. He wanted to go to school well just to make up for what he missed in his previous life. If he really just didn't want to eat beef, he wouldn't need to go to school at all. He could just practice at home until the end of time, and then he could stop eating beef when he came out. What's the point then? Lin Mo was enjoying himself at this moment. Enjoy the exam and enjoy studying. Finished the test paper early again. It was hard for Lu Xiaochen not to notice Lin Mo's actions. He just kept muttering, "Pretender." Lin Mo heard it, but didn't care. When the time was up, Lin Mo packed up his things and handed in the paper. There were only a few students from Class 8 in the examination room, but Lin Mo didn't know them very well, so he took his things and went back to Class 8. When I returned to Class 8, Xia Yuling had already packed her things and was waiting for me. At noon, I told Mom that there would be no evening self-study, so I could eat when I got home. The girl suddenly mouthed, "Friend's fee." Okay, I gave you the meal that Aunt Zheng made as a friend fee, right? This is clearly the friend fee that Aunt Zheng gave me. Fang Jun also came back from another examination room. I knew you two hadn't left yet, let's go. When Zhang Yunli saw Fang Jun, she breathed a sigh of relief after coming back from outside and watching the two of them without saying anything. The pressure from the landlord was too great, but she could do nothing. Chu Miao Miao could still come forward to deliver bread, but she seemed really unable to do anything. I could only watch Lin Mo and the landlord communicating. Not only could I not get a word in, I couldn't even fit in. Her only advantage is that she is Lin Mo's deskmate. See you tomorrow, Zhang Yunlu. Before Lin Mo left, Zhang Yunlu suddenly heard a voice. She looked up and found that Lin Mo was waving at her. In an instant, an intense feeling of heat filled her chest. Okay, see you tomorrow. Lin Mo turned and left. Looking at Lin Mo's back, Zhang Yunlu felt a sense of dejection again. I say, why don't you just let it go? Wang Qin, carrying her school bag, looked at this approachable young lady and couldn't help but give her some advice. Even you want to persuade me to give up? Zhang Yunlu looked up at Wang Qin. Wang Qin said seriously, Yunlu, you're actually a very good person. Of course, Lin Mo is not bad either, but he's too much of a show-off, and he has a very good relationship with others. You'll be very tired. You're right. Zhang Yunlu knew that what Wang Qin said was true. She lowered her head, thinking about Wang Qin's words, but she still couldn't make a decision. From childhood to adulthood, she would discuss any decision she had doubts about with her aunt, and this time was no exception. But when I got home, my aunt was not there. She must have been on a business trip for work. So Zhang Yunlu could only suppress the hesitation in her heart. Seeing that his daughter seemed to be worried about something, Zhang Chengshan, as a daughter slave, naturally took the initiative. Did something happen to Nanan? Why don't you tell Dad about it? Should I tell my dad that I like someone? I guess Lin Mo's information will appear on my father's desk the next day. So Zhang Yunli shook her head and said, no, today is the monthly exam. I just thought about some things I didn't do well. Zhang Chengshan saw through his daughter's lie at a glance. But he had no choice but to cooperate. After all, it was normal for a girl to have some thoughts. He could only go back to the study and call Zhang Qinjiao. He spoke to the phone with a serious expression. What should I do? Yunli seems to have someone she likes. There are quite a few subjects to be tested today, but each subject is not as long as yesterday's main subject. It basically takes about an hour. Chemistry, biology, history, politics, geography. Lin Mo basically filled them all up. In the past, politics was an open book exam, but now it is a closed book exam. Therefore, most of the liberal arts rely on rote memorization. Biology is a rote memorization subject in the science category. Fortunately, Lin Mo was more than capable of dealing with all of these. After the lunch exam, Lin Mo and Fang Jun were about to go out to find food, but were stopped by a group of people. Several people blocked Lin Mo's way on campus. Lin Mo put his hands in his pockets and looked at Lu Xiaochen, who was standing behind him in the crowd. Fang Jun was the first to react. What do you want to do? Lu Xiaochen, are you mentally ill? Believe it or not, I will go to your house tonight to complain. It was obvious at first glance that this group of people had bad intentions, but Lin Mo didn't care. Just looking at the boy in the lead. This boy is only about 1.7 meters tall, but his physique can be described as strong. Why? You want to spar with me? Lin Mo asked casually. Translated into human language, it means, want to fight? The leading boy laughed. Strength is certainly an advantage, but boxing is boxing, and it requires technique. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Lin Mo, who was much taller than him. However, he did not feel any inferiority. Instead, he took the initiative to say, I heard that you looked down on our boxing club. Lin Mo looked at Lu Xiaochen behind him, not knowing whether this woman had exaggerated or not. But according to his understanding of people, anyone with a subjective stance would describe something in a way that was beneficial to themselves. Whether it is exaggerated or not, just treat it as it is. Are you the president? Lin Mo asked casually. Fang Jun interrupted, no, I heard Wang Xing is very tall. This one is probably the vice president, but I don't know his name. It turns out he was just a deputy. If it was Wang Xing, Lin Mo might be interested. A boxer who is now eligible for recommendation must be very outstanding. As for these guys in front of me, they may just be a bunch of small fry. When Fang Jun said that he was not the president, the interested light in Lin Mo's eyes disappeared. Am I really so worthless? He is the vice president of the boxing club. No one else can teach boxing except the president. His father is also a boxing coach, and he has been practicing boxing since he was a child. If he can't beat Wang Xing, how can he not beat a layman? So he said to Lin Mo without hesitation, Lin Mo, I know you are very powerful, so I am officially challenging you now. Today is the end of your first year high school exam. Come to the boxing club and let's have a fight. Lin Mo shrugged. I refuse. I don't want to do meaningless things. You're going to the boxing club to fight for no reason. You must be bored. Get out of the way, we're going to eat. If you keep doing this, we'll report it to the director. The people from the boxing club are acting like thugs, stopping people from fighting. Fang Jun scared away the people from the boxing club with just one sentence. This group of guys are definitely a serious club. If they were said to be a gang of hooligans, the school would definitely cut them off. Even if this boxing club was established for the president's sake. Lin Mo and the other man also walked outside along the path made clear by the group of people. These guys are really sick in the head. The boxing club deserves to die. Fang Jun complained as he walked. Don't try to compete with them. The gains won't outweigh the losses. This kind of unnecessary disaster is just boring. It's okay, I don't care at all. If Wang Xing invited me to a fight, I might want to give it a try. Strength can defeat skill, but Lin Mo also wants to see some boxing techniques. The two of them came back after dinner without encountering any obstacles. When he came back, Lin Mo brought a serving of fried wontons to his deskmate, drizzled some garlic chili sauce on top. This chili sauce is not spicy, it is mainly for flavor. Zhang Yunla didn't expect that Lin Mo actually brought her snacks, but she thought about the fact that she had given Lin Mo 50 yuan. Open the white foam box, and the fried wontons inside exude a certain aroma. Zhang Yunla swallowed helplessly and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo has closed his eyes and is practicing. She could only silently say in her heart, bad guy, what are you thinking? What am I thinking? I am enjoying my youth. A girl's love will certainly make people happy, but how long can a girl's love last? A pair of young protagonists fall in love when they meet, develop feelings for each other and fall in love simply, then slowly get to know each other and their relationship develops slowly. But what if a skid drop appears? So Lin Mo doesn't think too much about these things. Maybe letting things take their course is more suitable for him. Besides, Lin Mo doesn't think he is a pure person. But at least, before adulthood, I won't have any relationship beyond friendship with girls. Because of this, it won't be reviewed. The exam continues in the afternoon. Lin Mo returned to his seat, and Lu Xiaochen next to him looked at him with dissatisfaction. You're scared. Lu Xiaochen stared at Lin Mo. If you say so, then so be it. Lin Mo suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Lu Xiaochen, and said with interest, if you can let Wang Xing spar with me, maybe I will agree. But when he heard this, Lu Xiaochen sneered. You're just good at arm wrestling. What qualifications do you have to challenge the president? The president is very powerful. He once defeated an entire group of thieves by himself. Oh, no wonder he is admired so much, he turns out to be a master. This made Lin Mo more and more interested. But never mind. If there's a chance we'll see each other, then forget it. If not, then forget it. The exam begins. You need to write a lot of things in the political exam, and you can actually get points by writing down the key points. In the past, political science teachers would circle the key points to let students know which ones to copy. Nowadays, political science teachers will directly state the conclusion. It doesn't matter what you write, what matters is that the central idea is correct. Of course, the painting also has its highlights, but there will be more useful information. The writing requirements for this subject are no less than those for Chinese, and basically they are all long paragraphs. However, Lin Mo wrote very steadily and there were no typos. Answer sheets without traces of erasure will receive better marks. At least the score on the paper won't be less. After writing about politics, it's geography. Although geography is a liberal arts subject, it is also the subject closest to science within the liberal arts. Just like biology, which is the science subject closest to the humanities, geography requires memorization and some calculations. For example, once upon a time there was a bear that accidentally fell into a cave. The cave was 4.916 meters deep and it took 1 second to fall. What color was the bear? Some people may think that this question has nothing to do with geography, but in fact, the gravitational acceleration is different at different latitudes. The value of gravity also decreases with increasing altitude. As for the answer, let the readers discuss it themselves. After taking the last exam, everyone looked a little crazy. The preliminary examinations were not so difficult before. It was a high-intensity exam for 2 consecutive days. There is indeed something wrong with the school. The invigilator collected the papers. After the arts and science classes are divided, the monthly exams won't be so troublesome, but when it comes to studying, you still have to find the right direction. The subtext is actually very simple. If you want science, then work hard in science subjects. If you want liberal arts, then work hard in liberal arts subjects. As for other subjects, just give me some face and write them. If you have a clear direction, then you can be lazy, but if you have not confirmed the direction, the teacher will also give you advice. There are some all-round players, but teachers prefer to focus on subjects they are more familiar with. After the exam, Lin Mo put on his school bag and walked towards class 8. We all made an appointment to go karaoke today. Fang Jun has already booked a room and can go there after school. All students in this article are adults. When I returned to class, the people who wanted to go karaoke were actually the same people who went out last National Day. But Gang Xiao was not there. Lin Jiajin on the side looked at the gathered crowd. You guys want to go play? Lin Mo was quite casual, singing karaoke, want to join us? Lin Jiajin shook his head and waved his hands. You guys go have fun, I have to go out to eat with my parents. Besides, I'm tone deaf, so forget about singing. Most people have their own itineraries. Fang Jun went to ask Su Sheng, but Su Sheng also refused to go because he was still a patient in the recovery period and could not go to KTV, and someone had to pick him up and drop him off at school every day. However, those who made appointments in advance have already arranged their time and itinerary. So in the end we went to the KTV with the same group of people as last time. Considering that no one had eaten at this time, Fang Jun directly booked a KTV with buffet service, Tenghui. But Zhang Yunli said she would come later, so she wouldn't go with everyone. This Tenghui is only about 10 minutes away from Guangba. In the end, they all chose to walk there. On the way, Xia Yuling and Chu Miao walked together, and the two seemed to have a sense of mutual understanding. Lin Mo and Fang Jun walked in front, and finally in Yuexin and Mai Chuwen walked at the end. Fang Jun put his arm around Lin Mo's shoulders. Guess why Zhang Yunli came late? Looking at Fang Jun's slightly obscene smile, Lin Mo was a little confused, but not much. Why? Believe it or not, she went home and changed her clothes before coming out again. What's going on? Lin Mo had indeed never heard of this kind of operation. If you want to attract someone's attention, you have to dress nicely. It doesn't matter to us boys, but girls all wear school uniforms. If she changes into her own clothes, she'll be a little better. As expected of you, you are the hidden ancestor of Class 8. Gao Yuanqian is just a nobody. Then how about you make a bet? She will definitely appear in front of you in a very beautiful way later. When he spoke the last part, Fang Jun even stretched out the last syllable of his voice. This guy is definitely a funny guy. Lin Mo didn't bother to pay attention to him. He just locked Fang Jun's throat with his arm and walked in front. If you can't speak, just say less. When I got home, my dad was not there. Zhang Yunlu immediately ran to her cloakroom. The white stockings were pulled up, just enough to create a few marks on the originally slender legs, making the lines look instantly fuller. The green suspender skirt fully revealed Zhang Yunlu's cuteness and sexiness, and there was also a small shawl, which highlighted her half-covered pipa. After putting on her little leather shoes, Zhang Yunlu happily prepared to go out. Before I even left the house, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Yunlu was so frightened that she couldn't help but pause. The figure that came in was slender and youthful, but had a feeling of being exhausted. Oh, I'm finally back, eh. As soon as Zhang Qinjia came back, he saw his niece dressed up beautifully. Zhang Yunlu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't her father, otherwise her father would definitely ask her a lot of questions. Sorry, you also underestimated my aunt's gossipy nature. Zhang Qinjia came up directly and hugged Zhang Yunlu. Where are you going, Xiao Yunlu? Are you going on a date? Zhang Yunlu blushed immediately. No, it's just that we all made plans to go to KTV, and I came back to change clothes. Hearing this, Zhang Qinjia narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Yunlu is a bit scheming. The other girls must be wearing school uniforms, but you're wearing this because you want to win over that boy, right? As he spoke, Zhang Qinjia thought of the boy who chose the CD. Although she didn't tell her Unai-chan about this, she also investigated the boy herself. Both parents died and there was a compensation. There is a house but no extra income. I can only say that he is just an ordinary boy. So what if I can beat the instructor in arm wrestling? Still an ordinary person. Unless Lin Mo can really be admitted to the military academy and become a non-commissioned officer. However, judging from Lin Mo's performance, he doesn't seem to be planning to apply to a military academy. So in Zhang Qinjia's opinion, the possibility of Zhang Yunlu and this boy is very low. Of course, if her niece wants to try love, she, as her aunt, will not interfere too much and may even help cover it up. So she didn't pour cold water on Zhang Yunlu, but just told her, don't drink, come back early. Zhang Yunlu nodded. Don't worry, they'll only sing for 3 hours. They won't be back too late. Then she added, I don't drink. Zhang Yunlu is not stupid, she is even very smart. She can let her feelings flourish, but she will also stick to her principles. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunlu suddenly said, Aunt, when I come back tonight, I have something to ask you. Zhang Qinjia nodded. Okay, then auntie will go take a bath first, and then wait for Xiao Yunle to come back home to tell her a story. Turning over the corner of memories, a perfect life. I thought happiness was within my grasp. Fang Jun was singing loudly when An Yuexin pushed the door open carrying a few plates. Buffet KTV is a good way to sell. People who are tone deaf can eat a lot. People who love to sing can also monopolize the microphone for a long time. Eating won't cool down the place either. Then Lin Mo and others came in, each holding a plate. Xia Yuling's plate was full of shrimps, which directly satisfied her appetite. As for Chu Miao Miao, she just took some sushi and cold dishes. Lin Mo took a lot of Cantonese dim sum and a few bowls of traditional Chinese soup. Drinking traditional Chinese soup in KTV is unique. Although the traditional Chinese soup is not very nutritious, it tastes good. Lao Mo, come and sing a few songs. Fang Jun pointed at the singing stage towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo picked up a shrimp dumpling and put it in his mouth, then stood up and went to the karaoke station. 12 years of songs feels a bit too few. But, let's pick a song called Heavy Taste first. Lin Mo loves singing, and of course, he is also good at singing. Lin Mo just picked up the microphone. Xia Yuling and Chu Miao Miao both put down their food and looked up at Lin Mo. Hello everyone, let me now perform the warm-up music Heavy Taste for you. Every time I can't kill you, I can heal you. Remember to fight for your dignity, don't die. While singing, Lin Mo also danced the vegetable cutting dance. As a loyal fan of Fei Chen, Lin Mo is very familiar with this dance. Even if you are not a fan of Fei Chen, you can't help but smile when you see Lin Mo dancing, which is different from his usual steady appearance. Just as Lin Mo was dancing enthusiastically, the door was pushed open. It was Zhang Yunlu who arrived late. As soon as Zhang Yunlu came in, she saw Lin Mo cutting vegetables. Unable to help but burst out laughing, she looked at Fang Jun beside her. What's going on? Can't you see? Lao Mo is performing. This kind of lively song made the atmosphere more lively. Love is also a tough battle, setbacks make a general. Today your wings are half spread, you are an idol. When Lin Mo saw Zhang Yunlu coming in wearing a green halter dress, he thought that this girl really liked green. After thinking about it, Lin Mo gave her a green light. Love is a light. Mai Chuan had a good impression of Zhang Yunlu, so she pulled her to sit down. Let's eat something first. Okay, thank you. Zhang Yunlu sat down politely, but her eyes were still on Lin Mo who was singing and dancing above. I have been sitting at the same table with Lin Mo for more than a month. Lin Mo has always been a calm person, or there are not many things that can arouse his emotions. Although he is humorous occasionally, I always feel that he is a castle in the air. Now that he's suddenly dancing, he seems kind of cute. After singing, Lin Mo handed the microphone to Fang Jun, the microphone master. Lin Mo picked up a bowl of soup and took a sip. The pepper pork tripe and chicken soup is warm and comforting. Lin Mo ate some more French fries and a piece of the cold cucumber that Chu Miao Miao had brought. I just eat it. While eating, Lin Mo looked up at Xia Yuling who was eating shrimp silently and Chu Miao Miao who was creating the atmosphere. Aren't you two going to sing? Chu Miao Miao shook her head violently. Xia Yuling thought about it and shook her head. I don't really like singing. Xia Yufei told me that you are a wheat bully. Lin Mo exposed Xia Yuling's lie without hesitation. When her lie was exposed, Xia Yuling blushed immediately. That was in the past. Sing, let me hear Xiao Meiba's singing voice. Xia Yufei said you sing well. Chu Miao Miao also looked at Xia Yuling curiously. Xia Yuling's face turned even redder. Of course Xia Yuling likes to sing, but she can only sing in front of people she knows. There were so many people here that she felt a little embarrassed. Fang Jun came over at this time and said, hey, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Listening to those who sing well is the real enjoyment. As he said that, Fang Jun handed the microphone over. How are Miriam Young's songs? Avoiding real names. As he spoke, Fang Jun ordered a song. When it comes to song requests and top songs, Wild Child is the one that comes to the top. The sound of a violin rang out. Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling who was holding the microphone. Xia Yuling looked a little nervous, and seemed unsure whether she should sing or not. Watching the lyrics gradually light up, she took a deep breath. Even if it's just one relationship, it's all vanity. The moment Xia Yuling opened her mouth, everyone's eyes fell on her. The voice was clear and gentle, as clean as the stream falling from a spring, with the warmth of nectar. Judging from her singing voice, she is a sweet girl. It is too sweet. After the song was over, everyone came back to their senses. They had been immersed in the singing for more than 3 minutes. He didn't even eat a bite of the food on the table. It sounds so good, Chu Miao Miao couldn't help but applaud. The others followed suit and applauded. They were impressed by Xia Yuling's singing. Even Zhang Yunle couldn't help but admire it when she heard it. Lin Mo ate French fries and said with a smile, isn't this a good song? Looking at everyone's reactions, Xia Yuling seemed to relax a little. She naturally knew that she sang well, but something happened in the past, and after that she only sang in groups with people she knew. Lin Mo patted her shoulder and said, "Go and order some songs. Sing to your heart's content. I'll get some food." Encouraged by Lin Mo, Xia Yuling stood up and walked to the song request stage. As for Chu Miao Miao, she was eating cold cucumber and nodding her head while listening to others singing. Although she doesn't sing, there is a buffet, so she feels involved and it creates a good atmosphere. Lin Mo stood up and prepared to bring back some barbecue. As soon as I left the room, I heard footsteps behind me. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, the girl in the green suspender skirt caught up. "I've never been to a buffet KTV like this. You have to take me with you." The girl took the initiative to follow Lin Mo. Considering the attributes of a rich girl, this is indeed very likely. So Lin Mo and Zhang Yunlu walked to the buffet restaurant. Actually, it's just a variety of snacks. Curry fish balls, spicy fried clams, grilled chicken wings, grilled skewers, sushi, cakes. There are quite a lot of varieties. There are also some cooked foods such as fried chicken chops being made. Zhang Yunlu's eyes lit up when she saw this. Lin Mo shook his head silently. This was the effect of the strict management in this family. Even ordinary snacks seemed special. Sure enough, Zhang Yunlu specifically picked some foods she had never eaten before, some of which were spicy. As for Lin Mo, he took a few more baskets of chicken feet and pork ribs. There are also some beef offal and so on. As for Zhang Yunlu, she looked around and wanted to take this and that. Soon a tray was full. Lin Mo could only walk over and said, "You have to take it all in one go, right?" As he spoke, he placed the items on her tray onto his own. "I haven't eaten it before. I want to try it. Maybe it's delicious, just like the egg burger you bought me last time." It was delicious. Lin Mo nodded, "That is indeed delicious." The two of them carried the tray back and saw many people singing KTV on the way. Zhang Yunlu's dress was quite attractive, and many eyes were on her. Several people in the smoking area watched Lin Mo and Zhang Yunlu walk into the box from afar. They exchanged glances and flicked the ashes from their cigarettes. Students nowadays know how to have fun. I don't know where they found such a pretty girl. Tisk, who knows how to play better than us? I guarantee those girls will go crazy. But I just checked, there are still a lot of girls in there, all pretty good looking. I even saw a cow just now. As he spoke, he straightened his chest, which immediately made others react. Hey, then I will definitely let them know how awesome I am. Elementary school students are no match for us. But they are just talking big. If you meet someone, you can chat with them. The two people returned to the private room carrying the plates. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Xia Yuling's heavenly voice. Fang Jun sat at the karaoke counter and ordered songs, while others chatted or ate. Anyway, everyone has their own things to do. At this time, my Chuan looked at everyone and asked, "Do you want us to do something fun?" When Fang Jun heard that they wanted to play, he took the initiative to move over. Play, play, play. What to play? Liar dice, lucky dice are also fine. But my Chuan shook her head and said, "There are quite a few of us, so of course it's truth or dare." As soon as Lin Mo heard it, he knew it was an old game. Okay, we've only known each other for a little over a month, so it's better if we can have a deeper understanding. Fang Jun is a fun-loving person, so naturally there is no problem with him. Because there were no wine bottles, we just used dice. Everyone had 2 dice and a dice cup. The person with the lowest score has to choose truth or dare. If you choose truth, the person with the highest score will ask the question. The person with the highest points will make the decision when choosing a big adventure. Of course, if you refuse truth or dare, you have to drink a carbonated drink. Even Xia Yuling, who was singing, and Chu Miao Miao, who was playing Makabaka, were pulled into the game. After all, no one can get away with it. There were enough dice and dice cups, so when Yuexin went to get a tray of drinks. There are cola, bai, and orange soda. Anyway, everyone is angry, and the main thing is to punish them appropriately. Soon, the first round of truth or dare began. Everyone was shaking the dice cups in a chaotic manner. Then all of them were revealed. Lin Mo didn't cheat, one is 6 and the other is 4. Even if it is not the largest, it will definitely not be the smallest. The smallest one has only 2 dots, and that is in Yuexin. I can only say that I had bad luck. Lin Mo happened to have the highest number of points, and he looked at Yuexin with great interest. How's it going? Truth or dare? The truth. And Yuexin said directly, as if he was willing to tell anyone anything. Lin Mo grinned, how many years have you liked my Chuan? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell silent, and then the sound of wow 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 quickly rang out. My Chuan couldn't help but lower her head and didn't dare to look at Yuexin. Obviously, my Chuan was also looking forward to the answer. It was obvious that the two of them were together, but they still seemed a little reserved. and Yuexin covered his face, but he didn't dare to admit defeat and drink the drink directly, so he could only point at Lin Mo helplessly. Fang Jun raised his hand at this time. I probably know. Shut up, I'll tell you myself. And Yuexin interrupted immediately. During the school sports meet in my first year of junior high, I saw her cleaning a female classmate's wound, and that's when I started paying attention to her. Hearing this, my Chuan was stunned, and then she remembered that during the school sports meeting in the first grade of junior high school, a female classmate fell while running. Her mother was a nurse, so she knew some hygiene knowledge since she was a child, so she stepped forward to help. She raised her head and looked at Yuexin. So he had noticed her so early? After Yuexin finished speaking, he blushed and lowered his head. Others ate it with gusto. Okay, that's it, let's do it again. I don't believe I won't win even once. As he spoke, everyone started shaking. Lin Mo swept his spiritual sense and saw the points were 4 and 5, safe. However, the one with the smallest points this time was Zhang Yunlu. The one with the highest points is Chu Miao Miao. Zhang Yunlu directly chose to tell the truth. But Chu Miao Miao was embarrassed. She didn't know what to ask, so she could only ask cautiously, who is your favorite author? Alexander Dumas. Zhang Yunlu answered quite seriously, but it didn't arouse anyone's interest at all. You can only continue to the next round, but this time the round fell on Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling was a little at a loss. She had clearly shaken the number to 6, but she was the one with the least. She didn't know what to do and could only look at Lin Mo. However, the person who asked the question was Zhang Yunlu. 12 o'clock. Truth or dare? Xia Yuling hesitated a little, but still chose to tell the truth. Zhang Yunlu opened her mouth, but the question she had prepared suddenly got stuck in her throat and she didn't ask it. I originally wanted to ask why I had to wait for Lin Mo to finish school together every day, or what I felt towards Lin Mo. But such a problem would not distance her from Lin Mo, nor would it bring her closer to Lin Mo. So she thought about it, and finally was about to say something. The door was suddenly pushed open. Because the music had stopped long ago, the sound of the door being pushed open was very clear. Everyone turned their heads to look. A man who looked a bit social looked at everyone with an apologetic expression, his eyes mainly focused on the girls. Especially when it swept across the faces of Chu Miao Miao, Zhang Yunlu, and Xia Yuling, it lit up even more. But he quickly covered it up. Excuse me, I'm from the next room. I lost the dare, and I wanted to come over and invite a girl here to say hello. I wonder if anyone would be willing to do me a favor, just for a moment, please. The man is actually quite handsome. He is wearing a blue shirt and you can see some muscles underneath the shirt. He is about 1.8 meters tall. There was a certain confidence hidden beneath the man's apology. They are just a group of students. Isn't it easy for him to strike up a conversation with them? The first one to look away was Xia Yuling. Being able to come to KTV is already her limit, and going to other rooms with strangers is even more impossible. Chu Miao Miao, an introvert, ate the cold cucumber in small bites. As for Zhang Yunlu, she also straightened herself up, picked up the cup on the table and drank directly. My Chuan, it's even more impossible for her to go. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Fang Jun took a glance and couldn't help laughing out loud. The man felt embarrassed, but he still stood at the door shamelessly, as if saying, I'll stand here forever unless you say anything. Seeing that no one wanted to respond, Lin Mo stood up and spoke. Sorry, our friends don't really want to accept your invitation. Please go back. The most polite episode yet. But after hearing this, the man's apology immediately disappeared, and he glanced at Lin Mo sideways. Who are you? Can you represent them? After saying this, the expressions of the others changed slightly. A passionate young man like Fang Jun even slammed the table and stood up. What? You could have just left without saying anything, but do you really need them to say they don't want to go with you? You get the face from others, but you lose the heart yourself. Player Fang Jun used the taunt skill. When the man heard this, he wanted to step forward and take action. Lin Mo just took a step forward and stood in front. The man was only slightly taller than Lin Mo, and their shoulders collided, causing the man to grimace in pain. Hard. Too hard. Why are this boy's shoulders so stiff? Lin Mo directly pressed the service button next to the door. A waiter from the corridor came over immediately. How can I help you? Lin Mo pointed at the man decisively. For some reason this person wants to break into our room and even attack us. Please stop him. After saying that, Lin Mo closed the door and isolated the man outside. But the waiter outside the door said directly to the man, Dear guest, please do not disturb other guests, otherwise we will ask you to leave. It's so funny. There aren't so many fights in KTVs. If you encounter a problem, just contact the store. If that doesn't work, just call the police. This is not the return of the Dragon King. Not to mention that this man wanted to take action, just the fact that this group of students called the police and sued him for harassment would be enough to get him into trouble. However, Lin Mo still planted a spiritual mark on this person. Although I haven't reached the point where I won't eat beef, I can still punish 1 or 2 villains. Trigger the mission, pay attention to the demon cultivator, judge him/her justly when appropriate, and improve the host's prestige in the sect. System, can you speak human language? Lin Mo has gradually gotten used to the system's sudden bubbling and diving, but he didn't care. There was a mission, so he just had to complete it. Who knew what the reward would be? This little episode made everyone lose the desire to continue playing games and they could only continue singing. Zhang Yunlu also sang a song. Although her voice was good, it was not as beautiful as Xie Yuling's. Of course, everyone still applauded out of respect. Because of this incident, girls have to be accompanied by boys when they go out to get food, but that man never showed up again. Mai Chuan was accompanied by An Yuexin, while the 3 girls were protected by Lin Mo. Anyway, Lin Mo is a big eater and always takes a lot of food. Everyone sang very enthusiastically. Lin Mo sat on the sofa, eating curry fish balls and humming along with everyone. The song was so loud that it almost drowned out other sounds. Zhang Yunlu walked over and sat down next to Lin Mo. She seemed to have made up her mind and whispered in Lin Mo's ear, "Would you like to sing a song with me?" Lin Mo heard it, but still asked with some confusion, "What song?" "You Never Change Your Bad Habits." "Good song. Okay, don't choose the wrong version." Zhang Yunlu went straight to order a song and moved it to the next one. Twins/boys duet version of Never Change. Zhang Yunlu took the microphone on her own initiative, while Fang Jun on the other side tactfully handed the other microphone to Lin Mo. My companions also say I'm stupid. I like to be frustrated and would rather my rival hurt me. It's not natural for people to love someone so much, but you're the one who irritates me the most and you always make me suffer in everything. Whenever someone is in love, there are many obstacles. I don't want to change my bad habits. If I don't have your love, I can't live. The existence of a lover is what I have always aimed for. The difficulty lies in giving up love. Stimulate. Before Lin Mo put down the microphone, he felt the gazes of others. Fortunately, there weren't many people around. This song almost reveals Zhang Yunlu's inner thoughts. I can only say that Zhang Yunlu is good at choosing songs. Zhang Yunlu might want an answer. If she asked, Lin Mo would answer simply, "I don't plan to fall in love." If you want to know why, please click on the comment. So Lin Mo went straight to order a song. Fireworks cool down easily. Lie. Blue and white porcelain. Sunny. Fool. Want freedom. The 3 hours of eating, drinking, and singing passed quickly, and there were no further incidents afterwards. The songs may not have been enjoyable to sing, but at least everyone enjoyed the food. Okay, bye. I'm glad I got to play with you all today. See you next time. Mai Chuan waved goodbye, then followed An Yuexin out the other side. Because they had to send Chu Miao Miao off, Lin Mo and Xie Yuling both planned to take a taxi. Fang Jun thought about it, said hello and left. Thinking of how he sat in the passenger seat before, Fang Jun felt tortured. So I decided to yo-yo myself. In an instant, Lin Mo and the 3 women were standing at the door of the KTV. None of the 4 spoke, as if they were trying to maintain some kind of balance. Until the driver of Zhang Yunlu's family stopped in front of everyone. Zhang Yunlu finally spoke up and said, "Get in the car. I'll ask Uncle Zhao to take everyone home. This will be much more convenient." Chu Miao Miao and Xie Yuling both set their eyes on Lin Mo. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let's get in the car. It's not far. This place is very close to Chu Miao Miao's home." Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat, said hello to Uncle Zhao who was driving, and told him the name of the community. Uncle Zhao drove very steadily and didn't say a word along the way. It only took a few minutes to reach Chu Miao Miao's residential area. "Okay, let's get off. Zhang Yunlu, thank you for the ride. We'll see you at Sunday evening study. Have a nice weekend." Zhang Yunlu opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but nodded and said, "Okay, everyone too. See you on Sunday. Bye." Lin Mo didn't want to cause trouble, and he didn't want Zhang Yunlu's parents to notice him. Who knows if one day an old man will suddenly come out and say, "I'll give you 1 million, just leave my daughter." Then he used tricks to set a trap for himself. In this case, it would be difficult for Lin Mo to resist taking action. So Lin Mo chose to politely add the word classmate to make it seem like there was a distance between them. After the 3 of them got out of the car, Lin Mo and Xie Yuling sent Chu Miao Miao home. After returning home, Chu Miao Miao looked at the 2 people waiting for the elevator and hurriedly shouted, "Wait." As he said that, he ran into the house, grabbed a handful of candy and handed it to Xie Yuling. "Here you go home and be safe." Chu Miao Miao looked at Xie Yuling with sincerity in her eyes. Xie Yuling also looked at Chu Miao Miao and saw the sincerity in her eyes. "Okay, thank you." Xie Yuling's heart, which had been slightly open because of Lin Mo, opened up a little more. Lin Mo watched from the side without interrupting. With a ding, the elevator arrived and Lin Mo waved his hand. "Okay, go back and take a shower and go to bed. Everyone is tired today. Chu Miao Miao nodded vigorously, then slowly closed the door. The two walked into the elevator, and Xia Yuling was still looking down at the chocolate candy in her hand. Lin Mo picked up one at random, opened it and put it in his mouth. Are you sure you want to be Chu Miao Miao's friend? When they were alone, Xia Yuling's aloof attitude completely disappeared. She's a good kid. I think it's okay. Give her a chance, and give yourself a chance too. They all told me that you didn't have many friends in junior high. Hearing this, Xia Yuling pursed her lips and asked, did they tell you why I don't make friends anymore? Looking at Xia Yuling's pursed lips, Lin Mo simply replied, I'd rather hear it from you in person. The you that others describe isn't the real you. Hearing this, Xia Yuling was stunned. She had prepared many sharp words in her mind, but when she heard this, all the sharp words melted away. She bit her lower lip and said, I'll tell you why when I get a chance. Sunday evening study. After the monthly exam, everyone is waiting for the results. This process is both exciting and scary. After all, the starting point of the key points is very high, and everyone's starting point is very high, which means that everyone's starting point is the same. In the previous junior high school, you may have been one of the best, but in this class, everything is rear-ranked, and it will become obvious who is slightly inferior. This gap will be difficult for many people to accept. Some people get the answer right, while others simply turn a deaf ear to what is happening outside. Those who need to do homework should do their homework, and those who need to study should study. Even if you shouldn't be playing, you still continue to play. However, the scores will not be released until tomorrow. Today, they are probably still being compiled. Because it is a monthly exam within the school, the scores are ranked uniformly for the entire grade. The class teacher's task is to screen out the scores of his or her students and then print them out in a table. Lin Mo's spiritual sense could observe that many class teachers in the office were recording grades. However, these class teachers are actually on duty today. Chen Xiao was not on duty today, so she was probably at home collecting the results and sorting them. Zhang Yunle suddenly asked from the side, Lin Mo, how do you think your grades will be? Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, it should be okay. I'm good at all 9 subjects. I should be able to get 800 points. This is actually a humble statement. According to Lin Mo's own calculations, he scored at least 950 points. But if you say too much, you will get slapped in the face. Zhang Yunle nodded. I probably lost more points in history and politics. That's fine. Just choose science, then you won't have to deal with history and politics. The new final exam subject selection will not begin for several years, and by then the division between arts and science will not be so detailed. From then on, it was the era of mobile classes. However, the division between arts and sciences is still maintained, at least until Lin Mo goes to college. At this moment, Lin Mo's mind moved, and he felt a spiritual mark approaching. Oh, it's the man I met at KTV. As expected, it is necessary to plant the mark of spiritual consciousness. Before Lin Mo could cause trouble for him, these people came to him first. I might as well try 2 things at once and use my consciousness to see what those guys are trying to do. Are they going to ambush him again? It's the same old trick. The spiritual consciousness penetrates outward. Outside the school gate, 5 people gathered together, several men wearing shirts and suits, and there was a girl who looked a little mature next to them. The reason why I call her a mature girl is because her skin is not very good, but she is wearing a blue and white school uniform. She looks like a schoolgirl. However, when his spiritual sense scanned from head to toe, he found that his skin was in extremely bad condition, covered up with thick makeup. This is more like some kind of service industry person. I'll tell you who to look for in a moment. When you see him, just go up and hug his arm. I won't need to teach you what to say or do then. The woman gave the man a coquettish look. Brother Quan, don't worry, I'll take action and make sure he won't get away with it. Brother Quan sneered, that's great, don't let me down. I want to ruin that guy's reputation. At least I have to find a reason to beat him up. They all had some objects on them, including wrenches, short sticks, and one person even had a folding knife in his pocket. On Friday, Brother Quan saw the school uniforms of Lin Mo and his group. They were just a few students. We must let them know the dangers of society. They had just enough makeup on their faces, and when the fight was over, they would scatter and it would be difficult to find them even if you tried. With the dirty water thrown on him, I guarantee that the kid will never be able to hold his head up in school again. The group of people stood at the entrance of the convenience store across the street from the school, waiting quietly. After Lin Mo knew what this group of people were thinking through his spiritual sense, he stood up and walked to the back row. Class monitor Ma Ruxiang actually intended to stop it, but Lin Mo's reputation in the class was too high, so he simply turned a blind eye and just looked out the window carefully, making sure not to be seen by the teacher on duty. Walked to the back, to Fang Jun's position. Fang Jun, who was still copying homework, raised his head instantly. What's wrong, Lao Mo? Remember the guy who broke into our KTV room on Friday? When Fang Jun heard this, he immediately nodded. Remember, you still want to bring people to their side. Hearing this, the group of idle young men in the back row instantly became excited. Tell me more. Fang Jun recounted what happened that day. Gao Yuanqiang, who was sitting in the back seat playing on his phone, immediately asked, what happened next? Did it disappear after you chased them away? Fang Jun looked at Lin Mo, and it was obvious that he knew Lin Mo's next plan. I found them when I came to school today. Hearing this, Fang Jun couldn't help but frown. I see. They recognized our school uniforms. What should we do? Lin Mo shook his head. Yes, they recognized our school uniforms. The point is, I overheard that they were going to attack us tonight, so I wanted to ask you guys, would you do me a small favor? I'll treat everyone to a midnight snack. Someone asked, is it crowded? About 4 or 5 of them, probably all armed. I'm going to tell the security guards at the school gate, and you guys just need to help out a little bit when the time comes. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, if a fight really comes to a head, I'll do it myself, and you can just be witnesses. Physical education student Molly said without hesitation, how can that be? The news that you, Lin Mo, beat more than 10 people alone has spread. It's time for us to have some fun. Hey, don't mess around. I'm planning to call the police. These people can't stand the police's torture. They can get something out of them in just 2 or 3 times, so don't be too harsh. Lin Mo just needs such a group of witnesses. Strictly speaking, he can deal with these people alone. But when it comes to throwing dirty water, it's better for a group of people to just break it up instead of making excuses. Are you trying to wrongly accuse me? Should we send you in directly, or should we send you in by a group of people? Who will believe the rumors you spread? As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger, but Lin Mo has the home advantage. This is why Lin Mo is looking for a group of people. He is Lin Mo-sama. Then everyone carefully arranged the division of labor. Some people went to borrow equipment from the security guards, and some people acted as spectators and stopped the people. As for Lin Mo, he is definitely the main output. After the arrangements were made, the boys in the back row were all ready to go, looking forward to the end of school. I can only say that most of the time, without talking about studying, everyone is interested in everything. When Lin Mo returned to his seat, Zhang Yinlu asked curiously, what happened? After school, why don't you get in the car and watch the show outside? Hearing the performance, Zhang Yinlu blinked. Then he looked at the excited boys in the back row and nodded, looking forward to the upcoming performances. School is over. Many parents were waiting at the door to pick up their children. At the convenience store opposite the school gate, Brother Quan and his group stood up and walked towards the door. When Brother Quan recognizes the person, the slightly coquettish female college student will come out. Everything is ready. Inside the school, Lin Mo stood upstairs and could clearly see the situation below through the window. He pointed to Brother Quan below and Fang Jun quickly recognized that the man was the one who broke into their KTV room. After confirming the plan again and again, everyone set off. Xia Yuling also frowned and looked at Lin Mo. Do you want to tell the teacher? Fang Jun started to explain, teachers are still somewhat useful in school, but they are useless outside of school, unless our principal steps in. Their school is a provincial model school, and the principal is a powerful figure at the director level. The reason why Lin Mo came up with this idea was to increase his popularity in school. After all, the system has issued tasks before. That's why Lin Mo didn't directly attack Brother Quan over the weekend. According to his analysis of the system task discourse, the devil cultivator probably refers to a gangster. And improving the prestige of the sect means making yourself more famous. Asking people in your class for help is a way to increase your visibility. After determining the target, Lin Mo set off with Fang Jun. Although many people in the class did not participate, they were all very curious and followed from a distance, ready to watch a good show. Even Chu Miao Miao stood with Xia Yuling out of curiosity. After all, the two had already exchanged friendship fees. Chu Miao Miao rarely took the initiative to ask, do you know what's going on? Although she saw that the boys in the back row were quite passionate, she didn't know why. Xia Yuling also had only a vague idea, but she saw the man who appeared in the KTV that day. So she guessed something. Lin Mo and Fang Jun walked towards the school gate. The other boys in the class kept a certain distance from the two of them, but they seemed to be surrounding them. Sure enough, before the two of them even walked out of the school gate, Brother Quan had already spotted Lin Mo and said to the prostitute next to him from a distance, see? That's the guy. The prostitute took one look and narrowed her eyes slightly. Oh, he's still a handsome boy. When Brother Quan heard this, he put his arm around the woman's waist and said, who do you think is more handsome? The woman immediately said, of course Brother Quan is more handsome. Hearing this, Brother Quan smiled with satisfaction and patted the woman's butt. Come out, go ahead, after we're done we'll have some fun tonight. Although the woman disdained the toothpick boy in her heart, she still walked towards Lin Mo. After all, Brother Quan gave her money. As Lin Mo just walked out of the school gate, a woman in blue and white striped clothes rushed over, and shouting, "Baby, dear." In an instant, the eyes of all the parents at the school gate and other students who were leaving school were focused on Lin Mo. This move of throwing dirty water is really cruel. No matter whether it is reasonable or not, throw the dirty water first. In this case, Lin Mo is really the type of person who can't wash away the yellow mud that fell into his crotch even if he jumped into the yellow river. However, Lin Mo took 2 steps back, and Fang Jun stood directly between the two of them. Fang Jun shouted loudly, "Auntie, who are you calling? Who is your baby here, dear? What is his name?" They had already discussed that these people would at most recognize them, but they certainly didn't know their names. So Fang Jun choked the woman's words back with just one sentence. A student in school uniform next to him suddenly said, "Isn't his name Chen Mo?" The woman immediately said, "I was calling Chen Mo. Chen Mo is my dear. How could I recognize the wrong person?" Then the student laughed and said, "Stupid, his name is not Chen Mo, and you don't even know him." This immediately put the woman in an embarrassing position. Brother Quan didn't expect that someone would ruin his plan, but he immediately gave a look to the people around him and walked straight up. "Sister, this guy is the one who got you pregnant." As they spoke, they surrounded them. Seeing this, the woman nodded directly, "Yes, he is the one who got me pregnant." Brother Quan looked at Lin Mo with a sinister grin and shouted directly, "You bastard, you dare to get my sister pregnant? I think you are looking for death." As they spoke, several people drew their weapons and rushed towards Lin Mo and Fang Jun. Lin Mo and Fang Jun didn't say a word and ran straight towards the school. And those men, armed with weapons, naturally wanted to catch up with Lin Mo and beat him up. Their original plan was to use that woman to hold Lin Mo back and prevent him from escaping, but they didn't expect the plan to change. However, as soon as they rushed into the school, the door behind them was immediately closed and a group of students surrounded them from behind. Lin Mo also turned around at this time. At some point, the security guards in the security booth came out one after another, holding security tools such as explosion-proof shields and steel forks in their hands. After the last attack, this group of security guards underwent another training session. Generally speaking, the awareness of this group of security guards has also increased a lot. A steel fork hit Brother Quan's stomach directly, knocking him to the ground. Then a security guard with a rubber stick and an explosion-proof shield rushed over and attacked Brother Quan on the ground crazily. The group of people were stunned. What was going on? When they saw this, they knew something was wrong and were about to turn around and run away, but they found that the school gate was closed. Oops! Close the door and beat the dog. Then, several students next to him had already started sprinting without knowing when. Ultra flying kick. Night kick. Humph. Trying to escape. Lightning whirlwind strikes. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Demacia. Director Huang, who was standing in the security booth, picked up the thermos cup with satisfaction and took a sip slowly. The tea is especially sweet today. Outside the school, the woman wanted to run, but the students who were originally scattered around had already surrounded her. Zhang Yuzhong, who was the first to call her a fool, showed no mercy to her and tied her hands behind her back. Arrest! The others sighed. Hey, if I had known earlier I would have followed him into the school and attacked him from behind. My 1,000-year kill is quite powerful. Okay, Lao Mo has told me that safety comes first. Within a few minutes, 2 police cars drove up to the school gate. When the school gate opened, Brother Quan and his companions were already pinned to the ground. Even the security team was already in position. It looks like the Paw Patrol has accomplished something great. As for the students who used the ultimate secret, they have already left. It's as if they had never been involved in this matter. Only Lin Mo stayed as the person involved. As for Xia Yuling and others, Lin Mo simply let them go first. The policemen at the police station looked at the familiar young man in front of them, some of whom lived in Bengbu. They still remember the young man named Lin Mo. Last time he was robbed and fought back in self-defense, this time he was falsely accused of attack and then ran into the school. However, after listening to Lin Mo's confession, they also felt that Lin Mo could not be blamed for this. If we investigate Brother Quan's group again, we will find that each of them has a lot of criminal records. After just a little scare, the prostitute told the whole story directly. And in the office inside the police station, the director of this area sat together with Director Huang. The director already has confessions from other people. He said to Director Huang, "This incident is indeed caused by social disturbances. Fortunately, Guangba has excellent teachers like Director Huang who can protect the safety of students." Director Huang was still holding his thermos cup and smiled slightly. "Director He, thank you for your compliment. I wonder if my student can go home now. After all, students are very busy with their studies and have to go to school tomorrow." Director He stood up and said, "Of course, I'll have someone send him back now." Director Huang waved his hand and said, "That's not necessary. I'll just take him back and it won't waste police resources. Director Huang was just on duty today, but he didn't expect that the student named Lin Mo would actually come to him and say that he wanted to give him a small achievement. Even the military instructors were optimistic about Lin Mo's outstanding performance, especially considering how he looked when he confronted him before. So Director Huang agreed to Lin Mo's request and asked the security team to cooperate. Now it seems that the cooperation was indeed right. The last attack was reported in the newspapers, but since there were no casualties, the school did not blame us too much. I just told myself to do better next time this happens. But these words were actually a blame. Both the secretary and the principal had talked to me about school security. It is for this reason that I immediately arranged a security training plan. This time, the situation just brought out the effect of the training. It's a pity that there are no reporters here today. However, this matter can still be counted as an achievement report. After all, emergencies cannot be prevented, but if the problem is solved perfectly, it is an achievement. Director Huang walked into the lobby of the police station and saw Lin Mo being sent out. When Lin Mo saw Director Huang, he naturally walked over. Director Huang is probably thinking how great it would be if there were reporters. Looking at Lin Mo's relaxed look, who didn't seem nervous at all about coming to the police station, he couldn't help but ask, "You don't seem scared at all." At this time, he remembered that Lin Mo had just beaten away a dozen thugs. He had only heard about this incident and did not particularly believe it. Lin Mo said calmly, "I'm not afraid. In fact, I can defeat them all by myself, but it would have a bad impact, so I came to you, Director Huang, for help. The underworld is not about fighting and killing, right?" Director Huang certainly knew exactly what Lin Mo meant by this. What is the existence of school? Don't think that any parent can come and make trouble in front of the school. But in fact, key schools are huge players in society. The principal is at least at the deputy division level, and Director Huang in front of Lin Mo is also at the deputy section level. He is on the same level as Director He in the police station here. To deal with these social people, the school is much more helpful than Lin Mo doing it himself. The school will even help Lin Mo solve these problems. As long as Lin Mo is fine, the school will stand on the student's side on external issues. In particular, Director Huang felt that Lin Mo was an extraordinary person. Sitting in Director Huang's car, Lin Mo remained calm, neither humble nor arrogant, just in a very stable state. In the car, the two walked in silence until they reached the intersection of the urban village. Lin Mo spoke only when he got out of the car. "Thank you, Director Huang, for sending me back. If I need anything in the future, I may have to trouble Elder Huang again." "Director Huang? Elder Huang? Hey, why are you talking like Brother Tangzi?" Lin Mo smiled and said, "Isn't Director Huang just like the sect elder in the novel?" Director Huang nodded slightly. "It's not a problem. As long as you're right, it's not a problem. However, I still have to report this matter to the school leaders. As a student, it's understandable to go to KTV to relax, but you must also pay attention to safety. Of course, students will pay more attention in the future." Director Huang nodded and drove away. Lin Mo walked into the shadows, but disappeared into the shadows the next second. Brother Quan was locked up in solitary confinement. He still couldn't figure out why he was caught like this. The most important thing was that from school to the police station, they never saw that boy again. They didn't know the boy's name. Then the police said his brothers had confessed and he would be charged with attempted assault. But he clearly hadn't done anything yet, and they hadn't even taken action yet, and he was dealt with. Why is this happening? He really couldn't understand it. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. A voice sounded, and Brother Quan suddenly looked up at the shadow in the corner of the detention room. Why are you here?" In the shadows, Lin Mo slowly stood up. "Because I haven't punished you yet, I'm here." Hearing these words, Brother Quan got goosebumps all over his body and a sense of fear rose in his heart. He was sure that he was the only one in this place. Lin Mo, who was slowly walking out of the shadows in front of him, was so clear. Brother Quan shouted directly over the railing, "Help! Help!" But no one would hear him even if he shouted at the top of his lungs, because Lin Mo had blocked out the sounds here, and even if someone came over, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. So Lin Mo still walked towards Brother Quan step by step. When a person is extremely afraid, he will have endless courage. Brother Quan gritted his teeth, roared, and rushed towards Lin Mo. Yeah. Before he was released, his entire body was suspended in the air. Lin Mo simply raised his hand, and spiritual energy surged out, fixing Brother Quan firmly in midair. "Next, let me hear what mistakes you have made." Soul stealing. One bad thing after another came out of the mouth of this handsome and strong-looking man. Lin Mo sat on the edge of the bed and listened, then slowly stood up. Nude loans, violent beatings, forcing others to take turns having sex, forcing women of good character into prostitution, violent debt collection, and many other messy things. Although he has never directly killed anyone, he has indirectly led to many people committing suicide. People like this are a complete cancer to society. Kowtow here until you die. Lin Mo left after saying a few words. Brother Quan committed suicide. When he was found, his forehead was covered in blood. Seeing this scene, all the police officers present were surprised and astonished. Can a person just kill himself like this? How determined is that? Or is there some hidden secret? As for Brother Quan, people from the Municipal Criminal Police Bureau immediately took over the case. They went directly to Brother Quan's residence and company. It was soon discovered that Brother Quan was collaborating with some people to engage in usury. All kinds of filthy things gradually surfaced. It is also because of this that Yang Cheng began to crack down on such illegal and non-compliant loans. The source of all this was simply that Brother Quan wanted to attack a student. But what happened later had nothing to do with Lin Mo. Back to Sunday night. Lin Mo returned to the rental house, and as soon as he entered the door, Xia Yuling's message came. Are you okay? Still asleep? Lin Mo replied casually. Then the phone rang. Compared with sending messages, Xia Yuling, who still had a pager, preferred to make a phone call. Hey, why aren't you asleep yet? Lin Mo asked casually. The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously lowered, and Xia Yuling asked carefully, it's almost time. I heard you were back, so I asked. Xia Yuling sat on the bed, curled up in the corner, holding a fox doll in her arms, and talking quietly on her cell phone. She originally wanted to go to the police station with Lin Mo, but Lin Mo didn't let her, so she had to come back by herself. After coming back, I took a shower and sat on the bed waiting for Lin Mo to come back. Lin Mo's spiritual sense naturally swept over Xia Yuling, who was curled up at the head of the bed, holding a fox. It's okay. Director Huang is here, and the school is more powerful than we thought. If the gangs dare to cause trouble in this key school, we will definitely wipe them out. The most important thing is that Lin Mo and the others did nothing wrong. Can the students be blamed for the unexpected disaster? Then this school is useless. Especially in key schools, most of them are academic masters. In other words, they are the future pillars of the country. It was cut down before it grew into a big tree. Do you think my key school is dead? The focus is always the focus. Ordinary schools may not care too much and instead hope that students will not cause too much trouble. After hearing Lin Mo say that it was okay, Xia Yuling thought about it and agreed. In fact, can you please not put yourself in such a dangerous position in the future? Today. Halfway through her speech, Xia Yuling finally realized that Lin Mo's approach was actually the optimal solution. If you call the police in advance, it will only alert the enemy. So Xia Yuling finally said, I know you are very powerful, but you still have to protect yourself. No problem, I will. After coaxing Xia Yuling for a few words like coaxing a child, Xia Yuling went to sleep. Xia Yuling is more like a child who isolates herself. The main reason is probably family. When you have time, go ask Xia Yufei what is going on. Lin Mo sat down and turned on the computer. If nothing unexpected happens, relevant information about what happened tonight should be available on the school forum. After all, at this time in 2012, Taiba was at its peak, with many talented people, each leading the way. Open Guangba's Taiba. Sure enough, several consecutive posts were talking about what happened tonight. There are many different opinions, and some people even secretly took photos of the security guard beating people with their mobile phones. They are being so presumptuous because the moderator of the forum is away. After all, there are rumors that the moderator of the forum is from the school, and there are often posts to clean up the forum. Of course, most of them are complaints and posts criticizing the school. However, the moderator is not online 24 hours a day, so the night is when all the demons run wild. The posts were a mixed bag, but everyone recognized that the protagonist of the incident was Lin Mo. Then all kinds of rumors about Lin Mo followed. It is said that Lin Mo is a playboy who hooked up with female students outside of school and got her pregnant. Then someone came to my door. Lin Mo even ran back to the school and asked the school to solve the problem. Various accusations directly described Lin Mo as a pure bad guy. Many people who didn't understand the situation were asking about the truth below. Then Lin Mo saw an ID called I'm not Fang Jun, then who are you? Which was madly typing the original poster's name. People like you who were born with a broken head shouldn't be on Taiba. You should go to Fankin Mental Hospital. Spreading rumors, huh? Don't let me find out which class you're from, or all of us in class 8 will go to your class and spread the word. After saying this, Fang Jun posted a message on the forum, embellishing the whole story before telling it again. They covered up what they had known for a long time and attributed the credit to the school security department. It's a pity that Lin Mo hasn't mastered the skills to open the box yet, so he can't find the person by following the network cable, otherwise he would definitely teach the person who slandered him a lesson. Fortunately, I had already arranged for my classmates and Director Huang to help me, otherwise, if all this dirty water was thrown at me, even if I really had no problem, I would still be misunderstood. But it doesn't matter. Director Huang has already promised him that he will help him solve the problem. As for the remaining monsters, they are not important. Flag-raising ceremony early Monday morning. Director Huang went on stage and began to talk to the students about safety awareness and other issues. Also mentioned what happened last night. With a leader like Director Huang coming forward to explain, most people's impressions were directly suppressed. After the exercise, Fang Jun returned to the classroom and said with a look of displeasure, "Don't let me find the guy who posted on Taiba. I will definitely give him a good beating once I find him." Lin Jiajin, who was reading a newspaper nearby, turned the page and said calmly, "I saw it last night too. Just based on speculation, many viewers who don't know the truth can believe it, but it's very difficult to find the true identity of such a person. After all, there are many anonymous people on the internet, and it is not an easy task to find someone through the internet." But in fact, more students believe what Director Huang said. After all, Lin Mo is still in school, and the school has not punished him, which already explains a lot. And the version Fang Jun told last night was obviously more in line with the facts. As for the black guy's words, they seem to be full of mistakes and omissions. At this time, Lin Mo also received a task completion reminder from the truancy system. The mission has been completed. The demon cultivator has been dealt with and judged justly. The sex prestige has increased slightly. Quest reward, the way of drawing talismans. All kinds of knowledge about how to draw talismans rushed into Lin Mo's brain frantically. Host, please watch carefully and learn well. You don't know how many games of landlord I have to win in the system world to snatch this reward from the Tianchi system. In addition to Lin Mo's matter, there is another very important matter. That's the result of the monthly exam. After teachers from various subjects worked overtime to mark the papers, the results came out soon. The first class happened to be Chen Xiao's class, so the grades were not posted on the blackboard. "Here it comes, the ugly duckling is here," someone exclaimed softly. Everyone returned to their seats. Chen Xiao also walked slowly over from the corridor on the other side of the office. Everyone was a little worried, because they are not sure where they will rank in this monthly exam. Especially since there are so many subjects, not everyone is an all-rounder. Chen Xiao walked over, placed her things on the podium, and swept her stern gaze across the class. "Does everyone feel tired from the monthly exam?" "Tired," everyone shouted. It's normal to feel tired. There are 9 subjects in total, covering all subjects in both arts and science. This is not only to test your scores, but also to test the direction you will choose in the future. When you enter G2 and are divided into arts and science, you won't have to take so many subjects in one exam. It's PUA again. However, the school exams are very frequent, either monthly exams or midterm exams. After the midterm exams, there are joint exams, and then final exams. There is no joint examination for G1. After the midterm exam, there is another monthly exam, and then the final exam. Although G2 has fewer exam subjects, the number of exams becomes more frequent. You have to take exams from time to time. For G3, it's basically just about doing the test papers. G1 is just a low-intensity mode. However, Chen Xiao said this to let the students relax. After all, the first monthly exam cannot explain too many problems. And the more exams are taken in the future, the more serious the imbalance in subjects will be. Okay, let's report the results first. The 9 subjects total 1,050 points. We will be ranked based on the total score, including the overall school score. The school-wide score mentioned here is actually the grade score. Because the scores of different grades are not comparable, but for the sake of sounding good, the scores of the entire school are directly used. Everyone sat upright in their seats, waiting for the results of the first monthly exam. Lin Jiajin, 10th place, 867 points, 324th in the school. Niu Linsheng, 9th place, 874 points, 311th in the school. Zhang Yunlu, 3rd place, 941 points, 31st in the school. Shuazigi, 2nd place, 945 points, 28th in the school. Upon hearing this, Shuazigi immediately turned his head to look at Lin Mo. He could be sure that Lin Mo was definitely number 1. Chen Xiao continued reading. Lin Mo, 1st place, 995 points, 2nd in the school. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. There was actually someone braver than him. Whose general was he? But the class was already in an uproar. If you can score 900 out of a total of 1,050, you are considered an all-round student. Hearing the students' voices, Chen Xiao put down the form in her hand and handed it to the student sitting in the first seat. I won't announce the rest of the rankings, but what I want to tell you is, don't take the total scores of these 9 subjects too seriously, because you haven't been divided into classes yet. The scores of this exam are just a reference. Got it? This is indeed the case. Ranking is not particularly important because some people directly give up the scores of other subjects, which may result in a lower total score, but after choosing the subjects, the results will be among the best. Shuaziju turned his head and looked at Lin Mo. You are indeed amazing. Lin Mo waved his hand. I chose science. What's the point if the liberal arts score is lowered? Despite being so humble, Shwezigi still shook his head. Even if that's the case, it's only because you've divided your attention to other subjects. Shwezigi was a studious person. In his previous life, he regarded Zhang Yunlu as his rival, but Zhang Yunlu later changed classes. Shwezigi felt that it didn't matter where he went, so he stayed in class 8. In this life, Shwezigi's opponent is Lin Mo. Zhang Yunlu was also a little surprised at Lin Mo's grades. Although in her eyes, Lin Mo did take notes frequently, she thought Lin Mo was good at science. But I didn't expect that he was such an all-round player. The report card was passed from hand to hand. Everyone thinks Lin Mo is amazing. Zhang Yunlu looked at the report card in her hand. Lin Mo scored 135 points in Chinese, 150 points in math, and 140 points in English. I got high scores in the 3 main subjects, and then I looked at the full score in physics, 99 points in chemistry, and 98 points in biology. This poet? Zhang Yunlu looked at her own scores again and found that almost all of them had lost some points. It was obvious that Lin Mo's performance in science was better, and he also participated in Olympiad training classes, so it was basically a foregone conclusion that he would choose science. The report cards continued to be passed down, and when it came to Shwezigi, he took a breath. Looking at Lin Mo in astonishment, I don't know what to say next. After Lin Jiajin took it, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, this isn't just a nerd, this is a genius. With such a high score, you can basically choose either arts or science. The exclamations in the classroom rose and fell like waves. Everyone was amazed at Lin Mo's score. But if this continues, should we still go to class? So Chen Xiao patted the table and said, be quiet, everyone. You are all talented people. If you don't have enough talent, you can make up for it with sweat. Lin Mo usually takes notes in class. You can't just look at other people's grades, you should also look at their learning methods. Here, I hope you can learn from Lin Mo well. With such learning ability and grades, it would be easy for him to get into any of the universities, Tsinghua University or Peking University. As long as you can maintain this result, you can even compete for the top spot. Shwezigi suddenly stood up. Lin Mo looked at this person and could feel a strong middle school student aura quickly spreading out. Lin Mo, the future is uncertain. I will be the dark horse and cut you down. Awkward, but exciting. Although there is no Bo yet, it does not prevent Lin Mo from secretly saying in his heart that it is better than Bo. Chen Xiao didn't stop praising Lin Mo, but said, Lin Mo's high school entrance exam results were only average in the class, but in the first monthly exam, he ranked among the top. If he can do it, why can't you? Okay, you want to use my name to provoke your classmates, right? Lin Mo actually didn't care much about it, but many people were indeed irritated. Many people looked at Lin Mo with the following gaze. You're the only one who can roll up your sleeves, right? Instead, Fang Jun and En Yuxin in the back row said, do you think Lin Mo has awakened some kind of academic mastery system? He must be cheating. What's the matter? You want to buy one too? Then buy one for me too. And Yuexin curled his lips. Then came the formal physical education class, where we directly started explaining the questions. Most of us didn't have the idea of keeping a book of wrong answers before, but after entering school, Chen Xiao began to explain the importance of a book of wrong answers. So everyone started keeping a record of their wrong answers. This is probably the beginning of being a normal student. After class, Chen Xiao called Lin Mo, Zhang Yunlu, and Shwezigi to the office. After every exam, the school will put a top 100 list at the school gate. The 3 of you are in the top 50. This afternoon, we will ask you to take photos, which will then be published on the top 100 list. You will also have to write your mottos on it. So you better write me your motto. Congratulations to the host for being included in the Sex Heavenly ranking. This invincible immortal cultivation system is deeply comforted. I hope the host can continue to work hard. This system has decided to upgrade the daily task rewards as a reward. It's time for an upgrade, old thing. The daily tasks are almost fixed, and the rewards are all chi nourishing pills. To Lin Mo, who has already established his foundation, it is not as delicious as sugar beans. Lin Mo just collected it every day and put it aside. When Lin Mo came to his senses, Shwezigi had already written on it, the outcome is uncertain, you and I are both dark horses. Zhang Yunlu thought for a moment and wrote on it, study for yourself. Too ordinary, too simple. Not alive at all, might as well be biting a lighter. Lin Mo is an abstract player in the future. For example, if she says too much, she has to say something. She speaks in a childish way. Mixu is very milky tea. She said she bought life insurance. If she could be Lao Kuai for 3 days, after thinking about it, it's too outrageous, so forget it. In the end, Lin Mo just wrote on the paper, what can I do to you, master? The main theme is a classic chant that is passed down. In fact, he also wanted to write just because you are too beautiful or Rick 5 is too weak. But this kind of joke is too advanced. Of course, there is also the incredible ID called Level 8 Gale. Lin Mo didn't want to be banned, so he could only use this standard motto. Next time, I'll think of something that will pass the review. Looking at the mottos on their respective papers, Chen Xiao looked at Lin Mo and asked suspiciously, "Are you really going to write this?" "Teacher, if you don't act frivolously when you are young, you will be in vain. Your words are better than that. But this is interesting. My classmates will definitely think I'm an interesting person when they see it." Having said that, Lin Mo turned and left the office. On the contrary, Xue Zigi and Zhang Yinlu were very curious about what Lin Mo wrote. Chen Xiao did not hide it, but just showed it to the two of them helplessly. When she saw it, Zhang Yinlu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Is this okay, teacher?" "Of course it's fine. The school doesn't prohibit it. It wants to allow students to maintain their own individuality. After all, Lin Mo's grades are indeed good, and good grades are the best weapon in school. Although there are no exact rules, everyone understands them tacitly." Back to class. "God of study, please lend me your notes." Fang Jun looked at Lin Mo with a flattering expression. His grades have always been below average in the class, so at times like this, he needs Lin Mo's notes. And Yuexin is similar. Lin Mo laid out his notes, took out the notebook for today's class, and gave them the rest. After all, notes are just an aid. Throughout the whole day, every subject teacher praised Lin Mo. After all, Lin Mo was basically the first in the class in every subject. After the praise, it's time to talk about the test paper. By the time of evening self-study, many people were still correcting their wrong questions. And today is just a part of the subjects, we have to continue tomorrow. After school, Xia Yuling was already waiting outside. On weekdays, the two of them don't often come into contact with each other at school and rarely communicate. Today was no exception. When they walked out of the school, Xia Yuling took the initiative to ask, "How did your monthly exam results go?" Because the class mainly announces the grades of students in its own class, the grades of other classes will not be recorded in the form of its own class. Xia Yuling actually cares a lot about Lin Mo's grades. If I can surpass him in other areas, can I also tutor him in other subjects? What? Xia Swiba's grades seem pretty good, right? Is he one of the top 100? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuling couldn't help but squint her eyes and smile, looking like a little fox. Yes, the total score is 923, ranking 67th in the whole school. Lin Mo thought about it. He remembered that Xia Yuling's grades in his previous life were not that good. Maybe it's because I taught her some math, so her grades have improved a lot. Not bad, the results are very good, and it comforts me as a teacher. Lin Mo walked in front, touching the non-existent long beard. "Ha, so you have good grades." Xia Yuling also guessed something. Fang Jun immediately responded. "Lao Mo is second in the whole school, with a score of 995. We will probably never be able to catch up with this score in our lifetime." Although Fang Jun also scored 800 points, after all, he was admitted to this school through serious examinations, but Lin Mo's score was really too oppressive. He had to share this wave of oppression with others. As expected, Xia Yuling showed the expression that Fang Jun wanted to see. Surprise, disbelief, and then a feeling of powerlessness. "It's okay, you're already great." Lin Mo patted Xia Yuling's shoulder lightly, and although he used a comforting tone, it gave people an inexplicable sense of irony. Xia Yuling pouted, snorted coldly and walked towards home. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. "I clearly didn't say anything. It's all Fang Jun's fault." But Fang Jun felt happy. When they returned to Xia Yuling's house, Zheng Yuan came out with some fruit, but Xia Yuling went straight back to her room. Zheng Yuan didn't ask Lin Mo about his grades, but she still sat down. "Xiao Mo, Yuling did pretty well on her exams this time. I promised her that if her grades did well, I would buy her a cell phone and install an internet cable for her home. Could you please take Yuling to do it this weekend?" Aunt Zheng doesn't know anything about applying for broadband. Naturally, he asked Lin Mo for help, and Lin Mo agreed without thinking. "Broadband is easy to get, just get the same package." "No problem. I won't go home this Friday. I'll go with Xia Yuling to get broadband on Saturday." "Hey, I feel relieved with your help." "That child." Before he could finish, Xia Yuling opened the door and walked out. "What about the computer?" "A computer, that'll have to wait until next time. I won't buy you so many things at once. Aunt Zheng can also pull it." Xia Yuling seemed to have forgotten what had just happened on the road. She could only sit helplessly on the chair, eating fruit and looking at Lin Mo. "So how did you get such high scores?" "My scores in other subjects were just high, but I also lost a lot of points in Chinese and English. After the subject division, I may not be ranked that high." Lin Mo felt that he had lost too many points in Chinese, but it was a pity that his spiritual awareness could not enhance his reading comprehension. Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo with a serious expression. No, you will definitely get a high score because you are very good. As they talked, Zhang Yuan also became a little curious. She looked at Lin Mo. So, how did Xiao Mo do in this monthly exam? Lin Mo still didn't answer, so Xia Yuling answered for him first. 995, second in the school. Ah, Aunt Zheng didn't expect Lin Mo to get such a high score. A good learning environment and excellent classmates can actually stimulate everyone's desire to learn. After the monthly exam results were announced, everyone did not relax their studies. Of course, except for athletes. However, many students who paid school selection fees and whose scores were not high to begin with are also studying hard. The reason why key schools are key schools is that they have good teaching resources. What are teaching resources? Teachers in ordinary schools may only be senior teachers, but your teacher is an experienced senior teacher with the title of special teacher. Top-notch chefs can shine when cooking, and top-notch teachers can give you a deeper understanding when teaching, plus the environment, equipment, venue, etc. Key schools are key schools. Lin Mo was holding a test paper in his hand, which was full of Olympiad math problems. You have one class period to complete this test. Write as much as you can. Those who fail don't have to come next time. This is the first screening. Xia Yuling, who was sitting next to him, looked at Lin Mo nervously. She was totally unprepared. Although Lin Mo had been teaching her Olympiad mathematics before, she was not sure if she could complete this test. At this time, a student raised his hand. Teacher, one class is too short. Su Haoming raised his eyebrows and tapped the edge of the podium with a ruler. I told you to write as much as you can. If you can maintain your accuracy, one class period will be enough for you to pass. Su Haoming raised his hand and looked at his watch. Don't waste time. Start writing. Write your own work. If you cheat and leave it here, you will only embarrass yourself in the competition. After hearing this, everyone took out their pens and started writing the questions. As for cheating, it's not really the case. After all, they are all top students and they trust their own judgment more. One characteristic of Olympiad mathematics problems is that they require large amounts of calculations and are complex processes, but the ideas for solving them are not as complicated as imagined. As long as you can understand the questions and question types, it is not difficult at all. So at this moment, Su Haoming is actually training everyone's speed in answering questions. Lin Mo picked up the pen and started doing the questions. Mathematical Olympiad papers are different from ordinary math papers and do not have multiple choice questions. The beginning is a fill-in-the-blank question. Then there are various big questions. 1. If the real number m1 satisfies 9, 8m equals 2024, then the value of 3, 2m is. Lin Mo just took a look and filled in 4049. Fill-in-the-blank questions do not require a process. But the person next to him had already started calculating on scratch paper. Lin Mo continued writing. There is no way. Lin Mo has spiritual consciousness, which can help him do mental arithmetic. The fill-in-the-blank questions all involved relatively simple algorithms, and Lin Mo finished them quickly. There are 8 fill-in-the-blank questions, each worth 5 points, for a total of 40 points. I haven't even reached the passing line after finishing it. Lin Mo